You possess the Void Dao body, the strongest constitution across all realms. Yet you've been rejected by countless sects precisely because of your overwhelming talent. Every breakthrough you make consumes 10,000 times the resources of your peers, and each realm you ascend to brings heavenly tribulations with power 10,000 times greater than normal. This has turned you into a laughingstock in the cultivation world. Just as you thought this rejection would be no different from the others, an elder of the Sword Sect spoke calmly. You may join the Taixuan Sword Sect as an outer disciple, but your basic treatment will only match that of ordinary disciples at your level. As for other cultivation resources, you'll have to earn them yourself. Hearing this, you quickly clasped your hands in gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, Elder. I shall repay this kindness in the future. The elder merely waved dismissively before vanishing instantly. Then, sect leader Ning Wushuang announced, the disciple recruitment ceremony is now concluded. All elders, please escort your assigned disciples away in an orderly manner. With that, he soared into the sky with a black-robed youth in tow. Before leaving, the boy shot you a disdainful glance, as if saying, what use is your talent when I'm the one who became the sect leader's disciple? The youth, named Lin Chen, possessed the Crimson Sun Saint body, one of the most monstrous talents today apart from you. Unfazed by his provocation, you knew that as long as you obtained cultivation techniques to sustain your progress, even if your breakthrough required 10,000 times the resources of others, your cultivation speed would ensure rapid growth provided the outer sect's spiritual energy didn't run dry. Shortly after, you were led to a massive mountain covered with individual wooden huts. The hunchbacked elder Guyun regarded you all coldly and said, each of you will choose a hut. Inside, you'll find the foundational cultivation techniques, martial skills, spirit stones, identity tokens, and basic cultivation knowledge required for outer disciples. If you fail to reach the foundation establishment realm within a year, you'll be demoted to menial disciples. Without another word, he turned and flew away. As soon as Guyun left, the crowd rushed toward the wooden hut like wild beasts. The moment you stepped inside, a dense wave of spiritual energy from heaven and earth greeted you. You quickly closed the door and picked up the cultivation manual, titled Tai Xian Jing, a high-grade profound tier technique capable of advancing one to the golden core stage. Utilizing your divine level comprehension, you mastered it to perfection in just a few breaths. However, when you attempted to activate the technique, not a single trace of spiritual energy entered your body. Your expression grew extremely complex at that moment. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice rang out, ding, detected that the host has remained without cultivation for 3 years since transmigrating, utterly worthless. The rise of the trash system has been successfully bound, and the 10,000X resource refund sheet has been activated. All cultivation resources belonging to the host can now be refunded 10,000 times upon use, with refund types including quantity and quality. You immediately turned and picked up the discarded Taixuan Jing, triggering a 10,000X quality refund. Ding! High-grade profound tier Taixuan Jing has been successfully refunded 10,000 times in quality. Congratulations on obtaining the low-grade Saint tier Taixuan sword scripture and mastering it instantly. At the same time, all the spiritual energy in the surroundings surged violently toward your Dantian. Meanwhile, atop the peak of Xiantian Mountain, in a small palace, Gu Yun, who had been meditating, was abruptly awakened. What's happening? Why is the spiritual energy draining so quickly? The next moment, he unleashed his powerful golden core stage divine sense and was nearly shocked out of his wits when he saw all the spiritual energy of Xiantian Mountain madly converging toward you. He can't be allowed to cultivate like this any longer, or the mid-grade yellow tier spiritual vein of Xiantian Mountain might be completely drained by him. Without hesitation, he immediately used his golden core stage cultivation to seal the mountain's spiritual vein. After all, besides you, there were hundreds of other outer sect disciples on Xiantian Mountain, and he knew full well that your constitution would only waste these resources. At the same time, inside the wooden hut, you had absorbed a third of Xiantian Mountain's spiritual energy yet had only broken through to the first level of qi refining. If anyone else had absorbed this much, they would have directly advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Just as you were about to push forward and continue your breakthrough, you realized there was no more spiritual energy left to absorb. With this thought, you immediately halted your cultivation and began refunding the low-grade spirit stones on the table 10,000 times. Ding! 30 low-grade spirit stones have been successfully refunded 10,000 times in quantity. Congratulations on obtaining 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the cultivation technique rapidly circulated, you instantly converted 200,000 spirit stones into pure heaven and earth spiritual energy, all converging into your Dantian. Your cultivation also broke through to the 8th level of qi refining. Ding! Congratulations, host, for taking a crucial step on the invincible path of a waste's rise. The Heavenly Tao thinks you're particularly impressive and sponsors you with an immortal artifact, the Heaven-Slaying Sword. Immediately, a rust-covered longsword appeared before you, though the blade was covered in rust. Just one glance made you feel as if you were standing amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Suffocating, sensing the sword's immense power, you immediately dripped a drop of your essence blood onto the blade. The next moment, you clearly felt that as long as you willed it, the heaven-slaying sword could be controlled at will. At noon the next day, you had just woken up. Ding! Daily tasks completed beyond expectations. Host, remember to claim your rewards. Only then did you recall that to accelerate your growth, the system had also set up numerous daily tasks for grinding rewards. With a thought, you immediately opened the daily task panel. Task 1, become a true cultivator. Reward, 1 pound of enlightenment tea. Completed. Task 2, master a cultivation technique to perfection. Reward, 1 bottle of Saint Realm Flood Dragon Blood. Completed. Task 3, master a martial skill to perfection. Reward, 1 strand of Saint Realm Flood Dragon Soul. Completed. You claimed all 3 rewards and already had a plan for distribution. 1 pound of enlightenment tea was indeed precious, but with your divine level comprehension, you could secretly sell it. As for the Saint Realm Flood Dragon Blood and Soul, the former was a high-grade material for body refinement, accelerating the growth of your void-grade Tao body, while the latter could greatly enhance your soul power, definitely to be kept for personal use. Now, you plan to use the remaining 100,000 spirit stones to purchase high-grade heavenly treasures for the return system. You picked up your token and left the wooden hut, only to see disciples already approaching from the foot of the mountain. Have you heard? Among the new outer sect disciples, there's a guy named Xiao Fan. Yesterday during the test, he only had earth-grade talent like us, but in just one night, he broke through to the 4th level of chi refining. It's ridiculously strong. No kidding. With the same earth-grade talent, I don't know how he did it. I haven't even started mastering the Taixuan scripture yet. Along the way, the most talked about topic was how outer sect disciple Xiao Fan had become the biggest dark horse. Listening to the chatter, you couldn't help but mutter to yourself, thankfully, the system helped conceal your cultivation level. Otherwise, if people knew you had broken through to the 8th level of chi refining overnight, countless eyes would be on you. Leaving Xiantian Peak, you soon strolled through the streets. However, after wandering for a quarter of an hour, you couldn't find a single item that could trigger a reaction from the heaven-slaying sword. Thinking to yourself, all these vendors boast so much, but their goods are all fakes. As you were about to finish browsing the stalls, you couldn't help but twitch your lips. But just as you were about to leave, the heaven-slaying sword in your dantian suddenly trembled violently. Sensing the sword's fear, you were shocked, then ecstatic. If an immortal artifact could feel fear, there must be a treasure here that surpassed immortal artifacts. Quickly, you locked onto a quiet, small stall ahead. The aura that terrified the heaven-slaying sword was emanating from that very stall. Then you casually walked up to the stall and saw the items on display: a small black tripod cauldron and half a fragment of a bronze mirror. After giving them a cursory glance, you smiled and greeted the young vendor. Senior brother, how much for these antiques? These are relics of an unknown powerful figure. Their grade unclear. 500 low-grade spirit stones per item. No bargaining. The young disciple replied bluntly after glancing at you. Alright, wrap them up for me. I'll take both, you said, not intending to engage in further conversation since the price was already stated. Just then, 2 figures, a man and a woman, suddenly blocked your path. Hold on, junior brother. I'm willing to pay double the price for those 2 treasures. Please hand them over. And I, Xiao Fan, will owe you a favor? One of them said. Looking coldly at the figures who had abruptly appeared before you, you simply said, move aside, and prepared to step past them. 2 treasures even more valuable than immortal artifacts, regardless of Xiao Fan's lack of background. Even if the other party were the sect master of the Taixuan sword sect, they wouldn't dream of taking them from you. Kid, hand over the treasures now, and you'll get double the spirit stones plus a favor from me. Xiao Fan, if you refuse to cooperate, I have plenty of ways to make you disappear without a trace. Xiao Fan threatened in a hostile voice transmission when he saw you had no intention of yielding the treasures. In truth, he was a reincarnated immortal emperor. In his previous life, relying on half of his ancestral bronze mirror fragment, he could easily avoid misfortune and seize treasures, ascending to the immortal realm in just a few decades and attaining the immortal emperor realm in a few centuries. To break through beyond the immortal emperor realm, he sacrificed hundreds of billions of years of lifespan to activate that half-mirror fragment, finally glimpsing the trace of the other half in the river of time. After leaving behind numerous preparations, he unhesitatingly entered the river of time and reincarnated into this era, all for the sake of that other half of the bronze mirror fragment. The mirror fragment was called the Wheel of Fate. By sacrificing lifespan, one could seek opportunities, avoid calamities, and obscure heavenly secrets. Its power was terrifyingly formidable. If that half of the karmic wheel were to be bloodbound to someone else, it would become far harder for him to seize it by force. But he could never have imagined that instead of admitting defeat, Qin Xian would directly backhand him, daring to threaten me. You should be glad that this is within the sect. Coldly glancing at Xiao Fan, who had an iron expression on his face, Qin Xian turned around and left without looking back. It was true that he liked being an old sixth and cultivating in peace and quiet, but that didn't mean that he had to hold his tongue when others found fault. If not for the fact that this was the Taixuan sword sect, he would definitely not hesitate to pick up the heaven-slashing sword and chop this Xiao Fan with a single stroke. Looking for death? Dare to make a move against brother Xiao Fan? I'll kill you. On the side, that green-clothed woman Gu Qingyu who was following Xiao Fan saw that Qin Xian actually dared to strike her favorite person within the sect, and after she froze, her face instantly filled with rage, and she instantly drew her longsword and was ready to strike at Qin Xian. Qingyu, stop it. This is a clan that prohibits private fights. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Seeing that his childhood friend was about to take a shot at Qin Xian, Xiao Fan grimaced and hurried over to hold Gu Qingyue's hand. Doing so was certainly not because he was kind-hearted, but he didn't want to draw the attention of the sect because of the battle, thus allowing others to pay attention to that half of the karma chakra fragment in Qin Xian's body. But he was a hallowed immortal emperor. Even though he was only in the chi refining stage now, he would return this slap 100-fold and 1,000-fold, and he was determined to get what Qin Xian had on him. As long as I can lure him out of the Taixuan sword sect, I'll kill him like a dog. Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Private fights were forbidden within the sect, and the life and death stage was not a wise choice. The only way he could feel comfortable and bold was to lure Qin Xian out of the sect. Brother Xiao Fan, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Hearing Xiao Fan's muttering, Gu Qingyue on the side immediately smiled sweetly at him. It was still very simple for her, a Jindan stage inner disciple, to transfer an outer disciple out of the sect. On the other hand, after Qin Xian left that remote street, he walked into the middle of a store called Wan Baogu. This senior brother, inside please. Just as he walked through the gate, there were several stunningly beautiful female disciples respectfully saluting him. These are clan servant disciples. Although they look good, but their talent is not good. Good luck if they are looked at by other heavenly pride. Then their days will be better. If they are not looked at, they are almost doomed to this life can only be at the bottom of the clan crawling and rolling around. Calmly nodding towards the few people, Qin Xian quickly arrived at the counter in the center of the store. Pick what you want to buy on your own. Check out at the side when you're done. This counter doesn't do business with less than 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Seeing Qin Xian walking straight towards the counter, the old man who was lying in a rocking chair reading a book transmitted his voice in a flat tone. It just so happens that the family has given me 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. I want to buy some high-grade heavenly materials and treasures. I would also like to ask Senior to recommend them. Saying so, Qin Xian handed out the storage bag he had prepared in advance. He has 100,000 spirit stone is not false, but if you put in the same place to spend will certainly cause a sensation. When the clan is interested in people check, he is not good at explaining the source of the spirit stone, but if it was a few thousand pieces, 10,000 pieces spent separately, it wouldn't attract much attention. After all, in the Taixuan sword sect's outer gate, there were quite a few people who came from big families, or some kind of royal dynasty, and had a lot of spirit stones in their hands. These thousands, $10,000 of spending are extremely normal in their eyes. Seeing the 10,000 spirit stones in his storage bag, the old man smiled and stood up from his rocking chair before enthusiastically introducing Qin Xian. In the end, Qin Xian bought a Xian rank storage ring and a Xian rank disguise art. He then used the same means to spend money at several nearby stores one after another, purchasing a Xian rank defense isolation array disc, a Xian rank foundation building pill, a Xian rank marrow cleansing pill, as well as 2 Xian spirit fruits that rapidly boosted his spiritual energy. As of this moment, the 100,000 lower grade spirit stones he had brought out were now down to just over 1,000. After returning to the wooden house at Xian Tian Peak, Qin Xian returned that Xian rank formation disc for 10,000 times its quality at the first opportunity. Ding! The Xian Order Defense Isolation Formation 10,000 times the quality has been returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the Sacred Order Lower Grade Defense Isolation Formation. Once the formation is open, it cannot be probed under the Sacred Realm, and it cannot be broken under the Sacred Realm. With this formation, I'll also have an extra layer of protection when I face the Thunderbolt when I break through the Foundation Establishment stage, and I won't have to worry about being casually probed by others when I cultivate. Looking at the array disc in front of him that was emitting a powerful aura, a happy smile also appeared on Qin Xian's face. At the latest tonight, he was ready to break through the Foundation Establishment stage. Although with the Heavenly Sword in place, that Thunderbolt would not be able to do anything to him even if it was powerful. But it was inevitable that there would be accidents, and it was still necessary to set up a powerful defense array and isolation array with him. After recognizing the array disc with a drop of blood, Qin Xian directly threw all of the more than 1,000 spirit stones into the disc and then turned the grand array on. A Saint Stage Grand Formation was powerful, which meant that it consumed a great deal But fortunately, he only enveloped the small wooden house with the formation, greatly reducing the consumption of spirit stones. After the great formation opened, he also returned the storage ring, the disguise technique, the foundation building pills, and the marrow cleansing pills. 410,000 times the quality of the return, and without any surprises, all of the returned items reached the saint class level. As for the 2 Xian spirit fruits, they were returned by him in 10,000 times the quantity, and he got 20,000 Xian rank upper grade spirit fruits, leaving 10,000 of them for cultivation, and the remaining ones he planned to sell all of them for spirit stones after he broke through the foundation establishment stage. With a plan in mind, Qin Xian immediately sat down on his knees, and he began to turn on the Taixuan sword scripture within his body for cultivation. Half a quarter of an hour later, after consuming more than 3,000 Xianling fruits, his cultivation level came to the 9th level of Qi refining. After refining the marrow cleansing pill, Jiao Dragon Blood and Jiao Dragon Soul, it's about time for me to find a chance to leave the sect, then make my tribulation breakthrough. Murmuring to himself in his heart, Qin Xian immediately swallowed the sacred rank marrow cleansing pill in one gulp. Chapter 6, Void Avenue Body Awakening, Avatar Eye of Void. Buzz. Just after the saint-grade marrow cleansing pill was taken, a gentle yet strong medicinal power surged within Qin Xian's body. However, because his physique was the strongest in all realms and didn't have any impurities, all of the medicinal power of this marrow cleansing pill was turned into nutrients, speeding up the awakening of his physique. It's not enough. Feeling an extremely terrifying force within his body that was crazily devouring the medicinal power of the marrow cleansing pill, Qin Xian knew that this was his Void Avenue Body Awakening. However, the power of a mere saint-rank marrow cleansing pill was clearly not enough to awaken his physique, so he didn't hesitate to take out the bottle of saint-rank augur blood that he had obtained from his daily quest. The next moment, a huge white jade bottle taller than him appeared in the middle of the wooden house. 6. This is filled with at least a few hundred pounds of Jiaolong blood as well, and you call this a bottle? Looking at the huge white jade bottle in front of him, Qin Xian was also a little confused. You don't care how much you fill it up. Let's just say that what's in front of you isn't a full bottle. The system's humanized voice suddenly sounded. It doesn't seem wrong for you to say that. Qin Xian nodded in agreement. Before he crossed over, he vaguely remembered a certain river god who said that the Milky Way was also a river. By that logic, the vessel in front of me was indeed a bottle, and the system was right when it said it was a bottle. Shaking his head, Qin Xian no longer had any distracting thoughts and directly activated the Void Avenue body before he began to frantically absorb and refine the augur dragon blood in the bottle. And this Jiao dragon blood was worthy of being a high-level body refining material. The power contained in just a single drop could be comparable to the medicinal power of a sacred rank marrow cleansing pill. And if these several hundred pounds of augur blood were counted drop by drop, there would be tens of thousands of drops at least. Boom boom. As time passed, Qin Xian's speed of refining the Jiao dragon's blood grew faster and faster, while the aura on his body became more and more terrifying. If he hadn't set up a saint-rank formation in advance, the wooden house he was in at the moment, and even the entire Xiantian peak would definitely be crushed by the terrifying aura emanating from his body. Ka-ching! The moment all the Jiaolong blood was finished being refined, a sound of chains breaking suddenly resounded in Qin Xian's body. Immediately after that, with the sky above him as the center, countless dark clouds rapidly converged and then spread to the entire Xiantian sword sect range at an extremely terrifying speed. And in just less than a quarter of an hour, the entire sky of the southern region of the heavenly wasteland continent was shrouded by terrifying robberous clouds. In the midst of that terrifying robbery cloud, a huge eye could be vaguely seen as if it were a god, indifferently scanning the multitudes. What kind of lightning tribulation is this? It's even 100 times more terrifying than the lightning tribulation that this emperor attracted when he broke through the great emperor realm back then? In the forbidden area, a great emperor powerhouse raised his head to look at the sky, his heart horrified. This doesn't seem to be a thunder tribulation, but a heaven and earth phenomenon that we've never seen before. In the unknown mysterious land, a great power that had survived for an unknown number of years exclaimed, "Send someone to the heavenly chance pavilion. No matter what, we must find out who caused these visions." An old ancestor of the hidden emperor clan gave the order. The long-silenced southern region, at the moment, had become lively again due to the vision of Qin Xian's physique awakening. At the same time, on the outer gate of the Taixuan sword sect, on the Xian sword peak, Xiao Fan, who was cultivating with his eyes closed with the tens of thousands of spirit stones given to him by his childhood friend, suddenly noticed the horrifying heaven and earth anomaly outside, and for a moment, he was a bit incredulous. This is the heaven and earth vision when the ancient pupil technique is awakened. But before I ascended to the immortal realm in my previous life, there was no one who had awakened the ancient pupil technique at all. Xiao Fan was a little confused. As a former immortal emperor, he could naturally see what caused that terrifying heaven and earth vision just now. But what puzzled him was that there was clearly no such vision in his previous life. Had the trajectory of history changed because of his rebirth? The person who caused this heaven and earth vision will definitely be a strong opponent on my path to becoming an emperor in the future. I have to get the other half of the karma wheel and that mysterious little tripod back from Qin Xian as soon as possible, and then make plans earlier. Thinking of this, he frantically operated the Emperor's scriptures in his body, and then 9 incomparably sacred 5-clawed golden dragons appeared behind him, helping him to rapidly refine those cultivation resources. On the other hand, on Xian Tian Peak, Qin Xian's void Great Tao body first level had fully awakened. The awakening of his physique had not only increased his defense, recovery speed by hundreds of times, but his strength alone had increased by 100,000 pounds. It was no exaggeration to say that now that the foundation establishment stage was in front of him, he could kill a group of people with a slap, and a Jindan stage powerhouse who took a punch from him would be seriously injured without dying. In addition to the above huge enhancements, Qin Xian had also awakened a terrifying innate divine ability, the Eye of Void. This Eye of Void, cultivated to perfection, can break through all illusions, so that the world's great Tao has nothing to hide, and can destroy the power of nothingness, so that the enemy's soul is instantly destroyed. Cultivated to the extreme, wherever his gaze went, everything perished and returned to nothingness. Although with his current soul power, he simply couldn't achieve the aforementioned effect when he activated the Eye of Void. But with this Eye of Void, he could see through anyone's disguise, whether it was a disguise or a hidden cultivation, and he was able to find treasures with this ability, as well as being immune to ordinary illusions, and was more than able to use it as an old 6th base card to directly attack the soul of another person when battling against them. Now, as long as I refine the Jiao Dragon Soul, I can go ahead and break through the foundation establishment stage. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xian took out the sacred ranked Jiao Dragon Soul rewarded by the system directly. Damn it, this demon saint has cultivated for tens of thousands of years from an ordinary little snake, experiencing countless lives and deaths, walking through mountains of corpses and seas of blood before achieving a generation of demon saints. I am not willing to fall down. Just after the augur soul was taken out, the huge dragon head spat out human words and roared madly, but unfortunately, there were system rules that bound him, and he couldn't move even a little bit even if his killing intent was overwhelming. Ding! This demonic dragon has done many evil deeds in its life, and has repeatedly blood-sacrificed millions of human cultivators for cultivation. Its sins are deep, so the host can feel free to refine it. Just as Qin Xian was shocked that this Jiaolong soul was actually alive, and his heart was a bit diabolical, the system beep suddenly rang in his ears. If you say so, then I'm relieved. Ignoring the evil Jiao Dragon Soul's roar and threat, Qin Xian directly catalyzed the Void Avenue body and began to frantically refine it. While he was refining, he also decided in his mind to look for a body refining technique and a soul cultivation technique as soon as possible. After all, he was the one who chose to take the path of invincibility, so his soul, physique, and cultivation must all be taken care of at the same time. Damned human cultivator. This demon saint won't let you go even if I become a ghost. You'll definitely not die a good death. Seeing that Qin Xian was not threatened in the slightest and kept refining his dragon soul, that evil Jiao dragon completely broke its defense. I'm sorry, when I refine your dragon soul, you won't even have a chance to become a ghost. Looking at the evil scalp dragon that had broken its defense, Qin Xian gave a non-committal sneer, and in the next moment, he directly accelerated his refining speed. Chapter 7, 10 billion spirit stones in the accounts. Grilla Talpa knows the will of the divine dragon. Half an hour later, as an unwilling scream fell, the entire augur dragon soul was completely refined by Qin Xian. After refining the Jiao dragon soul, his soul power had been boosted 100-fold, and now he wouldn't have any problems casually using the Eye of Void dozens of times. Moreover, there was an unexpected surprise with this soul power enhancement, and that was that he had given birth to a divine sense that could only be born by Jindan stage cultivators. This divine sense was like an early warning radar. Although it could only cover a 10-meter area around him, it was of great use to him. After all, it was easy to hide from the obvious and hard to prevent the dark arrows. With this divine idea, he would have enough reaction time when fighting against a strong enemy, so that he wouldn't be taken out silently. Before we leave, we have to recognize those two treasures with a drop of blood first. Casually removing the small black tripod and the copper mirror fragment from his storage ring, Qin Xian didn't hesitate to bite his index finger and drop 2 drops of essence blood down. Buzz! As the essence blood dripped down, the small black cauldron and the copper mirror fragment began to emit a mysterious and profound black ghostly light. But the imagined scene where the light flourished and triggered a horrifying heaven and earth anomaly didn't appear. The small tripod and the copper mirror fragments flew into his dantian on their own accord after slightly trembling, and then began to fall silent. From the beginning to the end, Except for that mysterious glimmer at the beginning, the two treasures didn't show any special features. Let's slowly study it when we come back. Retracting his divine thoughts from his dantian, Qin Xian then got up and walked away from the bed. Right now, the most important thing he wanted to do was to break through the foundation establishment stage. As for everything else, it would have to be postponed. After storing the sacred rank formation disc in his storage ring, he opened the door of his room and prepared to leave. But to his surprise, the hunchbacked old man Gu Yun who was in charge of them yesterday was waiting for him outside the door with a displeased face. Is there something wrong with Elder Gu? Seeing Gu Yun's gloomy face, Qin Xian asked suspiciously. I've been calling outside the door for half an hour. Why don't you answer? And how come you have a powerful defense array in this house? Gu Yun spoke in an unkind tone. As the absolute controller of the Xian Peak, who he wanted to see and who he wanted to summon was just a matter of words. But today he personally came to look for Qin Xian, but was actually hung out to dry by this kid waiting outside for half an hour, which made the majesty he had just set up in front of the crowd disappear. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Before joining the sect I had obtained some opportunities. Among them was a defense formation that could isolate the outside world from interference. Yesterday when I was cultivating it was activated by me, so I'm really sorry that I didn't hear the elder's voice just now. Seeing Gu Yun's look of hatred that he couldn't wait to catch himself and beat him up, Qin Xian responded half instantly and half truthfully. Forget it, don't bother with you. I've come to find you this time because I've been ordered by the inner sect elders, and the other party has issued a mandatory mission that specifies that you should go to the Skybreak mountain range, which is millions of meters away, to pick a sword spirit grass, and that you must leave today. Hearing Qin Xian say sorry to him and explaining in a reasonable manner, Gu Yun was not in a good position to lash out in a fit of anger, and after taking a deep breath, he hurriedly stated the purpose of his visit here. Alright, I'll take it. As soon as Gu Yun's words were finished, Qin Xian directly nodded his head in agreement. The sect had a rule that every outer disciple had to carry out a mandatory mission issued by the sect once a year, and most of such missions came after a year of cultivation, and for him to be given such a task just a day after he had been initiated, it was obvious that someone was targeting him, and the only two people he had offended in the Xian sword sect were Xiao Fan and Gu Chengyu, whom he had met at the Outer Gate workshop at noon. With a conflict at noon and a mandatory mission coming in the afternoon, it's pretty obvious who's behind this, but he doesn't really care about this. Two clowns are just two clowns. It just so happens that he can also use this reason to leave the clan to break through the foundation establishment stage. The Skybreak mountain range has been experiencing frequent riots of demonic beasts lately, so you'll have to fend for yourself, Gu Yun casually instructed, then turned around and flew away. Having stayed in the sect for so long, he could certainly see that Qin Xian was being targeted by the people of the inner sect, but what did this have to do with him? All the outer disciples added up to hundreds of thousands, so a few random deaths wouldn't even bother anyone. Qin Xian naturally didn't know what was going on in Gu Yun's mind, and after shutting the door of the wooden house behind him, he turned around and walked towards the bottom of Xian Peak. On the way of walking, he had also made a point of comprehending that transfiguration technique to its great completion. When he came to that outer gate marketplace again, he had already changed his appearance into an ordinary-looking, stout-looking big man. Without wasting too much time, he directly sold more than 1,000 Xianling fruits to dozens of stores on this street at a price that was 20% below the market price. In fact, he wanted to sell the remaining 10,000 or so as well, but the Xianling fruit was a high-level resource that could be used at the foundation establishment stage and even at the Jindan stage, and could be sold for 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones for a single one. So more than 1,000 of them, even though he had broken them up and sold them to dozens of stores, they still caused quite a stir. Luckily he had used his disguise in advance to camouflage them. In order not to cause any extra trouble, he could also only perform his meteor phantom steps to quickly walk into the crowd, and after shaking off those disciples who were secretly staring at him, he found a remote corner to lift his transfiguration technique. More than 1,000 Xianling fruits were sold for a total of more than 5 million lower-grade spirit stones. After 10,000 times the return, that's more than 50 billion. I won't have to worry about cultivation resources for some time to come. After doing some calculations in his mind, Qin Xian walked towards the Xian Heavenly Sword Sect's mountain gate while using his mind to communicate with the system for a 10,000 times quantity return. It didn't take long for him to leave the outer gate range and arrive at the mountain gate of the Xian Sword Sect. After taking out his identity token and simply stating his mission out of the clan, those disciples in charge of guarding the mountain gate were also quick to release him. It's a pity that he has this top-notch talent, and this time he's been targeted to enforce this dangerous mission for fear that he won't be able to come back. What's there to pity? Although his talent is heaven-defying, with his terrifying consumption of resources, who has the ability to cultivate him? Instead of living such a tormented life, dying might also be a relief? That's right, So what if he has the strongest physique in all the heavens? Now he's still not mixing worse than us. If you ask me, he's no different from a waste. Qin Xian had just walked a short distance away, and those disciples who were responsible for guarding the mountain gate were unapologetically talking about it. Other than a few disciples who sympathized with his suffering, everyone else was gloating, even deliberately amplifying their voices to mock. In terms of talent, they were humble shrimps in the sea, while Qin Xian was a divine dragon that roamed the 9 heavens, leaving them out of reach. Upon seeing the divine dragon trapped in the shallows, unable to fly up to the 9 heavens, the shrimp actually had the courage to mock the dragon, but they were never aware that the power of the divine dragon was something they could never imagine in their lifetime. In the face of the crowd's arrogant mockery, Qin Xian only glanced back at them lightly, but in the very next moment, all of those disciples who had taken the lead in deliberately mocking him all screamed miserably. Aha, my head hurts. It feels like it's going to explode. Damn, what the hell is going on? Help, go report to the elders, I don't want to die. 5 Foundation Stage, 2 Jindan Stage disciples like a dead dog rolling around on the ground in pain. It did not take long for all of them to pass out from the pain. If you can't control your mouth, you'll have to pay for it. Outside the mountain gate, listening to the miserable screams coming from behind him, Qin Xian merely murmured indifferently. It was him who had just unleashed the Eye of Void to attack the souls of those disciples. He wasn't much of a troublemaker, but if these people dared to humiliate him so blatantly, then he would never be soft. Without caring about those people's screams anymore, he directly executed the Meteor Phantom Steps and darted in the direction of the Skybreak mountain range. Chapter 8, Dantian skyrocketed by 100,000 meters. Reborn Immortal Emperor broke his defense. On the Xian Sword Peak, after a few hours of cultivation, the Immortal Emperor Reborn Xiao Fan's cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of Qi Refining. The Qi Refining stage is the most crucial realm for casting the foundation of cultivation, and I didn't care much about it in my last life, but when I came to know the importance of the foundation of cultivation later on, I couldn't tamp down the foundation of cultivation to perfection even at great cost. This also led to the fact that after I broke through the Immortal Emperor, it was difficult for my cultivation to take another step forward. In this life, since I'd been reborn, I must forge the most perfect cultivation foundation, and even reach that legendary Qi Refining extreme realm. Sensing that his cultivation could step into the foundation establishment stage at any time, Xiao Fan rigidly suppressed all thoughts of such a breakthrough. The world does not pay attention to the Qi Refining stage, but they do not know that the wood that holds the embrace is born from the end of the millimeter. The platform of the 9 layers starts from the tired earth. The underlying strength accumulated in the Qi Refining stage can largely determine the ultimate upper limit of a person. So to live again, Xiao Fan naturally wants to refine the body, Qi Refining, Soul Refining Trinity, all of which have reached perfection before he is willing to break through the foundation establishment stage. And although he had been reborn, his soul was still the same one that had reached the Immortal Emperor level in his previous life. So compared to other people who made slow progress in soul cultivation, he wouldn't have any bottlenecks at all on the path of soul refining. And with just a little bit of soul refining resources, he would be able to raise his soul to the limit of the Qi Refining stage. At this point in time, that 1,000-year soul vine in the heaven-breaking mountain range should be almost ripe. And there's also a pool of 1,000-year earthly heart milk near that 1,000-year soul vine for refining the body. After I settle Qin Xian in passing and get that half of the causal chakra fragment back from him, I'll go and take these 2 chances to forge the perfect foundation. In this life, I will definitely ascend to the top once again. And in this life, there will be no one who will be my opponent. Sensing the spiritual energy that was like a great river rushing through his body, Xiao Fan was confident about his future cultivation path. After a bold and loud laugh, he collected all the 9 5-clawed golden dragon silhouettes hovering behind his back into his body, and then directly walked down from the bed. Mr. Xiao Fan, Miss Qingyu asked her slave girl to inform you that the matter has been completed, and that Qin Xian has left the Xian Tian sword sect a quarter of an hour ago. At that moment, an incomparably respectful woman's voice came from outside the door. Got it. Go back and tell Qingyu that when I'm done with this bout of work, I'll definitely go to the inner sect to accompany her. Hearing that Qin Xian had been successfully lured out of the sect, Xiao Fan's face unconsciously revealed a flash of excitement. After a brief command with that maid, he couldn't wait to turn around and leave. Che, what an ungrateful toad. Nothing but better looking, and I don't know what Miss really thinks. To actually look at this kind of trash that has no strength, no background, and only eats soft food. Only when Xiao Fan walked away did that maidservant raise her head and mumble to herself in disdain. On the other hand, after a few hours of rushing with all his might, Qin Xian had arrived at an ancient mountain forest that was more than 100,000 meters away from the Taixuan sword sect. The place was filled with sky-high trees, and all sorts of Qi Refining stage demonic beasts and wild beasts could be found everywhere. After walking through the forest for a quarter of an hour with his stance, during which he also killed dozens of chi refining stage demonic beasts, he finally found an extremely hidden cave. Let's break through here. After carefully surveying his surroundings and determining that there was no threat from any demonic beasts, he walked into the cave, and then directly that Saint Stage Defense Isolation Formation disc was taken out. Boom! Without any hesitation, he directly activated the Grand Formation after taking out hundreds of thousands of spirit stones and integrating them into the array disc. As soon as the large formation was opened, he hurriedly took out all of the more than 10,000 Xianling fruits in his storage ring and placed them around him, followed by opening all of the spirit stone restrictions in the system space. Only after doing so did he sit down on his knees in place, then held his breath and began to operate the Taixuan sword scripture within his body. Buzz! As soon as the gong method was in operation, both his divine grade spiritual root and void avenue body were activated at the same time, and in the next moment, one after another gray vortex was floating in his dantian. When the divine grade spiritual root and void avenue body were fully activated, there were already 9 terrifying gray vortexes in his dantian. Each of these vortexes was like an endless abyss, and each of them exuded an incomparably terrifying suction force, casually taking out one individually. The power was thousands of times more powerful than Xiao Fan's 9 proud 5-clawed golden dragons combined. Under the joint absorption of the 9 terrifying vortexes, the more than 10,000 Xianling fruits were rapidly becoming dim at a speed visible to the naked eye, one after the other. Half a quarter of an hour later, more than 10,000 Xianling fruits were half refined by him, and the aura within his dantian also began to expand extremely rapidly. When the aura expanded to its limit, Qin Shen did not hesitate to take out the returned Holy Rank Foundation Establishment Dan as a mouthful of it and swallowed it. Click, click, click. As soon as he swallowed the foundation building Dan, his dantian was as if a mirror had shattered, chafing away inch after inch. Breaking through from chi refining to foundation establishment simply requires only 3 steps: shattering the dantian, widening the dantian, and stabilizing the dantian. And this process is obviously not that easy. Just the step of shattering the dantian, that kind of heart-rending pain can be daunting. However, it was fortunate that Qin Xian's soul power had improved tremendously when he refined the Jiao Dragon Soul, which made his willpower stronger, so he didn't feel much difficulty when faced with the pain of shattering his dantian. It didn't take long for his dantian to be covered with a crack, at which point it would only take a little external attack to destroy his dantian. However, it was obvious that Qin Xian would not allow such a thing to happen, and once the entire dantian barrier had become extremely fragile, he once again revolved the Taixuan sword scripture and began to use his divine thoughts to guide the agitated spiritual chi within the dantian to widen the internal space of the dantian. And this step is the time to test the accumulation of the bottom. Not enough divine idea can no longer control the spiritual power to open up. Spiritual power is not enough to have the divine idea is also useless, and the physique is not strong enough even if there is a divine idea, and spiritual power cannot hold out for a long time. Only a truly powerful celestial pride with the trinity of body refining, chi refining, and soul refining could open up the internal space of the dantian without fear, casting the perfect foundation. It just so happened that Qin Xian had already reached the extreme in all 3 aspects, thus opening up the dantian space was very easy. Boom boom boom. As time passed, Qin Xian's dantian space was extending at an extremely terrifying speed. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In just less than a quarter of an hour, the internal space of his dantian had extended from the original 100 meters to 10,000 meters, and from afar, at this moment, his dantian was already comparable to a super large lake. It's not enough. This is far from my limit. Glancing at the huge dantian space, Qin Xian did not stop because of this. Instead, the speed of his extension accelerated further. Almost every second, he was able to stretch outwards for hundreds of meters. Rumble! Just as he was fully expanding his dantian space, there were already thunderclouds converging in the sky above the forest he was in, and every time he expanded his dantian space a little bit more, the range and power of the thunderclouds would be 1 point stronger. Whose transitional thunder tribulation is this? Why is the power only at the Jindan stage level? Underneath a huge mountain, Xiao Fan was utilizing a secret method to track down Qin Xian. He was almost amused when he saw the thunderbolt in the sky that was only as powerful as the Jindan stage level. It was well known that cultivators had to reach the minimum of the transition stage before they would attract a thunderbolt, and the stronger the thunderbolt was, the greater the potential of the person and the stronger the battle power after the breakthrough. And the power of that thunderbolt in front of him is equivalent to the Jindan stage. Isn't this a waste? In his previous life, he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and had never seen such a trashy transition period. Shaking his head, he withdrew his gaze and was just about to continue using his secret method to look for traces of Qin Xian. Who knew that right at this moment? The power of the thunderclouds on that day suddenly surged, coming to the Yuaning stage level at once. The power of the lightning tribulation will still increase on its own? Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan was a bit confused. Isn't the power of the heavenly mind tribulation fixed from the beginning? How could it temporarily become stronger? No, this is not a transitional thunder tribulation at all, but a thunder tribulation triggered by someone breaking the limits of heaven and earth. Noticing the strangeness of the thunder tribulation, a bad premonition immediately rose in Xiao Fan's heart. He had seen the most heaven-defying people in the younger generation of this heavenly desolate continent in his previous life, and the only ones who could manage to break the limits of heaven and earth were those few freaks in the middle continent. In this land of the southern domain, aside from Qin Xian, a monster so demonic that no one could match him, he had never heard of anyone with such heaven-defying qualifications. Not good. That brat Qin Xian just left the sect, and a lightning tribulation that breaks the limits of heaven and earth has appeared here. This tribulation must be related to him. After reacting, Xiao Fan's face instantly became gloomy, though inside he was extremely reluctant to believe this speculation. After all, the resources required for Qin Xian to break through each realm was simply too much, and he still had no one to guide him. Without a powerful cultivation technique, it was simply impossible to have such a fast growth rate in just over a day's time to be, but it was all too much of a coincidence for him to disbelieve. Damn it, I absolutely cannot let him continue to grow any further. Thinking of the terror Qin Xian would have after his breakthrough, if he let this kid know how to use the karma wheel fragment again, then there would be little hope for him to get back that half fragment. Heaven and earth are limitless. Xiankuan are all present. Delusion-breaking immortal pupil. Open for me. Not caring about the huge consumption, Xiao Fan directly exerted his immortal art secret technique with all his might to search for Qin Xian's location. Chapter 9, Breaking Through Foundation Establishment. Breaking the Extreme Realm. The 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride ranking descends, and just as Xiao Fan broke his defenses and urged the secret method regardless, Qin Xian had already extended his Dantian space to as much as 90,000 meters. After reaching this level, he clearly felt that it became extremely difficult to continue expanding the range of his Dantian. It's only 90,000 meters. I can still continue to extend it. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xian mobilized all of his divine thoughts and controlled the remaining spiritual energy in his body to go all out once again. Rumble. Under his impacts one after another, the Dantian barrier that had begun to stabilize once again shattered, and the Dantian space once again extended outwards by 3,000 meters. Again. Feeling that tremendous resistance reappear, Qin Xian gritted his teeth and once again went all out. Boom! Under this impact, the Dantian space extended another 3,000 meters. One more time. Even though his forehead was already dripping with sweat and his eyes were getting a little dizzy, Qin Xian still clenched his teeth and once again used his entire body's strength for the impact. Rumble! As he struck with this desperate strike, the Dantian barrier shattered once again, and the range of his Dantian expanded directly outwards by 4,000 meters. By now, the range of his Dantian had reached an appalling 100,000 meters, while his divine thoughts, spiritual energy had been depleted and his body was weak. If it wasn't for the fact that the Void Avenue body had already awakened to the first level, and his body's recovery speed had increased 100-fold, then he would have fainted by now. 100,000 meters. I did it! After slightly recovering a bit of his divine soul and strength, Qin Xian hurriedly glanced at his Dantian space, and when he saw that his Dantian had actually reached a terrifying 100,000 meters, he couldn't help but smile. In the general knowledge of cultivation given by the Taixuan sword sect, he had read that when an ordinary person breaks through the foundation establishment stage from the Qi refining stage, the range of the Dantian is only 2 or 3 meters, and those who reach 10 meters are considered minor geniuses, and most of the Taixuan sword sect's outer disciples were at this level. And once the range of the Dantian reached 100 meters, it was a valued celestial pride, like Lin Duan and the others who had provoked him at the disciple acceptance ceremony before. They were at this level. As for those whose Dantian range could reach 1,000 meters, that would be in the ranks of the holy sons and daughters, and this level of heavenly pride was the object of the sect's key cultivation. As for those sequential celestial pride who were treated as the core of the sect and vigorously cultivated at all costs, their Dantian range was at most no more than 3,000 meters. But now that he had reached an unprecedented 100,000 meters at once, directly shaking off those sequential celestial pride for hundreds of blocks, how could this feeling be described by a word of excitement? There's a lightning tribulation coming up next, so I have to hurry up and recover. Hearing the deafening sound of thunder outside the cave, Qin Xian hurriedly suppressed the excitement within his heart and directly operated the Taixuan sword scripture before he began to frantically refine the remaining Xianling fruits around him. Half a quarter of an hour later, several thousand Xianling fruits were completely absorbed by him, but the spiritual energy obtained from refining was only enough to fill 1/10 of his Dantian. It's a good thing I was prepared, or else I might have lost everything today. Murmuring in a low voice, he once again increased his speed to absorb the more than 50 billion spirit stones in the system space. This was the last step before the breakthrough. As long as the aura in his dantian was filled, then he would be able to cross the threshold to breakthrough. And while this step seems simple, it was also treacherous, because if there was not enough supply of resources for him to fill his dantian to the brim, then he would not be able to cross the tribulation. And without crossing the tribulation, he would not be able to utilize the thunder tribulation to reinforce the dantian barriers. And once the dantian barriers were not reinforced, they would definitely collapse. And when all the spiritual energy in the dantian erupted at that time, he would definitely explode instantly. But fortunately, he had prepared tens of billions of spirit stones in advance, so he didn't have to worry about filling up his dantian at all. Buzz off! As he ran his gongfu with all his might, his divine great spiritual root and void great Tao body were also brought into play to the extreme, and those 9 gray vortexes on his dantian were even more akin to black holes, crazily sucking in heaven and earth's spiritual energy from those tens of billions of spirit stones. Half an hour's time passed in a flash, and he had refined billions of lower grade spirit stones before filling his dantian. It's time to cross over and make a breakthrough. After stopping the refining of the spirit stones within the system space, Qin Xian then brought that sacred rank formation disc and then arrived at the top of the mountain. The reason why he didn't transmigrate in the cave was because he was afraid that the thunderbolt would later shatter the cave and then bury him underneath. Turning the grand formation back on, Qin Xian looked up into the sky. Come on! After speaking softly, he began to invoke the heavenly tribulation. Roar! He had just triggered the heavenly tribulation when a tens of meters long thunder dragon swooped down from the thunderclouds, then attacked and killed straight towards him. It's only an attack equivalent to the first level of the Yuaning stage. One of my punches is enough. Seeing that the thunder dragon was recklessly killing towards him, Qin Xian did not dodge or avoid. In the next moment, he directly raised his hand and punched out violently. Boom! A huge crash resounded through the sky. That thunder dragon was dazed by his ferocious punch, and soon lost the ability to fight back. And without any nonsense, as soon as he grabbed the thunder dragon in his hands, he began to push the Void Avenue body to refine it, and then consolidate the dantian barrier. Refining the first thunder dragon, not only did his dantian barrier get consolidated, but even his power went up a bit along with it. Continue. Qin Xian raised his head to the sky, waiting for the second lightning tribulation to descend. Ho ho ho! What he didn't expect was that this time, 2 thunder dragons appeared in the sky at once, and not only did their bodies reach 100 meters, even their pressure reached the 5th level of the Yuaning stage. And in the face of these 2 raging thunder dragons, Qin Xian still didn't change his color and raised his hand to violently swing out 2 more punches. But with 2 punches, these 2 thunder dragons were still able to make a dying counterattack. It seems that with my current power at the 9th level of Qi refining, seriously injuring the 5th level of Yuaning is already the limit. After testing out the limits of his power, Qin Xian didn't take any chances and directly summoned the heaven slashing sword to cut down the 2 thunder dragons. After beheading the thunder dragon, he once again repeated his previous actions, directly activating the Void Avenue body. He refined and absorbed the thunder dragon, consolidating the dantian barrier while raising his power. Half an hour's time quickly passed, and Qin Xian had already crossed 8 of the 9 heavenly tribulations. Starting from the 6th heavenly tribulation, the power of the thunder dragon had already surpassed the Yuaning stage and reached the even more powerful out-of-body stage. And by the time it reached the 8th, that power had even reached the 9th level of the out-of-body stage. It was also fortunate that he had an immortal weapon in his hand and that his physique could ignore the heavenly tribulation pressure, coupled with the fact that this thunder dragon didn't have any level of combat and only knew the simplest of mindless impacts. This allowed him to over the heavenly apparition of the 9th level of outbreath with a cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, while the power of this heavenly calamity brought him pressure, the benefits that came from chopping and refining it were also enormous. Just these 8 heavenly tribulations that he had just refined, not only did they make his dantian barrier basically solid, but they also allowed him to raise his strength by more than 20,000 pounds. Now that he could erupt 120,000 pounds of tremendous force with a random punch, a strong person of the 8th or 9th Jindan stage would come and he could dry smash them with a few punches. Rumble! Just as Qin Xian waited, the 9th heavenly tribulation also fell. However, although the power of this thunder dragon had increased quite a bit, it hadn't reached the divine separation stage. So in conjunction with the meteor phantom shadow steps, he held the heaven slashing sword in his hand and directly executed the 4 elephant sword cannon, slashing 4 swords in a row, and he finally passed through the 9th heavenly tribulation. After refining the 9th thunder dragon, Qin Xian's dantian barrier was completely stabilized, and his strength was once again increased by 10,000 pounds. Buzz! As the thunderclouds in the sky dispersed, his cultivation level successfully broke through to the 1st level of the foundation establishment stage. Human race Qin Xian, possessing a huge strength of 132,000 pounds at the Qi refining stage. Congratulations on breaking the record of the extreme realm of the Qi refining stage and successfully ascending to the 100,000th place on the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride Ranking, hereby rewarding you with the Divine Grade Body Refining Technique, the Swire Green Dragon Determination, and 3 drops of Divine Origin Liquid. Please write your Taoist number, and a worldwide briefing will follow. Just as Qin Xian was about to sit on his knees and raise his cultivation to the 9th level of foundation establishment in one fell swoop, an ancient and mysterious cold voice was suddenly resounding in his mind. Immediately afterward, an ancient and powerful technique and 3 drops of purple liquid containing terrifying power appeared in front of him out of nowhere. The 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride Ranking? Upon hearing this mysterious voice that suddenly rang out, Qin Xian quickly reacted even though he was somewhat shocked. After all, after reading so many novels in his previous life, he had long been used to this kind of list reward scene. My name is Qin Xian, my character Taixuan, hence my Dao name, Humongous Bandit Qin Taixuan. Qin Xian directly reported his Dao name. Chapter 10 Shot from the Heavenly Pride of the 10,000 Realms. Heavenly Dao Grade Body Refining Technique. 10,000 Worlds Announcement. Congratulations to Humongous Bandit Qin Taixuan for breaking the record of the Refined Qi Extreme Realm and successfully ascending to 100,000th place on the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride Ranking, maintaining his ranking, and obtaining 1 divine power every month. Almost as soon as Qin Xian's words fell, his Dao number was recorded by that mysterious existence and informed the heavens and the worlds. What the hell? How is it possible to be on the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride Ranking at the Qi refining stage? Make a mistake. This god's son was born with a divine body, crushing his peers without any rivals, and has never had a single defeat so far. Such experience is not even qualified to be on the list. What does he, a Qi refining stage, have to do? Damn it, this immortal emperor has spent 100 years sweeping through forbidden areas and refining the origin of many small thousand worlds, only to barely reach the 100,000th place in the Ancient Celestial Pride Ranking. But his ass hasn't even gotten hot yet and he's been brushed off by this damned refining stage brat. This emperor swears to not rest until he dies with you. That mysterious existence had just notified Qin Xian's deeds, and countless super prides of the top great powers in the realms of the heavens had all broken their defenses, because the list that they had been longing for and had worked for hundreds of years for could not be boarded, was actually boarded by a small cultivator in the Qi refining stage. You have to know that all of them can be the successor of the big forces. Just pull out a go at least is the Immortal King, Immortal Zun, now a refining stage beyond them on the list. This is simply a great humiliation and irony to them, especially that immortal emperor who had been brushed off the list by Qin Xian was directly infuriated and went around poking around to find out Qin Xian's whereabouts, vowing to kill him, a Qi refining stage who had appeared out of nowhere. Although his cultivation is a bit weaker, he was able to reach the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride Ranking at the Qi refining stage, yet he is also qualified to enter my Heavenly Dao Palace. Someone, give orders to the Heavenly Dao Palace branches in all the heavens to make sure they find out about this person who has made the list, and whoever can introduce this person into the Heavenly Dao Palace will be rewarded with a divine artifact, 1 million divine crystals, and another chance to enter the headquarters to cultivate. The contemporary master of the Heavenly Dao Palace, one of the strongest forces in the 10,000 realms, even gave a direct order for the other divisions to make every effort to find Qin Xian's whereabouts. At the same time, in the southern region of the Heavenly Desolate Continent, on that cool windy mountain peak, after Qin Xian heard that his deeds had been notified by the 10,000 realms, he landed his gaze on the 3 drops of Divine Origin Liquid and the Divine Grade technique known as the Swift Ancient Green Dragon Decree. After casually scanning the area, he directly activated the external plugin and returned 10,000 times to the 3 drops of Divine Origin Liquid and that Divine Grade technique. Ding! 3 drops of Divine Origin Liquid 10,000 times the number of drops returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 30,000 drops of Divine Origin Liquid. Ding! The return of 10,000 times the quality of a Divine Rank technique has been successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Heavenly Dao Ranked Body Refining Technique. Tai Ruin Ancestral Dragon Determination. Buzz! As the system tone of 10,000 times successful return fell, 30,000 drops of Divine Origin Liquid and an even more profound Heavenly Dao level technique appeared in the system space. With this technique and 30,000 drops of Divine Origin Liquid, I don't have to worry about anything on top of body refining for the time being. Murmuring to himself, Qin Xian then withdrew his gaze from the system space. This technique and Divine Origin Liquid would have to wait for a long time before he could use them. Right now what he wanted to do was to utilize this opportunity to leave the clan and raise his cultivation to the 9th level of foundation establishment in one go. With an intention in mind, he once again sat down on his knees in place, and by directly operating the Taixuan sword scripture, he began to frantically refine and absorb the tens of billions of spirit stones within the system space. buzz off. After breaking through the foundation establishment stage, the speed at which he refined and absorbed spirit stones rose by tens of times, and it was with this horrifying absorption that the heaven and earth spirit chi in those tens of billions of spirit stones surged madly into his dantian as if it were a flood. However, because of the special nature of his physique, the resources he needed for each realm were more than 10,000 times that of a heavenly pride of the same level. So even though his refining speed had increased by dozens of times, he hadn't seen his cultivation appear to instantly skyrocket. However, although his cultivation didn't instantly skyrocket, he was able to break through a minor realm every quarter of an hour. That speed does seem mediocre on him, even a little slow. But if this breakthrough speed was placed on other people, it would simply be a miracle. Knowing that the record for the fastest breakthrough from Foundation Establishment 1 to Foundation Establishment 9 in the Sky Wasteland continent was 1 month, and here in Qin Xian's place, it only took more than an hour to do it. What is this not a miracle? While Qin Xian was immersed in cultivation and trying to break through, Xiao Fan was the one who had completely broken the great defense. As a matter of fact, he had already arrived when Qin Xian was transiting the 6th heavenly tribulation, and had thought that he would wait until Qin Xian was seriously injured by the heavenly tribulation, then he would make a sneak attack, and then easily finish Qin Xian off. However, he could not have imagined that Qin Xian had actually pulled out a top-tier immortal weapon with his hands, and what was even more unbelievable to him was that Qin Xian, who was at the chi refining stage of the district, was actually able to easily manage this top-tier immortal weapon without being revolted. It should be known that immortal weapons have spirits. The more powerful the immortal weapon, the more arrogant its spirit is, and anyone who tries to forcefully use it will be revolted, unless the immortal weapon has already recognized its owner. But how could a top immortal weapon recognize a mole cricket in the chi refining stage as its master? He thought about the biggest possibility that Qin Xian was reborn as a superpower just like him, and that the top-grade immortal sword was Qin Xian's once original weapon, and that was the only way to explain it. After all, he also had a top-tier immortal weapon in his body. He just had to wait until he broke through to the Foundation Establishment stage before he could summon it out. If Qin Xian was merely a strong reborn like him, then he had 90% certainty that he would finish him off. But what made him feel desperate was that Qin Xian was able to break the limit of chi refining and ascend to the legendary 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, in which case even if he broke through to the Foundation Establishment stage, he would still not have any certainty of defeating the other party. Damn it, right now I'm not even at the Foundation Establishment stage. He has the first physique of the heavens. His battle prowess is extraordinary. I can't beat him even if I use my secret techniques, and trying to easily retrieve that half of the Karma Chakra fragment is no longer possible. Now I can only hurry to fetch the 1,000-year soul vine and the 1,000-year earth's heart milk, and wait until I break through the Foundation Establishment stage before I go to that place to unseal that one fierce demon, and then let that fierce demon come and help me deal with him. After coldly glancing at Qin Xian from a distance of a few thousand meters, Xiao Fan immediately executed his body technique and sped straight towards the direction of the heavenly broken mountain range. On the other hand, after more than an hour of cultivation, Qin Xian had refined billions of inferior spirit stones before raising his cultivation to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. After reaching this realm, he would need to spend a little time accumulating his reserves, waiting for his soul and physique to reach the foundation building limit before he could continue to break through to the Jindan stage. Now that I don't have to worry about the body refining aspect, all I have to do is to search for a soul-type cultivation technique as soon as possible, as well as search for a large number of heavenly materials and treasures that can enhance my soul power. After completely stabilizing his cultivation, Qin Xian stopped cultivating as he collected the Holy Rank formation disc next to him while planning in his mind. In fact, according to the Taixuan sword sect's regulations, after an outer disciple broke through the Foundation Establishment stage, he would be qualified to go to the sect's scripture pavilion to pick a technique or a martial art. However, his breakthrough to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment after only 2 days of joining the sect was really a bit appalling, and once the word got out, there would definitely be quite a number of people who would be watching him in the shadows every now and then. This would not be so easy for him to cultivate in peace, so soul-type cultivation techniques he still had to figure out on his own, and the easiest way to do that was to go and buy them in the Outer Gate Workshop. Let's go to the heaven-breaking mountain range to find a sword spirit grass to complete the mandatory quest and then return to the sect. With a plan in mind, Qin Xian directly summoned the sky-splitting sword before flying off with his sword in the direction of the Skybreak mountain range. Chapter 11, Beheading the Sacred Sect Sequential Heavenly Pride, Obtaining a Massive Amount of Advanced Resources. Meanwhile, at the core of the Skybreak mountain range, a green-clothed woman with a veil on her face and a 3-foot-long sword in her hand was fighting with a black-clothed young man with a ghost mask on his face and a long spear in his hand. Boom boom boom. Where they fought, mountains shattered and the earth collapsed, and even quite a few powerful demonic beasts at the divine separation stage were shaken alive by the aftershocks of their battle. As for the Jindan stage, Yuaning stage, and out-of-body stage demonic beasts, they were even more dead or injured, and it was no exaggeration to say that their battle was an incomparably terrifying natural disaster for the entire heavenly broken mountain range. And Miaohan, you and I both possess an emperor-level physique, but your cultivation is 2 small realms lower than mine, so you won't have any chance of winning if we keep fighting. Be sensible and obediently hand over those 3 enlightenment tea leaves and the Red Lotus Sword Saint's inheritance, or else you definitely won't be able to walk out of this heavenly broken mountain range today. A gun shook the green-clothed woman back hundreds of meters, and the black-clothed youth spoke in a cold tone. Yi Qianjia, don't think that I won't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask. This Skybreak mountain range is my Taixuan sword sect's territory. As long as something happens to me, the clan's ancestors will be able to detect it the first time, and at that time you won't be able to return to the Luo Tian sacred sect alive. Hearing the black-clothed youth's threat, the green-clothed woman was not the least bit afraid, and immediately spoke coldly. As long as I don't kill you, your Taixuan sword sect's old ancestor wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Seeing that Miaohan refused to hand over the Sword Saint inheritance and those 3 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves, Yi Qianjin immediately let out a cold laugh, and in the next moment gripped the long spear in his hand, and with a single shot, he fiercely attacked and killed towards the front. On the other hand, it was already sunset in dusk when Qin Shen flew to the Skybreak mountain range with his sword. The sword spirit grass is only a Xian rank spirit grass, and it should be able to be found in the outskirts of the Skybreak mountain range. Glancing at the sky, there was still about an hour or so until darkness. Qin Shen prepared to immediately go and find a sword spirit grass, then find a place in this neighborhood to cultivate for the night, and then return to the sect tomorrow. After having a plan in his mind, he immediately flew into the Skybreak mountain range once again with his sword without hesitation. After flying for several thousand meters in a row, he hadn't even seen a single demonic beast. Then didn't Elder Guyun say that demonic beasts have been riding in the Skybreak mountain range recently? Qin Shen was a bit puzzled in his heart, but he didn't care too much. As he flew, he kept an eye out for the sword spirit grass, and finally, after more than half an hour, he found more than a dozen sword spirit grasses at the edge of a lake. Ho ho ho! Just as he put all the sword spirit grasses into his storage ring and then prepared to leave the Skybreak mountain range with his sword, thousands of furious beast roars were suddenly heard from the distance. Wasn't there even a single demonic beast just now? Hearing the deafening roar of beasts, Qin Shen's entire body froze for a moment. Now that the outside was full of demonic beasts, it was already difficult for him to leave with his sword. Let's find a place to hide first and wait for the dawn before making any plans. After making a decision on the spot, Qin Shen executed his meteor phantom steps to run away while surveying the surroundings and then looking for a place to hide. A dozen breaths later, he arrived at the edge of a cliff, and when he saw that there was actually a natural cavern in the middle of the tens of thousands of meters deep cliff, he didn't hesitate to fly towards that cavern with his sword. It didn't take a while for him to stop in front of the entrance of the cavern with his sword, and then with a gentle step, he arrived in the middle of the cavern. But just as he was about to take back the heaven-slashing sword, there was a sudden terrifying attack coming towards him from behind. This attack was as fast as lightning. Even if he had divine sense warning nowadays, he still didn't have any chance to react, and could only watch that terrifying attack coming towards him. Boom! In the nick of time, the heavenly sword of Chopper's radiance was so great that it automatically protected its master, directly transforming into a flash of white light that sped past Qin Shen's ear. Put! The sound of a body being penetrated by a sharp instrument rang out over the quiet agitation, making one's head tingle to hear it. However, the person whose body was penetrated was not Qin Shen, but the one who sneaked up behind him. How is this possible? You're only at a mere foundation stage. How could you have such a terrifying weapon guarding you? Shocked, unwilling voices came from the darkness. When Qin Shen looked back, he saw a black-clothed man covered in blood, who was currently being pierced through the heart by a single stroke of the heaven-slashing sword, looking at him in disbelief. But before he could speak, the man in black swallowed his breath on the spot with endless unwillingness, and even when his soul tried to escape, it was shattered by the heaven-slashing sword. How the hell is this? Looking at the dead beyond death black-clothed youth in front of him, Qin Shen's entire body was dumbfounded. Judging from the fact that this black-clothed youth had just struck out at himself without having the power to react halfway, this youth's cultivation was at least above the 9th level of the divine separation stage, and to possess such a powerful cultivation at such a young age, this black-clothed youth must be the key cultivation object of some great sect. Now that this black-clothed youth wanted to kill him but was countered by his heaven-slashing sword, if the forces behind this black-clothed youth knew about today's situation, those people would 100% not let him go. I also don't know if this fellow has that kind of means on him that can teleport the death image back. If he does, then I'll be in some trouble. Qin Shen murmured to himself contemplatively. Honestly, he had only just stepped onto the path of cultivation, and with his current strength, he would not be able to fight against the strong man behind this black-clothed youth. But he wasn't completely without a way to deal with it. If he was really discovered by the forces behind this black-clothed youth, the big deal was that he took the initiative to withdraw from the Taixuan sword sect, and then used the advanced disguise technique to become a casual cultivator. And when his cultivation was strong, then he would go and destroy the forces behind this black-clothed youth. Thinking of this, he stepped over and lifted his hand to pull out the heavenly sword from the chest of the black-clothed youth, and incidentally took away the black-clothed youth's storage ring and the black lance as well. After determining that there wasn't a single valuable treasure left on this black-clothed youth, he directly dropped the black-clothed youth's corpse through the cave entrance. There were countless demonic beasts roaring under the 10,000-foot cliff, and I believe that without waiting until dawn, this black-clothed youth would definitely have no bones left. Only after doing so did he take out that Saint-grade formation disc to activate the defense isolation formation, and then he began to investigate the storage ring. Because of the black-clothed youth's fall, the divine thoughts on this storage ring completely dissipated, so he could easily see what was inside. First of all, this storage ring, the grade reached the middle grade level of the Saint stage, and the space within it was immense, able to fit a large city. Then there was this storage ring. The millions of spirit stones piled up were all top-grade spirit stones, and even the heavenly rank spirit veins had 3 of them. In the heavenly wasteland continent, spirit stone grades were divided into lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade, and the exchange ratio between the corresponding 2 grades was 1 to 10. The higher the grade, the more powerful the heaven and earth spiritual chi contained in the spirit stone would be, and the easier it would be to absorb. If 2 geniuses with the same talent were put together to make a comparison, one grew up cultivating with top-grade spirit stones and the other just cultivated with lower-grade spirit stones, that one who cultivated with a top-grade spirit stone would definitely break through faster, and his battle power would be quite a bit stronger than that one who cultivated with a lower-grade spirit stone. Of course, this was only for the vast majority of people. For Qin Qian, who had a 100,000 meter Dantian space range monster at the chi refining stage, then he could completely ignore what grade of spirit stones to use. Even if you use immortal crystals to cultivate, so what? As long as the range of the Dantian is not as wide as his, then the spiritual energy installed is not as much as his. He can all use the quantity to absolutely crush. Moreover, now that he had obtained advanced cultivation resources, he could naturally replace the spiritual energy within his Dantian with more advanced spiritual energy at any time. As for spirit veins, they were even more precious cultivation resources than spirit stones. It was graded just like any other treasure. From low to high it could be categorized into yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Holy, Quasi-Emperor, and Great Emperor. Each major grade is similarly divided into upper, middle and lower 3 minor grades. With the higher the grade the more valuable it is. On the heavenly wasteland continent, ordinary people basically can only use spirit stones to cultivate for the rest of their lives, and only those who have the backing of a great power, and the talent of a powerful pride, or a person with a high level of cultivation, are qualified to cultivate with a spirit vein. And the fact that this black-clothed youth was able to carry 3 heavenly grade spirit veins with him was enough to prove his demonic nature and the terror of the forces behind him. In the storage ring, besides these millions of top-grade spirit stones and 3 heaven-stage spirit veins, there were also some precious heavenly materials, 3 Gongfu martial arts, a yellowed beast skin map, and other miscellaneous means of preserving one's life. Qin Qian didn't have the energy to explore one piece at a time, and with a backhanded activation of the plugin, he performed a 10,000-fold quality return on that Saint-grade medium storage ring. Chapter 12, No Enemy Under the Mahayana Stage? The True Secret of the Little Cauldron. Ding! The Holy Rank Middle Grade Storage Ring 10,000 times its quality has been returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining a Quasi-Emperor rank lower grade storage ring. As the system broadcast sounded, the original black storage ring turned into a brand new gray color, and Qin Qian hurriedly probed its inner space with his divine mind. This did not matter if he did not look at it, but he was a little shocked when he looked at it. The range of space inside this Quasi-Emperor rank storage ring was simply frighteningly large. It was no exaggeration to say that if this space was placed outside, he wouldn't even be able to fly out of such a large area in a day's worth of imperial sword flight. After unhesitatingly recognizing this gray storage ring with a drop of blood, Qin Qian returned the millions of top-grade spirit stones and the 3 heavenly grade spirit veins in 10,000 times the amount. He soon obtained tens of billions of top-grade spirit stones and 30,000 heaven-ranked spirit veins, but they were all stored in his system space. With these top-grade spirit stones and heavenly-grade spirit veins, naturally I won't be able to use lower-grade spirit stones for my future cultivation. But how am I supposed to spend these 40 billion or so lower-grade spirit stones? Looking at the more than 40 billion inferior spirit stones piled up in the system space, Qin Qian could not have imagined that he would actually be worried about not being able to spend all of his money one day. Then keep it for now. and when we come across an auction or something in the future, we'll directly use it up. Smiling and withdrawing his divine thoughts, Qin Xian began to inspect those heavenly materials and those 3 feats and martial arts. Undoubtedly, the lowest level of these heavenly materials and geomantic treasures were all of the heavenly rank, with one of them even reaching the holy rank lower grade, while the 3 techniques and martial arts all reached the holy rank middle grade level. Without any hesitation, regardless of his usefulness and uselessness, all heavenly materials and geomantic treasures are returned 10,000 times in quantity, and all feats and martial arts are returned 10,000 times in quality. Soon, there were hundreds of thousands of more saint-ranked precious medicines in his system space, as well as a quasi-emperor-ranked lower-grade technique and 2 quasi-emperor-ranked martial arts. Without bothering to take a closer look at the specific efficacy of those hundreds of thousands of precious medicines, Qin Xian firstly landed his gaze on the quasi-emperor-ranked techniques and martial skills. That technique was called the 9-turn Xian Yuan Gong, a water attribute cultivation technique that was 100 times more powerful than the Taixuan sword scripture he was currently cultivating. If I were anyone else, even if I obtained this quasi-emperor ranked technique, I would have to spend at least a few years to make the switch, but I have the Void Avenue body, so I can change my cultivation technique at any time. Holding the 9-turn Xian Yuan technique in his hands, Qin Xian murmured to himself before he directly sat down on his knees and unleashed his god-level enlightenment, and he began to comprehend it. After spending nearly half an hour, he had comprehended this quasi-emperor rank technique to the consummate realm. Buzz, the gong method had just been enunciated to perfection, so he tried to run it, and as expected, there was no obstruction, and the gong method ran smoothly. This was naturally attributable to the fact that his Void Avenue body was able to accommodate all attributes of heaven and earth auras in the world, which meant that no matter what technique he cultivated, the spiritual energy within his dantian was all-powerful and adaptable. Stopping the cultivation of his gongfu, he set his gaze on the 2 quasi-emperor ranked martial arts once again. The 2 martial arts, one was a fist technique called the Swire Green Dragon Fist and the other was a gun technique called the Swire Demon Punishing Gun. It was worth mentioning that the feats, martial arts or weapons that had gone through the system's 10,000-fold quality return, regardless of their appearance or content, had very little to do with the ones before they were returned, and were completely brand new. That is to say that Qin Xian could now safely and boldly cultivate this quasi-imperial rank technique and martial skill, even if he used it in front of the people of the clan behind that black-clothed youth afterward. Those people wouldn't have any reaction. The power of the Swire Green Dragon Fist and the Swire Demon Punishing Lance were 100 times more powerful than the saint-ranked martial skill he was currently using, the 4 Elephant Sword Codex, and it was only natural for Qin Xian to cultivate all of them through and through. But this time around, you can't be in such a hurry as you were when you first cultivated a saint-rank martial skill. Qin Xian admonished himself in his mind. The last time he had epiphanized 2 saint-rank martial arts to perfection in one breath with his chi refining stage cultivation, it directly caused him to almost faint. Now that he had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, when faced with 2 quasi-emperor realm martial skills, if his talents were in full swing, he would only need less than an hour to comprehend them all. However, he didn't want to be generous, so it took him a full 2 hours to cultivate the 2 quasi-emperor ranked martial arts to perfection. Stopping his cultivation of martial arts, Qin Xian restored his divine soul for a moment before continuing to explore the yellowed beast skin map in his storage ring. According to his experience of reading novels in his previous life, the place recorded on the animal skin map was either the location of a certain relic, or the sealing place of a certain treasure, or the place where a certain extremely precious heavenly material grew. In either of the above cases, he was interested in walking up the southern endless sea. Let's explore it after we break through the Jindan stage, or the Yuan-Ing stage. After memorizing the locations marked on the map, Qin Xian threw the beast skin map back into his storage ring. Finally, he landed his gaze on the dozen or so pieces of talisman paper in front of him that emitted a powerful aura. They were the air-breaking talisman that could break the space blockade, the teleportation talisman that could instantly teleport 1,000 miles, the attack talisman that could bring out the full force of a Mahayana stage strike, and the defense talisman that could resist a single Mahayana stage attack. Among them, the number of air-breaking talismans was the least, only 2, while the number of teleportation talismans, attack talismans and defense talismans was relatively large, each with 5 each. I've earned a lot this time. After knowing the purpose of these talisman papers, Qin Xian was inwardly thrilled. Without any hesitation, he activated the plugin and directly returned these talismans in 10,000 times the amount. Soon, there were more than 100,000 pieces of talisman paper in the system space. 20,000 pieces of air-breaking talismans and 50,000 pieces of each of the other 3 types of talisman paper. There are so many powerful talisman paper in his body, as long as it is not too wave, that under the Mahayana stage he will have no enemy again. Encountering the enemy directly, a Mahayana attack talisman flung over, to see who can block. In order to avoid a situation like today, where he had no chance to react at all to a sneak attack by the black-clothed youth, he took out several defensive talismans and directly affixed them within his clothes. After doing so, he looked at the few remaining weapons in his storage ring, all of which were of heavenly rank quality, and he directly came up with a 10,000-fold quantity return, obtaining tens of thousands of saint rank weapons that he could keep for the heaven-slashing sword to devour as rations. In addition to the above harvest, Qin Xian also found a purple token with the word Luo Tian engraved on the front of the token and the word sequence engraved on the reverse, which was obviously the identity token of the black-clothed youth. And there was only one great sect in this southern region that had the name of Luo Tian, an overlord that had a worldly grudge against the Taixuan sword sect, the Luo Tian sacred sect. Unsurprisingly, that black-clothed youth was the sequential heavenly pride of the Luo Tian sacred sect. This unintentional killing of a rival force's sequential heavenly pride by me can be considered a great contribution to the sect, right? Qin Xian muttered to himself. Killing a super heavenly pride was tantamount to getting rid of a future enemy for the Taixuan sword sect, and it was also a way of barely repaying the kindness of Jiang Taixuan, the third oldest ancestor of the Taixuan sword sect, who had given him the opportunity to step onto the cultivation path. Even if things were to be revealed in the future, he would be able to withdraw from the Taixuan sword sect without the burden, and then cultivate on his own until he destroyed the Luo Tian sacred sect. However, the situation was unknown now, and he wasn't sure if the black-clothed youth had transmitted the death image back to the Luo Tian sacred sect. Therefore, he still followed his original plan to find a chance to leave the heavenly break mountain range when it was dawn, and then return to the Taixuan sword sect. Seeing that there were still several hours left before dawn, Qin Xian thought about it and didn't bother to use the divine origin liquid rewarded by the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking and then cultivate that heavenly Tao grade technique, the Tai Ruin's ancestral dragon determination. Instead, with a movement of his divine mind, he took out the small black tripod and the half-copper mirror fragment that he had obtained in the Taixuan sword sect's outer gate workshop. Buzz! The little tripod had just been summoned out when a mysterious and old voice rang out in his mind. The cauldron of all things, swallowing heaven, swallowing and refining all things, feeding several bodies, refining the heavens and the earth, refining the 10,000 ages, swallowing the immortals and the gods, swallowing the 10,000 paths. Chapter 13. Its strength skyrocketed by hundreds of thousands of pounds. Introduction to the Tai Ruin's ancestral dragon decree. The 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron? Hearing the mysterious voice in his mind, Qin Xian muttered with a bland expression. In the next moment, he casually took out a saint-rank spirit sword from the system space, and then violently stabbed the sword towards that small black tripod. Buzz! The moment the spirit sword came into contact with the small black cauldron, the cauldron suddenly grew in size and swallowed the saint-rank spirit sword in one go. And almost the instant the spirit sword was just swallowed, a white light flew out of the small tripod and then didn't enter his body. Immediately afterward, something that shocked Qin Xian happened, only to see that after the pure power transformed by that white light entered his body, it didn't even need to be absorbed and refined by him. That power was automatically transformed into a part of his power. Good stuff. Although my Void Avenue body absorbs and refines heaven and earth aura at a speed unmatched by anyone, as my realm rises, the resources I need for breakthroughs will become more and more numerous, and the time it takes for refining and absorbing the aura at that time will also become longer and longer. And with this 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron, I can instantly refine as many resources as I want to use to increase my strength, and I no longer have to worry about the time it takes to refine resources being too long, thus affecting my rapid growth. After knowing the heaven-defying effects of the small black tripod, Qin Xian laughed out in excitement. With the plug-in of 10,000 times return of resources plus the instant refining of this 10,000 things swallowing heavenly cauldron, he could definitely grow up in a very short period of time. And then the sky was high and the sea was wide, wherever he could go, and 10,000 years of longevity was at his fingertips. The role of the small tripod is so powerful, as an existence on the same level as this small tripod. This copper mirror fragment is not simple to think about either. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Qin Xian temporarily withdrew the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron back to his dantian, and then dropped his gaze onto the half-copper mirror fragment, a fragment of the Wheel of Karma, containing the rules of the Great Tao of Karma, which can independently obscure the mysteries of the heavens, so that no one is allowed to pry into it. And by sacrificing one's own life or the life of another person, one can tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck, and is better able to project one's chances. Just like the all-swallowing heavenly cauldron, a mysterious voice resounded in Qin Xian's mind almost as soon as his thoughts touched the half-copper mirror fragment. Not bad, not bad. Just now I was afraid that growing too fast would cause the prying eyes and hostility of some terrifying existences, but with this karma wheel covering the heavenly chances for me, I will be able to grow with impunity, and no one will be able to speculate on my existence. And this karma wheel can actually tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck. It can also project chance. In the future, if I am short of any type of resources, I can directly grab a few enemies and sacrifice them away to project them. This is undoubtedly another unreasonable super plugin. Learning about the horror of the karma wheel, Qin Qian's just suppressed smile surfaced once again. It is said that people are happy when they are happy, and the chances he has encountered over the past 2 days are something that no one else can encounter in 10 lifetimes. If he didn't have a good enough mindset and had seen enough, at this moment, he was afraid that he would have fainted with joy. Before returning to Taixuan Sword Sect tomorrow, let's catch a little bit of demonic beasts to sacrifice and project whether there's any danger in going back this time. After quickly suppressing the excitement in his heart, Qin Qian began to plan, killing that black-clothed youth, before the situation was unknown, taking one step at a time, ready to run. But now that there was such a heaven-defying plugin in place, he definitely had to use it to find out the extent of the danger of going back this time. If it's a great evil, then he'll just run away and not go back. After retrieving the causal chakra fragment back into his dantian, he began to refer to the heavenly Tao grade body refining technique in his mind, the Tai Ruin's ancestral dragon determination, while throwing dozens of drops of divine origin liquid into the 10,000 things swallowing heavenly cauldron for refining. Boom boom boom. Even though the divine origin liquid was of a very high grade, it was still easily and instantly refined by the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron. Then 10 channels of pure power containing terrifying might directly disappeared into his body. In the next moment, these forces transformed into endless nutrients, directly causing his Void Avenue body to start growing at a rapid pace. And with the rapid growth of the Void Avenue body, his physical strength followed suit and skyrocketed. 135,000 pounds, 140,000 pounds, 150,000 pounds, 160,000 pounds. Almost every quarter of an hour, his strength would skyrocket by 10,000 pounds. It went on like this for more than 3 full hours, and he had grown a total of 268,000 kilograms of strength. Adding the 132,000 pounds from before, he now had a terrifying 400,000 pounds of physical strength alone. With one punch, a Yuaning stage powerhouse coming would be left with no bones left. An out-of-body stage powerhouse coming would be killed by 2 punches, and it was estimated that only a divine separation stage powerhouse would be able to carry his fists. Of course, when it came to a real fight, the Yuaning stage and out-of-body stage powerhouses would definitely have cards and wouldn't stand and give him a fight. But no matter what, right now he could whack any Yuaning stage with brute force alone, and that's still a punch kind of thing. When his strength reached 400,000 pounds, he could feel that he had already reached the foundation establishment stage limit, while the 10 drops of pure power made from the divine origin liquid had only been absorbed in 7 drops. With the remaining 3 drops, it would be impossible to absorb any more if they were to rely on the Void Avenue body alone. Luckily, I've already comprehended the Tai Ruin's ancestral dragon determination to the introductory realm, so I can use this heavenly Tao level technique to once again temper my fleshly body and enhance my strength. Muttering to himself, Qin Qian directly operated his gong method, channeling the power of the remaining 3 drops of divine origin liquid to quench his meridians, bones, and every cell in his entire body. And this Tai Ruin's ancestral dragon decree was worthy of being a heaven's path level technique that surpassed the divine level, and in just dozens of breaths, it guided the power to quench his entire body, which was also known as a great circumference. And after this first round of tempering, Qin Qian could clearly feel that the limit he had just reached had been pulled upwards by quite a bit, and he could continue to absorb the divine origin liquid to enhance his physical strength again. As this cycle repeated, after the Tai Ruin's ancestral dragon decree had helped him quench for 981 great circumference days, the power of the remaining 3 drops of divine origin liquid was all absorbed by him, and his physical strength at this moment had reached a terrifying 500,000 pounds. But even so, he still hadn't perceived the limit, which meant that he could continue to absorb the divine origin liquid to raise his power during the foundation establishment stage. It's worthy of being a profound technique that I could only comprehend for 3 hours to get started. Not only did it allow my fleshly body to be greatly tempered, but it also directly pulled up my upper limit at the foundation establishment stage, which made my base even more terrifying. It's very difficult for other geniuses to fight over levels in the back, but if I accumulate such depth in every realm, fighting over levels in the future will still be as simple as drinking water. Feeling the terrifying power within his body that could crush mountains and rivers, Qin Qian was filled with confidence for the future. glancing at the sky outside. It was already bright at the moment, and after cultivating for so long, he wanted to move his muscles. He then stopped cultivating after he put the all-thing-swallowing heavenly cauldron into his dantian. Almost forgot, there's a saint rank mid-grade lance here. Just as he stood up from the ground, Qin Xian noticed the black lance that he had obtained from the black-clothed youth not far away. Without any hesitation, he directly returned the gun for 10,000 times its mass. Ding! The holy rank middle grade lance returned 10,000 times its mass successfully. Congratulations on obtaining a quasi-emperor rank lower grade black dragon lance. As the system prompt fell, a black and red lance emitting a black ghostly light with a divine dragon hovering above its body appeared in front of him. The moment the black dragon gun appeared, a terrifying aura of a quasi-emperor swept out, and it was about to charge into the sky, triggering anomalies in the heavens and the earth. But at the critical moment, it was slapped away by Qin Xian with the heaven-slashing sword. Do you know how to keep a low profile? You're just a mere quasi-emperor artifact. Do you still want to attract strong people? Qin Xian scolded in a stern voice. Buzz! The sky-splitting sword trembled a bit from the side, expressing great approval. Big Brother has something on him that even surpasses immortal weapons. What are you fooling around with the most trashy quasi-emperor weapon? The black dragon gun seemed to understand the meaning of the heavenly sword, immediately converging all the sharpness, obediently running into Qin Xian's hands, begging to recognize the master. The child is teachable. Satisfied, Qin Xian grabbed the black dragon gun with one hand and then dropped a drop of essence blood on top of the gun, quickly completing the recognition. After storing the sacred rank formation disc and the black dragon gun into his storage ring together, he stepped on the heavenly sword and flew towards the outside of the cavern with his imperial sword. Chapter 14 An out-of-body stage demon king, seriously injured mysterious woman. After flying out of the cavern, the sky outside was clear, so Qin Xian directly flew back to the lake where he found the sword spirit grass yesterday with his sword. Roar! As soon as he arrived, dozens of Jindan stage earth berserkers that were drinking water mood and charged towards him. It just so happens that I need to sacrifice my lifespan to project good fortune, and you guys rushing up here on your own saves me the trouble of searching for it. Looking at the group of red-eyed earth berserkers rushing towards him, Qin Xian let out a loud laugh. In the next moment, he directly performed the meteor phantom steps and rushed into the middle of the herd, not even needing to perform a quasi-emperor ranked fist technique. As he casually swung his hand, dozens of earth berserk bulls were directly reduced to a bloody mist by him, with not even a crumb of bone left. Can't even withstand 30% of my power. It seems I'm overestimating you guys. Shaking his head and laughing lightly, he once again collected 20% of his power and punched with only 10% of his power. Boom! Loud crashing sounds rang out, and the dozen or so earth berserkers were all seriously injured and dying under his punch. After punching all of the remaining earth berserkers with another punch, Qin Xian hurriedly activated the karma chakra fragment within his body to quickly absorb the lifespan of these earth berserkers. Soon, all of the earth berserkers were drained of their longevity and all died on the spot. Projecting whether it's bad or good for me to return to the Taixuan sword sect after killing that black-clothed youth? Seeing all the earth berserkers die, Qin Xian immediately commanded the causal chakra in his mind. Buzz! Upon hearing his command, the rules of the great Tao on the wheel of causes and fates moved slightly, and two words soon appeared in his mind. Daikichi. Seeing this projection result, Qin Xian inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to be that the black-clothed youth had not transmitted the death image back to the Luo Tian sacred sect, so there would not be any danger for him to return to the sect this time. On the contrary, he might even have unexpected gains. It's still early anyway, so why don't we hunt some more demonic beasts for the karma wheel to build up its lifespan, and then use it when we need it. Upon discovering that the karma wheel could actually accumulate lifespans, Qin Xian immediately had a plan in mind. He was only at the foundation establishment stage now, so he couldn't do it yet, and even if he could, he didn't want to give up his eating habit. So take advantage of the present to go and kill some more demonic beast meat. As long as the meat will be tuned in the system space will not deteriorate. When you want to eat directly, take out the grill on the line. As for the issue of fire source, ordinary people can drill wood to make fire, and he, a foundation establishment stage cultivator, can generate flames with a casual stroke of his sword into the ground, so there is no need to worry about this at all. After casually storing the dozens of earth berserk bull corpses in front of him into the system space, he was ready to leave this place to look for other demonic beasts. But he had only just turned around when a group of Yuaning stage giant turtles suddenly flew out of the lake behind him, and without saying a word, they began to sneak attack him from behind. Good coming! Seeing this scene, Qin Xian laughed openly. and the next moment he exerted 70% of his power, and punch after punch was slammed fiercely towards those giant tortoises. Roar! Even though these giant tortoises had amazing defense and were all at the Yuaning stage, this couldn't stop his ferocious fist attack. With just one punch, the turtle shells on these giant turtles would directly shatter, and then they would die as his lifespan was sucked dry by the karma wheel that he had activated. After finishing off all 24 giant tortoises, he didn't rush to collect the giant tortoise corpses. It was because he sensed a powerful aura was coming from the bottom of the lake at an extremely fast speed. Boom! A few breaths later, only a loud bang was heard, and the lake in front of him suddenly stirred up a huge wave dozens of meters high. In the next moment, a huge, ugly-looking black giant turtle that was huge in size, but exuded a terrifying killing intent all over its body appeared in front of him. How is this possible? How could you, a foundation stage mole cricket, have the strength to kill those 24 Yuaning stages under my hand? The black giant tortoise had thought that the person causing trouble here was at least as strong as him, at the 5th or 6th level of the outbreeding stage. However, when he scanned the circle, he only found Qin Xian, who was merely at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, which caused his already small brain to go down in a flash. The foundation establishment stage can still kill you. Seeing the contempt in the black giant turtle's eyes, Qin Xian said with a calm expression. In the next moment, he directly summoned the black dragon lance, then raised his hand and struck with the Taiku demon execution lance. Rumble! The terrifying quasi-emperor weapon carried a sharp spear intent and directly attacked towards the giant turtle's head. Are you crazy, or is this king not strong enough to be obvious? How did you, a foundation stage mole cricket, have the courage to take a shot at this king? When he heard Qin Xian's confident words, and then saw that Qin Xian had actually made a move against him, a strong outbreathing stage person, with his foundation establishment stage cultivation, the black giant tortoise was directly exasperated and laughed. In the next moment, he directly slapped out violently, intent on slapping this arrogant human ant to death. Boom! A huge roar slammed out, and dozens of 100-meter waves were once again stirred up on the lake. When the giant wave fell and everything returned to calm, one could see that the black dragon lance in Qin Xian's hand had pierced through the giant turtle's forepaw and into its heart. Quasi-emperor artifact. How could the lance in your hand be a quasi-emperor artifact? The black giant turtle looked incredulously at the black dragon lance that pierced through his heart. He had just used his full strength in that strike and had not taken it lightly, but he had never counted on the fact that the black dragon lance in Qin Xian's hand would be a quasi-emperor artifact. In front of the quasi-emperor artifact, his proud defense was as good as paper mache. What difference was there between this and an ordinary person catching a white blade with his empty hand? I said that killing you, the foundation establishment stage, is enough. With a calm expression, Qin Xian immediately activated the wheel of causes and fruits to start crazily harvesting the black giant tortoise's lifespan. Damn it, even if this king dies, he will pull you along with him. Sensing that the vitality in his body was frantically draining away, the black giant tortoise did not hesitate to choose aura reversal, preparing to detonate the demonic Dan for self-explosion. You don't have a chance. As the black giant tortoise was preparing to reverse the spiritual energy in its body, Qin Xian directly summoned the heaven-slashing sword. Then with a single stroke, he chopped off the head of the black giant tortoise, shattering it along with the demon soul. To his death, the black giant tortoise could not have imagined that he, a small demon king of the outbreathing stage, would be planted in the hands of a small cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. After harvesting this group of giant tortoises with long lifespans, the lifespans on the karma wheel had accumulated to tens of thousands of years. That's enough for now. After casually collecting all the giant tortoise corpses, he turned around with his black dragon gun and flew his sword towards the outside of the Skybreak mountain range. After half an hour of flying, during which he killed some more demonic beasts that blocked his way, he finally flew out of the Skybreak mountain range. Seen your brother up there. I was seriously injured while exploring the ruins. Could you please give me a ride? I am willing to pay an Earth-rank spirit vein as payment. Not long after Qin Xian flew out of the Skybreak mountain range, a faint cry for help was what reached his ears. Following the source of the voice, he caught a glimpse of a blood-covered, wretched-looking woman below who was holding onto a tree and weakly pleading towards him for help. Looking at the small sword logo on the other party's clothes, he was a disciple of the Taixuan sword sect just like him, but the other party's small sword logo was golden, which indicated that the other party had an unrivaled status in the Taixuan sword sect. For saving people this kind of thing, Qin Xian generally does not choose to get involved. After all, this is a weak and strong Xianyi world. Good intentions to help but be counted in framed examples abound, although it is not a great way to be alone, but in this environment where old sixes are everywhere, it is also the best way to preserve oneself. However, seeing that the other party was a fellow senior sister and a core heavenly pride of the sect, he spoke politely and didn't make things difficult for him, an outer disciple, based on his status, and was also willing to pay an Earth-ranked spirit vein as a reward. After thinking about it, he still is decided to help the woman. Anyway, it's just a ride for her on the way. so she won't lose anything herself. The imperial sword flew directly to the woman. Qin Xian did not say anything, walked over and reached out to help the woman. Thank you, senior brother. The blood-covered woman saw Qin Xian arrive and smiled miserably at him before directly fainting in his arms. Qin Xian, what about the promise of just a ride? Chapter 15, Goddess in Myohan. Immortal Emperor Xiao Fan's calculations. Sensing that the woman's vitality was rapidly draining away, she was at risk of falling at any moment. There was no other way. In order to protect the woman's heart chakra, Qin Xian could only press his hand on her chest, and then channeled his energy to frantically deliver spiritual energy to her. Some trouble. After channeling a large amount of spiritual energy and seeing that the woman still didn't show any signs of awakening, Qin Xian's stretched brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Without any hesitation, he used his energy to protect the woman's heart chakra while at the same time, he flew his sword at breakneck speed towards where the Taixuan sword sect was located. In his haste to get there, he flew so fast that several times during that time his hand descended from his heart and touched places he shouldn't have. But now it was a time when human life was at stake. He didn't care if he touched it or not. He directly just urged the heaven-slashing sword with all his might and sped through the air. The original 3 or 4 hour road was hard for him to fly through in just over an hour. When he came to a distance of more than 10,000 meters from the mountain gate of the Taixuan sword sect, in order not to reveal the fact that he had broken through the 9th level of foundation establishment in 2 days, he could only land and let the system mask his cultivation. After casually storing the sky-splitting sword into his dantian, he was secretly channeling spiritual energy to the woman to protect her heart veins while carrying her in his arms as he flew towards the mountain gate. Senior Sister Holy Maiden is seriously injured and is in urgent need of medical attention. Please quickly notify the sect elders to come. While running, he also opened his mouth loudly towards the distant mountain guard disciples. Those disciples, seeing that he was just a new outer disciple, subconsciously didn't believe that someone like him could come into contact with the clan's high and mighty Holy Maiden. However, when Qin Xian revealed the small golden sword logo on the woman's clothes, those mountain guarding disciples were instantly shocked and their faces changed drastically. Protect the Holy Maiden properly. I'll send a message to the elders. The Jindan stage disciple in the lead didn't dare to make any delays and directly took out his jade order and sent a message to the inner sect elders. Boom boom boom. It didn't take a while for dozens of incomparably terrifying auras within the sect to speed towards the mountain gate. A dozen or so breaths later, Patriarch Lin Wushuang appeared in front of the crowd with a group of clan executives. It's Divine Maiden in Myohan. Quickly send a message to her master, Empress Taiching, and prepare the best quasi-emperor ranked healing pills. The others will join me in making a move to stop the Divine Maiden's vitality from flowing out. When they saw clearly the appearance of the woman in Qin Xian's arms, Patriarch Lin Wushuang and a group of senior officials were all nonplussed. The Divine Maiden was 100% capable of breaking through to the Great Emperor realm in the future, and this was the clan's future reserves and high-end combat power. At this moment, seeing that she had suffered such a serious injury, all of the higher-ups were naturally overwhelmed with heartache, and after handing in Myohan over to a charming female elder, Qin Xian took advantage of the crowd's inattention and secretly left from the scene. After returning to the outer sect's Xian Tian Peak, the first thing he did was to take off the clothes on his body that were stained with Myohan's blood, and then wash his hands clean of the blood with clean water. After doing so, he changed into a clean and tidy outer disciple's attire before leaving the wooden hut and going to find that hunchbacked old man Gu Yun to submit the task of searching for the sword spirit grass. You actually came back alive from the Skybreak mountain range? When he saw Qin Xian again, shock was written all over Gu Yun's old face. After all, the sword spirit grass could only be found tens of thousands of meters deeper into the Skybreak mountain range, and in the last half a year, the demonic beasts in the Skybreak mountain range had been frequently rioting for some unknown reason. Even if he, a Jindan stage powerhouse, went there, he wouldn't dare to delve that far into the heavenly broken mountain range because once he went there was a 90% certainty that he wouldn't be able to walk out alive. But he couldn't figure out that Qin Xian, a new disciple who had just joined the sect, didn't even have the cultivation level of the first level of chi refining. How in the world did it take one day to run deep into the Skybreak mountain range to find the sword spirit grass, and still manage to pick the sword spirit grass under the guardianship of demonic beasts, and then run back to the sect unharmed? If he remembered correctly, if an ordinary person wanted to go to the heavenly broken mountain range, excluding not encountering demonic beast attacks during that time, it would take at least half a month to go back and forth, right? But when it comes to Qin Xian, how come it's done in one day? When I left the clan, I was lucky enough to meet a powerful clan senior, and when he saw that I was a good match, he took me on a trip to the Skybreak mountain range and helped me get the sword spirit grass before sending me back. Seeing the shock on Gu Yun's face, Qin Xian spoke the speech he had long thought of in one breath, regardless of whether other people believe it or not. Anyway, he just balked at the fact that there was a mysterious senior who helped him, and that there was a system to help him hide his cultivation. So even if other people were skeptical, he wouldn't be able to wear out his welcome. Then you're really lucky. The contribution points from this mission will be issued by the sect to your identity token. If there's nothing else, you can go back to your cultivation. After quietly staring at Qin Xian and sizing him up for a long time, Gu Yun then waved his hand and said, although he didn't believe in Qin Xian's words, it didn't matter at all what the truth was. It didn't matter at all whether Qin Xian completed the mission or not. And even if Qin Xian fell in this mission, it wouldn't affect him in any way. So after a short period of shock, he took the sword spirit grass and then waved his hand to signal Qin Xian to leave. Disciple excuses himself. Casually saying so, Qin Xian did not stop and directly turned around and left. Now that his mandatory tasks had been completed, he was free to cultivate for the next year, and the sect would not assign him any more mandatory tasks. Of course, in order to urge the disciples to cultivate, the sect expressly forbade any newly entered outer disciples and odd job disciples to leave the sect. Only those who had stayed in the sect for 3 years or had been promoted to inner disciple could enter and leave the sect at will. And if he wanted to leave the sect again as a new outer disciple, the only way to do so was to go to the Hall of Tasks to receive a task. After leaving Gu Yun's residence, Qin Xian went to the outer sect market before consuming a few hundred lower-grade spirit stones to have a big meal in a restaurant. After eating, he didn't stay too long and soon returned to his place again. Closing the door of the cabin behind him, he casually took out that Saint rank formation disc with a wave of his hand. Boom! Destroying the array disc to turn on the defense isolation array. He then laid down on the bed and then began to huff and puff. In the past 2 days, he had been practicing various techniques and martial arts, and breaking through his cultivation. Plus he had channeled a large amount of spiritual energy to Miaohan when he came back, causing him to be a bit physically and mentally exhausted. That's why a nap is desperately needed to relax your nerves and restore your mind. And this sleep he also slept incomparably soundly. With strength in his body and an external attachment, he would never again spend every day in fear like before. So he slept for a day and a night, and until noon the next day, he hadn't shown any signs of wanting to awaken. And just as Qin Xian was huffing and puffing, in an extremely hidden cave in the Skybreak mountain range, Xiao Fan, the Immortal Emperor Reborn, was currently breaking through his cultivation at a rapid pace. Soon, the 3 Xian rank spirit veins in front of him that were like scaly dragons, each of which was more than 50 meters long, were completely sucked dry by him. Phew! Finally breaking through to the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment in one go. With my current strength, I'm finally able to utilize some of the profound secret techniques from my previous life, and the top-tier immortal weapon in my body can finally be summoned. Sensing that the more than 20,000 meters of space within his dantian was all filled with surging spiritual energy, Xiao Fan could not help but have a touch of joy appear on his face. After seeing Qin Xian's breakthrough 2 days ago, he would have been devastated. However, when he arrived at the Skybreak mountain range, he encountered a severely injured Yuaning stage demonic beast. Without any hesitation, he directly urged that half of the causal chakra fragment to just suck up all of the demonic beast's lifespan. With the powerful body refining technique he had obtained in his previous life, he then refined all of the demonic beast's bloodline and demonic Dan in the twinkling of an eye, and this caused his 9 dragons immortal body to receive a huge boost. Based on the memories of his previous life, he effortlessly found the 1,000-year-old soul vine and 1,000-year-old earth's heart milk needed for his breakthrough. And then with the help of the karma chakra's projection, he found the 3 Xian rank spirit veins in front of him. After 2 days and 2 nights of frantic cultivation, he refined a pool of 1,000-year-old earth's heart milk and a 1,000-year-old soul vine, and drained all 3 Xian rank spirit veins in front of him, which raised the range of his dantian to more than 20,000 meters and broke through to the 9th level of foundation establishment in one fell swoop. In his previous life the dantian range was just over 5,000 meters. He was able to grow all the way to Immortal Emperor. This life was 4 or 5 times more elevated than his previous life. He was confident that he would be able to push all the way across the board and surpass his previous life's achievements. Right now, other than that monster Qin Xian, no one in the same rank will be my opponent, and I can even easily deal with the Jindan stage when I encounter it. Putting away the joy on his face, Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Now Qin Xian was like a poisonous thorn stuck in his heart, and as long as he didn't get rid of Qin Xian, his thoughts would not be clear. But even if he was an Immortal Emperor Reborn, it was somewhat impractical for him to try to finish off Qin Xian with his own strength and then retrieve the other half of the karma wheel, so now he had to go to a place to unseal an ancient fierce demon. No matter how strong you are in battle and with an immortal weapon in your your hand, but when the time comes, with me holding your immortal weapon in check, I don't believe that you will still be able to hold back an ancient fierce demon that is 7 or 8 great realms higher than you." After a cold laugh, Xiao Fan turned around and left without hesitation to carry out what he thought was a perfect plan. Chapter 16, Holy Maiden's Doorstep Delivery of Resources. Sect rewards millions of contributions. Taixuan Sword Sect. On Xian Tian Peak, it wasn't until the afternoon that Qin Xian slowly awoke from his slumber. Phew, after stretching hard, he stepped right out of bed. After a brief wash, he casually waved his hand and restowed that holy rank formation disc in his storage ring, pushing open the door of his room. He had been prepared to go to the outer sect market to eat something and purchase a divine soul class cultivation technique in the meantime, but what he didn't expect was that he had just pushed the door open when he was met with a sultry gaze. "Is there something wrong with this little senior sister?" Seeing the red-clothed little loli in front of the party whose clothes bore the purple little sword logo and who was currently staring at herself with eyes full of resentment, Qin Xian asked with a puzzled opening, "I've been waiting for you here for a day and a night." Seeing Qin Xian come out, the little loli in red crossed her arms and spoke through gritted teeth. "Fell asleep and didn't hear it. Somewhat sorry." Once he heard that the other party had waited for him here for a day and a night, Qin Xian could only say that he was sorry. It couldn't be helped. The effect of the Saint-grade defense isolation formation was too good. Once it was turned on, unless the large formation was shattered, it wouldn't affect him even if the sky collapsed outside. It seemed that in the future he would have to hang a sign outside his door. Leave a message if there was something wrong and go away if there was nothing wrong. Or else every time someone came to look for him he would make the other person wait for a long time, which was indeed a bit impolite. "This is 2 earth-rank spirit veins and some heavenly materials. Thank you for saving my eldest sister. Besides, I, Shu Lingyao, don't want to talk to you." Upon hearing that Qin Xian had actually made himself wait here for so long because he had fallen asleep, the little loli in red was immediately infuriated and stomped her feet. After throwing a storage ring to Qin Xian, she turned around and flew away with an angry grunt. And this scene just happened to be seen by the many outer disciples around. In an instant, all of them were incomparably envious of him. To be able to have the sect's holy maiden personally send him cultivation resources, this was something they didn't even dare to dream about. But at the same time, the crowd felt that he was a bit ungrateful. "The holy maiden has personally sent you cultivation resources, and you even pissed it away. It is really the inverse of the Big Dipper. Sins, you don't want to kneel to the holy maiden. Please leave this opportunity to me. Will you?" "That's right, that's the clan's holy maiden. Casually throwing out a little bit of resources would be enough for us to break through to the foundation stage, or even the Jindan stage. How did he have the courage to piss people off? What an abomination. The same 1 head and 2 legs, 2 ears and 1 mouth. Where am I inferior to that brat? Why would the holy maiden prefer to be exasperated and send resources to him? But for me, the holy maiden doesn't even look at me?" Countless new outer disciples pounded their chests, wishing that they could turn into Qin Xian and then go kneel down to lick the holy maiden, and henceforth walk on the peak of their lives. But fantasies are just fantasies after all, and in reality they don't even have the courage to look up and speak when confronted by the Virgin. This is the point of interest for fear that the female disciples of the miscellaneous service will not even look at them, not to mention that the high and mighty holy maiden will notice them. On the other side, looking at Chu Lingyao who left in anger, Qin Xian didn't care much. After putting away the storage ring given to him by the other party, he walked towards the bottom of Xian Tian Peak as leisurely as if he was a nobody. Finding an unoccupied place on the way, he directly performed an advanced transfiguration technique, transforming himself into a plain, honest-looking youth. This transfiguration technique was a holy order transfiguration technique that had been returned by the system 10,000 times over. Not only could it change its appearance, even its breath, face shape, and height could all be changed. As long as he didn't take the initiative to disarm it, any transitional stage powerhouse that came would definitely not be able to see the slightest hint of what was going on. Retracing his steps back to the main path down the mountain, it didn't take him long to arrive above the outer sect's workshop. It was still the same as before, with people coming and going, stalls all over the place, yelling and talking. It was very lively. After casually finding a restaurant to eat and drink, he strolled through the streets of the marketplace. Of course he wasn't in the mood to hang around. The reason why he wanted to walk around the streets was because he wanted to see if he could pick up a powerful soul-type cultivation technique. But unfortunately this time he wandered the entire street and didn't find any soul cultivation techniques that he needed. It seems that something like picking up a leek is not something you can encounter just because you want to. After letting out a slight sigh in his heart, he turned around and walked into a nearby store. The store wasn't big and there weren't many people. while the one in charge of looking after the store was a gray-robed old man who was lying in a rocking chair reading a book. "Senior, do you have any heavenly treasures and cultivation techniques here that can enhance soul power?" As soon as he walked into the store, Qin Xian opened the door and asked towards the gray-robed old man. "Soul cultivation techniques are too precious. Not only do I not have them here, the entire outer sect workshop will not have them. If you want them, you can go to the sect's hidden scripture cabinet and exchange them with contribution points. As for treasures that can enhance soul power, there are some, but they are very expensive." Seeing Qin Xian open his mouth to inquire, the gray-robed old man slowly put down the book in his hands before replying in a flat tone. Hearing the words of the gray-robed old man, Qin Xian was also a bit surprised. He knew that soul-type cultivation techniques were very precious, but he didn't think that they would be so precious that he couldn't find a single one in the entire outer sect market. "Thank you, senior, for explaining. Please take out all the heavenly treasures that can enhance soul power. I'll take them all." After returning to his senses, Qin Xian said thanks before buying all the things in this store that could enhance his soul power. After leaving from this store, he ran through several of the largest stores in the neighborhood and then performed the same operation, quickly buying up all the heavenly treasures that could enhance his soul power from these stores. In total, he had only spent a few million lower-grade spirit stones, and this amount of spirit stones really wasn't even a drop in the bucket for the current him. Most of these heavenly materials are only at the upper yellow rank level, and even though they have been growing for hundreds of years, their true medicinal effect is only 2 or 3 years, so they don't have a great enhancement to soul power. So it's better to do a 10,000-fold quality return. A high quality will have a greater effect on my soul's enhancement. After pondering in his mind for a while, he secretly utilized the resource 10,000 times return plugin, and then directly returned 10,000 times the quality of all soul-type heavenly treasures. It didn't take long for a few hundred soul-type heavenly treasures whose quality had reached the heavenly class level and whose medicinal effects had reached tens of thousands of years to appear in the system space. It is worth mentioning that the medicinal power of heavenly medicinal materials does not grow by 1 year for every year they have lived, because the growth of spiritual medicines needs to take into account the heaven and earth's aura, the essence of the sun and the moon, and the soil in which they live. Some elixirs grow in places with harsh environments, without an adequate supply of aura, and living through decades may not even increase their potency by a year. The 10,000-fold quality return also follows the environment in which these elixirs once existed for enhancement, so it's normal to have only tens of thousands of years of medicinal power after the return. With the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron in place, I'll be able to absorb all of these soul-type heavenly treasures very quickly even without a gong method. But if I don't have a merit law, I won't be able to break the upper limit of my soul at the foundation establishment stage, and if I break through without breaking the upper limit, my future underpinnings will inevitably become weaker, so I still have to go to the scripture pavilion as soon as possible to exchange for a merit law before I can do so. Sweeping a glance at the many heavenly treasures within the system space, Qin Xian pondered in his mind. If he wanted to exchange for a merit law, he would need contribution points, but he had just taken on a quest to find the sword spirit grass, so he thought that the contribution points he could give would be pitifully small. And as this contribution points were not part of the cultivation resources, he could not make a 10,000 times quantity return. There are still tens of thousands of sacred rank spirit soldiers returned by the system in my storage ring, so if I casually take out a few and turn them into the clan, I should be able to get quite a few contribution points as well. Taking out his identity token and casually scanning the balance of contribution points inside, Qin Xian already had a plan in mind. Generally, disciples could only obtain contribution points by completing the tasks given by the sect, which served the purpose of training disciples as well as allowing the sect to run for a long time. But this was not only troublesome for Qin Xian himself, but also a great waste of time. So the best thing to do was to exchange the holy soldiers for contribution points, and he had tens of thousands of those holy soldiers anyway, all of which he couldn't see. No! Suddenly seeing that there were actually a few more zeros behind the contribution point balance, Qin Xian thought that his eyes were blurry, but after looking at it carefully a few times, he was surprised to find that the balance of contribution points in his identity token was actually more than 1 million. What's going on? Seeing such a massive amount of contribution points, Qin Xian's entire body was a bit confused, but fortunately, the token had a record of the source of the contribution points. Completing the task of finding the sword spirit grass rewards 100 contribution points, and bringing the seriously injured goddess back to the clan rewards 1 million contribution points. Chapter 17 Iron Bone Planking Ox Heavenly Emperor. Recognizing the big yellow ox in 1 second. so it's because of saving in Miaohan that the clan specially rewarded me. After seeing the source of the contribution points clearly, Qin Xian also felt a slight sense of belonging to the Taixuan sword sect, such a sect with clear rewards and punishments. He was still very willing to continue to stay. After putting the identity token away, he took out the map that the sect assigned to new disciples and quickly found the location where the Bible Pavilion was located. After lifting the transfiguration technique to restore his original appearance, he ran at breakneck speed towards where the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion was located. The reason why he had to lift his disguise, for one thing, was because the elders in charge of guarding the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion were surely all great powers beyond the transitional succession stage, and instead of being useless in front of others, this bit of his disguise might cause a backlash. Secondly, it was his identity token, or he should use his own appearance to use it. Otherwise, if others misunderstood that he had stolen this identity token, he would only have to undo his disguise. So instead of waiting until a misunderstanding arises and then lifting the disguise to prove his innocence, it would be better to directly use his true face to show people, so that this type of trouble can be eliminated. The Taixuan sword sect covered a large area. Just one outer gate alone was equivalent to the size of dozens of large cities, and if an ordinary qi refining stage disciple wanted to traverse it, he was afraid that he wouldn't necessarily be able to do so in a day's time. And the place where the hidden scripture pavilion was located was the junction of the outer and inner sects. Along the way, Qin Xian was performing the meteor phantom shadow steps with all his might, and it only took less than half an hour for him to hide the location of the scripture pavilion. The so-called scripture pavilion was actually a 9-story high black ancient tower, and in front of the ancient tower was a huge square paved with alabaster stones, and in the center of the square, there stood a dozens of meters high statue of a huge sword, and the back of the ancient tower is a lake. There are pavilions on the lake. There are even smoky willows and painted bridges. Many young disciples are sitting in 2s and 3s under the willow tree, or sitting in the pavilion to have a laugh and talk to each other. Of course, there were disciples in a hurry, or with sad faces. After all, here is a convergence of the outer door, the inner door of the various prides. There are born rich. Do not worry about any cultivation resources of the sun. Naturally, there is for a little bit of cultivation resources on the knife mouth-licking blood of the ordinary disciples. Have you heard? The patriarch's new personal disciple, Lin Chen, just spent 100,000 contribution points to exchange for a sacred rank spirit soldier. So he's really a tycoon. It can't be helped. Who let people be a holy spiritual root, as well as using the Red Sun sacred body. Not only do they have the patriarch as their master, but there are also a bunch of senior brothers and sisters pampering them. 100,000 contribution points is an astronomical figure for us, but it may not be a lot in people's eyes. It's also true that those with average talent like us can only be envious. Qin Xian had just arrived at the square in front of the scripture pavilion when he heard the surrounding disciples whispering about the fact that Lin Chen had spent 100,000 contribution points on the purchase of a saint soldier in one go. Regarding this Lin Chen, Qin Xian still had some impression of him. At the disciple acceptance ceremony a few days ago, this fellow had even provoked him with his gaze. Not caring about the crowd's comments anymore, Qin Xian walked straight towards the black ancient tower in front of him. When he came to the ancient tower, he saw an old man with white hair lying in a rocking chair whistling under the big willow tree in front of him. People coming and going didn't seem to have anything to do with him. I guess he's the mysterious powerhouse in charge of guarding the scripture pavilion. After glancing at the old man, Qin Xian held his identity token in his hand and directly walked through a golden light screen into the middle of the ancient tower. Welcome to the hidden scripture pavilion. The first 4 floors are open to all disciples, and if you want to go to the next floor, you only need to hold an identity token in your hand and pass through the portal to be transported. And if you want to redeem anything, you only need to tell the tower spirit. Qin Xian had just entered the ancient tower when a plaintive voice rang in his ears, explaining to him the basic rules and code of use of the hidden scriptures. Immediately afterward, a list describing the various treasures, techniques, martial arts and heavenly materials on the first 4 floors of the hidden scripture pavilion was added to his hand. On the first level, the treasures were all of the yellow class level, and each treasure required between 1 and 100 contribution points. On the second level, the treasures were all of the Xian class level, and each treasure required between 100 and 1000 contribution points. On the third level, the treasures were all of the Earth class level, and each treasure required between 1000 and 10,000 contribution points. On the fourth level, the treasures were all of Heavenly class level, and each treasure required between 10,000 and 100,000 contribution points. According to this rule, the treasures on the 5th level should all be of the Saint class level, and each treasure would require between 100,000 and 1 million contribution points. So Lin Chen should have used 100,000 contribution points on the 5th level to exchange for one of the most trashy saint soldiers in there. What are the conditions for wanting to enter the 5th level as well as the later levels? Scanning the list of treasures in his hand, Qin Xian immediately spoke. The higher the grade of the technique and the higher the grade of the heavenly materials and treasures he exchanged, then the more advanced he would get after the 10,000 times quality return. So he still wanted to exchange for higher grade treasures as much as possible. If you want to enter the 5th level, you must have a pro-disciple identity token. On the 6th level, you must become a holy son, and on the 7th level, you must become a sect sequence celestial pride, or divine son, and the latter 2 levels are not open to disciples. As soon as Qin Xian's words fell, the tower spirit's voice rang out once again. Is there really no negotiation? Let's say I send you a few saint soldiers as rations and you let me go to the 5th floor to buy something. Qin Xian spoke tentatively. This artifact spirit is loyal to the Taixuan sword sect, and everything is done according to the rules, and will definitely not do anything that goes against the rules. Just as Qin Xian finished speaking, the artifact spirit spoke in a serious tone. Oh yeah? With a calm expression, Qin Xian took out a drop of divine origin liquid from within the system space. This, big brother, I admit that I just spoke a bit too loudly. Please don't take it personally. Just ask for whatever you want. As long as there is something in this hidden scripture cabinet, I will fetch it all for you. Upon sensing the terrifying energy emanating from the divine origin liquid in Qin Xian's hand, the tower spirit was so shocked that he couldn't even speak fluently. At the next moment, the divine dragon, who could not be seen or heard, even directly transformed into a palm-sized big yellow cow, and then flew to Qin Xian's shoulder to speak in a pleasing tone of voice. I still like that unruly look you just had. Qin Xian grabbed the large yellow ox in his hands, then spoke with a smile. He. Just now, it was my little brother who had eyes but didn't recognize Ente. Tai, please don't be general with me. Big brother. The big yellow ox's front feet came together and actually started to comically give Qin Xian a fist in bow. Give me the highest level soul type cultivation technique here, and then I'll take 30% of each level of all heavenly materials that can enhance soul power. Letting go of the big yellow ox, Qin Xian spelled out his request. It's a small matter, but the highest soul type technique in this hidden scripture pavilion is only at the Great Emperor level. I have an Immortal level 1 in my collection here, so I'll give it to Big Brother. Upon hearing Qin Xian's request, Big Yellow Ox immediately pointed a finger at Qin Xian's brow, and quickly transmitted an Immortal grade technique over. Big Brother, wait a moment, I'll go pick out heavenly materials for you. After the gongfu was imparted, Big Yellow Ox smiled and left a sentence before directly disappearing, diligently going to select soul-type treasures for Qin Xian. Chapter 18, Accepting a Great Emperor as a Junior. Qin Xian is besieged? Buzz. Just as Qin Xian was quietly waiting for the Big Yellow Ox to select soul-type heavenly treasures for him, the teleportation array in front of him was suddenly vibrating. Soon, several young disciples with small green-colored sword logos engraved on their clothes walked out of the teleportation array with a smile on their faces. Yo, isn't this the great genius who possessed the #1 physique in all the heavens but was almost refused entry into the sect? The teenager at the head of the group suddenly saw Qin Xian in the distance. He immediately stopped his steps and spoke loudly in a conspiratorial manner. And this teenager was no one else. It was none other than Sovereign Lin Wushuang's personal disciple, Lin Chen. Oh, he's that Qin Xian who has unbelievable talent but is regarded as a scum because of his system. Ha! I heard that he ran through the disciple acceptance ceremonies of all the major sects in the southern region in 3 years, but in the end, he was swept away. Dude is pretty miserable. I hope you can earn enough resources in your lifetime and break through the chi refining stage. Hearing Lin Chen say this, the few companions next to him immediately followed and opened their mouths to tease. The first time to come to the hidden scripture cabinet body, no contribution points, right? As long as you hold your head and squat on the ground to learn a dog bark, I will reward you 100 contribution points. How? Seeing that Qin Xian didn't say anything, Lin Duan thought that it was because the other party was afraid of his status as a pro-disciple, so he directly walked over and opened his mouth in a condescending manner. But before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked by Qin Xian and flew backwards with a miserable scream. Bang! Heavily smashing into the wall of the hidden scripture pavilion, Lin Chen felt like all his bones were going to fall apart, and with a face full of confusion and shock, he wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he found that when he opened his mouth, he began to spit blood out in puffs and puffs. Damn it, how dare you hurt someone with your hands in the scripture pavilion? Seeing Lin Chen, who had been seriously injured by a kick, those few youths all looked at Qin Xian in disbelief. How could they not imagine that Qin Xian would directly move against Lin Chen without saying a word, knowing that he was only an outer disciple, while Lin Chen was the sovereign's personal disciple? Inverting the Big Dipper. This was a felony. Moreover, this was the Tibetan scripture pavilion. There were great powers guarding the outside, and the inside was guarded by the mysterious artifact spirit seniors. Even if the Holy Son and Daughter came, they didn't dare to make a move here. Was he not afraid that the artifact spirit seniors would make a move to subdue him? And wasn't he immortal who hadn't broken through the chi refining stage? How was it possible to seriously injure Lin Chen, who was at the third level of qi refining, with a single kick? Too many questions surfaced in the minds of several people, so much so that none of them had the first opportunity to care about Lin Chen, who had fallen to the side and was nourishing blood. Save me. In the end, it was Lin Chen himself who called out for help with his strong willpower, which made a few people react. Forget about this fanatic for now. Lord Artifact Spirit will surely step in to wipe him out. Now hurry up and join me in bringing Senior Brother Lin back to be saved. Right. Senior Brother Lin, you must hold on. We'll take you back here. Several people had concluded that Qin Xian would definitely be obliterated by the artifact spirit of the Hidden Scripture Pavilion today, so they immediately flew together carrying Lin Chen towards the outside of the pavilion. Linden, first feed me a pill to stop bleeding off. When you take me back, I am afraid that I will lose blood and die. Big brother, do you want me to make a move to wipe out those people? A few people had just carried the severely injured Lin Chen away when Big Yellow Ox's voice sounded in Qin Xian's ears. No need, just a few jumping clowns, can't turn over any waves, Qin Xian said without a care in the world. Alright, big brother, in the future, if you encounter something you can't solve within the sect, you can always use this token to call out to me. Seeing Qin Xian's confidence, Big Yellow Ox didn't say anything more, only to see that with a wave of his hand, he handed Qin Xian an ancient golden token and a storage ring containing many soul-type heavenly treasures. Many thanks. Putting the golden token and storage ring away, Qin Xian also directly handed the drop of divine origin liquid to the great Yellow Ox. No matter, in the future, if Big Brother lacks any resources, just come here and look for me. As long as there are any, I will definitely prioritize them for you. Of course, you can come here more often if you're not doing anything. Let's have a good time bonding as brothers. Looking at the divine origin liquid in his hand that contained a terrifying power, the tone of Big Yellow Ox's speech was once again a few points calmer. Let's go. Waving his hand at the Big Yellow Ox, Qin Xian turned around and headed out of the scripture pavilion. Big brother, go slowly. Remember to come and play often. Walking out a long way, one could still hear the sound of the big yellow cow respectfully sending off. At the same time, outside the pavilion of sutras, countless disciples were all instantly in an uproar after hearing about Qin Xian's strike inside the pavilion of sutras that had seriously injured Lin Chen. Asterisk, is he a new outer disciple so fierce? Heavily injuring a sacred product, heavenly pride of the third level of qi refining with his mortal body. What's the point of being even more fierce, if you dare to make a move inside the scripture pavilion? I'm afraid that at this moment, you would have already been killed by Lord Artifact Spirit's hand. If you ask me, this Lin Chen is really lame. The hall of the third level of the qi refining stage would actually still be seriously injured by Immortal with no cultivation. It simply pulls down the compulsion of our prodisciples severely. That's right, for one like Qin Xian, I don't need my cultivation to slap him to death. How weak does this Lin Duan have to be seriously injured by a commodity like Qin Xian? The surrounding celestial pride gathered in twos and threes or in groups to discuss. The outer disciples were shocked at how fierce and powerful Qin Xian was, while the inner disciples and prodisciples were all saying how weak Lin Chen was before he was seriously injured by an outer disciple. What do you mean, Nangong Knight? My senior brother Lin Chen was only seriously injured by that Qin Xian sneak attack by accident. Why do you have to belittle him like that? Just as the crowd was discussing heatedly, the appearance of a woman in purple directly interrupted the discussion. Just see that the woman's posture, graceful body, holding a guqin in her hands, even if the face with a piece of purple veil, but still can be in the knitted brows and smile will be the man's soul or hooked away. What? Does senior sister Mu still want to make a move against me? The white-clothed youth called Nangong Knight was originally still drinking tea and chatting with his friends in the gazebo, but when he saw that the woman in purple even questioned him in front of so many people, he immediately put down the teacup in his hand with a cold face, and then he confronted the woman in purple. I can't talk about hands-on, but my young master of Taixuan Peak won't allow others to denigrate him, and it just so happens that my zither skills have recently improved, so I've come here to find you to give me some instruction. The woman in purple sat cross-legged in the air, then slowly placed the ancient zither in her arms across her legs. Mu Euro, don't go too far. I only said a few words about your senior brother. Did you make the mistake of humiliating me like this? That Qin Xian seriously injured your senior brother. If you're capable, go find him and take revenge. Seeing that Mu Euro was going to make a move on him in full view of everyone, Nangong Knight's original composure was gone in an instant. Although he was a personal disciple, but Mu Euro's master was the patriarch, while his master was just an elder. Not to mention that he could not beat this crazy woman at all. Even if he did, the patriarch would probably give him small shoes. So the best thing to do at the moment is to concede and shift the conflict. If Qin Xian was alive, of course I wouldn't let him go, but now he's long since been subdued by Lord Artifact Spirit, so you'll be the one to bear the brunt of my anger that I have nowhere to vent. Seeing that Nangong Knight wanted to divert the contradiction, Mu Yuro immediately let out a cold smile, and immediately prepared to swing the guqin in her hand. Damn crazy woman. Seeing that Mu Yuro refused to let him go, Nangong Knight was ready to run back to the inner sect with his full strength. Couldn't afford to mess with him, couldn't afford to hide, but just as he increased his speed and darted toward the front, his afterglow suddenly caught a glimpse of an extremely unexpected figure. Wait, Qin Xian is still alive. He's right there. Nangong Knight stopped his footsteps, and while pointing at Qin Xian below, who had just walked out of the hidden scripture pavilion, he shouted towards Mu Yuro in the distance. Forget it, I'll help you capture him. In order not to be beaten by Mu Yuro, Nangong Knight decides to personally beat Qin Xian violently and then capture him for Mu Yuro to thank him. Chapter 19 One Punch Dry Over Prodisciple. Miserable Nangong Knight. In front of the Black Ancient Tower, Qin Xian had just stepped out of the hidden scripture pavilion when he saw a large group of sect heavenly prides gathered in the square in front of him, and all of these heavenly prides were currently looking at him with a kind of monster-looking eyes. How come he wasn't obliterated by Lord Artifact Spirit when he made a move to injure someone in the scripture pavilion? Everyone felt incredible. In the history of the sect, there were several instances of disciples being killed by the Artifact Spirit because they had made a move in the Tibetan scripture pavilion and then were subdued by the Artifact Spirit. So how was it that Qin Xian was able to walk out unharmed? Qin Xian, you disregarded the sect's rules and dared to strike out and sneak attack someone inside the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to apologize? Just as Qin Xian was about to leave the location of the hidden scripture pavilion and then return to the outer sect, a cold voice was suddenly sent down from the sky. Immediately afterward, he saw a white-clothed youth at the out-of-body stage with a powerful aura emanating from his body coming towards him at breakneck speed. Without any hesitation, he directly raised his hand and swung a fist violently. Boom boom boom, an incomparably terrifying power emanated from his fist, directly all but shaking the surrounding air with a rumbling sound. Ha, do you really think that you're someone just because you seriously injured that Linchin, that third-level chi refining waste, by sneak attack? Seeing that Qin Xian actually had the courage to throw a punch at himself, Nangong Knight was directly infuriated and laughed in his heart. To know that he is an out-of-body stage by Mu Yuro, that crazy woman looked down on it. After all, identity, status and strength than the other side. Being bullied can only tolerate. But Qin Xian, a mole with no background and no strength, even dared to throw a punch in defiance in the face of his strikes, which made him feel that his dignity as a prodisciple had been greatly insulted. If he didn't teach Qin Xian a hard lesson today, then he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold his head up within the sect in the future, as a newly entered outer disciple dared to disregard his might in his eyes. Thinking of this, he let out a cold laugh in his heart before turning his palm into a fist, directly colliding with the fist that Qin Xian swung out. Boom! The two fists collided, and a deafening crash resounded throughout the room. A mournful scream followed, and in the next moment, a silhouette was like a kite that had broken its strings, directly spitting blood and flying backwards from the place where they were battling each other. The crowd barely reacted too much because in their opinion Nangong Knight suppressing Qin Xian was something very unusual, as simple as an ordinary person stepping on an ant, so they were all watching the show with an eating mindset. Just the next moment, they found something wrong. That damn spitting blood flying backwards is not Nangong Knight? How is this possible? Everyone was looking at this scene in disbelief, only feeling that their worldview had been greatly impacted. How could they not have imagined that something that was originally 100% would actually have a two-level reversal, and a new outer disciple would actually punch a pro-disciple who had been cultivating for decades? In the sky, Mu Yuro, who originally shared Nangong Knight's disdain for Qin Xian in the slightest, was also a bit confused at the moment. It was true that Nangong Knight appeared weak in front of her, but how could she say that she was also an out-of-body stage genius? And an unusual out-of-body stage would not be a match for this guy. But it was such a genius who was now punched by an unassuming, even flirted with as a waste, outer disciple who was seriously injured and unconscious. How could this matter not be seen as reasonable? But no matter how bizarre Qin Xian was, she was here today to avenge their Taixuan Peak Jr. brother, Lin Chen. So after coming back to her senses, she was about to make a move on Qin Xian right away. That's enough. Old man, I have to sleep. Whoever dares to make a move to disturb me today will not blame the old man for showing no mercy. And whoever is seriously injured and spitting up blood, you'd better wipe the blood off the floor before you go. Just as Mu Yuro was about to strike, the bald old man who was originally sleeping under the willow tree all year round was suddenly opening his eyes, then opened his mouth in a lazy tone. Immediately afterward, an incomparably terrifying pressure violently emanated from his body, directly pressuring the crowd to not dare to take a breath. With that done, he closed his eyes again and then began to huff and puff. Put. when Nangong Knight, who had just awakened from his coma, heard the old man tell him to wipe off his blood before he left while Qin Shen didn't have a single fart, he was immediately infuriated and spat out a mouthful of blood once again, and in the next moment, he fainted to death again, and the face of Mu Yuro in the sky was no better at the moment. She felt that this mysterious senior who was guarding the hidden scripture pavilion was helping Qin Shen out, but she felt incredulous. After all, this senior was a powerful existence that her master, Lin Wushuang, had to respectfully salute when he came, and no matter who came, this senior was unwilling to even open his eyes. But today, he opened his eyes for the first time in his life, and he even opened his mouth to speak. As long as he wasn't stupid, he could see that this senior was protecting Qin Shen. Could it be that the reason why Nangong Knight was seriously injured just now was because this senior had made a secret move? Such a speculation suddenly surfaced in Mu Yuro's mind, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the truth of the matter. After all, Qin Shen didn't even have a trace of cultivation fluctuation on his body, and even if he possessed the first physique of the heavens, it was impossible for him to have that strength to seriously injure the out-of-body stage Nangong Knight. Moreover, the fact that Qin Shen had clearly made a move in the scripture pavilion, yet he was able to walk out of the pavilion unharmed, was enough to prove that it was that senior who had helped Qin Shen in secret. The others surrounding Celestial Pride, after being shocked, thought similarly to her, all feeling that it was this senior who had secretly helped Qin Shen. He's so lucky to be favored by this mysterious senior. Yes, with this senior's help, even if he has a special physique and his breakthrough requires a massive amount of resources, he will definitely have some remarkable achievements in the future. It is really a person than a person. These years I have been running to the Tibetan scripture cabinet, also did not see the senior open his eyes to look at me, but Qin Shen first time to come, this senior not only opened his eyes, but also exported to bail him out. In the end, where am I not as good as him? Seeing the bald old man speak out to help Qin Shen out, the crowd all looked at him with envy and jealousy, and facing the gazes cast by the crowd, Qin Shen's expression remained calm. Needless to think, the reason why this bald old man stood out to speak for him must have something to do with the hidden scripture pavilion's artifact spirit, the Great Yellow Ox. Don't think you can do whatever you want in the sect with the help of seniors. Seniors can protect you for a while but not for a lifetime. This world ultimately depends on its own strength to speak. Just as Qin Shen took a step towards the square in front of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, a woman in purple was the one who suddenly blocked his way and then lectured him in an educational tone. How I am is none of your business. After saying an expressionless sentence, Qin Shen bypassed her and walked directly towards the distance. From the beginning to the end, Qin Shen didn't even look at this purple-clothed woman squarely. Ha, arrogant man. One day you will pay for your arrogance. Seeing that Qin Shen had actually ignored her, a flash of shame and anger clearly crossed Mu Yuro's eyes. Think she is a famous beauty in the sect, countless heavenly pride, all kinds of attentiveness in order to be able to say a word to her, but all were ignored by her, now that she couldn't take action to avenge her senior brother, Lin Chen. She thought of using her charm to verbally teach Qin Shen a lesson, but who would have thought that she would be directly ignored by Qin Shen? It made her, who had always been high and mighty and treated like a goddess everywhere she went, feel disgraced. Why does senior sister Mu need to be general with him? When he tastes the bitterness outside, he will naturally know how right senior sister's words are. That's right, senior sister Mu being able to kindly export her teachings regardless of previous suspicions is a blessing he has cultivated over several lifetimes. Since he doesn't know how to be nice, let him be. Seeing that Qin Shen actually dared to embarrass their goddess, quite a few lickspittles ran out and opened their mouths to comfort. Hearing the words of the crowd, Mu Yuro's heart finally felt better. In a few days, it will be the day of the new disciples' secret realm training, and you'll be in for a treat with me leading the team at that time. Looking at Qin Shen's departing back, Mu Yuro gritted her teeth in her heart. Chapter 20, Divine Sun's Fallen Image Revealed? The Furious Luo Tian Sacred Sect. What happened in the Tibetan scripture pavilion today was soon spread within the sect as well, and this time, many people knew about Qin Shen's being sheltered by that mighty senior in the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Many people were incredibly envious that he actually had such a great chance after hearing this news, and with that senior sheltering him, he was afraid that his status within the sect would increase quite a bit, and of course there are those who just broke their defenses when they heard the news. Damn it, my hallowed divine son has been kneeling in front of the scripture pavilion for 3 whole months in order to be able to worship that senior as a teacher without success. What makes him, a new outer disciple, gain that senior's favor? At the core of the Taixuan sword sect, a young man with a large golden sun floating behind him was so furious that he directly crushed the voice transmission jade slip in his hand after hearing about Qin Shen's deeds. His name was Yi Wuji, a great emperor-level spirit root. He also carried a great emperor physique, and he was one of the divine sons of the Taixuan sword sect. Back then, after entering the Taixuan sword sect, He ignored the strange eyes of others and knelt at the Tibetan scripture pavilion for 3 whole months just so he could worship that senior of the Tibetan scripture pavilion as his teacher. But from the beginning to the end, that senior didn't open his eyes to look at him once, almost making him a joke of the clan. Even though years had passed, he was still haunted by the incident. So now when he heard that Qin Xian, an outer disciple who had just joined the sect, was able to obtain that senior's favor, Yi Wuji was simply furious in his heart. Pass the order down. During this period of my seclusion, give me the opportunity to ruthlessly target that disciple named Qin Xian. Whoever can excel in this mission will be rewarded with a chance to follow me into the ancient mysterious realm for cultivation when this divine sun emerges from the gate. Taking out a sound transmission jade slip anew, Yi Wuji immediately gave the order. And just as the Taixuan sword sect became incredibly lively because of Qin Xian's matter, in the other giant power in the southern domain, the Luo Tian sacred sect, Patriarch Mu Changqing and a group of Luo Tian sacred sect executives were all gathered together at the moment, their eyes shaded as they looked at a crystal ball in front of them. There was also an image playing on the crystal ball, in which a green-clothed woman holding a 3-foot-long sword was fighting with a black-clothed young man holding a long spear with all her might. And the image came to an abrupt end when the two fought and sustained serious injuries. Didn't I ask you to take the 10 saint-ranked spirit veins and ask the elders of the Tianji Pavilion to project the images from when the divine sun fell? How come there's only this bit of battle footage? Not seeing the desired result in the picture, Mu Changqing immediately looked at a nearby Luo Tian sacred sect elder with a sullen face. Back to the patriarch. I rushed back to the clan the first time I got this projection screen and did not look at the contents carefully. Why don't I take a trip to the Heavenly Chance Pavilion? That red-robed elder was given such a look by Mu Changqing, and immediately lowered his head and told everything. According to the current evidence, Divine Sun Yi Qianzhang in all probability fell into the hands of Taixuan Sword Sect's divine daughter in Miaohan, but there is no final footage of the fall. And if the Taixuan Sword Sect flatly states that it wasn't in Miaohan who killed him, it's unlikely that we'll be able to do anything about in Miaohan. But just based on these images alone, it can also prove that the fall of the Divine Sun was unrelated to in Miaochan. So you hurry and go to the Heavenly Key Pavilion again to get the images of the Divine Sun's fall, while I go with the others to ask the old ancestor to make a trip to the Taixuan Sword Sect. Putting the crystal ball in front of him into his storage ring, Mu Changqing commanded towards that red-robed elder in a serious tone. Divine Sun Yi Qianzhang was a top-tier heavenly pride that their Luo Tian sacred sect had spent a lot of effort to cultivate, and was originally one of the top pillars of the sect's future. Now that he had fallen, of course the Luo Tian sacred sect had to severely punish the culprit, and the louder the better. This way they would not only be able to take the opportunity to ask the Taixuan Sword Sect for a huge amount of compensation and resources, but they would also be able to use the opportunity to let everyone see their Luo Tian sacred sect's determination to stand up for their disciples. I believe that many geniuses would definitely rush to worship the Luo Tian sacred sect if they saw this scene. So this plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and make a solid profit has to go ahead immediately. I respectfully follow the sovereign's orders. After that red-robed elder Guyan heard Mu Changqing's analysis and plan, he immediately bowed his hand and then turned around and headed to Tianji Pavilion once again. The others will go with me to invite the old ancestor out. After Guyan left, Mu Changqing also led a group of Luo Tian sacred sect executives towards the sect's ancestral land. It didn't take long for the news about Luo Tian sacred sect's divine son, Yi Qianzhe, falling at the hands of Taixuan Sword Sect's divine daughter, and Miao Han, to spread throughout the entire southern domain. The old ancestor of the Luo Tian sacred sect even directly stepped out of the gate, announcing that in 3 days he would personally bring his emperor's soldier to the Taixuan Sword Sect to demand a statement. When this news came out, all the clans in the southern region, large and small, were all shocked. The Luo Tian sacred sect and the Taixuan Sword Sect had been worldly enemies since ancient times, and now that the Luo Tian sacred sect's divine son had died at the hands of the Taixuan Sword Sect's divine daughter, it had undoubtedly completely intensified the conflict between the 2 giant forces. It was possible that an imperial battle would directly erupt, and even a firefight between 2 great sects was extremely possible. The Devil Abyss is stupid, and now if there is a firefight between the 2 clans, this will undoubtedly greatly weaken the strength of my southern region's human race. At that time, if the Devil Abyss were to riot once again, we likely wouldn't be able to withstand it. So for the sake of the southern region's living beings, we absolutely cannot allow them to engage in a firefight. After hearing this shocking news, the top management of the Yaoqi Holy Land and the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect, both of which were giant forces in the southern domain, immediately sent people together to the Taixuan Sword Sect in an attempt to mediate the conflict between the 2 sides and stop the 2 sects from having a firefight in 3 days' time. On the other hand, in the outer gate of the Taixuan Sword Sect, on Xian Tian Peak, Qin Xian had already returned to the cabin. According to the usual practice, he was about to open the defense isolation formation when he took out that sacred rank formation disc. Almost forgot. Gotta hang a sign outside first. Thinking of the scene he had to make Gu Yun and the holy maiden Chu Lingyao wait for him the previous 2 times, Qin Xian hurriedly immediately ran out and chopped down a tree before messing with a wooden board and nailing it to the pillar next to the wooden house. Immediately after that, he was seen lifting his sword and directly carving a line on the wooden board. Addicted to cultivation. 10,000 apologies. Leave a message if there is something wrong. Please leave if there is nothing wrong. After looking at the neat handwriting on the wooden board with satisfaction, he then returned back to the cabin and opened up that Saint Rank Grand formation. Only after doing so did he come to the bed and sit on his knees before he began to check out the storage ring that Big Yellow Ox had given him. At a glance, it was densely filled with heavenly treasures that boosted soul power. From the yellow rank to the Great Emperor rank, there were several thousand of them. However, those below the Saint rank accounted for almost more than 90%, and those above the Saint rank quality didn't even add up to 10%. This was also very understandable. Soul-type heavenly treasures were already rare, especially those that had reached the quality of the Saint rank and above, and it was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to obtain one. It was also that the Taixuan sword sect had a large family, and not only did they have quite a few Saint-ranked ones in stock, they even had some of the Quasi-Emperor ranked and Great Emperor ranked ones. Without any hesitation, he made a 10,000 times quality return of all the heavenly materials below the Quasi-Emperor rank. And as for the 3 Quasi-Emperor ranked ones and the one of the Great Emperor rank, he made a 10,000 times quantity return. It was well known that the later the elixir got, the harder it was to increase its potency, and he couldn't guarantee that the Great Emperor rank elixir would reach the legendary Immortal rank after returning 10,000 times its quality. It would be fine if he reached it, but if he couldn't then he would lose a lot of money. So it would be better to return all of the Quasi-Emperor rank and Great Emperor rank in 10,000 times the amount, so that he wouldn't lose any money at all. Ding! All spirit medicines below the quality of the Saint rank have been returned 10,000 times their quality successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 5,000 Earth rank spirit medicines, 2,000 Heaven rank spirit medicines, 500 Saint rank spirit medicines, and 100 Quasi-Emperor rank spirit medicines. Ding! 3 Quasi-Emperor rank spirit pills and 1 Great Emperor rank spirit pill returned in 10,000 times their quantity successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 30,000 Quasi-Emperor rank spirit pills and 10,000 Great Emperor rank spirit pills. Chapter 21 Demigod Grade Technique Completion. Breaking the Limits of the Soul. Now I shouldn't be lacking in soul-type cultivation resources for a short period of time. Seeing the tens of thousands of high-level spirit medicines placed within the system space, a smile surfaced on Qin Xian's face. In the next moment, he directly held his breath and went to check up on the soul-type cultivation technique passed down to him by the Great Yellow Ox in his mind. The technique was called the Star Refining Spirit Decree, and it was an immortal grade technique that surpassed the Great Empress level. When practicing, you can enhance your soul power by observing the rules of the operation of the stars and buckets in the circumference of the sky, and then absorbing the power of the stars, simulating and condensing the star silhouettes in your mind to enhance your soul power. And the more the number of stars coalesced, the stronger your soul power would be. After carefully looking over the technique, Qin Xian immediately returned 10,000 times the quality of this technique. Ding! The Immortal Rank 9th Grade Technique Star Refining Spirit Decision has successfully returned 10,000 times its quality. Congratulations on the technique's elevation to the demigod level. Hearing the system beep, Qin Xian was a bit surprised because after this 10,000 times quality return, the name of the feat hadn't even changed, only that its level had been raised to demigod level. After returning to his senses, he directly unleashed his god-level enlightenment, and he began to have an epiphany. After a quarter of an hour, the gong method was initiated. After half an hour, the gong method was slightly accomplished, and after an hour, the gong method was greatly accomplished. After another 2 hours, the gong method was completely complete. Of course, this was the level at which he had deliberately slowed down the speed of his epiphany. If he had been as crazy as he had been when he had first cultivated the 2 saint-ranked martial arts, this epiphany time would have been shortened by half. After his Gongfu epiphany was complete, Qin Xian summoned the all-swallowing heavenly cauldron with a wave of his hand. He then threw all of the several hundred celestial rank spirit medicines that he had bought in the outer gate market and had returned with 10,000 times the quality into the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron. Refine me. Hundreds of heavenly grade spirit medicines that possess 10,000 years of medicinal power had just been thrown into the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron when Qin Xian gave the command to refine them. Buzz off! Upon receiving his command, the rules of the all things swallowing heavenly cauldron were instantly activated, and then these heavenly grade spirit medicines were directly refined into an incomparably pure white power. Immediately afterward, all of these white forces actually flew up automatically, and then flew into Qin Xian's brow like a river entering the sea. Boom boom boom. As one after another of pure power entered the sea of consciousness, Qin Xian didn't even have to do anything, as the power would automatically transform into soul power, and then go on to propel his spiritual world to expand drastically, and continuously enhance his soul power. This is the most powerful place of the everything-swallowing cauldron, swallowing and refining everything, feeding itself. All the power that is swallowed and refined by it does not need to be slowly absorbed and refined by the cultivator, directly and instantly transformed into a part of the cultivator's power. Boom! A dozen breaths later, several hundred channels of pure power had been used, just over 200, but Qin Xian already felt that his soul force and spirit world had reached the limit of the foundation establishment stage. Knowing that each of these pure powers possessed tens of thousands of years of medicinal power, an ordinary foundation establishment stage would not even be able to refine a single one, and a sacred stage genius like Lin Chen would at most be able to refine about 2, and it was simply unheard of for someone like him to refine more than 200 channels in one breath. Nowadays, if he wanted to continue to raise his soul power and expand his spirit world, there were only 2 ways to do so. One was to break through the Jindan stage to raise the upper limit of containment, and the other was to break the limits of the foundation establishment stage with the help of a gong method. Almost without even having to think about it, Qin Xian just firmly chose the second one, breaking the foundation establishment stage limit with his gongfu. After all, he was on the path of invincibility, and he wouldn't break through the Jindan stage until he broke his limits. Boom! Without any hesitation, he immediately closed his eyes and gazed at his mind, and then he operated the demigod level technique in his mind, the star refining God decision, and with the operation of the gong method, an incomparably terrifying suction force once again erupted within his sea of consciousness that had originally returned to calm. Soon, those remaining several hundred channels of pure power were madly absorbed by him at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! After absorbing dozens of pure power, a star silhouette was what condensed in his sea of consciousness, followed by the second, third, and 10th. When the remaining several hundred channels of pure power were all absorbed, 13 star shadows had condensed in his sea of consciousness, and as soon as these star silhouettes were condensed, they would automatically float into the distance, and then keep hitting the spiritual barriers of his sea of consciousness world. Under the incessant expansion of these star shadows, the scope of his sea of consciousness world was hardened by more than double. This meant that his upper limit at the foundation establishment stage had once again been pulled up by a factor of 2. Even if he stopped condensing the star void now, he would still be able to absorb more than 200 channels of pure power again with his foundation establishment stage cultivation to enhance his soul power. But it was clear that Qin Xian could not possibly stop his pace of condensing the star void, and to do so, he naturally had to do his best. Opening his eyes, he directly took out all of the heavenly treasures that he had obtained from within the hidden scriptures and had gone through the system's 10,000 times quality return, and whose quality was below the saint rank. There were more than 7,000 plants in total, and the medicinal power of each plant ranged from 3,000 to 10,000 years. Without any procrastination, after the 7,000 or so spirit medicines were taken out, they were all thrown into the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron by him. Keep refining for me. He once again gave the command to refine to the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron. Buzz off! After receiving his command, the all-things-swallowing heavenly cauldron unleashed its rules once again, and in one go, it refined all 7,000 odd spirit medicines into pure white power. As soon as these white forces appeared, they all flew towards his brow on their own, just like before, and then entered his sea of consciousness. Closing his eyes, he once again operated the star refining spirit decree to condense the star silhouettes, and as time passed, one after another star silhouette kept appearing in his sea of consciousness. Time flows like water, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. After 2 days and 2 nights of non-stop perseverance, he finally condensed 100 star shadows within his sea of consciousness, and the scope of his sea of consciousness world also increased by more than 10 times with the non-stop expansion of these stars. This also meant that the strength of his soul force was now as much as 10 times more powerful than before when he had sensed the limit. And this great increase in soul power had 2 most obvious manifestations in him. For 1, his divine sense coverage had changed from the original 10 meters to over 500 meters, which not only greatly facilitated him to face his enemies at night in the future, but also allowed him to have more time to react when facing a strong enemy that surpassed him by too much. The second was that as his soul power increased, the number of times he could utilize his innate divine ability, the Eye of Void, became more frequent. Before, he could pretty much use it 10 times in a row, but now he wouldn't run out of soul power even if he used it 100 times. Not only that, in the past, his Eyes of Nothingness was only able to cause stun and pain to his opponent's souls, but now, Once he activated this divine ability, he was able to instantly shatter other people's souls, which was simply a superb weapon that was able to kill his enemies invisibly. Overall, in addition to these two more obvious benefits above, this soul power enhancement also included the enhancement of his soul power defense, the ability to stay awake in the face of more powerful environments, and so on. By now, the pure power transformed into more than 7,000 elixirs had been absorbed by him in more than 6,000 channels, and his soul power had already reached the true upper limit of the foundation establishment stage. If he wanted to raise his soul power again, the only way he could go was to break through his cultivation. Phew, the soul power after breaking the limit is indeed terrifying, but the consumption of resources is also not generally terrifying. Seeing that more than 7,000 spirit medicines ended up with just less than 1,000 left, Qin Xian was also shocked once again by the horrifying amount he had consumed. With regard to these soul-type heavenly treasures he had just consumed, he was afraid that it would be enough for hundreds or thousands of top-tier celestial pride to use at the foundation establishment stage. Of course, the top-tier heavenly pride mentioned here was not the kind of saintly geniuses that were beating the bushes like Lin Chen, but rather geniuses that were at the very least quasi-imperial in talent. Luckily, I still have more than 500 sacred spirit medicines, 30,000 quasi-emperor grade spirit medicines, and 10,000 great emperor grade spirit medicines in my system space. These resources should be enough for me to use for a long time. Looking at the rows and rows of high-level spirit medicines lying quietly in the system space, the worries about resources that had just risen in Qin Xian's heart instantly dissipated. It was important to know that a single sacred spirit medicine was worth 100 heavenly grade spirit medicines. That is to say, don't look at the resources he just consumed so horrifyingly. If he converted it into a saint rank spirit medicine, it would only be a few dozen. If he converted it into a quasi-emperor rank spirit medicine, it would be a single one that he didn't even use up. So even if his consumption would increase in the future as his realm rose, the so many quasi-emperor rank, great emperor rank elixirs in the system space would be enough for him to use. Right now, both soul cultivation and aura cultivation have reached their extremes, and when I polish my physical body strength to the extreme again, I should look for an opportunity to leave the sect to go through the tribulation to break through the Jindan stage. After sealing all of the unused pure power in the Sea of Consciousness world, Qin Xian took out 2 drops of divine origin liquid and threw them into the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron, and then began to frantically polish the strength of his fleshly body by revolving the Taixuan's ancestral dragon decision. Chapter 22, Mystery of his birth, raising the level of his heavenly destiny, becoming a son of the star realm. Another day passed in the blink of an eye, and after this day and night of hard work, Qin Xian finally managed to completely absorb the power of the 2 drops of divine origin liquid, and after absorbing the power of these 2 drops of divine origin liquid, his physical strength had come to a terrifying 600,000 pounds. Up to this point, his physical body was also the same as his soul and spiritual power, having reached an unprecedented, unimpeachable height in the foundation establishment stage. The only way to continue making advancements was to break through the Jindan stage. System, organize a personal attribute panel for me. Stopping his cultivation, Qin Xian spoke to the system in his mind. After all, he now owns a hodgepodge of things he is not good at counting. Why not just let the system help him organize? He can just look at the results directly. Ding, the personal attribute panel has been successfully organized. Is it possible to view it immediately? It didn't take a moment for the system's voice to ring in his ears. View immediately. Hearing the system's inquiry, Qin Xian immediately chose to view it. Soon, a screen of light that recorded all his information surfaced in front of him. Host, Qin Xian. Chi luck level, 0 level mortal destiny. Note, the host was once stripped of his heavenly destiny by someone with great magical powers, and can obtain chi luck points for upgrading by upgrading his cultivation, obtaining chances, and enhancing his influence. He currently possesses 10 million chi luck points. Cultivation level, 9th level of foundation stage. Physique, void avenue body. Spiritual roots, full attribute divine spiritual roots, upgradable. Gnosis, divine gnosis, upgradable. Techniques, Taixuan's ancestral dragon decree. 9 turns Xian Yuan Gong. Star refining spirit decree. Taixuan sword scripture. Martial skills, Taiku demon punishing gun. Taiku green dragon fist. Meteor phantom steps. 4 elephant sword codex. Avatar, eye of the void. Weapons, immortal weapon Jintian sword. Quasi-emperor weapon black dragon lance. Special items, heaven swallowing cauldron of all things. Dao exterminating grade. Causal chakra fragment, half-step Dao exterminating grade. Resources, 29,987 drops of divine source liquid. Tens of billions of top-grade spirit stones. 1 caddy of enlightenment tea, 10,000 great emperor-level spirit medicines, 30,000 heavenly rank spirit veins, others, 1 mysterious treasure map, 50,000 each of Mahayana defense charms, attack charms, and teleportation charms, and 20,000 air breaking charms. Seeing the light screen that appeared in front of him, Qin Xian had intended to take a good look at his basic information. Who knew that only just after seeing the second line he was confused? My former chi was actually stripped away by someone else with great divine power? It had to be said that this news directly shocked Qin Xian. He had only traveled into this body from more than 3 years ago, and he had no memory of this body's past. Originally he didn't care much about this body's past. After all, now he was the owner of the body. The past if he didn't care at all. But now it seemed that this body of his seemed to have a great deal of origin. No wonder he obviously had the first physique of the heavens but appeared in such a lower realm as the heavenly wasteland continent. It seemed that this was all done on purpose by someone. His grandma. I've only just stepped into cultivation and I'm given such a big surprise. Qin Xian felt numb. If this were to let those mysterious people who had used their great magical powers to strip him of his chi know that he was still alive now and had broken the limits of the 10,000 ancient worlds and ascended the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, those mysterious people would surely not be able to wait to come running over to finish him off. It wasn't even impossible to send over a great power that transcended the rules of this realm and smashed the heavenly wasteland continent into smithereens with a slap. If it wasn't for the fact that I had coincidentally obtained half a fragment of the karma chakra, which could help me obscure all heavenly chances of deduction and prying, or else those mysterious people would be afraid that they would all already be on their way here to hunt me down at this moment, wouldn't they? When he thought that if he didn't have the karma wheel, he would have worked so hard to cultivate to achieve a little bit of success, but one day he would be slapped to death by an inexplicable unknown powerhouse. Qin Xian couldn't help but feel a little angry. Just wait, it won't be long before I can grow up quickly, and by then there will be one or the other. All of them will become the souls under my sword. After coldly saying this in his heart, Qin Xian suppressed a wave of anger. With the shelter of the karma wheel, he was safe for the time being, and in order to completely resolve that unknown archenemy, he had to take advantage of this period of safety to rapidly increase his strength. Crossing over for 3 years, he had suffered a lot of ridicule, and now that he finally had a hang-up and his life had moved into a phase of rapid development, he was not willing to die so easily. System, give me a 10,000-fold return of 10 million chi points, then give me all of them to use to raise my chi level. After gathering up the emotions in his heart, Qin Xian quickly swept a glance at his personal attribute panel and then spoke to the system in his mind. Chi luck, invisible and intangible, but is thoroughly bound to one's destiny, throughout one's life. They always play an unparalleled role in all stages of life. Luck high people. Life can always be smooth sailing. Go wherever people can be valued. Encounter difficulties will also be someone to help him solve. Lack of cultivation resources out of the door can pick up the spiritual veins. The lack of a couple will fall from the sky with a great history of women and his acquaintance in love. And people with low chi luck. Things do not go well, bumping into walls. Even if they are good, they will be ostracized, and when they encounter a little crisis, they will inexplicably fall on the spot. So right now more than anything else, what Qin Xian wanted to do most was to raise his chi luck level, and with better luck, cultivation would be smoother, and chi luck points can raise chi luck, and according to the concept it also belongs to the cultivation resources, so it is able to make a 10,000 times return. Ding! 10 million chi points 10,000 times the number returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 100 billion chi points. Ding! Chi boost in progress, please wait. As soon as Qin Xian's words fell, the system helped him make a 10,000-fold quantity return in the first instance and began to raise his chi luck level. And it was at this moment that some knowledge about chi luck levels transmitted to him by the system appeared in Qin Xian's mind. It turned out that the superpowers of the heavens and the worlds had divided those who carried great chi into different levels based on how much personal chi they had. The rank of chi can be categorized from low to high into sons of chi, sons of heavenly destiny, sons of the world, sons of the star field, sons of the universe, sons of the heavenly way, and sons of the great way. Each heavenly fate rank is further divided into 1 to 9 orders, and the higher the heavenly fate rank, the more chances one encounters, and the higher one's achievements. As for Qin Xian, he was now just a person of mortal destiny who didn't have any chi and wasn't even as good as an ordinary person. If it wasn't for his flexible mind and the experience he had summarized from reading novels in the past over the past 3 years, coupled with the many times that the Void Avenue body had helped him, he was afraid that he would have long since died in some unknown mountain cranny. And as the 100 billion points of chi luck value went down, Qin Xian's chi luck level finally flew up as well. 9th order son of chi, 9th order destiny's child, 9th order son of the world, 9th order son of the starfield. When all the chi luck values were consumed, Qin Xian directly crossed 4 major grades in a row from the original person of mortal destiny to become a 9th order starfield son. What is a son of the starfield? In a lower realm like the heavenly desolate continent, there could be many sons of Qi, but at most, there would be one son of heavenly destiny, such as the reborn immortal Emperor Xiao Fan, and like the legendary immortal realm, there could be many sons of heavenly destiny, but at the highest there would only be one son of the world, and dozens or hundreds of large worlds like the immortal realm combined could have many sons of the world, but would only give birth to one son of the astral realm. Therefore, Qin Xian had instantly become the person with the highest Qi in this starfield, and when Qin Xian's Qi reached the level of 9th order son of the starfield, in a mysterious and unknown place in this starfield, a star emitting a rich purple color suddenly arose, rapidly grew larger, and surpassed billions of stars at the fastest speed, becoming the brightest star in this starfield. And when that purple star flew to the highest point of this starfield, it suddenly gave off a touch of dazzling starlight. This starlight directly passed through the infinite distance, and when it came to the heavenly wasteland continent it transformed into a wisp of purple Qi that was completely bound to Qin Xian. And in the netherworld, Qin Xian's every move would affect the operation of that purple star. The great world has arrived. The heavenly opportunity has appeared. The son of the star domain of our star domain has finally appeared. The bearing is in the south. Quickly send people down to the world to search for it. No matter what, we must bring back the son of the star domain. This star field under the countless do not know how many years of life of the mysterious powerhouse noticed the sudden appearance of the purple star. Immediately or all have deduced, but it is a bit of news cannot be deduced. There was no way around it. They could only search in the direction where the purple star shone. Chapter 23, The Arrival of the Luo Tian Sacred Sect's Strongest Person. Qin Xian's Sneak Attack on the Great Emperor. It's time to find an opportunity to leave the sect and go for a tribulation to break through the Jindan stage. Seeing that his Qi had been elevated to the level of Starfield sons, Qin Xian was finally relieved inside. In the future, as long as he was still under the starfield, even if he encountered a great crisis, he would have a chance of survival, and would not somehow be second-guessed by an unknown powerhouse. After putting away the sacred rank formation disc, he got out of bed and walked towards the outside of the wooden house. Arriving outside the cabin, he subconsciously looked at the wooden sign on the side. At this moment, in addition to the line of words that he had previously carved with his sword, there was actually an additional line of small, clear words that someone else had written with a brush on the top of that wooden sign. This time you still know to leave a sign outside. Count on your thoughtfulness. My senior sister's injuries have healed a lot. She asked me to come and invite you to Taixuan Peak to drink tea. But looking at your condition, I guess you won't be able to drink tea. Without thinking about it, Qin Xian knew that this was a message left for him by Chu Lingyao, that red-clothed little lowly, and judging from the ink that had already dried up, this message was at least a day old. It seemed that it was really as Chu Lingyao had said, he wouldn't be able to drink this tea. By the way, I haven't opened the storage ring she gave me last time. Seeing the message Chu Lingyao gave him on the wooden tablet, Qin Xian then suddenly remembered that the other party had thrown him a storage ring a few days ago, saying that it was to thank him for saving in Miaohan. After a bit of rummaging in his quasi-emperor ranked storage ring, he finally managed to find the unopened storage ring. Casually opening the prohibition on it, he soon also got a good look at what was placed in the storage ring. 5 earth rank spirit veins, 5 bottles of heaven rank pills, a heaven rank longsword, plus some cultivation explanations. In the beginning, what in Miaohan had promised was to give him a single earth rank spirit vein, but now Chu Lingyao had actually given him 5, and had also given him even more precious heaven rank pills and spirit swords, and was again sending him cultivation explanations. It was obvious that the other person's thanks were genuine. After casually returning all of these cultivation resources in 10,000 times the amount, he leaned against the pillar in front of the wooden house, comfortably basking in the sun while picking up the manual that recorded the cultivation explanation and reading it. The things recorded on it were tens of times more detailed for each realm than the cultivation manuals given by the sect. For him, a new disciple without the guidance of a master, this cultivation explanation could really help him ruthlessly fill in the gaps in his knowledge. It allowed him to know exactly what to look out for at each realm, what way to break through, what preparations to make before breaking through, and so on. For example, if he was about to break through the Jindan stage, he needed to prepare the Spirit Gathering Pill and the Peiyuan Pill before the breakthrough, and the Spirit Gathering Pill could help Xiao to quickly gather the Dantian spiritual Qi, which would make it easier to condense the Jindan. The Peiyuan Dan, on the other hand, was able to quickly consolidate the Jindan barrier, greatly reducing the probability of a failed breakthrough due to Jindan instability. And it just so happened that in the bottles of heaven rank pills that Chu Lingyao had given him, there just so happened to be the Peiyuan Pill and the Spirit Gathering Pill. And it seemed that when he was in the heavenly broken mountain range, and Miaohan sensed his cultivation, and so she had specially prepared them for him to use to break through to the Jindan. Rather thoughtful. After murmuring a sentence to himself in his mind, Qin Xian put the cultivation explanation away in his storage ring. He was going to go to the mission hall right now to take up a random mission and then leave the clan to break through the Jindan stage. But who knew that just at this time, a fierce fighting sound suddenly came from the distant sky. Immediately after that, the Taixuan Sword Sect's protector formation was even more instantly activated. Strong enemies are coming. All disciples below the Yuaning stage stay well within their cave to cultivate. There is no need to panic. All elders above the Yuaning stage who are not in seclusion. Disciples, be ready to fight at any time. The sect protector formation had just been activated when sect leader Lin Wushuang's majestic voice spread throughout the entire Taixuan Sword Sect. And hearing that a strong enemy had hit his door, Qin Xian was also a bit surprised. After all, Taixuan Sword Sect was one of the 4 great overlords of the southern domain, with 1,000,000 years of inheritance and a deep heritage. Daring to come to the Taixuan Sword Sect's base camp so blatantly to pick a fight meant that the other party was at least on the same level as the Taixuan Sword Sect. As for the southern domain, the Yaoqi Holy Land and Vermilion Bird Immortal sect had an okay relationship with the Taixuan Sword Sect, and there wasn't much conflict, so it was unlikely that they were the ones who had made the move. Then the only one with this strength and motive was the Luo Tian Sacred Sect, which had a worldly grudge against the Taixuan Sword Sect. I have the karma wheel to cover up the heavenly chances. It's impossible for the Luo Tian Sacred Sect to surmise that their sect's top heavenly pride died at my hands. But if it wasn't because of that heavenly pride's death, why did they come to the Taixuan Sword Sect so blatantly looking for trouble? Seeing the third elder ancestor Zheng Taixuan who was fighting with a great-robed old man tens of thousands of meters in the air, Qin Xian frowned slightly. Looking at the battle, old man Zheng Taixuan was clearly in a disadvantageous position, and would definitely suffer a great loss if he fought for a long time. But with his current cultivation, he couldn't even participate in a battle at the level of a great emperor. Right, the immortal artifact sky-splitting sword. Elder ancestor Zheng Taixuan had known him well, so naturally, Qin Xian would not stand by and watch anything happen to him. He was unable to participate in the battles of the great emperor realm, but the heaven-slashing sword in his hand could. Later on, you quietly enter the void to chop off the great-robed old man's right hand that is wearing a storage ring, and then quietly bring it back. Looking at the heaven-slashing sword in his hand, Qin Xian immediately gave it a battle plan. The reason why he didn't engage in a sneak attack to directly finish off the grey-robed old man was because this was the Taixuan Sword Sect, and the Great Imperial Realm was the mainstay of a sect. If a great emperor fell in the Taixuan Sword Sect, the Luo Tian Sacred Sect was afraid that it would directly go crazy and make a move against the Taixuan Sword Sect at all costs. And at that time, even if the Taixuan Sword Sect was able to win the battle, it would definitely be a crippling victory. Qin Xian naturally didn't want to see such a situation. So instead of killing that great emperor, it would be better to chop off one of his arms so that his strength would be greatly reduced, and then the third elder ancestor would repel him. This would solve the sect crisis this time. The mysterious appearance of the heaven-slashing sword would deter a lot of forces that were spying in the shadows, and he himself would still be able to get the storage ring in the hands of that great emperor. This was simply a perfect plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Buzz! Upon hearing his command, the sky-splitting sword gently buzzed twice, and in the next moment, it turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the void. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of meters away, high above the sky, Luo Tian Sacred Sect's old ancestor, Mu Qianqiu, was speaking to old ancestor Zheng Taixuan with a face full of teasing. Zheng Taixuan, I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect you to have become so drawn out. It can't be that the injuries you suffered in the demon abyss back then haven't healed up to now, right? If you want to fight, then fight. A mere defeated general. I could trample you under my feet in the past, and even if I'm physically ill today, I can still suppress you. Seeing the villainous smile on Mu Qianqiu's face, Zheng Taixuan returned with an indifferent expression. He, still as arrogant as ever. Back then, you had an unparalleled enlightenment and unrivaled battle power in your generation, so you do have arrogant capital. But now that you are suffering from a Dao injury and your strength has regressed, where do you get the qualification to be arrogant? Seeing that Zheng Taixuan still didn't put himself in his eyes even after this appearance, a touch of annoyance surfaced in Mu Qianqiu's eyes. Back then, they were both the top heavenly prides of the southern domain, but he couldn't last more than 3 moves in front of Zheng Taixuan, which made him directly become one of the most pulled among the top heavenly prides of their generation. But in the beginning, despite his reluctance, he could do nothing in the face of the rising Zheng Taixuan. But fortunately, the Demon Abyss riot tens of thousands of years ago turned the matter around. Zheng Taixuan almost fell directly into the Devil's Abyss in order to seal the Demon Lord, and even though he was lucky enough to regain his life later, he was also wounded by the Dao and his strength greatly receded. That was why he purposely ran to the Taixuan Sword Sect this time with his people in such a high-profile manner. For one thing, it was indeed in order to demand an account for the dead divine son, Yi Qianjia, and to take a huge amount of compensation. But the most important reason was that he wanted to take this opportunity to ruthlessly humiliate Jiang Taixuan and personally trample him under his feet in front of countless people in the southern region in order to wash away the shame he felt back then. But he didn't expect Jiang Taixuan to be so arrogant even after his strength had regressed to such a state, opening his mouth to suppress him, which made him feel extremely humiliated. Today, I'd like to take a good look at how you suppressed me. Mu Qianqiu let out an angry cold laugh, and in the next moment, he once again lifted the imperial artifact Red Sky Blade in his hand, and with a full-strength slash, he chopped towards Jiang Taixuan. Boom boom boom. The terrifying might emanating from above the imperial artifact directly all but shattered the surrounding sky inch by inch, and in the face of such a terrifying all-out slash from Mu Qianqiu, although Jiang Taixuan's face remained unchanged, he was inwardly incomparably grave. If he was in his heyday, he would have been able to hit Mu Qianqiu on his knees and beg for forgiveness with 2 slaps, but because of the Dao injuries he suffered in the Devil's Abyss, his strength had been regressing every year, and now it had even retreated to the first level of the Great Emperor realm. Not only that, he had to use half of his strength to suppress his Dao injuries, so he really wasn't sure he could block this blade from Mu Qianqiu. The rest of the ancestors are all in seclusion during the critical period of comprehending the immortal scriptures, so even if I can't block them, I must go on with my head. After Jiang Taixuan murmured a sentence in his heart, he didn't hesitate to grip the imperial artifact Taixuan sword in his hand before slashing it violently. Rumble! The power of the collision between the Emperor artifacts and the Emperor artifacts was too powerful. Directly all of them shook the tens of thousands of meters range of the void into pieces. Wherever the battle passed, the winds were fierce and everything was annihilated, as one forbidden area after another was formed, with countless terrifying laws and Dao rhythms remaining on it, and disciples below the Yuaning stage would feel dizzy just by looking at it. Jiang Taixuan, you're nothing more than that. I'll see how you can block this next blade. Seeing that Jiang Taixuan's face became incomparably pale and blood was spilling out from the corners of his mouth, Mu Qianqiu coldly laughed as he once again swung out a blade. Will he be defeated after all? But even if I will lose, I will make him pay a heavy price. Seeing that Mu Qianqiu had executed an even more terrifying slash, Jiang Taixuan's heart was ruthless, and he immediately planned to draw demonic qi into his body, exchanging a miserable defeat for Mu Qianqiu's serious injury. However, just at this time, a plain and ordinary longsword with rust growing on top of its blade suddenly appeared beside Mu Qianqiu's body, only to see that long sword gently slice. Mu Qianqiu's right hand that was originally carrying a large sword to attack was just chopped off. Immediately afterward, the longsword carried Mu Qianqiu's right hand and the imperial artifact Red Sky Blade into the void and disappeared. This sudden turn of events gave Mu Qianqiu no chance to react at all, and when he did, his right hand and the imperial weapon had long since disappeared, and all that was left was a stabbing pain coming from his shoulder. Chapter 24, The Chiaki Emperor Who Was Cut Down and Collapsed. Huge compensation. Hearing Mu Qianqiu's miserable scream, Jiang Taixuan, who was preparing to draw demonic qi into his body, didn't react for a moment, but when he saw that Mu Qianqiu's right arm had already disappeared, and this was the right moment to counterattack, he didn't care about his inner shock, and immediately rushed over to catch Mu Qianqiu slashing. Without the imperial artifact Red Sky Blade and losing his right hand, Mu Qianqiu's strength was greatly weakened, and at this moment, he was simply no match for Jiang Taixuan. So in the face of Jiang Taixuan's flurry of slashes, he could only scream miserably and run away with his head in his hands. Below, the powerhouses on the side of the Luotian sacred sect originally saw that their own ancestor, Mu Qianqiu, had been in the absolute upper hand in the battle, and they were still arrogantly leonizing the Taixuan sword sect. Not only did they threaten the Taixuan sword sect to abolish in Niaohan, but they also wanted 100 saint-ranked spirit veins and 10 quasi-emperor-ranked spirit veins, as well as an emperor artifact as compensation. But only after these arrogant words were spoken, their family's old ancestor was chopped by the Taixuan sword sect's old ancestor, Jiang Taixuan, who was carrying a great treasure sword and screaming miserably. This shocking reversal was directly what caused their originally arrogant looks to turn into pig liver color all of a sudden. Keep screaming. Why don't you stop now? To come to my Taixuan sword sect with a broken image and dare to cause trouble, saying that my sect's goddess killed Yi Qianjia. Are you idiots, or do you think my Taixuan sword sect is easy to bully? Seeing that the encounter between the two great emperors had been thoroughly divided, Patriarch Lin Wushuang immediately spoke coldly to Patriarch Mu Changqing of the Luotian sacred patriarch in front of him. Lin Wushuang, sophistry is useless. Even though my clan's oldest ancestor failed miserably, my clan's elders have already gotten the evidence from the heavenly pavilion, and are heading this way at this moment. At that time, if the evidence is conclusive, your Taixuan sword sect should punish the murderer and pay compensation. Otherwise we, Luo Tian Sacred Sect, don't mind fighting your Taixuan sword sect to the end. In the face of Lin Wuxuang's humiliating cold words, Mu Changqing's heart was incomparably angry. But at this moment, the old ancestor had failed miserably, and there was not enough evidence, so he could only open his mouth with a gloomy face. A dead heat is a dead heat. Do you really think we are afraid? In the end, he was a sword cultivator. His temper was already bad, and after being threatened repeatedly by Mu Changqing, Lin Wuxuang's fire also came up. The two patriarchs calmed down. Now that things have happened, it would be inappropriate to widen the conflict again. Why don't we wait for that elder to arrive, and then whoever's fault it is will step forward to apologize and make amends? That's a good point. The seal on the demon abyss side can't last much longer. This is the time when our four clans should be united as one. We can't have large-scale infighting at this juncture, so it's better to wait for that elder to bring in the final proofs before coming to a conclusion. Seeing the two sides like a dynamite barrel, a little on the fire, there is a tendency to dry up now. The two from the Yaoqi Holy Land and the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect of the Paramount Emperor immediately stood out to temporarily mediate the conflict between the two sides. Thinking of the dreadfulness of the Devil's Abyss, Lin Wuxuang and Mu Changqing both let out a cold snort before they each retreated to the side without saying anything, quietly waiting for that elder who was rushing here from the heavenly pavilion with the evidence. More than half an hour later, Zhang Taixuan was still hundreds of thousands of meters away, hacking away after Mu Qianqiu. Below, the higher-ups from both sides of the Luo Tian Sacred Sect and Taixuan Sword Sect were also in full view of this outrageous and hilarious scene. Put, ha 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 ha. Someone on the Taixuan Sword Sect side couldn't help it and suddenly burst out laughing with a pig squeal. The mood of Mu Changqing and the other group of Luo Tian Sacred Sect executives was already heavy, and now that they heard this laughter, they were directly furious and wanted to have a seizure on the spot. But before they could strike, Lin Wuxuang spoke up first. What do you mean third elder? Someone else's elder ancestor was beaten so badly by our elder ancestor. We should sympathize, no? It's really disrespectful for you to laugh like that. Punish you with one less spirit stone this month, Lin Wuxuang said coldly in a serious manner. But as long as one wasn't a cutie, all could see that only punishing one spirit stone, this was not a punishment at all, but a blatant harboring. Many thanks to the patriarch for chastising me. Hearing that the patriarch had spoken, the third elder, Venerable Red Flame, also covered his mouth with his hand, fighting not to burst out in laughter. Ahem, the two patriarchs calmed down. As the saying goes, a smile is 10 years less. When it comes to happy things you have to smile. Venerable Red Flame's laugh just now wasn't necessarily directed at the Thousand Autumn Emperor either. It was most likely because he hadn't seen me for many years, and he couldn't help but laugh happily when he saw me at this moment. Just as the atmosphere had once again fallen into a state of saber rattling, the old woman with the walking stick in her hand from the Yaowu Holy Land suddenly gave a dry cough before casting an incomparably shy gaze towards the third elder. Ha, I'm not. I'm just targeting Great Emperor Qianqiu. Seeing that old woman slowly walking towards her, the third elder's head and beard stood up in shock. Look, it's so happy that he's starting to babble. The old crone shyly walked over to hold his hand, her eyes full of affection. Patriarch, save me. The third elder was so frightened that he shouted anxiously. You have created your own sins. Bear them yourself. Seeing that spicy scene, Lin Wuxuang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It didn't take long before a giant bird suddenly flew in the distant sky, and on the back of the giant bird stood a red-robed old man. This person was none other than the Luo Tian Sacred Sect elder, Gu Yan, who had been sent by Mu Changqing earlier to the Heavenly Chance Pavilion to look for evidence of the fall of the Divine Sun. Elder Gu Yan, quickly bring out the evidence for everyone to see. Seeing Gu Yan arrive, Mu Changqing opened his mouth at the first opportunity. This time if the evidence was conclusive, he would like to see how Lin Wuxuang could still argue. Patriarch, the powerhouses of the Tianji Pavilion were unable to deduce the image of Divine Sun Yi Qianqian when he fell, and only gave me the image of the Divine Sun being gnawed on by ferocious beasts after his death. Seeing his own patriarch open his mouth, Gu Yan immediately took out a crystal ball, and then urged his spiritual power, and soon a picture appeared in the sky. In the picture, hundreds of ferocious beasts with red eyes were gnawing on the corpse of a man in black. As for how this man in black fell, the image was not presented. How could this be? Without obtaining the desired evidence, the face of Mu Changqing, who had just had a smile appear on his face, immediately turned gloomy again. Gentlemen, the so-called evidence has now waited, but just this image alone does not prove that Yi Qianzhou was killed by my clan's goddess, and Niaohan. On the contrary, the Luotian sacred sect has used its power to suppress others, spreading rumors everywhere and slandering our sect's divine maiden, and even forcibly running to my Taixuan sword sect to intimidate and threaten our sect. This has caused major damage to the reputation of my Taixuan sword sect, and even more serious damage to the young hearts of our disciples. That's why I'm now requesting that the Luotian sacred sect compensate my sect for 100 saint rank spirit veins, 10 quasi-emperor rank spirit veins, and cede a medium-sized secret realm to my Taixuan sword sect. Seeing that the image on the crystal ball was displayed, and there was no image of an Miaohan decapitating Yi Qianjia in it at all, Lin Wushuang immediately started to accuse. Impossible. 100 saint rank spirit veins, 10 quasi-emperor rank spirit veins, don't even think about it. Hearing Lin Wushuang's lion's share in turn, Mu Chongqing immediately broke his defense and roared, if you don't make compensation today, none of you will be able to leave. Lin Wushuang snorted out coldly, do you know the consequences of this? Mu Chongqing's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Consequences? Simply ludicrous. When you brought so many powerful people to my Taixuan sword sect to clamor, and made a big show of notifying the world, why didn't you consider the consequences? Now talk to me about consequences. Talk about chicken feathers, do you want it? I'll put my words here today. If you don't compensate, you'll all stay. The big deal is to go to war. So let's go to war. Who's afraid of who? Hearing that Mu Chongqing was still trying to pressure him with such nonsense as looking after the big picture, Lin Wushuang didn't buy it at all and immediately notified all the strongest people in the clan above the Yuaning stage to prepare to close the door and beat the dog. Fine. You have the guts. Today it's my Luotian sacred sect that admits defeat. Compensating you is fine, but at most half of your conditions will be met. Any more will be impossible. Seeing that Lin Wushuang was determined to make them pay compensation, Mu Chongqing had to bow down even though he had 1,000 reluctances in his heart. After all, it was true that strictly speaking, there was no proof at all that Yi Qianjia's fall was the work of an Miaohan. It was their miscalculation and carelessness that made them come in such a hurry this time, so there was nothing else they could do but admit it. Two patriarchs, since this is a misunderstanding, why don't we each take a step back and have the Luotian sacred sect compensate for 60% of the resources mentioned in the terms and conditions? And how about this matter is resolved? At this time, the beautiful woman from the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect, Nailin Meng, who was in the quasi-emperor realm, stepped forward to mediate. Yes, but they have to publicly apologize to my Taixuan sword sect goddess. Seeing Nailin Meng come out to mediate, Lin Wushuang thought about it and felt that 60% of the resources was within the acceptable range, so she nodded her head and agreed. What does Patriarch Mu think? Seeing that Lin Wushuang had agreed, Nailin Meng immediately turned her gaze to the side of Mu Chongqing. I can't make a decision on this matter alone. Wait for me to inquire about my clan's old ancestor, Mu Chongqing said with a sullen face before sending a voice message to Mu Qianqiu in the sky. Promise them. Mu Qianqiu ran while responding anxiously. Upon hearing the words of his own ancestor, Mu Chongqing could only hand over the possession of 60 saint rank spirit veins, 6 quasi-emperor rank spirit veins, and a small secret realm to Lin Wushuang. Moreover, he had brought all the people of the Luotian sacred sect to publicly apologize to An Miaohan and clarify that Yi Qianjia's death had nothing to do with the Taixuan sword sect. Old ancestor, the fight is over and done with. Having received compensation and an apology, Lin Wushuang immediately spoke loudly towards Jiang Taixuan in the sky. What? You want me to hit harder? Fine, wait for me to fight a little longer. Jiang Taixuan replied back and then continued to chase after Mu Qianqiu and slash. Jiang Taixuan, you've had enough. Do you really want to leave no mercy at all? Seeing that Jiang Taixuan was still chasing after him with his sword, Mu Qianqiu roared in anger as he broke his defenses a bit. Forget it, I'll let you go for now today as a bereaved dog. Next time you dare to come to my Taixuan sword sect to cause trouble, it won't be as simple as losing an arm. Get lost. After catching Mu Qianqiu hacking for another quarter of an hour, Jiang Taixuan stopped and said in a calm tone, let's go. Seeing that the other party was finally willing to let himself go, Mu Qianqiu didn't even dare to speak harshly and turned around, leading a group of Luotian sacred sect executives such as Mu Chongqing to leave in disgrace. As for his imperial artifact Red Sky Blade and his lost arm, as well as the storage ring on his arm, he didn't dare to ask for anything at all. He could only go back and think of something. Chapter 25, A New Use for the 10,000 Things Heaven Swallowing Cauldron. Beginning of the Outer Sect Trial. The crowd from the Luotian sacred sect had just left when Lin Wushuang shut down the sect protector formation. When the news of the clan's great victory was known, the entire clan cheered. Old ancestor is mighty. The movement of lifting his sword and chasing after the enemy great emperor is just too handsome. The performance of the patriarch and the other elders also shone brightly, without a single step of retreat. It was simply too domineering. Long live the Taixuan sword sect. Countless disciples stepped out of their caves and shouted loudly towards the air together. This patriarch has decided to raise the cultivation resources of every elder and disciple by 20% this month. Hearing the cheers from below, Lin Wuxuan immediately spoke generously. Both of you, the matter has been resolved. Why don't you go to my Taixuan peak for a cup of tea, and also talk about the matter regarding the demon abyss in the meantime? After handing over the resources from the compensation to the sect elders to go through the distribution, Lin Wuxuan turned around and issued an invitation to Nalan Meng of the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect and Venerable Peach Blossom from the Yaohe Holy Land. Then I'll be much obliged. Nalan Meng smiled and nodded. As for Venerable Peach Blossom, the old crone with the walking stick, she was currently holding the lifeless third elder in her arms with a happy face. I have no problem with that either. Hearing the talk of business, she lowered her head and kissed the third elder before following Lin Wuxuan and a group of other clan executives to the inner sect Taixuan peak. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of meters away in the void, when everyone had left, Elder Ancestor Zheng Taixuan was looking towards the place where the sky-splitting sword had disappeared with a grateful face. Thank you for your help. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely treat you to a cup of my drunken flower brew that I have been treasuring for tens of thousands of years. After that, he turned and left. And the reason why he could be sure that the person who had struck was not one of the other old ancestors of the Taixuan sword sect was because the Taixuan sword sect only had quasi-immortal artifacts, and the long sword that had astonishingly chopped off Mu Qianqiu's arm was clearly an immortal artifact. And that mysterious Taoist friend only made a move but did not show his face, indicating that Taoist friend did not want to see himself for the time being, so he could only leave for the time being. On the other hand, on the outer sect's Xin Tian Peak, the heaven-slashing sword had already returned to Qin Xian with Mu Qianqiu's right hand. As soon as it came back, it kept buzzing around Qin Xian, like a small child looking forward to its parents' praise. Good job. Reward you with 10,000 weapon essences from the refining of the Saint Soldiers. After patting the heaven-slaying sword, Qin Xian immediately returned to the cabin before summoning the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron, and then throwing all 10,000 sacred rank spiritual soldiers into it. As the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron gently vibrated, 10,000 saint-rank spirit soldiers were easily refined into 10,000 pure white powers. Qin Xian called these powers refined from weapons as weapon essences. Those refined from heavenly materials and treasures were collectively called resource essences. Those refined from Gongfu were called Gongfu essences. Those refined from martial arts were called martial arts essences, and so on. This was a moniker that Qin Xian had taken advantage of the time he had just spent to summarize on purpose, and it was only just now that he reacted to the fact that the all things heaven-swallowing cauldron could not only be used to help refine resources for himself, but it could likewise refine weapons to help enhance his heaven-slashing sword. Similarly, feats, martial arts, divine abilities, stances, and so on could also be upgraded by swallowing with the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron. In other words, he would no longer need to frequently change his cultivation techniques, martial arts, divine abilities and body techniques in the future, and would only need to find a large number of similar items for the all things swallowing heavenly cauldron to refine in order to raise his grade. This would not only save him a great deal of time spent on epiphanies of various feats, but it would also allow him to fully consume each and every one of the feats in his hands, making them a complete part of his body. It was important to realize that the Gongfu in this world were all created by previous generations, and those in later generations who cultivated the Gongfu they left behind were always following their thoughts. In short, even if your talent was heaven-defying, as long as you cultivated exactly according to the existing Gongfu, then you would never be able to go beyond the person who created this Gongfu. Even if you change your feats, you still can't escape this law. That's why the ancient people would often say strokes are not many, but in the essence, meaning that you should not look at what is good to learn. That will consume too much of your energy, and in the end everything is half-assed. And only by becoming thoroughly proficient in what you have in your hands and comprehending something of your own on the basis of that proficiency can you surpass those who have gone before you and go farther. As for Qin Xian, with the help of his god-level enlightenment and the all-swallowing heavenly cauldron, he was not only able to master and surpass his predecessors in all of the means on his body, but he was also able to keep pulling up the upper limit of his feats. To summarize, there will be no cap on his growth. After throwing 10,000 Dao weapon essences to the heaven-slashing sword for absorption, Qin Xian took the storage ring off of Mu Qianqiu's severed arm. There's a great Emperor Realm soul restriction on it, so I can't break it for now with my current divine soul strength. After casually sweeping that storage ring, Qin Xian threw it into the system space. He wasn't lacking any cultivation resources right now, so opening it later wouldn't affect anything, and the system space could isolate all senses. Even now that he was standing in front of Mu Qianqiu couldn't sense that the storage ring was on him. Immediately afterward, he bent down and picked up the Emperor artifact Red Sky Blade from the ground. Buzz! the Imperial artifact had a spirit, and when it realized that it was being held in the hands of a stranger, it was about to explode instantly, but it was obviously overthinking it, because just as it erupted, it was ground down by an aura of the all-swallowing cauldron's artifact spirit. Gripping the red sky blade that had no artifact spirit, Qin immediately returned 10,000 times the amount to it. Ding! Emperor Armament Red Sky Blade 10,000 times the number returned successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained 10,000 lower grade Emperor Armament Red Sky Blades. As the system beep sounded, 10,000 more Imperial weapons emanating brilliant Imperial might appeared in the system space. He was going to use part of these Imperial artifacts to use as rations for the Black Dragon Lance and the Heaven Slashing Sword, and save part of them for exchanging precious resources with others in the future. After retracting his gaze from within the system space, he looked again at the severed arm that had been chopped off of Mu Qianqiu's body. The Great Emperor's severed arm was rule-enriched and was no less precious than any quasi-emperor soldier. And not only did it contain terrifying chi and blood, picking it up could also be used as a quasi-emperor soldier. I feel a bit diabolical if I refine and use it, so why don't we just use it as a base card? And when we encounter a strong enemy that surpasses the Mahayana stage, we can directly detonate it. After thinking about it, Qin still didn't throw the broken arm into the all-things-swallowing heavenly cauldron to refine it, but instead threw it into the system space as a good battle card. After being delayed for so long, now I can finally go to the mission hall to casually receive a mission and leave the sect. After casually storing the all-swallowing heavenly cauldron and the heaven-slashing sword into his dantian, Qin muttered to himself, if he hadn't encountered the doorstep of the Luo Tian sacred sect, at this moment, he would have found a chance to sneak out of the sect and go break through the Jindan stage. How could he wait until now when he was still at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment stage? Senior Brother Qin, the secret trial for new outer disciples has begun. An elder Guyun told us to gather at the outer gate plaza. He had just stepped out of the wooden house when a few female disciples shyly opened their mouths towards him. It was worth mentioning that many of the new outer disciples regarded him as their idol ever since his deeds in the scripture pavilion that day were spread. After all, this was the ruthless person who had kicked pro-disciple Lin Chen into serious injury inside the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and also dared to directly make a move against the out-of-body stage pro-disciple, Nangong Knight, and in the end, had been sheltered by that mysterious senior of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. In a world where strength was honored, a ruthless person like him with strength and face value was naturally very sought after. Got it. Nodding towards those few female disciples, Qin then turned around and walked towards the bottom of Xin Tian Peak. He had read about this secret trial for new outer disciples in the sect handbook, which was usually to find a small secret area in the chi refining stage, to exercise the new disciples' guts, and also to test the results of their recent cultivation. With this secret trial, he didn't need to go to the mission hall to pick up a quest to leave the sect. After entering the secret realm, I'll look for an opportunity to use a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman and then directly teleport away. And then I'll teleport back to the secret realm after I break through the Jindan stage. After formulating the next plan in his mind, Qin accelerated his pace down the mountain, and it didn't take long before he arrived at the foot of Xin Tian Peak. Good day, Senior Brother Qin. There were some Shen Tian Peak disciples at the foot of the mountain who were still waiting for their companions, and they all greeted him happily when they saw him arrive. Good. Qin politely nodded towards the crowd before turning around and heading in the direction of the outer gate plaza. Chapter 26, Mu Euro's Targeting. Destiny's Son arrives. When he arrived at the outer sect square, several thousand young disciples had already gathered here, and at the moment, these disciples were all gathered in twos and threes to talk. Have you guys heard? That Xiao Fan from the outer gates Xian Sword Peak has broken through to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. Don't scare me. We're all outer disciples. We all joined the sect on the same day. I'm only in the 2nd level of chi refining now, and you're telling me that someone actually broke through the 9th level of Foundation Establishment in less than 10 days? What's the point of lying to you? His breakthrough speed caught the attention of the clan's senior management, and then some elders re-allowed him to test his talent. And it turned out that this guy actually possesses a 9-dragon immortal body, and also possesses immortal spiritual roots, so he's probably going to be designated as the clan's divine son for cultivation next. Damn it, I'm the Xian Sword Peak disciple. At first I thought he was extraordinary, but unfortunately I didn't take the initiative to befriend him. I didn't expect to just rub shoulders with a future superb. It was unknown who in the crowd broke the news that Xiao Fan had broken through the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, which directly shocked everyone. No one had expected that such a powerful and shocking character would appear among the outer sect. At the same time, everyone almost hated themselves for being blind. Why did they not discover Xiao Fan's unusualness earlier? If they had befriended Xiao Fan earlier, it would have been the same as hugging the thigh of a future super powerhouse, and their future achievements would definitely not be low. It's just a pity that there is no medicine for regrets in the world. Some chances are missed, that's for life. Qin Xian listened to the crowd's discussion in the crowd. He didn't have much of a feeling. After all, the 9th level of foundation establishment was fine if he had a hand in it. If it wasn't for the sake of accumulating a strong base, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to transformation in 3 days. As for the district immortal body and immortal spiritual roots, this was also not at all comparable to his Void Avenue body and divine grade spiritual roots, so he wouldn't be shocked. But even so, in his heart, he had raised the intention of killing this Xiao Fan. After all, this guy had made a death threat against him not long ago at the Outer Sect workshop and then was slapped by him. He didn't believe that Xiao Fan could swallow this breath. Most importantly, Xiao Fan had set his eyes on the 10,000 Things Heaven-swallowing cauldron and causal chakra fragment in his hands, and these two extras were one of the means he currently relied on the most. The 10,000 Things Heaven-swallowing cauldron would allow him to grow rapidly, and the causal chakra fragment would help him obscure the heavenly chances and create enough time to grow. Both were indispensable extras for him, and he would never allow anyone to hit on the idea of these two treasures. So for this Xiao Fan, he had to get rid of him, even if the other party was about to become a divine son of the sect. Let's hope that he'll follow in this outer sect trial. Otherwise, when he becomes a divine son, I won't be able to make a move if he stays in the sect and cultivates all the time. Qin Xian muttered to himself in his mind. Boom! At this time, a huge flying boat carrying a large palace suddenly sped from afar, and on the deck of the flying boat, a woman in purple was talking to a group of young boys and girls who were laughing and talking about something. Soon, the giant flying boat slowly docked on top of the outer gate square, and the woman in purple also stopped talking, then turned around and spoke in a flat tone to the several thousand new outer gate disciples present. My name is Mu Yuro. I'm the senior sister of Taixuan Peak, and this time, your secret realm trial will be under the sole responsibility of me and a few other elders. From now on, you are to follow orders in all your actions. Understand? After saying that, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from her body, which was like a huge mountain that directly pressed down on the crowd, who didn't dare to take a breath. Of course, this did not include Qin Xian, because his physique could ignore all the pressure. Not to mention that Mu Yuro was only a divine separation stage cultivator. Even if the heavenly Tao came, Qin Xian would still not be affected in any way. I'll follow senior sister's orders. Please also put away the divine power. The crowd of disciples did not have Qin Xian's ability, so they could only bow their heads and request Mu Yuro to put away the pressure. As for Mu Yuro, her gaze had been resting on Qin Xian's body since the flying boat came to a stop, and she was a bit shocked to see that her pressure was useless against Qin Xian. But seeing as the others were about to be suffocated by her pressure, she hurriedly put it away with a wave of her hand. Immediately afterward, 4 rope bridges that could connect to the ground automatically appeared on the giant flying boat, and when the disciples saw this, they all walked towards the rope bridges and then boarded the giant flying boat. The deck of the giant flying boat was equivalent to a large square, and it could accommodate at least tens of thousands of people, so there was no crowding after several thousand outer disciples came up. Qin Xian followed at the end of the crowd and didn't take a moment to arrive on the deck of the flying boat. Just coming up, he saw a few familiar faces. Lin Chen, who had been seriously injured by his kick a few days ago, was clearly among them, and as for the other few, they were the Celestials who had been taken away by a group of inner sect elders and peak masters the day at the apprentice ceremony. At this moment, when he saw his arrival, Lin Chen, who was originally surrounded by the crowd in the center of the room and kept on complimenting him, suddenly shrunk his neck, and then he skimmed his head, as if he was pretending not to see him. In response, Qin Xian did not care as his eyes quickly traveled through the crowd, but he never found Xiao Fan's figure. Buzz, just as Qin Xian thought that Xiao Fan would not follow him to participate in this outer sect trial. A middle-aged man wearing golden robes with reddish hair was flying with a white-clothed teenager at great speed from a distance. Senior Uncle Qian, what brings you here? On the side, Mu Yuro, who was still thinking about how to give Qin Xian a little lesson, suddenly saw the red-haired man. She immediately bowed her hand and then asked. Xiao Fan said that he wanted to participate in this outer sect trial, so the Patriarch and the others let me tag along to be in charge of his safety. Don't worry, this trial will still be presided over by you and a few outer sect elders. Senior Uncle, I'm just an oiler. No need to care. Seeing Mu Yuro's doubts, the third elder immediately gave a brief account of what happened. Greetings to senior sister Mu. At this moment, the white-clothed teenager Xiao Fan walked out from behind the third elder, then greeted Mu Yuro with a smile. No need to be polite. Mu Yuro glanced at him, and after chatting with the third elder for a few more moments, she settled her gaze on Qin Xian in the distance again. Well, according to the old man's many years of experience as a single person, Mu girl, you're looking at that young disciple. Ha! Seeing Mu Yuro's gaze stay on Qin Xian, the third elder took out a wine gourd from his storage ring and took a ton of the fine wine, then smiled and joked. Don't talk nonsense, senior uncle. How could I possibly look at an outer disciple? Hearing the third elder's flirtation, Mu Yuro froze for a moment, and then spoke in a determined tone. It's good that he didn't look at it. Although that guy's talent is heaven-defying and his physique is terrifyingly strong, it's a pity that he needs too many resources to break through. And every realm also has to ferry thunder tribulation that surpasses ordinary people by tens of thousands of times, destined to go no farther. The third elder took another sip of wine, then gabbled a bunch. Xiao Fan, who was on the side, crossed a look of looking at a fool in his eyes after hearing the third elder's words. Others didn't know how powerful and terrifying Qin Xian was, but he was very clear about it. Qin Xian had broken through the foundation establishment stage long before him, and he had also broken the 10,000 ancient extreme realm and ascended to the legendary 10,000 ancient heavenly pride ranking. And there was also an immortal weapon in the guy's hand, plus another fragment of the causal chakra. Even he, an immortal emperor reborn, was so afraid of Qin Xian that he had to resort to an ancient ferocious demon before he dared to appear in front of him. But this third elder said that Qin Xian was not destined to go far. This was simply the most hilarious joke he had ever heard. I admit that you're strong, but this time I've made enough preparations. I don't believe that you'll still be able to return to the Taixuan sword sect alive. After glancing at Qin Xian in the distance, Xiao Fan sneered with incomparable confidence in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Xian's thoughts were also the same as his, and he also had no intention of letting him return to the Taixuan sword sect alive. Chapter 27 Opening of the Fallen Moon Mysterious Realm. Battling Immortal Emperor Xiao Fan. The place for this secret trial is in the Falling Moon Canyon not far from the sect. Now start to depart. When all the new entrant disciples came to the flying boat square, Mu Yuro took out a token and then ordered the giant flying boat to be launched. Rumble! An ear-piercing buzzing sound rang out as the giant flying boat slowly lifted into the air before accelerating towards the Taixuan sword sect's mountain gate. As the giant flying boat traveled, many outer disciples, upon seeing Lin Chan and the other group of pro-disciples, smiled and walked over to get close, expecting to be held in high regard by the other party and taken in as followers or something. Where Xiao Fan was similar. Quite a few young female disciples were twisting their waists around him in an attempt to be able to hug this thigh, but unfortunately, let them rack their brains to perform, but without reciprocal strength. Their behavior like this would only make the other side look down on them even more. As for Qin Xian, he came alone to the back of the palace of the giant flying boat and was currently leaning against a pillar comfortably basking in the sun. Why don't you go and communicate with everyone? At this moment, a cold female voice suddenly came from his ears. Immediately afterward, Mu Yuro, who was dressed in purple, appeared beside him. None of your business. Qin Xian glanced back at her, and then proceeded to bask in the sun. I'm curious, without that senior's shelter this time, when you enter the middle of the secret realm later on, how are you, a person with no cultivation, going to face the demonic beasts inside? As if she had guessed Qin Xian's attitude, Mu Yuro not only didn't get angry, but instead sat down on the deck not far from him. Do we know each other well? Can we have some sense of edge? Seeing Mu Yuro sitting beside herself like this, with her hair blowing in the wind into her face, Qin Xian just couldn't help but frown in disgust as he opened his mouth. Others who went through all the trouble of trying to talk to me didn't have a chance. Now I'm taking the initiative to chat with you, but I'm miserably disliked. It's true that what can be easily obtained will never be cherished. Mu Yuro looked like she didn't hear Qin Xian's annoyance, and actually looked back at him and sneered. If you're sick, go take your medicine. Hearing Mu Yuro's inexplicable words, Qin Xian only felt very speechless. With that, he got up and walked over to a pillar that was a few dozen meters away from Mu Yuro, then slowly sat down and comfortably continued to bask in the sun. Soon, half an hour passed, and during this time, seeing that Qin Xian was unwilling to talk to her, Mu Yuro also turned around and left. Boom! With a loud bang, the flying boat landed steadily on a plain in front of a large canyon. The secret realm of this trial is in the Falling Moon Canyon ahead. There are a large number of chi refining stage demonic beasts in the secret realm. All you have to do is to fight with those demonic beasts, to sharpen your will and exercise your sparring skills. The trial lasts for 3 days, and during those 3 days each person must kill 10 demonic beasts of the same realm as themselves and bring out their demon pills. The elders and I will always keep an eye on your performance in the secret realm, and at that time, those whose trial scores don't meet the standard will automatically be relegated to the rank of miscellaneous servant disciple for 3 months. Once the giant flying boat came to a stop, Mu Yuro announced the content of this trial by pointing to the large canyon in front of her. Then she was only seen casually throwing out a token, and the several hundred-meter-high waterfall in front of her was thus stopped from below. Immediately after that, the token flashed with light and transformed into a 2 to 3 meter tall portal. Charge! Seeing the teleportation portal appear, many disciples were excited and rushed in at the first opportunity. Qin Xian stood at the end of the crowd and did not enter the secret realm at the first opportunity because he was waiting for Xiao Fan. and Xiao Fan obviously intended to wait for him as well. "Senior brother Qin, please." After all the disciples walked into the teleportation door, Xiao Fan took the initiative to open his mouth towards Qin Xian. Qin Xian didn't say anything and turned around before walking into the portal. Boom! Just as he entered the secret realm, a powerful attack suddenly came from behind him, only to be shattered by a mysterious force that surfaced violently from his body before the attack even touched his body. Obviously, it was the Mahayana defense talisman on him that was triggered. A Mahayana defense talisman? Senior brother Qin is really a big spender. Seeing that his attack was shattered by the power from Qin Xian's body, Xiao Fan's somewhat irritated voice sounded from the side. "It's just a defense talisman. It's nothing, but you sneak attack me with a palm. Now it's time to receive a punch from me." Qin Xian turned to Xiao Fan with an expressionless face, and in the next moment, he did not hesitate to execute the Taiku Green Dragon Fist. Roar! With a punch, a green dragon shadow immediately appeared above his right hand, and immediately after that, this green dragon shadow instantly became 100 times larger, directly transforming into a 100-meter-long dragon that charged towards Xiao Fan. Boom boom boom! Where the green dragon shadow passes, the space shakes, the aura explodes, below as the earth collapses. Flying sand and stones, as if the flood beast transit general, the scene is extremely explosive. How is this possible? Being at the same 9th level of foundation establishment, I admit that you're very strong, but how can one of your punches be so powerful? Seeing that Qin Xian's punch had struck with such heaven-destroying might that even the divine separation stage would not necessarily be able to block it if he came, Xiao Fan's entire body was dumbfounded. "Shui Yan, kill him for me." Facing such a terrifying punch, Xiao Fan knew that he couldn't block it, so he immediately summoned a small black snake out of his dantian. As soon as the little black snake appeared, the rich demonic aura raging on its body couldn't be hidden in any way. In the next moment, it directly transformed into a giant snake that was several hundred meters long and covered in countless scales, and then with its powerful physical body, it easily blocked this terrifying punch for Xiao Fan. The southern region's various clans have been working for hundreds of thousands of years, generation after generation, to seal the ferocious demon in the demon abyss, and an unknown number of people have died. But now you're reduced to being in the company of the ferocious demon? Looking at the demonic snake that was summoned by Xiao Fan in front of him, Qin Xian was also staggered. After all, the fierce demon had been a scourge to the people in the ancient times, and if it wasn't for the fact that in the end, all the strongest people from all the clans had worked together to seal it, then the entire southern domain and even the heavenly wasteland continent would have long since been annihilated. It could be said that the fierce demon was the common enemy of the 10,000 races of the heavenly wasteland continent, and there were once people who thought of completely exterminating the fierce demon and solving this great scourge. However, the fierce demons came from beyond the heavens, and not only did they have a strong self-healing ability, their defense was also amazing, making them almost difficult to kill. It was only with no choice that the strongest of the 10,000 races set up the Devil's Abyss and sealed it inside, and then each generation of the strongest went on to reinforce the seal, and so on and so forth. But Qin Xian did not expect that Xiao Fan would not put everyone's efforts in his eyes, and for the sake of power, he openly joined with the ferocious demons, which if put before crossing the border, Xiao Fan's practice was a traitorous behavior of collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country for the sake of profit. Although Qin Xian did not consider himself to be any kind person, he definitely could not do something like Xiao Fan, who betrayed the righteousness of the 10,000 clans of the heavenly wasteland continent. The weak eat the strong, and the strong are honored. This is the unchanging truth of the ages, and the heavenly wasteland continent is but a drop in the ocean of the 10,000 worlds. The great righteousness in your eyes that is only your choice, while I choose power. What is wrong with me to join with the ferocious demons for the sake of power? You're too short-sighted. This world of the heavens is really too big. The so-called hatred in righteousness is nothing compared to future glory, and as long as I kill you today, who would know that there is a fierce demon in me? Seeing the dismay on Qin Xian's face, Xiao Fan sneered disdainfully. Since he dared to summon the fierce demon in front of Qin Xian, he had no intention of letting him leave alive. For someone like you, who doesn't have any bottom line of principle, it's a waste to say one more word. Use whatever means you have. Only one of the two of us can leave alive today. Seeing that Xiao Fan was getting crazier and crazier as he talked, Qin Xian didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly chose to make a move. Chapter 28, Countless Undercards. Breaking down Reborn Immortal Emperor. I'll fulfill you if you want to have a life and death duel, but this secret realm is too small to be utilized. How about having the guts to go to the heavenly Broken Mountain range with me to fight? Xiao Fan coldly looked at Qin Xian. He actually wanted to kill Qin Xian right here, but this falling moon mystic realm was nothing more than a small mystic realm that couldn't withstand the attacks of the demonic snakes. Once he did it, the secret realm was bound to collapse, and all the Taixuan sword sect disciples inside would die a horrible death, and he wouldn't be able to hide the fact that he had a fierce demon on him at that time. This was not the result he wanted to see at the moment. After all, he still had to use the resources of the Taixuan sword sect to raise his cultivation, and the matter of the fierce demon could not be exposed. That's exactly what I want. Qin Xian also didn't want to show his cultivation in front of the crowd, and once he killed Xiao Fan here, the third elder in Mu Yuro outside would surely notice, and then he wouldn't be able to explain himself at that time. So the best way was to find a deserted place to settle this battle. Anyway, he had tens of thousands of Mahayana stage attack talismans, so when he got there he would use the attack talismans to blow up Xiao Fan. Receiving Qin Xian's affirmative answer, Xiao Fan would be the first to ride the demonic snake to vanish into the void. Qin Xian didn't delay too much, and after affixing dozens of more Mahayana defense talismans on his body, he took out a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman and crushed it, and his figure soon disappeared into thin air as well. When the figure reappeared, Qin Xian had already arrived on top of a 10,000 meter peak, and Xiao Fan didn't let him wait much longer, stepping out of the void in just a few breaths of time. Qin Xian, in fact, if you give me the other half of the Karma Chakra fragment at the Outer Sect workshop someday, then there's still a chance for us to become friends, but unfortunately that chance was gone when you slapped me in public, and today this is where you will be buried. Having just stepped out of the void, Xiao Fan spoke with incomparable confidence. So the other half of the Karma Chakra fragment is in your hands? Catching the key information, a flash of joy appeared in Qin Xian's originally calm eyes. He, still coveting the treasures on my body even after death. Shui Yan, don't stay your hand, kill him for me. Seeing that Qin Xian was even staring at himself with a gaze like looking at prey, Xiao Fan was a bit annoyed and immediately ordered the demonic snake under his feet to attack Qin Xian. Boom boom boom. It was a pity that he had only just finished speaking when Qin Xian had already taken the first step and thrown a dozen or so Mahayana stage attack talismans at his face. Damn it, where did you get so many Mahayana stage attack talismans for an outer disciple? Feeling the terrifying power that erupted from those dozen or so talismans, the originally confident Xiao Fan froze at once. His hallowed immortal emperor had been reborn, racking his brain and desperately trying to display his talent. And now, apart from a handful of immortal weapons, all he had on him were the 3 attack talismans of the Mahayana stage given by the patriarch. But what does Qin Xian, an outer disciple, have to do? He had no background. He hadn't worshipped a master, and he hadn't shown his cultivation in front of others, so where on earth did he get so many Mahayana stage attack talismans from? Defense first. Seeing that dozens of attack talismans were about to explode, Xiao Fan grimaced and told the demonic snake to stop attacking before returning to protect himself with his physical body. Boom boom boom. A dozen or so attack talismans exploded one after another, and even if the devil snake's physical body was of the Zunshi realm, it was somewhat numbed by the shock at the moment. The explosions ended, and just when Xiao Fan thought that he could finally let the demon snake rush over to finish off Qin Xian, he saw that Qin Xian once again pulled out more than 100 Mahayana stage attack talismans before throwing them at him without hesitation. Qin Xian, you coward. You only dare to throw attack talismans at me from afar. If you have the ability, fight me for real. Seeing the densely packed more than 100 Mahayana stage attack talismans, Xiao Fan only felt his scalp numb and immediately hid underneath the demon snake to break his defense as he yelled, "What a joke! Clearly you were the one who first failed to speak of martial virtues and allowed the demon snake of the Zunshi realm to strike out at me, and now I'm merely fighting you in the way you chose." Hearing Xiao Fan's hiss as he broke defense, Qin Xian couldn't help but sneer and immediately pulled out several hundred more attack talismans and threw them over one after another. Rumble! One explosion after another kept ringing out, and that demonic snake was soon blown up to the point where blood flowed out, wailing in pain. Qin Xian, you asshole. What kind of battle is like yours where you keep throwing attack charms from start to finish? Bastard! You'd better pray that your attack talismans can blow me up, or else I'm going to break you into pieces today. Seeing that Qin Xian had thrown attack talismans at himself for half an hour and had no intention of stopping, Xiao Fan was about to go crazy from the torture. In his previous life, he hadn't been this stifled when he was captured and tortured night after night by a few Sao immortal jinn in the Forbidden Zone. Don't worry, my attack talismans are definitely enough. Seeing that Xiao Fan still had the strength to threaten himself, Qin Xian directly increased the number of attack talismans, which had started out as a few dozen at a time, and now became a few hundred at a time. Ho ho ho! Under such violent rounds of bombardment, even if the devil snake came from beyond the heavens, with amazing defense and great self-healing ability, it was now blown to a bloody pulp and dying. Who said the fierce demon was hard to kill? But it's just a lack of firepower. Damned Qin Xian, today I must let you die. Seeing that the devil snake was about to be blown up by Qin Xian, Xiao Fan's heart was hardened and he immediately used a secret method to borrow a trace of power from his future self. Boom! although it was only a trace of power, it allowed him to directly possess a quasi-emperor realm cultivation. Take life. Sensing the terrifying aura coming from his body, Xiaofan roared angrily and instantly summoned a large seal engraved with 9 golden dragons on one side that was attacking towards Qin Xian. The secret method is not bad, but if you want to kill me, you're really overthinking it. Seeing that Xiaofan's realm had actually briefly reached the terrifying quasi-emperor realm, Qin Xian was very interested in this secret method. At that moment, he no longer stayed his hand, and directly took out one after another of the great emperor's arms that had been returned by the system in 10,000 times the number, and then directly detonated them. Boom boom boom. Terrifying explosions followed one after another, while Xiaofan, who had rushed over, was directly blown back and forth. How did you get a great emperor arm? Damn it, damn it. Xiaofan went mad with incompetent roaring. He wasn't in the sect when the people from the Luotian sacred sect came to the door looking for trouble, and as soon as he returned to the sect he was busy displaying his talent to attract the attention of the sect's senior management, so he wasn't aware of the fact that a great emperor had his arm chopped off within the sect. Thus now when he saw Qin Xian take out one great emperor arm after another to bombard himself non-stop, Xiaofan was directly skeptical. In his previous life, he had never encountered such a difficult opponent, fighting never according to the rules, and the cards that were precious in other people's eyes were as good as no money in his case. Trying to kill him today is no longer possible. If I don't find a chance to leave, I might fall here. Seeing Qin Xian pull out several hundred more great emperor arms and throw them at him, Xiaofan completely lost the desire to want to fight on, and immediately prepared to find an opportunity to escape with the demonic snake. It's already too late if you want to run. Seeing the retreat on Xiaofan's face, Qin Xian no longer stayed his hand and immediately took out the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron and made it bigger before crushing it fiercely towards the sky where Xiaofan was. Damned Qin Xian, this emperor will definitely not let you go. Sensing that his body was completely suppressed by the small black tripod, Xiaofan was very decisive and immediately detonated his own life immortal weapon, the 9 Dragons Immortal Seal, to buy time for himself. In the next moment, he executed the ancient soul transfer secret art, directly allowing his soul to escape the entire southern domain range. As for this body of his, it was completely suppressed by Qin Xian. Chapter 29 Care from the Heavenly Tao. Is the Jindan a side of the universe? Calling himself this emperor, as well as carrying an immortal weapon, possessing countless secret techniques, and having a soul that can still escape under the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron, it seems like he shouldn't be the rebirth of a great emperor of this world, but an immortal emperor reborn. Hearing Xiaofan's last harsh words, coupled with his own experience of reading novels in his previous life, Qin Xian probably guessed Xiaofan's identity. After all, he had seen the great emperors of the heavenly wasteland continent, old ancestor Jiang Taixuan, the great yellow cow in the hidden scripture pavilion, and Mu Qianqiu who had one of his arms secretly chopped off. All of these were in the great emperor realm. The aura on their bodies was indeed powerful, but it was absolutely impossible for them to possess such bizarre means and underpinnings as Xiaofan. So it was basically certain that Xiaofan was the immortal emperor reborn. An immortal emperor who respects the living surely knows many great events that will happen in the future, or great opportunities that are about to come out. If someone else had messed with such an existence, they would definitely be unable to sleep at night, and would have trouble sitting still. But I'm covered in all the extras, so I can beat him up today and flee with heavy injuries, and in the future, I'll still be able to lift my hand to suppress him, casually maneuvering the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron to collect that fierce demon into the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron as well. Qin Xian murmured to himself with a confident expression. Other people are afraid of what immortal emperor rebirth. He, a traveler with a system, is not afraid. Let the other side of the mechanism. He will use absolute strength to destroy it. The reason why Xiaofan's soul was allowed to escape this time was because Xiaofan's soul power was too strong and possessed secret techniques that he didn't know about. And the second reason was that his cultivation level was too low, and he was limited in the amount of power that he could utilize when destroying the 10,000 things swallowing heavenly cauldron. That's why the most important thing for me right now is to invoke the heavenly tribulation and break through the Jindan stage. As for that half-causal chakra fragment and Xiaofan's storage ring can wait until after the breakthrough. After making up his mind, Qin Xian researched for an intact mountain peak nearby and casually set up the defense isolation formation. He then sat down on his knees at the same spot. Immediately after that, he unleashed the plugin and directly returned the 2 bottles of heavenly rank spirit gathering pills and Peiyuan pills given to him by Chu Lingyao in a 10,000 times quality return. Ding! 10,000 times quality return is successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 bottle each of holy rank upper grade spirit gathering pill and Yuan cultivation pill. After the return was successful, he triggered the heavenly mind tribulation while swallowing the entire bottle of spirit gathering pill in one gulp. the entire dozens of Saint-stage spirit-gathering pills were swallowed, and the terrifying medicinal power rushed into his dantian crazily like a dike-breaking flood. Not daring to have any carelessness, he immediately revolved the 9 revolutions Xian Yuan Gong within his body, and he began to frantically refine the medicinal power of the spirit-gathering pill. For him, breaking through the Jindan stage from the foundation establishment stage was a matter of 2 steps. 1. Compressing the aura to condense the Jindan. 2. Crossing the tribulation and consolidating the Jindan. As the Gong method operated, the medicinal power of that entire bottle of spirit-gathering pill was being madly refined by him. It didn't take long for all the medicinal power to be refined by him and compressed into a black vortex, which was like a deep, bottomless black hole that was currently erupting with unparalleled suction power, absorbing all the aura within his dantian. However, Qin Xian's dantian range was an unprecedented 100,000 meters, so even if that fist-sized black hole sucked desperately, it still took quite a bit of time. An hour passed and the black hole was still sucking. 2 hours passed and the black hole was still sucking. It wasn't until the 3rd hour was about to pass that the black hole finally absorbed and compressed all of the spiritual energy within the 100,000 meter range. According to the description in the Cultivation Manual, after absorbing the cultivator's spiritual energy, this black vortex will automatically evolve different grades of Jindan depending on how much spiritual energy it absorbs. And this evolution usually takes no more than 10 breaths, and I wonder what golden Dan I will evolve. Seeing that the black vortex had already absorbed all the spiritual energy within his dantian, Qin Xian waited in peace and quiet, but after 10 breaths, his Jindan was not evolved. A quarter of an hour later, there is still no movement, and even after several hours, there is no change in the black vortex. Wait and see. Regarding the current situation, Qin Xian wasn't in a big hurry. After all, the range of his dantian was a full 100,000 meters, and the stored spiritual energy was also tens of thousands of times higher than that of an unusual heavenly pride, so it was understandable that the Jindan was evolving slower. But he can afford to wait. The thunderbolt in the sky that has long been condensed and completed is waiting impatiently. Why don't you give me the thunder tribulation origin reward I deserve this time? And then you go first? Hearing the successive thunderclaps in the sky, Qin Xian raised his head and spoke tentatively. Granted. As soon as his words fell, an incomparably majestic voice came from the terrifying thunderclouds. Immediately afterward, 9 drops of liquid containing a rich thunder tribulation origin flew out directly from the thundercloud before landing in his hands. The thunderclouds that covered 10,000 meters also began to rapidly dissipate at this moment, and in no time at all, there was only a bright river of stars left in the sky, as well as the bright, clear moon. It's actually really possible? Seeing the 9 drops of thunder source liquid in his hand, as well as the already dissipated thunder tribulation, Qin Xian was somewhat surprised in his heart, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. Those tentative words of his just now were what he had learned from other protagonists when he read novels in his previous life, and he had just wanted to try it out, but he didn't expect it to actually work out in the end. In fact, what he didn't know was that the reason why the heavenly Tao had taken special care of him was solely because his chi rank had been raised to the level of a starfield son. Now his fate was tied to the fate of the entire starfield, so not to mention that the heavenly Tao of the heavenly desolate continent would give him care. Even if he went to the immortal realm, the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm would still open the back door for him. Seeing that the black hole within the dantian hadn't moved much until now, Qin Xian immediately returned the 9 drops of thunder source liquid in his hand in a 10,000 times quantity. After obtaining 90,000 drops of thunder source liquid, he tried to run his gongfu to absorb a few drops, and then injected the absorbed power into that black hole. Buzz! When the power of these lightning source liquids was injected into the black hole, an incomparably faint vibrating sound came out from within. It's working! Sensing the subtle vibration, Qin Xian immediately summoned the all-swallowing heavenly cauldron back out. After taking out Xiao Fan's corpse as well as the fragments of that 9-dragon immortal seal after it exploded and throwing them into the storage ring, he then gave all 90,000 drops of thunder source liquid to the 10,000 things swallowing heavenly cauldron to be refined. Soon, 90,000 thunderbolt essences appeared in front of him in unison. Suck me in. Without any procrastination, he directly catalyzed the void great Tao body and the 9 revolutions Xian Yuan Gong, sucking all of these 90,000 thunderbolt essences into his dantian before injecting them back into the black hole. Boom boom boom. As the thunderbolt essence that contained a large amount was injected, the black hole was finally reacting, and the reaction was becoming more and more violent. However, since the Jindan was still in the process of evolving, Qin Xian couldn't see exactly what was going on inside, and all he could do now was to keep injecting thunderbolt origin into the black hole. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 hours passed, the sky outside was already bright, and more than 80,000 of the 90,000 thunderbolt essences had been used. But looking at the movement in the black hole, it seemed like the Jindan hadn't evolved yet. What kind of Jin Dan is it that has taken so long to evolve, not to mention consuming so many of my top-tier resources? Qin Xian was truly shocked by this horrifying consumption. This Nima, a drop of thunder source liquid thrown outside, are enough for many heavenly pride to cultivate for a long time. But he actually consumed more than 80,000 drops in one night. This is if he does not have a resource 10,000 times the return of the plugin. I am afraid that he will never want to evolve the Golden Dan. But shock is shock. Resources should be spent. By noon, all of the remaining Thunderbolt essence was consumed, at which point a corner of his Jin Dan was finally evolved. And it was this corner where Qin Xian saw thousands of stars and a borderless sea. Good, keep evolving for me. After seeing this scene, Qin Xian's original slight depression was completely gone. Then without hesitation, he casually waved his hand and took out a few thousand drops of Divine Origin liquid, which was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than Thunder Origin liquid, from the system space. Immediately afterward, he threw all of these Divine Origin liquids into the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron to refine them. After obtaining a few thousand terrifying Divine Origin essences, he hurriedly ran his Gong method and then continued to inject these Divine Origin essences into the black hole as a way to speed up the evolution of his Jin Dan. Chapter 30, The Original Dojo. The ancient celestial pride list reappears. Another day and night passed in a flash of time, and after absorbing all of those several thousand Tao Divine Origin essences, his Jin Dan was finally evolved. Boom boom boom. As soon as the Golden Dan came out of the world, before Qin Xian could see what it actually looked like, a hint of breath flowing out of it directly collapsed the mountain peak he was on, shattering it along with his sacred rank formation disc. System, quickly hide all the visions for me. Seeing that the surrounding mountains were about to collapse along with him under this hint of aura, Qin Xian just couldn't help but speak to the system. Ding! The vision was hidden successfully. With the system out of the way, all the visions that hadn't yet manifested disappeared, and the trace of breath that had just been sealed back into the Jin Dan. Climbing up from the collapsing rubble, he hurriedly used his divine sense to check up on his Dantian, only to see that at this moment, in his Dantian, a palace with original dojo written on it had actually appeared. Is this the Jin Dan I condensed? But didn't I see thousands of stars and a borderless sea? Seeing that his long-awaited Golden Dan was actually just a palace, Qin Xian couldn't help but be a little confused. Through the cultivation manual given by Chu Lingyao, he knew that every cultivator's Jin Dan was different, and this difference was not only reflected in the quality level, but also in the specific form. For example, some people's Jin Dan is a sword, some are a knife, some are mountains and rivers, some are the sun and the moon. After consuming so many high-level resources, Qin Xian had thought that his Dantian had to be at least a side of the universe containing thousands of stars, but he hadn't expected that it was actually just a very ordinary palace. Taking a deep breath, his divine thoughts passed through the palace's doors and got a good look at the scene inside. A bronze statue of a man was placed in the palace. The man on the statue was imposing and indifferent. Just by looking at him, Qin Xian could feel the terrifying aura of a born king looking down on all living beings emanating from the man. There was no doubt that the owner of this statue must have been a supreme figure who had climbed to the top of the world and overlooked the ages in his lifetime. However, when he thoroughly looked at the man's appearance, he directly froze in place, because the man actually looked exactly like him. Very bizarre. Seeing a statue that looked exactly like himself, Qin Xian felt a little numb, resisting the urge to withdraw his divine sense. He once again looked at the things in the palace, only to see three other things floating behind the statue. The first piece was a scroll called the 10,000 Stars picture, which was filled with countless stars, and the scene that Qin Xian had watched the 10,000 stars arrive before was the very corner of this painting. The second piece was a scripture called the Scripture of 10,000 Ancient Years. Thick and thick. Each page seemed to have recorded endless years and buried countless eras. The third piece was a bead named Infinite Chaotic Sea, which contained an infinite ocean that seemed to be able to hold all the world's heaven and earth auras within it. And the borderless sea that Qin Xian had seen earlier was the scene in this bead. And just as Qin Xian finished looking at the items in the palace, a gentle voice rang in his ears. First of all, congratulations on resummoning the Primordial Dojo from the ancient ages. From now on, you may use the rules of the Primordial Dojo once a day. Once the rule is activated, no matter where you are, you will instantly have battle power that is comparable to the heavenly Tao of this side, but it will only last for a dozen or so breaths of time. Secondly, the three treasures in the palace correspond to your refined body, divine sense, and spiritual power. From now on, the limitations of your cultivation are completely broken, and as long as you have enough resources, you'll be able to raise your strength indefinitely. By then, everyone else thinks you're at the Jin Dan stage, but you'll be able to slap an immortal to death. and you'll no longer have to worry about raising your cultivation too quickly and triggering the attention of a mysterious existence, thus being targeted for purging. Lastly and most importantly, the origin of the great Tao became ill, and his control over the 10,000 ways of the heavens was greatly weakened, and in order not to be replaced by a new great Tao, he dropped many seeds into the 10,000 realms of the heavens. These seeds are unpredictable. They may be a side of the heavenly Tao. They may be a remnant of the great Tao. They may be some highly respected and supreme figure who watches over everything on behalf of the ailing great Tao. Whenever a great Shi pride beyond control appears, it will be assassinated by them, taken away, or given to the great Tao as sustenance. After listening to this mysterious voice, Qin Xian froze in place for a long time without saying anything. He was truly surprised that this world would actually be so dangerous. Is that 10,000 ancient celestial pride list arranged by the great Tao? Whoever makes it onto that list will be secretly erased by the people he arranged. Suddenly thinking of something, Qin Xian immediately opened his mouth and asked, "Not really. That's a list that evolved on its own by the rules of the transcendent origin great Tao and is not under the control of the great Tao. But you're right about one thing, but a lot of those who are on the list and use their real names are dead." Hearing this explanation, Qin Xian's heart breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had left his hand in the air and took the Tao name of humongous bandit Qin Taixuan just to prevent being undermined by others. "Will you disappear?" Qin Xian suddenly asked again. "Maybe it will, but not now." The mysterious voice returned. "All right, then I'll leave first." After bidding farewell to the mysterious existence, Qin Xian withdrew his divine sense from the palace, and as soon as his divine sense left, the original dojo took on a state of nothingness, as if it didn't exist in this space, and as if it didn't belong to any time, and apart from Qin Xian, no one could detect the existence of this palace. The Jindan coalesced successfully. Qin Xian's cultivation naturally broke through to the first level of the Jindan stage, and the Jindan was incomparably solid, and pressed not to use the Peiyuan Dan. After his cultivation reached the Jindan stage, his strength increased a lot. Not only did his strength skyrocket from 600,000 pounds to 800,000 pounds, but the number of star void shadows in his sea of consciousness also increased from 100 to 150. Not only that, this breakthrough also caused his defense, self-healing ability to double tens of times again, as well as his lifespan, which directly soared from over 100 years to 500 years. In addition to the above changes, the 2 points that were most different between him and the foundation establishment stage right now were that he could now do the grain repellency, and he wouldn't starve to death if he didn't eat anything in the future. There was also the fact that he could now step into the air and fly through the air without having to fly with his sword. However, after breaking through the Jindan stage this time, he didn't break through his cultivation from the first level of the Jindan stage to the 9th level in a single breath like he did before, because he knew that the people arranged by the Great Tao were watching the heavens and the realms all the time, and even if he had the Karma Chakra, he couldn't defend himself against them, so he decided to slow down the breakthroughs in his realm and go for a major cultivation of strength. Anyway, breaking through the cultivation level was also for the purpose of raising his strength, and now that there was no restriction of the cultivation realm, he could raise his strength indefinitely, which wasn't too different from his previous cultivation. The only difference was that he didn't have to worry about attracting assassinations from those unknown existences. Could those mysterious existences that deprived their predecessors of their chi with great magical powers be the ones arranged by the Great Tao? Qin Xian murmured to himself, but thinking about this now wasn't useful. When the strength reached a certain level, some things would naturally be known to him. Congratulations to humongous bandit Qin Taixuan for breaking the limit of the 10,000 ancients during the foundation stage, condensing the mysterious Jindan, and successfully ascending to the 90,000th place on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, rewarding him with 10 drops of the divine origin liquid, 1 divine spirit vein, and 1 divine enlightenment tea tree. Just as Qin Xian was about to check the storage ring and the causal disc fragments on Xiao Fan's body, the broadcast of the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking suddenly sounded in his ears. Compared to the 100,000 th place last time, this time he had risen a whole 10,000 places. Immediately after, 10 drops of divine origin liquid that emitted terrifying energy, a tens of thousands of meters long divine grade spirit vein, and a divine grade enlightenment tea tree that felt like it had become smarter when he looked at it appeared in his hands. System, suppress the aura. Without the slightest hesitation, he hurriedly let the system suppress all the auras on these treasures, and when the suppression was complete, he threw them all into the system space. Chapter 31 Karma Wheel's New Function. Fierce Demon's Immortality Secret. After casually finding a mountain peak, Qin Xian took Xiao Fan's corpse out of his storage ring. Buzz! Just as the corpse was taken out, half of the copper mirror shards flew out from Xiao Fan's dantian. Immediately afterward, the half-piece of copper mirror fragment in Qin Xian's body also flew out automatically. As soon as the 2 copper mirror fragments met, they kept buzzing in the sky as if they were long-lost brothers meeting. Boom! There was no need for Qin Xian to do anything at all, as the two karma chakra fragments exchanged a few words before they directly fused on their own. After the fusion was completed, the grade of the karma chakra was restored from the half-step Dao exterminating grade to the Dao exterminating grade. Not only was the power of projection, prediction, and concealment greatly increased, it now also had one more ability, Curse. As long as you sacrifice your lifespan, you can ignore your opponent's cultivation level and directly unleash the curse. This is equivalent to a real injury. No matter what level you are, if you are cursed, you will be injured. Not bad. After redropping blood on the complete karma wheel, Qin Xian put it away in his dantian. Then, he examined Xiao Fan's storage ring, although it had Xiao Fan's soul ban on it, because Xiao Fan's soul had been seriously injured by him. Plus he had now broken through the Jindan stage. His soul power had gotten a huge boost, so it didn't take much effort for him to break the soul ban on it. Using his divine sense to take a look at the situation in the storage ring, Qin Xian was instantly somewhat disappointed, because apart from those 3 Mahayana stage attack talismans in here that were not bad, the other ones such as those Xian rank spirit veins, several thousand years of medicinal strength heavenly treasures, and so on could not even enter his eyes. Still a reborn immortal emperor, simply a poor man. Qin Xian couldn't help but spit out a sentence, but just as he removed the 3 Mahayana stage attack talismans and was about to throw the rest of his things back into his storage ring, an ordinary list quickly caught his attention. In the 900,001, 200th year of the heavenly desolate calendar, I, the 9 dragons immortal emperor, have managed to be reborn, and the following are the great opportunities that are about to come out of the world, and the ones I must get my hands on. A day later, someone will be selling the other half of the karma chakra fragment at the outer gate market. A month from now, the ancient vermilion bird mystic realm will open, and an immortal flame will come out of it. 2 months later, when the demon abyss is in turmoil, the starry rift will open up, and inside will be a page of golden paper that contains the method of spatial cultivation. Seeing the various opportunities recorded on this list, Qin Xian's original disappointment turned into excitement. I'll admit that you have a bit of strength with this immortal emperor rebirth, and although that still doesn't change the fact that you're poor, I'm still grateful that you've left such a list of opportunities for me. After casually storing the list of opportunities into the system space, Qin Xian smiled and looked at Xiao Fan's corpse and said, in order to thank Xiao Fan for being a great benefactor, he directly destroyed the void great Dao body and then extracted Xiao Fan's 9 dragon immortal body origin and immortal spirit origin. After similarly throwing the 2 copies of the origin into the system space, he then took out the heaven slashing sword and chopped Xiao Fan's corpse into nothingness with a single stroke of the sword. Immediately afterward, he looked to drop his gaze on the demonic snake that he had blown up alive with his attack talisman. According to what he had learned before crossing over, the reason why these ancient ferocious demons were so hard to kill must be because they came from higher dimensional worlds and had the power of higher dimensional rules in their bodies. It must be hard to kill a species with a higher dimensional power in its body with a lower dimensional power. To use a not-so-subtle analogy, this is like an ordinary person taking an embroidery needle to kill a crocodile. How many needles does it take to finish off a crocodile with thick skin? Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately activated the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron, and he began to refine the rule power from the demonic serpent. Buzz. Soon, a black power the size of a hairline was refined out of the demonic snake by him. Is this the secret of the ancient ferocious demon that can barely be killed? Looking at the black power in front of him, Qin Xian pondered. Xiao Fan had gone to make a deal with the ancient fierce devil even though he had stood against the 10,000 races of the sky wasteland continent, for the sake of presumably this power, but now it was cheap. After thinking about it, he tried to incorporate this power into his right hand. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying black demonic aura emanated from his right hand, and he could feel that his right hand had been tremendously strengthened. Both the self-healing ability and defense ability instantly doubled several times. It really isn't simple, but if it's just this one, it won't change my life level at all. Redrawing that black power from his right hand, Qin Xian then threw it into the system space. For the ordinary cultivators of the heavenly wasteland continent, this black power in front of them was enough to allow them to evolve at the life level, but he was too powerful because of his physique, and this hint of black power at the moment was a drop in the bucket for him, and he would have to wait until he went back for a 10,000-fold return to make this possible. After using the heaven slashing sword to cut the fierce demon's corpse into nothingness as well, Qin Xian took out a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman before crushing it and teleporting towards the falling moon mysterious realm. In fact, he originally wanted to return all of this harvest here 10,000 times over, but it was because the outer sect trials only lasted for 3 days, and today was the 3rd day, so it was better to go back and finish the process of the secret trial first, so as not to cause any unnecessary suspicion. After all, he still wanted to stay in Taixuan Sword Sect for cultivation in the future, and just as he used the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman to rush back to the falling moon mysterious realm, the heavens and the worlds were once again sensationalized by his name. How is this possible? He only broke the 10,000 ancient limits at the foundation establishment stage, as to rise directly from 100,000 to 90,000? Right, it took me 100 years to pacify the dark unrest in my immortal realm, and such a large contribution only made my ranking rise by 2, but he managed to rise by 10,000 when he broke through one realm, open and shut, right? Don't all get mad. I'll give you 2 jokes. Remember the dude who just got squeezed out of 100,000 th place by humongous Chin Taixuan not too long ago? In the past few days, I've seen him run off in anger to exterminate a few evil demon forbidden zones, and this is looking like he'll be able to re-enter the list again. But now that the humongous bandit has elevated so much, that 100,000 th place threshold has become higher again, and that dude is probably going to be pissed off to death. Ha 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 ha. I do feel much happier when you say that. In the special chat channel of the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride ranking, countless celestial prides from different realms, but all of them on the list, were all popping up to speak at this moment. Qin Xian also owned this chat channel since he was on the list, but he was so addicted to cultivation that he couldn't help himself, so how could he have time to brag and chat, while a group of the top heavenly prides of the 10,000 realms were chatting hotly? In an immortal domain, a white-clothed young man with crazy eyes and a long sword in his hand was killing in an evil demon prohibited area. Damn humongous Qin Taixuan. After I reascend the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride ranking, I will definitely make a date with you and then slap you to death. Chapter 32, End of Training. Perverse Mu Euro. Falling Moon Mysterious Realm, on top of a barren mountain. At this moment, Qin Xian had already killed a dozen or so first level of Qi refining demonic beasts and scooped out their demonic pills and put them away in a new storage ring. That's right, the cultivation level he was displaying now was the first level of Qi refining, and his original storage ring had already been thrown into the system space, and the reason why he did so was because his physique was too powerful. The resources he needed to break through each realm were more than 10,000 times that of his peers, and if he revealed too much of his cultivation in a rash manner, then the origins of his resources would surely draw the attention of many people. It just so happened that not long ago he saved the goddess in Miaohan, and then in Miaohan's senior sister Chu Lingyao gave him 2 earth-rank spirit veins and some heavenly treasures, which gave him the right reason to display his first level of Qi refining cultivation, and the qualifying criteria for this experience was to kill 10 demonic beasts of the same realm as himself and dig out the demonic pills as proof, for which he accomplished without much effort. Somewhat bored, he could only go to a female wolf at the 4th level of Qi refining stand to carry away a young wolf, and then cause that female wolf to go crazy and run after him, and he pretended to panic, pretending to narrowly avoid the attack every time he was about to be grabbed by the she-wolf. Isn't that senior brother Qin Xian? Why is he being chased by a demonic wolf of the 4th level of Qi refining? Along the way, quite a few disciples had seen him being chased and fleeing in a sorry state, talking to me so aggressively, I thought I had so much power. As a result, I was chased around by a demonic wolf of the 4th level of Qi refining, outside the secret boundary. Originally Mu Euro, who hadn't seen Qin Xian's figure for the past 3 days, was still a bit puzzled, but now that she suddenly saw Qin Xian being chased by a she-wolf all over the secret boundary, she couldn't help but feel a bit like laughing. After all, Qin Xian hadn't even looked at her properly in front of her and had spoken in a cold manner. So now that she saw Qin Xian in such a sorry state, she was a little happy. Love rises with the wind, and a lot of times liking someone starts with being emotionally affected by them. On the side, when the 3rd elder saw that Mu Euro, who had been keeping a stern face for the past 3 days, was now beaming with joy because she saw Qin Xian being chased by a demonic beast, he couldn't help but say something meaningful. The few outer sect elders next to him who had stories to tell also nodded approvingly. What nonsense are you talking about, senior uncle? I just look at him like this and think it's funny. What does that have to do with liking? Hearing these meaningful words from her own senior uncle, Mu Euro put away her smile and opened her mouth with some exasperation. However, once she saw Qin Xian being chased by the demonic wolf, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. It's about time, so pass the word to end this trial. Without explaining too much to Mu Euro, the 3rd elder glanced at the time and then turned his head to open his mouth to the other elders. When the other elders heard this, they took out their tokens and began to transmit their voices. Upon hearing the sound of the end of the trial ringing out, all the disciples urged the disciple tokens in their hands before being teleported out of the secret realm, and naturally, Qin Xian was among them. So close. Just now I encountered a crocodile of the 5th level of Qi refining. Fortunately I ran fast enough. A mere 5th level of Qi refining. I can kill it with one sword. It's over. The requirement of the test is to kill 10 demonic beasts in the same realm as oneself, and I've only killed 7 this time. Just after being teleported out, the disciples were chattering and exchanging words, some bragging about how they had made a big kill, Some were lucky that they had escaped from danger. And of course, there were those who were frustrated that they hadn't met the standard of the test. No, why hasn't Xiao Fan come out yet? At this moment, the third elder looked around the week not finding Xiao Fan's figure. He immediately spoke in confusion. Logically speaking, Xiao Fan, a 9th level foundation establishment, the secret realm experience of the district's chi refining stage was just like a game to him, and he should be the first one to come out. Maybe it's still lingering in the secret realm because of something. Mu Euro guessed. Wait for me to probe with my divine sense. The third elder put away the wine gourd in his hand, then directly used the powerful divine sense of the Zunshur realm to envelop the entire falling moon mysterious realm in one go. How is that possible? Xiao Fan is not in the middle of the adversary realm? After looking over every corner of the falling moon mysterious realm, the third elder instantly cried out in shock. Not in the secret realm, not at the scene. Such a big person just disappeared into thin air? This matter is too strange. I have to return to the clan first to report to the patriarch, the third elder said anxiously before turning around and stepping into the air to speed away. Xiao Fan's talent was described as one of the most powerful few people that the Taixuan sword sect had ever seen besides Qin Xian, and originally the sect was prepared to vigorously cultivate them, but now that it had disappeared right under his nose, it was a wonder he wasn't anxious. Senior sister, I killed more than 30 chi refining 4th level demonic beasts this time, and I also crossed over to kill a chi refining 5th level demonic tiger. After the third elder left, Lin Chen, who was Mu Yuro's junior brother, proudly walked out from the crowd, then looked at his own senior sister with a face full of anticipation. Good performance. Go back and reward you with a bottle of Earth Order marrow cleansing pill. Mu Yuro nodded in satisfaction. Many thanks to senior sister. Receiving praise from his senior sister in front of so many people, Lin Chen's entire being felt very honored, and suddenly seeing Qin Xian in the crowd, he immediately spoke with disdain. Some people are actually being chased around by a demonic wolf at the 4th level of chi refining, and I'm afraid they haven't even killed a single demonic beast, right? Seeing that Lin Chen was shading there, Qin Xian casually pulled out a dozen demon pills. Seeing that Qin Xian had so many demon pills in his hands, Lin Chen only felt his face being slapped. It's just a demonic pills of the 1st level of chi refining. Maybe it's not wanted by that senior brother of the 3rd or 4th level of chi refining who casually slapped it to death, and then certain people secretly picked it up. That's right, isn't it just a dozen demon pills? Make it look like it's awesome. Seeing that Lin Chen had been slapped in the face, those pro-transmission celestial pride who were on good terms with him spoke out in support. Enough, without any evidence. Don't go slandering people off the cuff, and in the cultivation path, luck is sometimes more important than strength. Even if people are picking it up, that's still their ability. At this moment, Mu Yuro actually spoke out to scold Lin Chen and a few other heavenly prides, directly looking at the crowd in a daze. Senior sister's lesson is right. Although Lin Chen and a few others were confused, they didn't dare to offend Mu Yuro's majesty and immediately lowered their heads. Shouldn't you apologize for wronging someone? Mu Yuro said in a stern tone. The crowd was even more perplexed, and Lin Chen had wanted to say something about the situation, but when he saw his own senior sister's unquestionable look, he could only walk over to Qin Xian and reluctantly say something. Sorry. When the other few people saw that Lin Chen had bowed his head, they could only apologize. In response, Qin Xian was also a bit puzzled, not sure what this Mu Yuro was committing again. Although I have some small quarrels with you, as the senior sister of Taixuan Peak, and even more so as the person in charge of this experience, I will be fair and impartial. Seeing that Qin Xian didn't say anything, Mu Yuro spoke towards him. Senior sister's deep understanding is deeply admired by senior brother. Qin Xian said back symbolically, now board the flying boat to return to the sect. All those who do not pass the experience will be relegated to the rank of miscellaneous disciple for 3 months. After glancing at Qin Xian again, Mu Yuro allowed the disciples to board the giant flying boats one after another. Boom! With an ear-piercing buzzing sound resounding through the clouds, the giant flying boat rose up into the air and then sped off in the direction of the Taixuan sword sect. Chapter 33, The Devil Emperor Attacks. I am the Heavenly Tao. Why should I be afraid to fight? On the way back, Qin Xian still didn't talk to anyone else. He came alone to the previous pillar and leaned on it just to comfortably bask in the sun. I'll have to buy another defensive isolation array when I get back. And by the way, I'll have to change to another independent mountain peak to cultivate. Looking at the clouds rolling in front of him, Qin Xian planned in his mind what he was going to do when he returned to the sect. The defense isolation array was definitely something to buy, and it was also necessary to buy a high-level one, because the commotion of his cultivation was a bit loud, and he didn't want to disturb others, and at the same time, he didn't want to attract others' attention or be disturbed by others. As for the one he had before, it was destroyed when he was condensing his Jindan. The reason why he wanted to change the peak was likewise due to privacy considerations. After all, if he hid it well, there were too many people in Shen-Tian Peak, and there would always be a time when he would be noticed, so it would be better to change an independent peak. It just so happened that the sect did have this service. With contribution points one could purchase an independent mountain peak. He had 1,000,000 contribution points rewarded by the sect in his identity token. It should be enough for him to choose an independent mountain peak with a good environment. You are indeed here. At this moment, a familiar female voice suddenly came from the distance. What are you doing here again? Qin Xian said without lifting his head. Ha! In front of people, one mouthful of senior sister, but behind the scenes, you speak coldly to me. Seeing that Qin Xian didn't raise his head to talk to her again, Mu Yuro let out a light snort before coming to sit not far from Qin Xian. If you have something to say, just say it. Qin Xian twisted his head and looked at her. I've investigated what happened that day. It was Lin Chen who maliciously humiliated you, and you couldn't bear it before striking back. I just came out of the gate that day when I saw that junior brother was seriously injured, so I was a bit impulsive for a moment, and then I said something very rude to you in front of so many people. I apologize to you for my behavior that day. Mu Yuro's small hand pinched the hem of her skirt tightly, then her eyes looked sincerely at Qin Xian. This was the first time she apologized to someone who bowed down, or to a person of the opposite sex. As for Qin Xian, after hearing Mu Yuro's words, for a moment he couldn't help but look at this woman in a higher light. After all, she was now only a small outer disciple, and the cultivation she showed was pitifully low, while the other party was a big sister of Taixuan peak at the divine separation stage, and was also a personal disciple of the patriarch. So even if she did something wrong, it could be completely ignored, and no one would say anything about her. But now she was willing to put down her identity and apologize to herself, which was rare. This is a little bit of fault between fellow disciples, since the other party sincerely apologized. Qin Xian, a big man, naturally not so petty. Forgive you. Qin Xian looked up at her for the first time, then spoke in a casual tone, without prejudice. This look, the other party is indeed a rare and absolute beauty, with fair skin, delicate posture, and exuding a mesmerizing mature flavor all over. However, Qin Xian just took a frank look and withdrew his gaze, then continued to look at the clouds rolling in front of him. Since the misunderstanding is solved, how about I treat you to dinner? Sort of make amends for what I wasn't before. Seeing that Qin Xian forgave herself and even looked up at herself, Mu Yuro was a little happy in her heart and immediately wanted to invite Qin Xian for dinner. I appreciate the kindness, but forget about dinner. After all, there are so many people in the sect who look up to you. If they see that their goddess is actually eating with a tiny little outer disciple of the first level of Qi refining like me, I'm afraid that I'll be targeted very badly in the future. Hearing that Mu Yuro wanted to invite herself for dinner, Qin Xian refused without even thinking about it. Of course he wasn't afraid of those admirers of Mu Yuro. Rather, he has to be busy cultivating recently. That what Vermilion Bird's secret realm will not be long to open, and that treasure map he got from Yi Qianjia at the beginning has not yet gone to explore. That there is extra time to accompany Mu Yuro to have dinner? Women, it only affects how fast he gets stronger. With me around, who dares to target you? Seeing that Qin Xian had rejected her invitation, Mu Yuro said with some small loss in her heart, can't you stay by my side all the time? Qin Xian rolled his eyes at her. Since you're not willing to eat, it's always okay to let you make a request to me, right? Seeing Qin Xian's reasonable words, Mu Yuro thought for a moment and added, then I'll be polite. Please senior sister just help me get a token that can enter and exit the sect at any time. Qin Xian said in an expectant tone. After all, there would be many great opportunities coming out in the future, and he would have to leave the sect to explore them or seize them in advance, so it would indeed be troublesome if he had to go to the mission hall every time to take a mission before leaving. It would be better to ask Mu Yuro to help get a token that could enter and exit the sect at any time. It would save a lot of trouble. I asked you to make a request, and this is the result? Hearing Qin Xian's words, Mu Yuro looked up and down with strange eyes. He is such a big beauty in front of him. Invited him to dinner and he refused. Asked him to make a request. He just really honestly made a very common small request. He should not be unable to, right? What are you thinking? Can you agree to my whimsical demands? Since I can't, what's wrong with making a request that is useful to me and can be fulfilled? Seemingly guessing what was on Mu Yuro's mind, Qin Xian said with a dark face, all right, I'll help you organize one when we return to the clan. Glancing somewhere towards Qin Xian, Mu Yuro waved her hand and said, roar. Just at this time, a burst of ear-piercing beast roars suddenly came from the distance. There's a beast tide. I'll go command it. After speaking towards Qin Xian, Mu Yuro got up and headed towards the deck at the front of the flying boat. Coming onto the deck, she instantly saw that a group of powerful demonic beasts were charging this way at breakneck speed tens of thousands of meters ahead. Immediately opened the defense array, and all disciples hurry to the cabin. Mu Yuro immediately gave the order. When the disciples heard her order, they all ran into the palace on the flying boat, and as for the other elders, they ran to open the defense array on the flying boat. Buzz! As a curtain of light lit up, the defense array on the flying boat was fully activated. Seeing this, Mu Yuro let out a sigh of relief. This flying boat was at the lower level of the heavenly rank. It could defend against any attack below the transitional stage. Dealing with an ordinary beast tide should not be a problem. Boom boom boom. Soon, the flying boat traveled into the middle of the beast tide. A strange-looking bat and a red-eyed golden-winged eagle went crazy and kept attacking the defense array. However, the highest cultivation level of these beasts was only at the divine separation stage, so no matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through the defense array. And just when everyone thought that this was just an ordinary beast tide that could be easily survived with the defense array on the flying boat, a devilishly huge hand suddenly flew out from the mountain range below, and then grabbed the whole flying boat and dragged it to the bottom. This is an evil demon from the demon abyss. How did it come to the vicinity of the Taixuan sword sect? Seeing the large hand with a demonic aura in front of her, Mu Yuro and the group of elders all looked terrified, because with their strength, in front of this giant hand there was no resistance at all, and they could only despair and wait for death. I'm not willing to do this. I've obviously just stepped into cultivation and still have a bright future. How can I fall just like this? Many disciples in the cabin were scared pale by this evil giant hand. Some even broke down and shouted, "Jia jia jia, humble human ants, all become food for this demon emperor." When the flying boat was about to be dragged into the ground, a horrifying, evil, maniacal laughter suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. Many people, after hearing this terrifying laughter, all had their beliefs crumbled and were directly made to faint to death. If what is expected is good, this should be Xiao Fan's means. To be able to invite a demon emperor to make a move is indeed quite a big deal. But it's a pity that with just a single demon emperor, the current me doesn't even put it in my eyes. Listening to the demon emperor's wild laughter, Qin Xian muttered to himself, and in the next moment, he directly utilized the rules of the primordial dojo. Once utilized, he would be able to possess a battle power that was comparable to the heavenly Tao of this side. Chapter 34, Killing the Fierce Demon Emperor with a Slap. Moving into Green Dragon Peak, Buzz. When the primordial dojo rule was utilized, Qin Xian only felt that his life level had been greatly sublimated. In the next moment, his dantian was filled with countless law powers, and instantly, his divine sense, spiritual power, physical body, and all of his body's functions changed drastically. At this moment, the entire heavenly wasteland continent was in his sights, and the hidden rules of the heavenly Tao in the sky were also visible to him, and he felt that he was so powerful that it was difficult to describe it in words. Come dead, without any unnecessary nonsense. Qin Xian grabbed at the fierce demon emperor below. The power of the heavenly Tao. How is this possible? Being grabbed in turn by the terrifyingly incomparable rule hand, that originally arrogant to the extreme fierce demon emperor was instantly dumbfounded, because the reason why they, the fierce demons, dared to come to the heavenly wasteland continent to act recklessly was because they expected that this side of the heavenly Tao wouldn't dare to make a direct move against them. But now, the big hand that grabbed himself was made of the rules of heaven. Damnable Xiao Fan, didn't you say that there was no danger in coming to kill this group of people? I damn well believed you're evil. Sensing that terrifying rule hand intending to crush himself to death, the fierce demon emperor cursed continuously in his heart. Originally, he thought that this time when he was unsealed from the seal by Xiao Fan, he would be able to do whatever he wanted again, but who knew that he had just struck out and was made real? This emperor is not willing. At the end of the day, the fierce demon emperor stifled a roar before he completely fell, and Qin Xian was also the first to use the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron in the dark to collect the corpse of this fierce demon great emperor. Only after doing so did he casually wave his hand and move the giant flying boat directly from the ground to the surface, and it was also at this time that the time for him to use the rules of the primordial dojo arrived. We're saved? Seeing the light of day again. All those who were still awake were in disbelief, but more than anything else, they were ecstatic to have been saved. Ha ha ha, I didn't die. It is said that a great calamity will bring good fortune. I will definitely be blessed in the future. That's a good point. Surviving from a fierce demon emperor, I can blow 3 generations on this awesomeness. Wake up, you don't have a Taoist yet. Don't daydream. After the surprise, quite a few disciples were gathering together and talking happily, and there were also quite a few who didn't say a word, obviously scared out of their minds by the life and death crisis just now. I've already sent a message to my master, and soon the clan will send someone to pick us up. Putting down the voice transmission jade slip, Mu Yuro spoke towards the crowd. After all, after just being grabbed by the fierce demon emperor like that, the entire flying boat was severely deformed and could no longer be used. During the time she was waiting for the clan's support, Mu Yuro hurriedly scanned the crowd, and when she saw Qin Xian's figure, she inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for roughly a quarter of an hour, the third elder rushed over with a group of strongmen, and after inquiring clearly about the cause of the matter, the faces of the third elder and the crowd of strongmen all showed a look of gravity. What an eventful time! Fortunately, a mysterious senior stepped in and suppressed that fierce demon emperor. now I'll follow us back to the clan. Sighing, the third elder casually made a wine gourd larger before leading the crowd back to the Taixuan sword sect. The matter of the fierce demon's attack had also completely alarmed the Taixuan sword sect senior management, while Venerable Peach Blossom from the Yaohu Sacred Ground and Paramount Emperor Nalan Meng from the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect had both sent messages to the senior management of the forces they were in after hearing about the matter. The Luo Tian Sacred Sect side will be informed by my Vermilion Bird Immortal sect's people that the fierce demon has escaped from the demon abyss. This matter concerns the safety of the entire southern region's 10,000 clans. We must pay attention to it. After the transmission was completed, Nalan Meng said with a serious expression, "It seems that the matter of Xiao Fan's disappearance will have to be put on the back burner for now." Patriarch Lin Wushuang pinched his brow and then sighed in his heart. On the other hand, after returning to the sect, Qin Xian didn't return to Xiantian Peak at the first time, but directly changed his face and came to the outer sect market. Here is still people come and go, very lively. He did not wander, simply buy some clothes, some night pearl and then bought a ground-level defense isolation array. He went back. After returning to Xiantian Peak, he put all of some of his household items into his storage ring, and then took away the wooden board that was used to leave a message as well. After doing so, he went to the sect's contribution hall, which was equivalent to a store in a workshop, but instead of spirit stones, the transaction currency here was the contribution hall. Senior, are there any of those independent peaks for sale that have a nice environment and not much disturbance yet? Walking into the hall of contributions, Qin Xian came to the counter to inquire, "How much is the budget?" The gray-robed old man said without lifting his head, then continued to look at the ledger and write, 500,000 to 1,000,000 contribution points. Qin Xian immediately returned, "You're that Qin Xian who saved the goddess, right?" Hearing that he, a new outer disciple, had actually uttered so many contribution points, the gray-robed old man froze for a moment, then suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "It's me." Qin Xian took out his identity token. "Depending on your needs, here are a few places for you to choose from. Take your pick." After glancing at the token in his hand, the gray-robed old man immediately handed him a list. Xiangui Peak, located in the inner sect, connected to the Taixuan mountain range, with beautiful mountains and water, containing an earth-grade lower-grade spirit vein, priced at 900,000 contribution points. Heavenly Sword Peak, located in the inner sect, used to be a place for inner sect disciples to quench their sword intent, but it fell into disrepair over the years and was abandoned. But there is a sword tower on it that enhances one's perception of the sword path, priced at 800,000 contribution points. Green Dragon Peak, located in the inner gate, legend has it that at the beginning of the establishment of the clan, a stone tablet with an ancient green dragon carved on it was seen, hence the name, but it is located in the middle of nowhere, backed by the Taixuan mountain range, and not many people have been living there since ancient times, priced at 600,000 contribution values. Quickly scanning through the list in his hands, Qin Xian also kept pondering in his mind, "Senior, I'll choose Green Dragon Peak." In the end, Qin Xian selected the peak he wanted. "Pick this one." "Ah, you're afraid you'll have to add an extra 200,000 contributions to buy another heavily ranked defense formation because no one's been to that place for a long time, and the formation has long since malfunctioned." Upon hearing Qin Xian's choice, the gray-robed old man immediately spoke. "Alright, please also ask Senior to configure a heavenly rank grand formation for me." Qin Xian pretended to be contemplative and waited for a while before agreeing straight away. Nowadays, he had so many resources that he couldn't use them all. Contribution points were only useful to him for this one time to buy something here, but he still had to make a show of pretending to be heartbroken when he spent out so many contribution points at once. There is also the fact that the formation he bought in the outer door is carried with him. When he goes out, Qinglong Peak will definitely need a defense array to protect so it is not a waste to buy it. The little guy is quick to do things. "This is the Peak Master token of the Green Dragon Peak, you put it away." The old man will take you to the Green Dragon Peak to set up the array for you. Seeing Qin Xian spending 800,000 contribution values so readily, the gray-robed old man's impression of him got a few more points better, and immediately after handing over the work in hand to the others, the old man grabbed Qin Xian before disappearing into thin air. A dozen or so breaths later, the old man Gu Tongtian led Qin Xian to the front of a towering mountain peak. "No one has lived here for years. There are quite a few more spirit beasts up here, so let me help you clean up a bit, lest you feel uneasy about living here." Scanning the situation on the Green Dragon Peak with his divine thoughts, Gu Tongtian waved his big hand, and a spirit beast bag was thrown out by him. Then it became bigger, and directly to the spirit beasts on the Green Dragon Peak it was a fierce suction. Spirit beasts and ferocious beasts are actually beasts, but the difference is that ferocious beasts have a tyrannical character and love to kill, while spirit beasts have a relatively gentle character, and with a little cultivation, they will also become the cultivator's spirit pet. Soon, several thousand foundation stage, hundreds of Jindan stage and 2 Yuaning stage spirit beasts were collected by Gutong Tian into his spirit beast bag. The remaining ones up there are all spirit beasts in the refining stage now. With the Peak Master's token in place, they won't be able to hurt you. After casually putting away the spirit beast bag, Gutong Tian immediately took out a heavenly rank formation disc, and then urged the mantra to directly strike into the middle of the green dragon peak. Boom! As the array disc was punched in, the heaven and earth aura on Qinglong Peak was also frantically converging into the array disc, which then completely activated the Heavenly Steps Grand Formation. After the Grand Formation was activated, the entire green dragon peak seemed to be shrouded in mist, and other people couldn't even see what was going on inside from the outside. Except of course for those with high cultivation, or special pupil techniques. The Grand Formation has been activated, so it's up to you to open up the cave. Saying back, Gutong Tian casually sent Qin Xian to the top of Qinglong Peak before turning to leave. Many thanks, Senior. Qin Xian waved his hand loudly towards the sky before he began to survey the environment on Qinglong Peak. Chapter 35, Divine Lady and Miaohan's Visit. Remnants of the Book of Space. The peak of the Green Dragon Peak is somewhat like a plain. Not only is it full of all kinds of spiritual grasses, but all kinds of unknown flowers are also blooming everywhere, looking colorful. In the middle of the rocks not far away, there was also a natural fountain, and there were quite a few trees near the fountain, and in front of the trees was a deserted medicinal field. It could be seen that this place was once inhabited, but because no one had taken care of it for many years, the formations around the medicinal fields were out of order, so it had become a wasteland. Then the dwelling house will be erected next to this medicinal field. After taking a general look at the environment on the peak, Qin Xian immediately took out his sky-splitting sword and walked into the woods in front of him to take a swing. After obtaining enough logs, he quickly used his cultivation again, and then began to build it according to the outer sect's wooden house architecture. After half an hour, 3 cabins and a small yard were built by him, and then he ran to the forest to transplant a big willow tree into the small yard, and then some flowers and plants were also transplanted, some by the fence of the small yard. Immediately after that, he took some stones and used the heaven chopping sword to chip them into stone tables and benches, and then finally built a row of wooden stairs in front of the wooden hut, and just like that, all the building work was done. Not bad. Looking at the fully formed cultivation cave in front of him, Qin Xian also nodded in satisfaction. After traveling for so long, he finally had a mountain peak and cave that was uniquely his. Walking into the wooden house in the center, he hurriedly took out all the household items from the storage ring and set them all up, and then hung a few night pearls around the wooden house. It's rare to be so happy. Let's roast and meat tonight. After finishing everything, Qin Xian casually collected those branches, then with a fireball spell, those branches instantly ignited. Immediately afterward, he took out half of a cow's leg from within the system space and cleaned it with water. Then he set it directly on the fire to roast it. This bull's leg was naturally obtained from killing a Jindan stage Earth Berserker bull when he first went to the Skybreak mountain range to look for sword spirit grass, and it had been placed in the system space and would not deteriorate. While roasting the beef shank, he casually picked up a teapot and threw it at the distant spring, and after filling it with a pot of clear water, he casually put it back again. The pound of enlightenment tea that I got from completing the system's daily quests in the first place. Now I finally have the chance to use it. After removing the lid of the teapot and placing a few more pieces of Gnosis tea leaves in it, Qin Xian muttered to himself. Now that he hadn't used the divine enlightenment tea tree rewarded by the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking up until now, he would have an endless supply of divine enlightenment tea after he made the 10,000 times return. When the time comes, not to mention using it to make water to drink, it is completely fine to use it to take a bath or to soak your feet. Zip, zip, zip. As the flames kept rising, the beef shank was also roasted with moist oil, golden and fragrant. The enlightenment tea in the teapot was also boiled, and a mesmerizing aroma of tea came out. Start eating, sprinkling on various spices and salt bought from the outer gate market. Qin Xian poured himself a cup of enlightenment tea before tearing off a piece of meat from the cow's leg and munching on it. The moonlight was bright, the environment was beautiful, and Qin Xian sat at the stone table and ate. But just then, he suddenly saw that under the moonlight, there was a woman who looked like a heavenly fairy stepping into the air towards him. Senior brother is so elegant. I wonder if I can participate in this? The woman slowly stopped outside the small courtyard, then spoke towards him in a gentle tone. It's not like it's a mountain of delicacies, just feel free to do as you please. Senior sister. Seeing the woman outside the courtyard, Qin Xian was also surprised. This was because this woman was none other than the goddess he had carried back from outside the Skybreak mountain range earlier. And Miaohan. Then, senior sister, I will not be polite. With Qin Xian's permission, and Miaohan gently pushed open the door of the small courtyard before she slowly walked over. With a guest arriving, Qin Xian naturally showed the most basic courtesy and immediately poured a cup of tea for the other party and tore a piece of meat from the cow's leg and handed it to her. "Thank you, senior brother." Receiving the tea and roasted meat handed over by Qin Xian, and Miahan politely said thanks. She then turned her head and gently lifted the veil from her face before she began to drink from her cup of tea. Boom! She had only just taken a sip of the tea when a feeling of lightness instantly surged into her sea of consciousness, and then she only felt that the vigor of her mind had increased by hundreds of times. The Red Lotus Sword Saint inheritance that he had just obtained not long ago was even more of a direct introduction, and quickly stepped into the minor accomplishment realm, and as a result, her cultivation level, which originally needed some time to break through, followed suit and directly broke through a minor realm. The effect is so good. This is a great emperor level enlightenment tea? Feeling the changes in her body, and Miahan was somewhat surprised. The senior brother in front of him now looked like nothing more than a young disciple of the first level of qi refining, but that day he was clearly flying with his sword, and now there was something like a great empress level enlightenment tea, and it was really becoming more and more mysterious the more he looked at it. And when Qin Xian saw that Miahan had produced such a great reaction after taking a sip of the enlightenment tea, he couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Is this enlightenment tea effect that good? He hurriedly drank the tea in his cup in one go, but other than a bit of refreshing, he didn't feel anything else. It was thought that because he had God-level enlightenment, a mere great emperor-level enlightenment tea would be almost useless to him. Many thanks to senior brother for generously sharing such a chance. This is a page of golden paper I obtained a long time ago. I can feel that it should have a great origin, but unfortunately, I could never see through its secrets, so I'm giving it to senior brother today. After finishing the cup of enlightenment tea, and Miahan casually took out a page of golden paper, and that was what she handed to Qin Xian. Seeing Miahan being so polite, Qin Xian originally wanted to refuse. After all, a mere cup of great emperor-level enlightenment tea was no different from ordinary tea to him. After all, the other party had let her senior sister Chu Lingyao send herself a lot of cultivation resources before, and there was also an incomparably detailed cultivation explanation. The other party was also considered to be one of his few friends, so it was absolutely nothing to ask his friend to have a cup of tea. But when he saw the information displayed on the system after that page of gold paper, Qin Xian couldn't help but be a little shocked. Remnants of the Book of Space, containing the rules of space, with each page recording a secret space art. This was similar to the golden paper that appeared in the starry cracks and recorded the ability to cultivate the power of space, as mentioned in Xiao Fan's list of chances. Combined with the information given by the system in front of him, Qin Xian guessed that the golden paper in that spatial crack was also the remnants of this Book of Space. Senior sister is really going to give me such a valuable chance? Qin Xian didn't go to pick it up first, but instead opened his mouth to confirm in a serious tone. No matter how valuable a chance is, it has to meet a fated person who can comprehend it. And senior sister, I'm obviously not the fated person it's waiting for, so I'm giving it to senior brother. Hearing Qin Xian's tone so serious, and Miaohan guessed that this senior brother should be able to see the secrets hidden in this golden paper. But she had always been a man of her word, and there was no reason to go back on what she had given away. Moreover, Qin Xian had saved her life, so it was even more unlikely for her to back out. Senior sister sent me such a valuable thing, and I also promise senior sister that I will be sure to share the secrets in the golden paper with senior sister at the first opportunity after I have comprehended them. And this is another bit of my heart. Please accept it, senior sister. Seeing that Miaohan still wanted to give such a valuable chance to himself, Qin Xian did not excuse himself and immediately took it over. But he wasn't the kind of person who only knew how to take advantage of others, so he immediately gave Miaohan all the rest of that kilogram of enlightenment tea, and promised to share it with her after comprehending the secrets on the Book of Space. As for whether or not he would expose some of his own unusual little secrets as a result, Qin Xian was betting on Miaohan's character, betting that Miaohan wouldn't tell everything that had happened with him. Of course, even if the bet ends up being wrong, it doesn't affect him much. Chapter 36, Heavenly Enlightenment Tea Tree, Refining the Rules of the Devil's Way. Good, then everything will be as senior brother says. And Miaohan was not the type of person to make false pretenses, and after frankly accepting the enlightenment tea from Qin Xian's hands, she squatted down and ate the roasted meat. After Qin Xian put away the page of gold paper, he also ate the roasted meat while chatting casually with Miaohan. But what both of them didn't expect was that the more they talked, the more energized they became. From the beginning of the unusual talk about cultivation matters, gradually chatting about the life and death crises that had occurred along the way since they had been cultivating, how they had escaped from death, and all kinds of strange anecdotes along the way. When it came to the highlights, Qin Xian would hasten to praise Miaohan's cleverness and wisdom, while Miaohan would gently smile and then continue to talk about the close call she had experienced. When she said that she was tired, Qin Xian would pour her a cup of hot tea, and then change Qin Xian to talk about his experience of being looked down upon by people all over the world as he went around being looked down upon in order to cultivate over the years. It's those people whose blessings are too shallow that they missed out on someone as outstanding as senior brother. From now on in the Taixuan sword sect will be your home. If there's anything senior brother needs, feel free to come and find me. Whenever she heard Qin Shen being taunted that there was no difference between him, the first genius, and a waste, and Miahan would be extremely angry and then start to speak out to comfort Qin Shen. Yes, from now on, Taixuan Sword Sect will be my home. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Qin Shen only felt that his entire body was much more relaxed after saying some things out. Afterwards, the two of them chatted quite a bit about the future, and as they talked, the atmosphere actually became a bit subtle, because until this moment the two of them did not realize one thing, that is, it is now the middle of the night, the lone man and woman together chatting in the heat of the night. How this looks a little bit wrong. That, it's getting late, I'll come back to bother senior brother another day, and Miaohan lowered his head and got up to bid farewell. Greetings, senior sister. Qin Shen put down his teacup and personally sent in Miaohan outside the small courtyard, and Miaohan quietly looked back at him before stepping into the air and leaving. It was only until Miaohan completely disappeared into the sky that Qin Shen turned around and walked back to his cabin. After a brief wash, he went to the bed and sat on his knees. Immediately after that, he took out that Earth rank formation disc that he had bought at the Outer Gate workshop during the day, and then directly performed a 10,000 times quality return on it. Ding, 10,000 times the quality return successfully. Congratulations on obtaining a holy rank medium grade defense isolation grand formation. As the system beep sounded, a formation disc emitting a powerful holy might appeared in his hand. Without half a moment's hesitation, he backhandedly incorporated several tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones into it before opening up the grand formation. With this formation in place, unless it was a peak quasi-emperor, or a great emperor realm powerhouse deliberately probing, no one would know if he made a huge commotion in this green dragon peak. After the grand formation was opened, he immediately returned 10,000 times the amount of the 10 drops of divine origin liquid, that divine grade spirit vein, as well as the immortal spirit essence and 9 dragons immortal body essence that he had obtained from Xiaofan, as well as the black power that he had obtained from the demonic serpent through and through. Ding, 10,000 times the number returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 drops of divine origin liquid, 10,000 divine spiritual veins, 10,000 strands each of immortal spiritual roots and 9 dragons immortal body origin, and 10,000 ordinary devil's path rules. After doing so, Qin Shan instantly returned 10,000 times the quality of that divine grade enlightenment tea. According to his initial intention, this enlightenment tea tree he had intended to make a 10,000 times quantity return, but after drinking the great emperor level enlightenment tea and realizing that enlightenment teas that were below his enlightenment level were of no use to him, he decided to make a 10,000 times quality return on this god level enlightenment tea tree. Ding, the divine enlightenment tea tree 10,000 times its quality has been returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining a heavenly Tao grade enlightenment tea tree. It is recommended that the host transplant it in the Dantian. On the one hand, it can greatly enhance the defense of the Dantian, and on the other hand, it can improve the heaven and earth's spiritual power in the Dantian. The heavenly Tao grade enlightenment tea tree had just been returned successfully, and the system's suggestion followed suit. How to transplant? Hearing the system's suggestion, Qin Qian immediately spoke. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the daily task of breaking through the Jindan stage, rewarding proficiency in spiritual plant cultivation knowledge. As soon as Qin Qian's question was asked, the system rewarded him with a large amount of spiritual plant cultivation knowledge. After integrating this knowledge, he was also aware that the cultivation of spiritual plants was divided into many kinds, such as the common one that was planted with soil. There were also more advanced ones that were planted with spiritual veins, and as for the even more advanced ones, the entire world was used as nutrients, and what he's going to use is a method of planting called independent companion species. As the name implied, it meant that he and the enlightenment tea tree were in a companion state after planting, and that he cultivated the enlightenment tea tree with his god-level spiritual veins while the enlightenment tea tree helped him completely metamorphose the aura in his Dantian into divine power. And the enlightenment tea tree also served as a world tree for his Dantian, providing the strongest defense. Not only that, the enlightenment tea tree could constantly enhance his enlightenment, and the tea leaves could be picked and brewed at any time. These are the effects of post-companioning. And the other half of the meaning of independent companioning is that he and the Gnosis tea tree are unaffected by each other. It simply means that after planting it he does what he needs to do, and the presence of the enlightenment tea tree will not affect his cultivation at all, nor will it make him feel uncomfortable. So that's how it is. After understanding all the contents of the independent companion, Qin Qian immediately placed a drop of blood on the enlightenment tea tree. After completing the recognition, he then used the method given by the system to first make the enlightenment tea tree smaller and collect it into his Dantian. Then he completely fused its rhizome on top of the Dantian barrier. And lastly, he took out all of the 1,000 returned divine spirit veins and fused them into his Dantian. Finally, awakening the heavenly Tao level enlightenment tea tree and letting the roots of the enlightenment tea tree grow all the way into these God level spiritual veins. At this point, all the transplantation work was all done. From then on there was nothing for Qin Xian. It was all about the enlightenment tea tree working hard for him. After completing the transplantation of the enlightenment tea tree, Qin Xian casually summoned the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron, inside of which lay a dead goat, which was obviously the corpse of the fierce demon emperor that he had slapped to death earlier. Without any hesitation, he catalyzed the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron to refine the demonic rules in the body of the fierce demon emperor. Buzz, this one rule of the devil Tao could be much more powerful than the one he had gotten from that demonic snake before, and it was as thick as a chopstick. After obtaining this demonic Tao rule, he immediately returned 10,000 times the amount to it. Ding, 10,000 times the number of returns returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 rules of the Demon King's level Demon Road. As the system beep sounded, 10,000 demonic rules that emitted a monstrous demonic aura appeared in the system space. Together with the 10,000 ordinary devil Tao rules that were just returned, the Star Ocean can raise my life level, right? Muttering in his heart, Qin Xian immediately revolved the heavenly Tao Great Body refining technique, the Tai Ruin's ancestral dragon decree, and then began to absorb one devilish rule after another into his body. Boom boom boom. As he refined more and more rules of the devil Tao, a terrifying ferocious devilish aura began to emanate from his body. But fortunately, he had the karma wheel to help him cover it up, so that he didn't let half of his ferocious devilish aura leak out. Chapter 37, 10,000 Devil's Body. Qin Xian's crazy harvesting plan. The night passed quickly, and after this night's refining, Qin Xian had already completely refined the 20,000 strands of devil Tao rules, and he also obtained another physique other than the Void Avenue physique, the body of 10,000 demons. Although this 10,000 demons body was only an immortal level system for the time being, it simply couldn't be compared to the Void Avenue body in terms of potential and quality. But the good thing was that this physique was fully awakened, which meant that as long as he switched to the heavenly demon body form right now, he would immediately have a defense and recovery ability comparable to that of an immortal. This time, even if he didn't use the rules of the primordial dojo, there was nothing that could hurt him in this heavenly desolate continent, which undoubtedly added another powerful card to save his life. If I kill all the ferocious demons in the demon abyss, and then refine the demonic rules in their bodies for a 10,000-fold return, will it raise my 10,000 demon body directly to the divine level, or even higher? Feeling the powerful defense and recovery brought about by the 10,000 devil body, a frantic look flickered in Qin Xian's eyes. Although he had the opportunity to utilize the rules of the original dojo once a day, the time to do so was somewhat short, in case he encountered incomparably terrifying enemies one after another. And if his 10,000 devil body could be upgraded to the divine level, then he would have defense and recovery power comparable to that of a god. And at that time, even if he couldn't defeat his enemies, he would at least not be killed. According to the information left behind by Xiao Fan, the devil abyss shouldn't take long to riot, and that would be a good time for me to harvest the fierce devils. After switching the 10,000 devil body into the Void Avenue body, Qin Xian began to plan in his mind. Right now, he wasn't clear about the specifics in the Devil's Abyss, and there were also great emperors of all races guarding the outside of the Devil's Abyss, and the period of time in which he would be able to possess Heaven's Path battle power was very short, so he would have to wait for the fierce devil to appear before he could make his move. The reason why he had to switch into the Void Avenue body was because it was necessary for cultivation, and secondly, he was too fierce in the form of the 10,000 devil body. Even though he didn't have to put on any face, the monstrous demonic aura that stood on his body could scare a lot of people to death, and if he ran out with a demonic aura, the Taixuan sword sect would be the first to not let him go. Although the rules of the devil Tao were extracted from this fierce demon emperor by me, it's at least a flesh body at the level of a great emperor, so it's good to keep it as a bomb after returning it 10,000 times. Lowering his gaze to the goat carcass in front of him, Qin Xian directly returned 10,000 times the amount to it before throwing it all into the system space. The last time he fought with Xiao Fan, he had tried that ultra-exciting feeling of effortlessly finishing off an enemy with his undercard, and even though it was a bit unorthodox, the fire coverage was really cool. Only after doing so did he take out the 10,000 down 9 dragons' immortal body origins and immortal spirit essence origins again before handing them over to the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron for refinement. Once the refinement was complete, he urged the Void Avenue body to start absorbing these origins for enhancement. Buzz. As he continued to absorb the origin, his Void Avenue body was growing at an extremely fast rate, and he believed that it wouldn't be long before it could be upgraded to the second level. And once the Void Avenue body was upgraded, when the time came, in addition to his battle power being doubled many times over, all other attributes would follow suit. such as speed, strength, cultivation speed, and so on, and it was worth mentioning that the 9 Dragons' immortal body's origin was absorbed and enhanced by the Void Avenue body, while the origin of the immortal spiritual roots was absorbed by the divine grade spiritual roots. However, because the god-level spirit roots were too powerful, even 10,000 copies of the immortal spirit root source would simply not be enough to raise it to the half-step heavenly Tao level, but there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, not to mention immortal spiritual roots enemies, even god-level spiritual roots enemies he was sure to encounter. There were no years in cultivation, and half a month had passed in a flash of time. During this half a month, he had used the first day to absorb those 10,000 immortal body origins and spirit essence origins in addition to the first day. The rest of the time, he had been frantically refining the divine origin liquid, divine grade spirit veins, and a strain of soul class heavenly treasures of the saint rank and quasi-emperor rank with the help of the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron. And after this half month of frantic seclusion, his physical strength had reached a terrifying 2 million pounds. The star shadows condensed within the sea of consciousness space had reached 200, and the range of his dantian had expanded to 200,000 meters. It was no exaggeration to say that without using any undercard, with his current battle power, it would be easy to kill the divine separation stage with a single punch, and even if the symphony stage came, he would be able to slap him half to death. But even after receiving such a terrifying boost, his cultivation still remained at the first level of the Jindan stage. It's time to make a symbolic breakthrough in the realm. Awakening from his cultivation, Qin Xian casually ran the 9-turn Xian Yuan technique. After absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy from the divine grade spiritual veins, his cultivation broke through from the first level of the Jindan stage to the 5th level of the Jindan stage. It took half a month at the Jindan stage to break through the 4th minor realm. It can't be noticed by those mysterious existences, can it? Stopping his cultivation, Qin Xian muttered to himself. He had deliberately slowed down his cultivation breakthrough ever since he learned that the Great Tao let people go around hunting and seizing geniuses who were too demonic, and he intentionally broke through only once in half a month at the Jindan stage. Although this degree is also considered a genius, but it is still far from the level of a demon, and it should not be sensed by those mysterious people who secretly observe the realms of the heavens and the earth for the time being. Of course, even if he knew that there was a mysterious person observing the heavens and the worlds at any time, he would still choose to break through when he should break through, only that he would grasp the scale, and for the time being, he wouldn't break through 9 small realms in one breath like he did before. If this was still being targeted by those people, then he could only go completely crazy. The big deal was that people died. Now there are still a few days before the opening of the ancient vermilion bird mysterious realm that Xiao Fan talked about, and this half a month of day and night cultivation has consumed a lot of my mind. Why don't we go to the Outer Gate workshop and buy some techniques and martial arts to come back, and help me upgrade my techniques and martial arts, just as a way to relax my mind? Stretching his waist fiercely, Qin Xian put away that Saint Grade formation disc before walking out of the hut. When he came to the front of the cabin, he subconsciously looked to the message board next to him. This time, I saw that someone had left him a message. You didn't tell me when you changed your place of cultivation, causing me to run to the outer sect to look for you. I've done it for you with the token you asked for. Came to look for you 3 times in a row, but it turns out you're in seclusion. There's a secret realm coming out over at the Vermilion Bird Lake. My master asked me to go with the clan's other heavenly prides to take a look at it, so I can't wait for you to come out of seclusion, and I'm going to give you the token to put behind the message board. After reading this string of messages, Qin Xian didn't need to think about it to know that this was left by Mu Yuro, and casually felt towards the back of the message board, and sure enough, he found a purple token. In the future, with this token, he, an outer disciple, would be able to leave the sect at will without having to go to the task hall to receive tasks. And on the message board, besides Mu Yuro's message, there was also a message. Many thanks for the tea sent by senior brother. I have recently had an epiphany and should be in seclusion for a period of time. I am leaving a message here to remind senior brother to remember to be careful these days. Yi Wuji is unbalanced in his heart because you have been sheltered by that senior from the scripture collection pavilion, and is secretly having his followers target you, and I have already reported this matter to the sect. On the surface they shouldn't dare to do anything to you, but in the dark they will definitely make small moves. If you encounter something you can't solve, please contact my senior sister. She will help you. This passage was obviously left by the goddess in Myohan. Although I don't have half a relationship at all with that bald old man from the scripture pavilion, but I'm a small person and I don't think there will be many people who will believe me if I explain. Come on, since you want to target me. Just in time for me to try out the power of the Eye of Void. Seeing in Miao Chan's message, Qin Xian froze for a moment, and then he put away the token left by Mu Yuro into his storage ring before he sent his sword down the Green Dragon Peak. Chapter 38. A brazen bandit comes out. Feats upgraded to Great Emperor level. Senior sister, that Qin Xian has already left Qinglong Peak towards the Outer Sect's workshop, and according to the information we've investigated, he still has around 200,000 contribution points on him. You'll have to hurry if you want to surround it, or the others might get to it first. Not long after Qin Xian had just left Qinglong Peak, several sneaky youth figures walked out from behind a distant boulder. Immediately after that, they took out their sound transmission jade slips and began to transmit their voices. Alright, you guys come back first, and each of you will be rewarded with 500 contribution points. The people on the other side heard the transmission and immediately responded as well. Many thanks, Senior Sister Chu. Hearing that they would be able to take 500 contribution points, those few people were all beaming with joy. What these people didn't know was that at this moment, behind them, there was a white-clothed young man quietly standing there, listening to their voices. As soon as they finished transmitting their voices, a flash of unbearable pain suddenly surged in their minds, and accompanied by a few miserable screams, these few people were all fainted from the pain. Such a clumsy hiding. Do you really think I can't discover it? After a few people fainted, the white-clothed teenager spat to himself, then walked over and took away all of the storage rings of a few people. This teenager was none other than Qin Xian undoubtedly. When he had just descended the Green Dragon Peak, he had seen these sneaky figures, and the other party, relying on the fact that they possessed Jindan stage cultivation, thought that they hadn't noticed them, not realizing that true hunters often appeared as prey. He only slightly activated the Eye of Void, causing all of these few Jindan stage inner disciples to pass out from the pain. After taking out the identity tokens of several people and dropping them on the ground, he turned around and walked towards the outer gate market. To him nowadays, the targeting of these disciples was really minor, and their only function was to bring a touch of fun to his boring immortal cultivation life. An hour later, he disguised himself and arrived at the outer sect market, and after first spending a large amount of lower-grade spirit stones to purchase many feats and martial arts techniques in the major stores, he casually found a small tea stall and drank tea. Strange, didn't Senior Sister Zhao say that Qin Xian had already come to the outer sect workshop? How come so many of us haven't found him? That's right, we are all at the foundation establishment stage. Can he, a waste of one level of chi refining, still escape our probing? Next to the tea stall, a few old foreign disciples in a hurry were complaining non-stop. Several senior brothers, I just saw that the Qin Xian you guys were talking about has already left from over there, presumably preparing to return to his cultivation cave. Hearing the conversation of several people, the disguised Qin Xian acted as an enthusiastic passerby. Grandma, I said how could I not find his figure, so it is secretly went back. Give me chase. After those few outer disciples heard Qin Xian's words, they all chased after him towards the path that Qin Xian had pointed out. Immediately afterward, Qin Xian told the other waves in the same manner that he had already sneaked back. When he had lured all of these people into the sparsely populated forest, he directly activated the Eye of Void and stunned everyone. With this amount of strength, you're still learning from others' siege. The things in your storage rings today will be my tuition for teaching you a lesson. After skillfully taking away everyone's storage rings and returning all of their tokens to them, Qin Xian found a place to lift his disguise. Then, he hurriedly came to the outer sect law enforcement hall, and he reported to the sect about many outer sect disciples being knocked out and then robbed. The people from the law enforcement hall were shocked when they heard his words, and immediately sent people to check out the place he mentioned. And sure enough, they saw hundreds of fainted outer disciples. Taking another look at the hands of these disciples, the storage rings were all taken away as well. There are brigands in the sect, acting arrogantly and with secretive movements. All disciples must remember to be careful when going out or not to bring their storage rings with them. The elders of the sect's law enforcement hall immediately issued such a notice to the outer gate, and once this news came out, many disciples said that they had to go into seclusion recently, and would not go out unless it was necessary. Qin Xian was also awarded the Bright Justice Medal by the elders of the law enforcement hall because of his meritorious reporting, which incidentally rewarded him with a lot of cultivation resources. After leaving from the law enforcement hall, Qin Xian symbolically went to the outer sect market and then bought some simple cultivation resources before he returned to Qinglong Peak. And while he was returning to Green Dragon Peak, in the inner sect, in an elegant room, a woman with an enchanting figure, wrapped in a pink bath towel, had just stepped out of the bath. When she heard the outrageous things reported in the voice transmission jade slip, she was so angry that her bath towel fell to the ground, and her chest was involuntarily heaving. A few hundred foundation establishment stages actually couldn't even teach a single first-level chi refining disciple a lesson. What a bunch of useless trash. She crushed the voice transmission jade slip into smithereens with some exasperation. Her name was Chu Light Snow, Outblood Stage Cultivation, Sacred Talent, a personal disciple, and one of the followers of Divine Sun Yi Wuji. Ever since she had gotten the news released by Divine Sun Yi Wuji against Qin Xian not long ago, she had been sending people to keep an eye on Qin Xian's movements, as long as they frantically suppressed Qin Xian. When the Divine Sun emerged from the gate, they, the followers, would be richly rewarded. Even the ones who performed the best could be taken along by the Divine Sun to cultivate in the ancient mysteries that would soon be opened. So today, as soon as she heard that Qin Xian had gone out of the Green Dragon Peak, she couldn't wait to send someone to pick a fight. Having thought that Qin Xian was just a tiny chi refining stage, and that she could just send some people over to clean him up. But what she didn't expect was that a bandit was actually killed halfway, knocking out all the people she had sent, not to mention snatching all the storage rings in these people's hands. As soon as those disciples woke up, they cried and looked for her to make compensation. Although she was a pro-disciple and did have a small asset, but all of a sudden she lost so much out, it was also a bit hurtful. Goddamn tough guy, don't let me know who you are. And this obnoxious Qin Xian, causing me to lose so many cultivation resources all at once. This time I'll personally go out and make sure to take the 200,000 contribution points from your hands. After saying angrily, Xu Qingxue put on her clothes and left in a hurry. On the other hand, Qin Xian, who had returned to Green Dragon Peak, directly returned all of the purchased techniques and martial arts in 10,000 times the amount. The Gongfa martial skills in those disciples' storage rings were likewise taken out for return by him. After obtaining millions of Gongfu martial arts of varying grades, he summoned the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron to just refine all of the Gongfu and martial arts. It didn't take long for a few million Dao Gongfu essences and martial arts essences to appear in front of him. Without any hesitation, he added these essences to his 9 turns Xian Yuan technique, Taiku Green Dragon Fist, and Taiku Demon Execution Gun respectively. A day later, after receiving the boost of so many essences, one of his techniques and 2 of his martial arts had advanced from the Quasi-Emperor level to the Great Emperor level. After advancing to the Great Emperor level, Qin Xian could detect that the power of the feats and martial arts had increased dozens of times from before after casually sensing them. Not bad. Sensing the increase in the power of the techniques and martial arts, Qin Xian muttered in a low voice. Immediately, he took out dozens of returned Emperor artifact heaven-breaking blades, then threw them into the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron to refine them. After obtaining dozens of Imperial artifact essences, he didn't hesitate to inject them all into the Black Dragon Gun. Chapter 39 to Downgrade Secret Art Spatial Annihilation Art. Traveling to the Vermilion Bird Secret Realm. Boom! Infused with dozens of Imperial artifact essences, the light above the body of the Black Dragon Gun flourished, and its aura began to grow more and more powerful. It should take a day or two to completely complete the advancement, so in these few days, we'll first comprehend that one page of the remnants of the Book of Space. After the Black Dragon Lance is upgraded to an Imperial artifact, it's time to head to the ancient Vermilion Bird mysterious realm. Throwing the Black Dragon Gun into the system space to wait for the time to metamorphose, Qin Xian casually took the page of golden paper out of his storage ring. According to what the system said, above every page of this Book of Space was a record of a secret spatial art. So after taking the golden paper out, he hurriedly used his divine sense to check it out, but he couldn't detect anything. In that case, then Eye of Nothingness, open it for me. Seeing that he couldn't detect the mysteries on the golden paper using his divine sense, Qin Xian immediately cast his innate divine ability, the Eye of Nothingness. Buzz! With the opening of the Eye of Void, a mysterious rule force emerged above his right eye, and when he once again dropped his gaze onto the golden paper, a secret spatial art was indeed recorded densely on it. The name of the secret art was called the Spatial Annihilation Art, and as the name implied, it was the ability to cause space to instantly collapse and return to nothingness once it was successfully cultivated. Undoubtedly, this was a powerful secret art with terrifying power, but unlike other attacks, the Spatial Annihilation Art was almost impossible to defend against. Unless the opponent had an even more advanced Dao than the Spatial Dig Dao in his body, he simply wouldn't be able to block the damage brought about by the Spatial Annihilation technique. That is to say, as long as he cultivated this secret art, in the future, no matter who came, he would be able to make the other party injured. Just like the new function of the Karma Wheel's curse, he could ignore the other party's level and life level to make a true injury attack. Worthy of being a space-type secret art? This is the future where immortals and deities will have to shed blood when they come. Qin Xian couldn't help but marvel in admiration. After quickly memorizing the contents of the Spatial Annihilation technique, he threw the page of gold paper into the system space. For the next 3 days, he was concentrating on the Spatial Annihilation technique. However, because this secret art had become the top of the Dao level after his 10,000 times mass had been returned, even though he possessed God-level enlightenment, comprehending it was still a bit slow. However, It was fortunate that he had the Enlightenment tea tree to help him, which allowed him to cultivate the secret art to the introductory level in just 3 days. After the initiation of the spatial annihilation technique, he could make a space the size of a soybean collapse in an instant. Although the range of spatial disintegration is a bit small, if it were to strike at the opponent's heart or throat, or perhaps the brain, I believe the effect would be very obvious. After stopping his cultivation, Qin Xian muttered to himself in an excited tone. The range of the spatial collapse changed with his strength and the depth of his cultivation of the secret art. The deeper he cultivated the secret art and the more powerful he was, the more powerful that spatial collapse would be. But right now, he obviously didn't have the time to continue comprehending the spatial annihilation technique because the ancient vermilion bird mystic realm was about to open, and he had to walk up to it to collect the immortal flame inside. Casually glancing at the black dragon gun, this fellow had already completely advanced into an imperial artifact, and was currently lying peacefully in the system space. System, open the personal attribute panel. Retracting his gaze, Qin Xian murmured in his mind, "Ding, personal attribute panel opened successfully. Host, Qin Xian. Luck level, 9th order star realm sun. Luck points, 3 million. Cultivation level, Gene Dan stage 5. Physique, Void Avenue body, body of 10,000 demons. Spiritual roots, full attribute divine spiritual roots, upgradable. Gnosis, divine gnosis, upgradable. Techniques, heavenly Dao level Taixuan ancestral dragon decree. Emperor level 9 turns Xin Yuan Gong. Demigod level star refining spirit decree. Saint level Taixuan sword scripture. Martial skills, Emperor level Taiku demon punishing gun. Emperor level Taiku green dragon fist. Holy level meteor phantom steps. Holy level for elephant sword cannon. Avatar, De Dao level Eye of the Void. Secret art, De Dao level space annihilation art. Weapons, Immortal weapon Gentian sword. Imperial weapon black dragon lance. Special items, Heaven swallowing cauldron of all things, Dao destroyer grade. Karma chakra fragment, Dao destroyer grade. Heavenly Dao grade enlightenment tea tree. Resources, 129. 900 drops of divine source liquid. 9,000 divine spirit veins. Tens of billions of top grade spirit stones. 10,000 great emperor level spirit medicines. 900 emperor weapons heaven breaking swords. 30,000 heavenly spirit veins. Others, 1 mysterious treasure map. 50,000 Mahayana defense charms teleportation charms. 79,000 attack charms. 20,000 air breaking charms. 950 great emperor arms. And 10,000 heads of fierce demon great emperor corpses. After roughly scanning through his personal attribute panel, Qin Xian did not hesitate to make a 10,000 times quantity return of those 3 million chi points. Ding, 10,000 times the mass returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 30 billion chi points. System, give it all to me to use to raise my heavenly fate level. After the successful return of the chi luck points, Qin Xian immediately spoke to the system in his mind. Ding, 30 billion chi points have been consumed, but not enough to raise the host to the level of the sons of the universe. The system beep sounded at the first opportunity. Doesn't matter, as long as it's used up for me. Hearing the system beep, Qin Xian didn't feel surprised. After all, the higher the heavenly destiny level, the more difficult it was to raise it, so it was only normal that 30 billion chi points couldn't raise him from a 9th order starfield sun to a 1st order cosmic sun. In the future, I will have plenty of chances to earn chi luck points, coupled with my 10,000 times returned plugin. It won't be hard to improve, so there's no need to dwell on it for a while. After casually closing the personal attributes panel, Qin Xian turned around and left the Green Dragon Peak. The Vermilion Bird secret realm of Vermilion Bird Lake was about to open, and it was time for him to move on. However, what made him a bit speechless was that he had just walked down the Green Dragon Peak when he saw a pink-clothed woman pretending to be dizzy lying on the path he had to take. These days, is all touching porcelain so blatant? Qin Xian skimmed his mouth, then directly ignored the pink-clothed woman, and after striding over the woman, he sped towards the outer door. Bastard! Seeing such a beautiful senior sister of mine fainting, he even chose to ignore it? Seeing that Qin Xian left directly without even looking at himself, Xu Qingxue, who had originally planned to touch the porcelain and then find Qin Xian's trouble, was directly exasperated and jumped up. In order to block Qin Xian, she had waited here for 3 days and 3 nights, but in the end, it was hard to wait for someone, but she was directly ignored. No, I still have to teach him a lesson today. Gritting her teeth and letting out a cold snort, Xu Qingxue got up and followed. On the other hand, Qin Xian didn't take long to arrive at the mountain gate of the Taixuan sword sect, and after taking out that purple token that Mu Euro had given him, he also left the sect without any problems. This Qin Xian really is sheltered by that mysterious senior of the scripture collection pavilion, as the rumors say, to the point where he was able to get even the purple token that belongs exclusively to a protocycle. After Qin Xian left, Those disciples who were responsible for guarding the mountain gate whispered enviously. After leaving the sect tens of thousands of meters away, Qin Xian had planned to directly step into the air, but after suddenly noticing the sneaky figure behind him, he frowned and immediately headed towards the forest in the distance. Chapter 40 Arrival at Xiantian City. New son of Qi, Lin Tian. Where are the people? Xu Qingxue, who had been chasing Qin Xian to the grove, suddenly saw Qin Xian's figure disappear, and she was instantly a bit confused. She, an outbreathing stage, had actually lost her with a Qi refining stage disciple? However, just as she was looking around trying to find Qin Xian's figure, a deep stabbing pain suddenly came to her mind. No good, it's the humongous bandit the clan said had appeared. Feeling the pain in her head, Xu Qingxue looked startled. In the past few days, she looked for those disciples who were robbed to understand the situation clearly, that the most commonly used trick of the humongous bandit is the mental type of attack, and so on. After making people dizzy, they went on to rob. I'm the clan's personal disciple Xu Qingxue, and I'm even a follower of Godson Yi Wuji. If you dare to rob me, I'll make you regret it. After uttering such a sentence out loud, she could no longer resist the dizziness coming from her mind, and in the next moment she simply fainted to the ground. Regret? It's you that I robbed. After Xu Qingxue fainted, Qin Xian appeared and came to crouch down in front of her, and then without hesitation, he took away the storage ring in Xu Qingxue's hand. After pulling out the other party's identity token, as well as some personal clothes, and small toys for amusement and other 7 or 8 items and tossing them to the other party, Qin Xian took his storage ring and turned to leave. More than 2 hours later, Xu Qingxue was woken up by the cold wind, and when she opened her eyes and saw that her personal clothes and small toys for amusement had been thrown everywhere, she was directly exasperated and cried, "Damn stinking Hummer! I won't let you off the hook, oh!" And just as Xu Qingxue broke down and cried, Qin Xian had already used several thousand-mile teleportation talismans in succession to cross a distance of tens of thousands of miles. Near the end of the evening, he finally arrived at the entrance of a large city called Xiantian City near Vermilion Bird Lake. Of course, at this moment, he was dressed in black, with dark skin and a black lance on his back, and the aura emanating from his body was also at the first level of the Jindan stage. Obviously, this was his costume after using the advanced transfiguration technique. At the entrance of Xiantian City, there were 8,000 cultivators like him without 10,000, all of them rushing to the city from other places in the dust, for the Vermilion Bird Mystery Realm that was about to open tomorrow. At this moment here, you can see the proud sons of heaven from all the great clans and all the great families, riding on high-level Imperial Immortal flying boats, talking and laughing on them, so noble that people dare not look directly at them. One could also see the kings of the scattered cultivators with strong cultivation, and they exuded an incomparably terrifying killing aura that made people not dare to approach them. It was even possible to see ordinary cultivators who had come here in order to change their lives against the heavens, ready to use their lives to gain a chance. They were dusty and careful, afraid of offending someone, not caring about the behavior of the other cultivators. Qin Xian walked into the middle of Xiantian City after paying the entry fee of hundreds of lower-grade spirit stones. Finding a random inn, someone in front was arguing with the innkeeper. A lowliest yellow-ranked guest room costs 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones a night. Boss, you're going too far with this price, aren't you? A white-clothed youth with a woman wrapped in a black robe was frowning as he opened his mouth towards the innkeeper. Expensive? Where is it expensive? Every time the Vermilion Bird Mystic Realm opens for so many years, it's always this price, okay? Don't talk with your eyes open, and look for your own reasons more often when you have nothing to do. Have you worked hard to earn spirit stones? Have you put your best foot forward for spirit stones? It's not easy for us to open a store in this Xiantian city, okay? Hearing the words of the white-clothed youth, the innkeeper immediately opened his mouth in disgust, and was close to saying the words, "If you have spirit stones, stay. If you don't have spirit stones, get lost," in big words. Alright, Tianer, the rest of the place is probably filled with other people now, but it's just 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Give it to him. That white-clothed youth was disliked and was about to get angry when the woman next to him, who was wrapped in a black robe, suddenly opened her mouth. "Bring me a yellow-rank guest room." Hearing the woman's words, the youth gritted his teeth and immediately threw 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones to the innkeeper. 1,000 was the price just now. Now that the price has increased, you must pay another 50. That fat boss didn't collect that 1,000 spirit stones in the first place, but instead looked at that white-clothed youth with a cold smile and said, "All right." Lin Tian suppressed the intense anger within him and handed out 50 lower-grade spirit stones once again. Only then did that fat boss snort coldly and throw a yellow-rank guest room token to him. Only after Lin Tian and the black-robed woman left did Qin Xian walk forward. "Boss, are there any more heavenly rank guest rooms?" Qin Xian opened the door and said, "Yes, but it costs 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones a night." that fat boss said in a flat tone. Alright, open one for me. Without even blinking, Qin Xian casually took out 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones and handed them over. Nowadays, he cultivates all with divine-grade spirit veins, and there are even tens of billions of lower-grade spirit stones and tens of billions of upper-grade spirit stones in the system space with no place to spend them. So it is not easy to come out a trip. No matter what, there is a chance that he is of course the best. As for whether it will cause other people's covetousness, he does not care at all. Now he is disguised. Who come who die. Alright, this is the token for the heavenly class guest room. Little brother, you keep it. Xiao Yu, why don't you come out and take this little brother to the guest room? As soon as he saw that Qin Xian had casually taken out more than 20,000 lower grade spirit stones, that fat boss face was immediately filled with a down-to-earth smile, and immediately afterward, he called for a sexy and charming woman with an extremely magnificent chest to show Qin Xian the way. As soon as the woman walked out, she twisted her waist and tried to take Qin Xian's hand, but she was avoided by Qin Xian. Lead the way in front, Qin Xian said in a flat tone. Alright, sir, please follow me. The woman did not expect Qin Xian to be able to reject her beauty, and after freezing for a moment, she led the way in front, and this scene was all seen by Lin Tian, who was in front of him. He felt that Qin Xian was purposely punching him in the face. Damned brat, dare to make me lose face like this in front of Beauty Master. You wait for me. He gave Qin Xian an angry look in his eyes and immediately followed his beauty master into the middle of the yellow-ranked guest room. Your jealous character needs to change. That teenager is just a normal consumer. People haven't even looked at us since the beginning. Just after walking into the room, the black-robed woman turned around and opened her mouth to Lin Tian. She was originally from the Immortal world, but unfortunately she was seriously injured in a battle for a chance, and was saved by a teenager in a small mountain village when she fled to this lower world. Then she found out that the teenager was burdened with qi and still had immortal qualifications, so she took that teenager as her disciple. Over the years, she recovered from her injuries while teaching the teenager to cultivate, and the teenager had outstanding talent and was also very competitive, breaking through to the Yuaning stage in just over 2 years. It was a pity that the teenager's vision was a bit narrow, and even now that he had grown into a young man and had been taught by her many times, he still hadn't changed much. Master teacher's lesson is right. Tianer has remembered. Hearing the words of his own beauty master teacher, Lin Tian was not amused in his heart, but on the surface, he still opened his mouth in an extremely respectful manner. There will be a broken small tower at tonight's auction. No matter what, you must get your hands on it. It will be of great use to your future cultivation. Seeing that Lin Tian had this deadpan look again, Ethereal Immortal Emperor Yi misty sighed and then spoke in a serious tone. Chapter 41 One-shot kills divine separation stage in seconds. News of the Immortal's tomb. Don't worry, master. That broken little tower is just a very ordinary lot in this auction. With the spirit stones I've saved up over the years, it's enough to buy it away. Hearing his own master's words, Lin Tian said with an incomparably confident tone. After traveling all these years and entering so many secret realms, he still had quite a few spirit stones in his storage ring. It's just that he's a person who's been better at finagling since he was a kid, but for anything that he can take advantage of a little bit, he'll definitely haggle many times, even if he doesn't lack this little bit of spirit stone. Moreover, he was also a person with a heavy sense of jealousy, but whenever he saw one that was better than him, he would be a bit upset in his heart. This was also the place where Misty Immortal Dignity had always had the biggest headache. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Tian had saved her life and still respected her, she would have long ago thrown a book of feats to Lin Tian and then left. How could she, a disciple of the Netherworld Immortal Sovereign, argue with others over a small profit? It wasn't as if she really didn't have any spirit stones, so doing so really didn't have the slightest bit of demeanor or a sense of the big picture, and it was very humiliating. This was something that if those enemies of her immortal realm saw that she had taken in such a jealous and calculating disciple, they were afraid that they would be laughed out of the room. On the other hand, inside the Heavenly Steps guest room, that Xiaoyu intentionally ripped her clothes apart as soon as she entered the house, and then she tried to grab Qin Xian's hand to touch it, but unfortunately, it was all dodged by Qin Xian. Gonzi is still really clean. The woman saw that Qin Xian had rejected her multiple times, and was instantly all a bit exasperated. It's your acting that's a little too rough. Go back and tell your boss that if he wants to go to hell, I'll give him a ride anytime. Hearing Xiaoyu's exasperated voice, Qin Xian spoke with a flat face. How did you see it? When Xiaoyu heard Qin Xian's words, her face swished and became a bit ugly. However, when she thought about the strength of their shopkeeper and the person standing behind the shopkeeper, a cold smile surfaced on Xiaoyu's face again. Since I've come out, There's no reason to go back empty-handed. Either give me 100,000 inferior spirit stones, or I'll make it impossible for you to walk out of this room. With that, Xiao Yu's body violently erupted with the aura of a divine separation stage cultivation, and Qin Xian was not at all surprised by this, because he had just seen the other party's cultivation realm through the eye of nothingness, which made him certain that there was something wrong with this woman. After all, if the divine separation stage cultivation was placed in this Xin Tian city, it would definitely be considered a party figure. Such a character couldn't be worse mixed up than to do such a lowly thing, unless she was a professional fairy jumper. Pop! Hearing Xiao Yu's threat, Qin Xian backhandedly slapped the other party in the face. Let's see how you keep me from walking out of this room today. With that, he backhanded another shot piercing through Yu's shoulder. You seek death. Feeling the fiery pain on her face, and having her shoulder pierced by a shot from Qin Xian, Xiao Yu's face instantly turned livid. She could never have imagined that the first thing Qin Xian, a Jindan stage, would do in this situation of being in danger would not be to bow down and compromise, but to decisively make a move against her, a powerhouse of the divine separation stage. This was simply not putting her, a powerhouse of the divine separation stage, in her eyes. So today, no matter what, she would make this brat who didn't know the heights of heaven pay the price, to be actually injured by a Jindan stage mole cricket. Sister Yu, are you any good? Do you want my sister to help? At that moment, a sweet-looking woman appeared in the room out of thin air, only to see that with a wave of her hand, she blocked off the entire room with a formation. With this formation in place, no matter what kind of commotion was made in here, no one outside would notice, just a disobedient mole cricket. I can crush it with my hand. Hearing his companion's flirtation, that Xiao Yu sneered coldly, and immediately, ignoring the black dragon gun on his shoulder, he violently attacked towards Qin Xian. Just in the next moment, the lance on her shoulder suddenly drew out and then nailed her at the heart with a single shot. That speed was so fast that it didn't give Xiao Yu half a chance to react. You, how is this possible? Seeing the black lance stuck in her chest, Xiao Yu looked at Qin Xian in disbelief. She couldn't believe that she, a divine separation stage, was actually seconded by a Jindan stage? I've given you the chance to live. It's you who didn't want it. Qin Xian drew out his black dragon gun with an expressionless face before shattering Xiao Yu's trying to escape Yuaning soul with a backhanded shot. No! As a mournful scream rang out, the divine separation stage powerhouse Xiao Yu completely fell, not even having a chance to reincarnate. Don't make a move. There's something we can sit down and talk about. The sweet woman who was stunned on the side saw Qin Xian walking towards her with a spear in his hand, and was immediately frightened to the point that her delicate body was trembling. Normally, she couldn't even defeat Xiao Yu, but the teenager in front of her had killed Xiao Yu with absolute crushing strength, so now she couldn't afford to give birth to the slightest thought of resistance. Call the person behind you over. Qin Xian gave her an expressionless look, and then he sat down on a side table and drank tea. When that woman heard his words, she immediately took out a sound transmission jade slip and began to transmit her voice. It didn't take long for the door of the room to be pushed open, and the fat boss from before walked in with a leathery smile. I really didn't expect little brother's strength to be so great. I am Yi Sanyun. How about making a friend? Recently, there happened to be a few great opportunities, and I need someone with strength like little brother. After that fat man walked into the room, as if he didn't even see that Xiao Yu's corpse, he sat himself down opposite Qin Xian and drank tea. Tell me. Qin Xian's expression remained unchanged as he continued to drink his tea. Regarding the Immortal's tomb, I wonder if little brother is interested. Yi Sanyun didn't talk nonsense and immediately threw out the heavy news. He believed that in this heavenly desolate continent, the three words Immortal God's tomb would be unmanageable no matter who heard them. Word of mouth is no proof. Qin Xian looked at him with a calm expression. Yi Sanyun seemed to have anticipated this, and immediately took out a small fragment of an immortal weapon that was tainted with the aura of immortality. He had expected to see a look of ecstasy or excitement on Qin Xian's face, but to his disappointment, instead of any expression of surprise, Qin Xian looked a bit disgusted. This is an immortal weapon fragment. Aren't you shocked at all? Yi Sanyun frowned at Qin Xian. No, I'm shocked. Qin Xian looked at Yi Sanyun perfunctorily, but in reality, he couldn't afford to turn a single ripple in his heart. He even wanted to laugh a little when he saw Yi Sanyun holding that immortal artifact fragment as if it was an ancestral treasure. Because the fragments of the 9 dragons immortal seal that Xiao Fan blew himself up last time were still sitting in his system space. If they were returned after a 10,000-fold quantity, there would be hundreds of thousands of them, not to mention millions, right? Isn't it a big joke for someone with a piece of gold to say that they want to be shocked by someone who can pull out dozens of tons of gold at the drop of a hat? It's me who underestimated little brother's origin. But the news of the Immortal's tomb is indeed true, and it's simply impossible for me to open it by myself. That's why I wanted to sincerely invite little brother to join me. This is the time of the operation. If little brother is free, you can come, and this is my reparation to little brother. After taking a deep look at Qin Xian, Yi Sangyun placed a storage ring and a piece of paper recording the time and place on the table before leaving with Xiao Yu's corpse and the sweet woman. Chapter 42 Xin Tian Auction. Mysterious Tattered Little Tower. After Yi Sangyun left, Qin Xian casually glanced at the storage ring he left behind, which contained 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. As for the piece of paper that recorded the exploration of the Immortal's tomb, Qin Xian didn't care much about it and threw it into his storage ring without even looking at it. He didn't believe that Yi Sangyun's kind of ruthless black store owner would be kind enough to send him a quota to explore the Immortal's tomb, and the reason why he was so gracious to meet with him must be that he had other plans for him. As for what Yi Sangyun was actually scheming, he had no idea. After casually returning that 1 million lower-grade spirit stones in 10,000 times the amount, he received another 10 billion lower-grade spirit stones. In the past, I was afraid that it wouldn't be enough to spend, but now it's simply too much to spend. Looking at the tens of billions of spirit stones within the system space, Qin Xian muttered to himself, but just as he was about to meditate and cultivate, the sweet woman went and returned. My lord, my master said that there will be an auction held in Xiantian City tonight, so he specially asked me to send you a VIP invitation. The woman seemed to be a bit afraid of Qin Xian as she quickly finished her words and then hurriedly left from the room after placing an invitation on the table. An auction? It's rather possible to go and take a look. After glancing at the invitation on the table, Qin Xian began to run the 9 revolutions Xian Yuan technique, then frantically absorbed the divine-grade spiritual veins within the system space. As a matter of fact, right now, his 200,000 meter range of Dantian had long been filled with heaven and earth spiritual energy, and if he wanted to, he could break through to the Yuaning stage in a single breath at any time. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he kept integrating the spiritual power of the heavens and earth that he absorbed before injecting all of it into the bead named Infinite Chaotic Sea in the palace of the original dojo. Because this Infinite Chaos Sea was a part of his Jindan, so by injecting aura into the Infinite Chaos Sea, it was boosting the base of his Jindan. In the future, even if all the aura in his Dantian was exhausted, he could still continue to use the one inside the Infinite Chaos Sea. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye an hour had passed. As night fell, Qin Xian stopped cultivating before leaving the inn to head to the place where the auction was being held. This place was a large merchant house in Xiantian City called Xiantian Auction House. In front of the auction house, the queue was divided into 2 teams. One team was packed with people and was the ordinary passage, while the other team had not many people and was the VIP passage, and each VIP was personally entertained by a beautiful woman. After presenting the invitation given by Yi Sangyun, Qin Xian smoothly entered into the VIP channel. Sir, please follow me. The red-robed woman in charge of hospitality bowed respectfully towards him before taking the initiative to lead the way in front. It's him again. In the ordinary passageway, Lin Tian was a little unbalanced when he saw Qin Xian being politely led into the auction house by the red-robed woman, while he could only stay here and queue up. He also wanted to be a saint in front of people, being led respectfully into the auction by beautiful women, but the reality was that those women did not even look at him. I haven't settled the score with you for causing me to lose face in front of Beauty Master before, and now you're pretending in front of me. You'd better pray that you don't meet me in the Vermilion Bird's secret realm, or else I'll definitely break your legs and snatch all the things from you. Looking at Qin Xian's back as he left, Lin Tian said viciously in his heart. On the other hand, Qin Xian followed that red-robed woman and quickly arrived in a room with an elegant environment filled with all sorts of mountainous delicacies. The auction will start soon. Your Excellency can enjoy the things on the table first. The slave girl will stand guard outside. If you need anything you can call me anytime. After bringing Qin Xian to the room, the red-robed woman smiled and then retreated. Qin Xian was also not polite, and immediately casually ate the various mountainous delicacies on the table. What with the 1,000-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old spirit fruits, Jindan stage demon beast meat and so on, every flavor was very good. When he was almost done eating, the auction was finally starting. I welcome all the Taoists from the 4 seas to come and participate in our bank's auction, and I wish all of you in advance to enjoy yourselves. Time is precious, so I won't say any more superfluous words. Now I announce that the auction will officially begin. On a high platform below that was covered with a red carpet, a black-robed old man with a powerful aura smiled and arched his hand towards everyone before directly announcing the start of the auction. Today's first lot is the fire avoidance beads, 10 in total. I believe everyone knows that many places in the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm are seas of fire, and the various fire spirit herbs in the seas of fire are guarded by flaming beasts. And this fire-avoiding bead can help all of you isolate 80% of the heat around the outer perimeter of the secret world, which will give you more time to pick more fire-type spirit herbs. Interpretation complete. This fire avoidance bead has a starting price of 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Each increase shall not be less than 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones. The bidding will now begin. Once the auction started, the old man had a plate of red beads brought up, and after another brief explanation, he announced the start of bidding. $110,000. I'll take this fire avoidance bead. You want it and you have to give it to you? I'll give you $120,000. $130,000. As the old man announced the start of the bidding, many cultivators bid. However, none of those great clans, families' pride opened their mouths to bid. Since they dared to go to the vermilion bird mysterious realm, they must have prepared for it long ago. So these bidders were basically casual cultivators. In the end, the 10 fire-avoiding beads were auctioned off by a coalition of casual cultivators at a price of $200,000. The next few lots were either extremely effective healing pills, small teleportation talismans, attack talismans, etc. Qin Xian had little desire to bid on any of them. After all, in his current 10,000 devil body situation, his defense and recovery power was comparable to that of an immortal, and he simply couldn't use any healing pills. As for the teleportation talisman, attack talisman, he has all the Mahayana stage level ones on him. The effect is 100 times more powerful than the ones in this auction, and the quantity is still so much that he can't even use it up. So naturally he won't go back to buy the lower level ones, until the appearance of a small, crumbling tower instantly caught his attention. To actually be able to cause the resonance of the karma wheel, this little tower is not simple. Looking at the tattered little tower that was being served up on the auction block, Qin Shen decided that he must get his hands on this little tower today. This is a mysterious small tower that my auction house's treasure hunting team accidentally obtained in an ancient relic, and although this tower looks dilapidated, it can withstand the attack of a holy weapon. And there are also mysterious words carved on top of this tower. It should have some origin, but my auction appraiser couldn't see the mystery even after years of research, so he decided to auction it as a heavenly rank weapon. Now I announce that the starting price of this tower is 1 million lower grade spirit stones, and each increase shall not be less than 100,000. Interested Taoists may begin bidding. After that black-robed old man had introduced the small tower in front of him for a while, he announced the start of the bidding. But this time, there was little bidding, a broken little tower. Although it looks a bit mysterious, but mystery can't be a meal. Spending $1 million isn't worth it at all. That's right, isn't it good to have this $1 million for me to directly go and buy a heavenly ranked spirit weapon while it's still in my hands? What use can buying a broken tower be? Fighting, I'm still afraid it will fall apart. Who in their right mind would spend $1 million on such a piece of unless they had more money than they could use? Hearing the old man say that this broken tower was going to be auctioned off as a piece of heaven rank weapon, the crowd of cultivators didn't buy it at all. While seeing this scene, Lin Tian and the crowd went crazy with joy. Yes, 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 that's it. Don't bid on any of them, wait until the end. Then I'll make a move to auction it off. But just as he was secretly pleased with himself, a cold voice suddenly came from the VIP room above. $1 million, this broken tower the Saint's son will take. At those words, Lin Tian's face changed and he glanced at the VIP room above him with displeasure as he immediately opened his mouth. And $1,000,001. Ha, you dare to rob what this Saint's son has his eye on? $1.5 million. The person in the VIP room snorted coldly and said, 1,600,000. Lin Tian bid again. 2 million. That holy son seemed to have come to anger, and immediately followed the price increase. 2,100,000. Lin Tian continued to speak. 3 million. That holy son seemed to be determined to win, and watching the two men go at it so tit for tat, the crowd of cultivators were watching with great interest. After all, spending so many spirit stones to buy a broken tower, in their opinion it was no different from being a loser. 10 million lower grade spirit stones. Just as the crowd wanted to see who of these two would end up spending a large sum of money to buy the broken tower away, a calm voice rang out from another VIP room above. The moment these words came out, the entire room was instantly silent, and everyone was looking in unison at the place where the bid had been made. Chapter 43, Great Dream 1000 Autumn Pagoda. Immortal Tree of Life Seed. Asterisk. What is the origin of this Taoist friend? To actually be so bold, bidding $10 million for a broken tower? I'm not sure, but to be able to enter the VIP area, you must be from a good place. Admirable. $10 million is a figure I can't even think of, but listening to his tone, it's like spending some pocket money. The rich man's world is one we'll never understand. Big Brother is awesome. After a short period of silence, the entire room instantly boiled, because compared to this divine hero's price of $10 million as soon as he exited his mouth, Lin Tian's and that saint's son's bids were simply like going through the motions. Damn it, dare to snatch something from this saint's son. No matter who you are, when we go to the vermilion bird mysterious realm, I will kill you. In the middle of another VIP room, a young man wearing the costume of a disciple of the Luo Tian sacred sect was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table in front of him. As the holy son of the Luo Tian sacred sect, he could certainly take out 10 million lower grade spirit stones on him, but this was almost more than 70% of his fortune, and he couldn't afford to spend so many spirit stones on a broken tower that just felt like it had a big secret. So there's nothing he can do except impotent rage plus resentment. As for the son of Qi, Lin Tian, the situation at the moment was similar to this holy son. He did have a total of more than 10 million lower grade spirit stones added up on him, but these were all collected bit by bit from his travels over the years. Spending out an extra one would make him feel bad for half a day in his heart. Other than my beauty master, no one should be able to see the secret of this small tower, so why would two people suddenly appear to compete with me? Lin Tian's face was gloomy to the extreme. He had thought that he would be able to easily take the little tower away today, but two great bidders were killed halfway. It's too unworthy to spend $10 million. When the time comes, please ask the beauty master to directly make a move to snatch the small tower from this person. Gritting his teeth, Lin Tian didn't bid anymore. He had already decided to ask his mysterious and powerful master to help him out. $10 million once, $10 million twice, $10 million 3 times. No one continues to bid. Congratulations to VIP number 7 for winning this small tower. Seeing that no one in the room was bidding again, that old man immediately announced that the broken little tower was won by Qin Xian. It didn't take long for the broken tower to be delivered to the room where Qin Xian was, and after paying 10 million lower grade spirit stones, Qin Xian finally got that little tower into his hands. The body of the small tower was a grayish color, about a dozen inches tall, and the top of the tower was inscribed with mysterious small characters, although there were several holes in the tower and the tip was smoothed out, but this did not affect its mysteriousness in any way. Buzz, just as he was about to use the Eye of Nothingness to check out this broken little tower, the little tower revived on its own and then kept circling around him. It's fine if you want to recognize me as your master, but you have to let me know what you do first, right? Sensing the little tower's meaning, Qin Xian immediately spoke. The great dream of 1,000 pagodas, a great dream for 1,000 years. As soon as Qin Xian's words fell, a message about the small tower in front of him came to his mind. It turned out that this tower was called the Great Dream 1000 Autumn Pagoda, and when it was complete, it was a Dao extermination level great killing weapon, but because it was badly broken, it was now only a half-step Dao extermination. The tower contains the avenue of time. Once destroyed, can be realized outside the day. The Tower of 1,000 Years, such as dreaming, a glance of 1,000 years, so it is called the Great Dream of 1,000 Years. The kicker is the 1,000 years spent in the tower, while the real life loss is just a normal day. It's a very good cultivation artifact, so recognize it. After learning about the Great Dream 1000 Autumn Pagoda, Qin Xian exclaimed in admiration before biting his finger and dropping a drop of essence blood onto it. Buzz! The essence blood was absorbed by the Great Dream 1000 Autumn's Pagoda just after it dripped down, and immediately afterward, this Great Dream 1000 Autumn's Pagoda turned into a stream of light and flew into his dantian, seemingly going to look for the all things swallowing heavenly cauldron and the wheel of causes and fruits to catch up with each other. It turns out that it was only after sensing the two Dao extinguishing grade weapons in my body that they voluntarily considered themselves as the main ones. Seeing the scene of the three treasures vibrating and catching up with each other, Qin Xian muttered and then proceeded to participate in the auction. But unfortunately, nothing that could catch his attention appeared in the auction for the next hour, until a black seed containing a large amount of life breath appeared. He once again auctioned it off at a high price of 20 million lower grade spirit stones, and naturally, this kind of godly behavior of his caused a sensation at the scene once again, and many female cultivators were shouting that they wanted to make friends with him and then communicate with him in depth. But for this, Qin Xian didn't even bother. When he got that black seed, he first used his eyes of void to probe. As it turned out, this was a seed of the immortal tree of life, and careful cultivation might be able to grow a true immortal tree of life, and this tree of life has a long lifespan. Not only can it improve one's physique and make one live longer, its leaves can also heal injuries, making it a very precious auxiliary immortal tree. If we really cultivate a tree of life, we won't have to harvest lifespans when we move the karma wheel. Looking at the black seed in his hand, Qin Xian threw it into the Great Dream 1000 Autumn Pagoda without any hesitation, and then placed several tens of billions of lower-grade spirit stones and 1,000 god-grade spirit veins all in the Great Dream 1000 Autumn Pagoda. In the end, he then used the time when he was cultivating the spiritual plant he had obtained earlier to plant that seed in the middle of a spiritual field in the Great Dream 1000 Autumn Pagoda, and then he activated the Great Dream 1000 Autumn Pagoda's time acceleration. And it is worth mentioning that the space inside the Great Dream 1000 Autumn's tower is endless, with mountains, rivers, and lakes, and there is no life in it except for the fact that it gives people a feeling that it is completely no different from the outside world. As soon as time acceleration was turned on, countless heaven and earth spiritual chi surged into that black seed like a flood that broke the dike. However, the tree of life's gestation and growth time was too long, and until the auction had ended, Qin Xian had not seen the tree of life's shoots break out of their shells. After retracting his gaze from the Great Dream 1000 Autumn Pagoda, he got up and left from the VIP room. Your Excellency, take your time. The red-robed woman from earlier respectfully led him out of the Xiantian auction house. However, not long after he stepped out of the auction house, dozens of youths suddenly blocked his way. Fellow Daoist, you have quite a lot of spirit stones, don't you? My brothers have been a little short on cash lately, so how about you casually give each of us a few tens of millions of spirit stones to spend? At the head of the group was a big man with a tiger's back and a huge axe, exuding an aura that belonged to the out-of-body stage, while the remaining 9 people were all at the yuanying stage. These people Qin Xian barely had some impression of. It was the same loose cultivator alliance that had auctioned off 10 fire avoidance beads in the auction. Are you deaf? My big brother is talking to you and you didn't hear? Seeing Qin Xian expressionlessly looking at them but not speaking, a yuaning stage-scarred man slapped at Qin Xian. Just the next moment, his entire arm was directly chopped off by a long spear. Seeing that his arm was instantly chopped off, the scarred man directly screamed in pain. Dare to injure my brother, you seek death. The 9 people on the side saw that Qin Xian, a small mole at the first level of the Jindan stage, actually dared to make a direct move in the face of such a powerful lineup of theirs. That big man in the lead and the remaining 8 yuaning stage instantly became furious, and they all drew their weapons and just rushed towards Qin Xian. Chapter 44 Guns out like dragons shaking the 4 directions. Misty Immortal's arrival. Alas, messing with this group of mad dog loose cultivator alliance that wants money but not life. This teenager is going to fall here today. Who can be blamed for this? These crazy people have said that each person only needs a few tens of millions of lower-grade spirit stones, but not only did he not give them, instead he shot and hurt people. Isn't this asking for death? He really can't stand up after kneeling for a long time, in the face of these people's robbery. What's wrong with this teenager rising up to fight back? He died with honor, unlike you, who was trampled on by others and became a shrinking violet. That's right, you didn't have the courage to fight back yourself, and now you're standing up and laughing at people who are braver than you are. It's a real laugh. Those 10 loose cultivators openly besieging Qin Xian on the street immediately attracted the attention of many surrounding cultivators. Some mocked him for his lack of self-importance, and the only way to be safe in the face of a strong enemy was to bow down and become a dog, while others admired his courage and considered him honorable in spite of his death. However, facing 9 yuaning stage and 1 out-of-body stage, more people were cold-eyed. After all, this kind of bullying is too common in this cultivation world, and many people have long been numb to it, but no matter how others looked at it or thought about it, at this moment, facing the raging 10 people, Qin Xian's expression remained calm. Die for me. Seeing Qin Xian standing still, that big man in charge thought that Qin Xian was scared silly. He only saw him let out a cold laugh before the large axe in his hand viciously chopped towards Qin Xian's head. The remaining 9 didn't hold back, either with swords, knives, or lances. All of them were attacking Qin Xian's body, intending to slice him into 8 large pieces. It's over. When the crowd saw this scene, their minds couldn't help but conjure up the scene of Qin Xian being smashed to pieces. But in the very next moment, the image that made the crowd's jaws drop appeared. Bang bang bang, only to see that black-robed teenager holding a black lance in his hand, moving like a shock, the lance coming out like a dragon. The figure just flashed in front of the eyes of those 10 people, and then a fatal blood mark appeared on the necks of all those 10 people. Bam bam bam. The 10 people covered the wound on their necks in disbelief, their eyes wide, and the weapons in their hands even dropped all the way to the ground. How can you be so powerful? The 10 people's minds only went blank. They had thought of countless scenes of Qin Xian being surrounded and killed by them, but how could they have never thought of the image of them being killed by Qin Xian in seconds with their hands? Many thanks for the cultivation resources that you guys enthusiastically gave me. In the face of the 10 people's horror and shock, Qin Xian backhandedly shattered all of these people's yuaning, making it impossible for them to even escape their souls. No, you devil! Several consecutive soul screams rang out, and these 10 people all fell like this with endless unwillingness and anger. And after Qin Xian put the black dragon gun behind his back and skillfully took away the storage rings on these 10 people, he turned around and left. And it wasn't until his figure disappeared into thin air that the silent crowd around him once again resumed its clamor. Awesome! This is a really big guy. I was blind earlier. Very impressive indeed. These outlaws have kicked the bucket today. What a great kill. It seems that the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm this time is really hiding crouching tigers. In addition to those heavenly prides from all the great clans and lineages, now there's such a fierce person. I won't be able to participate in the contest between these people of theirs. I'm only asking for a little chance in the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm. I'll be satisfied. Looking at the direction Qin Xian left, the crowd talked, some lamenting Qin Xian's power, some lamenting the fierce competition in the vermilion bird mystic realm this time, and some watching the battle directly break their defenses. That was the son of Qi Luck, Lin Tian, who had just watched the entirety of Qin Xian's battle from the crowd, and it was this look that almost didn't make his Dao heart collapse. Originally from the beginning he only thought that Qin Xian was the kind of person who was stupid and had a lot of money in the second generation. With him the step-by-step from the humble rise of the super genius is simply incomparable. As long as one wants, at any time can easily crush the other party. Especially when he knew that Qin Xian was the divine hero who had spent a large sum of money to buy away the mysterious little tower in the auction house. He was overjoyed in his heart. It was because he felt that even if he didn't ask his own beauty master to take action, he could easily snatch that little tower from Qin Xian. Just now, when Qin Xian was threatened by the scattered cultivators' alliance and directly chose to make a move, he, like the crowd, thought that Qin Xian was out of his depth and seeking his own death. After all, even he, when facing those 10 people, had to go through a life and death battle and pay a considerable price to achieve a counter-killing. But the fact that Qin Xian easily killed those 10 people with a single shot directly just made him completely dumbfounded. Damn it, how could he be that strong? Lin Tian's inner jealousy towards Qin Xian reached the extreme. Younger than him, his financial power crushed him, and his strength still crushed him, which made him feel humble to the point of being nothing in front of Qin Xian. When we get to the Vermilion Bird's secret realm, I'll definitely ask Beauty Master to kill you. Looking at Qin Xian's departing back, Lin Tian roared angrily in his heart. On the other hand, Qin Xian went straight back to the inn after leaving that street. But to his surprise, just as he walked into his Heavenly Steps guest room, there was a woman dressed in black robes waiting for him there. The woman exuded an aura that was 100 times more terrifying than that of a great emperor, seemingly capable of tearing this space apart at any time. Coming uninvited is not a polite behavior. With a calm demeanor, he closed the door of the room behind him. Qin Xian walked straight to the opposite side of that black-robed woman, then poured himself a cup of tea. You don't seem to be afraid of me? When that black-robed woman saw that Qin Xian had ignored the immortal pressure emanating from her, and was even sitting in front of her drinking tea as if nothing had happened, she just couldn't help but cross a flash of surprise in her eyes. In the next moment, she directly utilized her immortal divine sense, and she wanted to see Qin Xian's bottom line clearly. But what made her dumbfounded was that when her immortal divine sense enveloped Qin Xian's body, she couldn't see anything. It was as if Qin Xian was truly just an ordinary Jindan stage junior cultivator without any semblance of specialness. But how could an ordinary cultivator ignore her immortal pressure? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Qin Xian was unfathomable. I have no grievances with your excellency, so why should I be afraid? Qin Xian took a sip of tea and then looked at the black-robed woman with a calm gaze. And this black-robed woman was no one else but Lin Tian's beauty master, the ethereal immortal sovereign. Little brother has a point. It's me who was a bit abrupt. The ethereal immortal sovereign gave Qin Xian a deep look, and then he collected all the immortal pressure from his body. There's something to tell. Seeing the ethereal immortal sovereign put away his pressure, Qin Xian opened the door and said, "There is indeed something. I came here for the broken little tower in little brother's hands. I admit that little brother is quite extraordinary, but instead of being of little use, that little tower staying on you might invite unexpected disasters. If little brother is willing to transfer it to me, I'm willing to offer 10 times the price, plus an immortal grade technique. How about it?" The ethereal immortal sovereign looked at Qin Xian with a confident expression. Although she couldn't see through the other party, this heavenly desolate continent was only one side of the lower realm. And if the secrets on the other party were even bigger, could they still be bigger than this immortal dignitary of hers? That was why she was confident that Qin Xian would be shocked when he heard that he was willing to take out an immortal grade technique in exchange for him. Chapter 45, Defeating an Immortal Exalt in One Move. Deal with Ye Misty. However, what made Misty immortal dignitary tense up was that it had been quite a while since she finished her words, but Qin Xian didn't react at all, still sipping his own tea. It was as if she didn't take her words seriously at all, which made her frown. Do you know the gold content of an immortal grade technique in the heavenly wasteland continent? She looked straight at Qin Xian, knowing that immortal level feats are heaven here, and even a great emperor would have to fight to the death when he comes. Qin Xian calmly locked eyes with her. Since you know the gold content of an immortal grade technique, why don't you agree to exchange it with me? Or do you think that you can be recognized by that little tower? The ethereal immortal sovereign was a bit exasperated. The reason why she was obsessed with the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda was because when her divine thoughts enveloped the small pagoda, she couldn't see through its wonders, which was why she wanted Lin Tian to go to the auction and auction this small pagoda over, and something that even an immortal exalt like her couldn't see through. It was bound to be of great origin, which was why she was willing to use an immortal grade technique to make an exchange with Qin Xian. But Qin Xian's soft-spoken attitude made her a bit irritated. thinking that she was a hallowed immortal dharma. This side of the heavenly Tao had to give her a few points of face, and for her to condescend to make a deal with a small cultivator from the lower realms in a peaceful manner. This was already a heavenly concession, but Qin Xian was good, not only ignoring her, but also daring to reject her. First of all, don't think that if you're an immortal exalt, you're invincible in this lower realm. Secondly, don't treat other people like little cuties. Your immortal level feats aren't even as good as a bit of the edges of that little tower. In the end, I don't need the little tower to recognize me, but I recognize it. Putting down the teacup in his hand, Qin Xian opened his mouth in a flat tone, and then he even summoned the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda with a wave of his hand. Boom! As soon as the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda came out, a terrifying and extremely powerful energy emanated out from above the tower, directly all but shocking the netherworld immortal exalt back several steps. You actually took control of this little tower? Looking at the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda in front of him that was circling around Qin Xian everywhere like a licking dog, the ethereal immortal exalt was somewhat incredulous. Obviously, she couldn't see through the small tower until now. But why would such a mysterious small tower go and kneel to a small Jindan stage cultivator? Leave if there's nothing else. And remember to warn your disciples when you go back. Don't blame me for being impolite if they dare to show hostility towards me again. Ignoring netherworld immortal exalt's shock, Qin Xian immediately gave his expulsion order. In fact, he had long sensed the hostility that Lin Tian had revealed towards him, but only considering that the other party had an extremely powerful immortal master by his side, he didn't make a direct move. But if the other party was dead set on not changing, then he couldn't care less about immortal dignitaries. No matter who came, he wouldn't hesitate to finish the other party off. Fellow Taoist is really domineering in his speech. Why don't you go and spar with me in the void for a few moves? After hearing Qin Xian's words, the netherworld immortal sovereign didn't just leave, but directly sent out an appointment. It was true that she couldn't see through Qin Xian, and the other party gave her the feeling of being unfathomable. But she was a generation of immortal exalted, and naturally she wasn't intimidated, and she was ultimately unwilling to not fight. It's fine if you want to fight, but if you lose, you have to give me 3 immortal rank techniques. Qin Xian didn't refuse, but instead directly made his conditions. Okay. The ethereal immortal sovereign agreed almost without even thinking about it. Although immortal level techniques were also precious, they were nothing to her as an immortal exalt, and she felt it was worth it to test Qin Xian's depths with this. After saying that, her figure disappeared and went directly to the middle of the void millions of meters above. And Qin Xian didn't hesitate, immediately utilizing the rules of the primordial dojo, and all of a sudden he possessed the ability to be on par with the heavenly Tao. In the next moment, with a flash of his body, he arrived opposite the ethereal immortal. It's really quite uncomplicated. Seeing that the other party was able to come across her so easily, the ethereal immortal dignitary frowned slightly. With that, she slapped her palm without hesitation. Boom! This seemingly random palm, but it carried a powerful rule of Xian. Where the palm print passed through, space was broken within a radius of 1,000 meters, and everything perished. It looked incomparably terrifying. Spatial annihilation art. Qin Xian didn't hold back, directly casting his freshly introduced Tao-level spatial secret art with a cultivation level comparable to that of the heavenly Tao. Rumble. As soon as this secret art of his came out, the space within 10,000 meters in front of him instantly exploded and then annihilated, turning even the rules into nothingness. No good. Seeing this terrifying means, despair instantly appeared on the originally confident face of the ethereal immortal exalt, because the speed of that spatial annihilation was too fast and too powerful. Even in her heyday she wouldn't necessarily be able to escape, not to mention the fact that now she was still seriously injured. I shouldn't have messed with him. A flash of regret crossed her heart, but it was too late to say anything now, as the space in all directions of her had completely collapsed at this moment. Willing to gamble, bring over the 3 immortal ranked techniques. Just as Yi Misty felt that she was bound to die, a calm voice suddenly sounded in her ears. The next moment, she was wrapped in a wave of power, and when she opened her eyes again, she was back in the familiar house. Fellow Taoist has great powers, so I'm willing to bet on it. Seeing that Qin Xian would actually show mercy to her, Yi Misty spoke in a much milder tone than before. What she didn't know was that the reason why Qin Xian had stayed his hand on her was entirely because she hadn't shown any hint of killing intent from the start. Otherwise, with Qin Xian's murderous and decisive character, it would certainly be impossible for him to stay his hand. After quietly looking at Qin Xian for a while, Yi Misty casually took out 3 jade slips emitting the aura of immortality from her storage ring and just handed them over. Inside here are 3 immortal level feats. She spoke with some caution, there's no need to be like that. You and I have no grudges, and after leaving this room, you'll still be a towering immortal exalt, and I'll still be a tiny Jindan stage cultivator. Receiving the Gongfu Jade slip handed over by Yi Misty, Qin Xian waved his hand and said, "There's no such thing as a high and mighty immortal elder. I'm just a downtrodden man who fled to the lower realms to nurse his wounds." Hearing Qin Xian's words, Yi Misty spoke with some sighs. "If you can come up with something that interests me, I might be able to help you heal the wounds on your body." Thinking of the Tree of Life and the Great Dream Thousand Autumns Tower, Qin Xian suddenly spoke. An immortal exalt must have many immortal level techniques, divine abilities, immortal arts, or secrets that he knew in his body. This was a walking treasure trove, much more reliable than the immortal's tomb that Yi Sangyun had spoken of before. And the Tree of Life with its powerful healing ability was the key for him to open this immortal's treasure trove in Yi Misty. "If you, fellow Daoist, can really cure the injuries on my body, as long as I can get it out, I definitely won't keep any of it for myself." Hearing that Qin Xian could actually heal the injuries on her body, a flash of excitement crossed Yi Misty's eyes. It was important to know that the injuries she had sustained were not light, and if she had been in the heavenly wasteland continent, it would have taken hundreds or thousands of years at least to be healed. If she went to the immortal realm, it would only take a few dozen hundred years to heal, but there were a lot of her enemies there, and if those people knew that she was injured, they would definitely go after her. So she wouldn't return to the immortal realm until she had recovered from her injuries, and once she stayed in the lower realm for too long, those enemies of her immortal realm would have long since broken through to higher cultivation, and by then she would only be hunted down if she went. And now that there was a chance to quickly heal her injuries in the lower realm and allow her to return to the immortal realm in a short period of time, she was of course thrilled to hear that. Chapter 46, Ninth Order Immortal Technique, Devil Heaven Great Handprint, Vermilion Bird Mystic Realm Opening. Trying to heal the injuries on your body requires a very precious immortal medicine, and lately I've had to go on a trip to the Vermilion Bird Mysterious Realm, so I don't have much time. If you trust me, leave your voice transmission jade slip and I'll let you know when I'm done. Looking at Yi Misty's expectant eyes, Qin Xian didn't have anything to hide and immediately casually opened his mouth. In fact, the main thing was that the Tree of Life still needed a bit of time to grow, otherwise he would have definitely made a deal with Yi Misty now. "Then I'll wait for your good news. These 2 immortal arts are the deposit I paid in advance. No matter if I succeed or not in the end, these are all yours." Yi Misty smiled and left behind 2 jade slips that recorded immortal arts and a voice transmission jade slip before her body flashed and directly disappeared. After Yi Misty left, Qin Xian immediately came to the bed and sat down on his knees. Then with just a wave of his hand, he simply threw those 3 jade simply recorded immortal grade techniques into the all things swallowing heavenly cauldron and refined them. Ever since he knew that the all things heaven swallowing cauldron could raise the grade of his feats and martial arts, he had no intention of replacing his existing feats and martial arts. After all, with the enhancement of his Gongfu and martial arts, he could clearly feel that his Gongfu and martial arts were becoming more and more attuned to himself, and the more he used them, the more and more comfortable and powerful they became, and there was no need to change them at all. Therefore, these 3 immortal grade feats would only become the nourishment for his current cultivation techniques. Buzz! As the rules of the all-swallowing heavenly cauldron were unleashed, the 3 jade slips were quickly refined into 3 strands of immortal grade Gongfu essence. After the merit essence was molded, he didn't hesitate for half a second, and immediately turned on the plug-in, and then he returned 10,000 times the amount of the 3 strands of merit essence. Ding! 10,000 times the number returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 30,000 Dao of immortal rank quality merit essence. Upon hearing the system's successful return beep, Qin Xian backhandedly injected all of these Gongfu essences towards his 9-turn Xian Yuan Gong and Taixuan sword scripture. Boom boom boom. With a large amount of immortal rank quality technique essences being injected into them, his 2 techniques were also improving crazily. In just a dozen breaths of time, the 9-turn Xian Yuan technique was directly elevated from a Great Empress lower grade to a Great Empress middle grade, and as for the Taixuan sword scripture, it was directly elevated from a holy grade lower grade to a quasi-emperor grade lower grade, allowing the 2 techniques to continue to improve. Qin Xian landed his gaze on the 2 jade slips that recorded immortal arts. The so-called immortal arts were actually advanced versions of martial arts. The 2 jade sketches contained a body technique and a palm technique. Because the body technique overlapped with his meteor phantom steps, he directly threw that body technique immortal technique jade slip into the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron and refined it. After obtaining a strand of immortal technique essence, he returned it in 10,000 times the amount. After returning, he received 10,000 immortal art essences, and then these immortal art essences were distributed to the 4 martial arts, the 4 elephant sword codex, the meteor phantom steps, the Taiku green dragon fist and the Taiku demon execution gun. Only after doing so did he drop his gaze once again onto the jade slip that recorded a 3rd ranked immortal art. It was worth mentioning that after the Great Emperor stage came the quasi-immortal stage, which was also divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, and above the quasi-immortal rank is the immortal rank. Immortal rank quality treasures, from low to high, and there is a division of 1 to 9 ranks. The higher the level of the immortal technique, the more powerful it was and the more precious it was. And the palm technique recorded in this jade slip was a third-order immortal art. Casually sweeping this immortal technique, Qin Xian returned 10,000 times its mass to it. Ding! 10,000 times quality returned successfully. Congratulations! You have obtained the 9th order immortal technique, Magic Sky Great Handprint. As the system prompt fell, the cultivation method for the immortal art of the Devil's Heavenly Great Handprint appeared in his mind out of nowhere. Compared to the previous 3rd order immortal technique, this 9th order immortal technique had received a huge boost in both power and attack range. Without wasting any time, he directly unleashed his divine level enlightenment and just started to enlighten this immortal art. Time passed quickly, and the night passed by in a flash. After this night's cultivation, his 9th order immortal technique, Devil Heaven's Great Handprint, was cultivated by him to a state of perfection. As for his other 4 martial arts, they were also raised to the 1st rank immortal art level. As for his 9 turns Xian Yuan technique and Taixuan sword scripture, they were raised to the 4th rank immortal method level. Even though his cultivation had not refined or improved in any way this night, the boost from the leveling up of his feats and martial arts was such that his combat power had increased by as much as dozens of times compared to before. It's no exaggeration to say that the man he is now can defeat dozens of the men he was last night. With his strength greatly improved, Qin Xian was in a good mood. After leaving his room to eat some breakfast, he was ready to leave Xiantian City and then head to Vermilion Bird Lake. Little brother, if you are free at that time, remember to make a trip to the Immortal's tomb. He had just stepped out of the inn when Yi Sangyun's voice transmission rang in his ears. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Qin Xian waved his hand, then directly stepped into the air and flew. After leaving Xiantian City, he sped towards the Vermilion Bird Lake in the north. Master, the Immortal's tomb is so precious, and that person's strength is so bizarre. Why must we invite him? After Qin Xian left, that sweet woman immediately looked at Yi Sangyun in puzzlement. Of course, it's because the resurrection of immortals requires a large number of heavenly and powerful sacrifices, and even more so, a perfect body. Yi Sangyun's eyes flashed with an incomparable madness. On the other hand, after Qin Xian flew away from Xiantian City, it didn't take long before he encountered the genius teams of the 4 great sects and the major lineages. The man from the Taixuan sword sect was clearly among them, and he also saw Mu Yuro in the group. But since he was now in a disguised state, he didn't go forward to greet him. Seeing his arrival, many of the heavenly prides looked at him with scornful eyes. Apparently it was because he had killed 9 Yuaning stage and 1 out-of-body stage powerhouse with a single shot on the street yesterday, causing these heavenly prides to feel a great deal of pressure. Of course, there were also quite a few heavenly prides who didn't put him in their eyes at all, and these people were all the leading heavenly prides of the 4 great sects and the great imperial clans. Every single one of them had a cultivation level of at least the divine separation stage, and it was normal for them to not pay attention to Qin Xian because every single one of them who stood out could also easily do what Qin Xian did in yesterday's battle. What made the difference was that Qin Xian was using his Jindan stage cultivation to crush and kill in seconds by crossing the level, while they were powerfully blasting away with their cultivation that surpassed those people. The people didn't communicate much along the way. They were all on their own and on guard against each other. After a quarter of an hour, the crowd arrived in front of a lake that was incomparably wide, but with a blazing fire on the water. In the center of that lake, a giant whirlpool with a diameter of tens of meters was frantically spewing flames outward. In another half an hour, this Vermilion Bird Lake will be completely stabilized, and the entrance to the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm will be revealed. Is there anyone who wants to form a team? We have professionals here to lead the team. There was still some time before the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm opened, and many loose cultivators were forming teams. There were also people who had the guts to come and find Qin Xian to form a team, but they were all rejected by him. He came to the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm this time with only one goal in mind, and that was to take away the immortal flame that was about to come out inside. As for the rest, he didn't have much interest in it. Chapter 47, Third Young Master of the Imperial Clan? Go up and slap him. During the time he was waiting for the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm to open, Qin Xian once again saw Lin Tian in the crowd. However, compared to yesterday, this Lin Tian was now bruised and swollen, as if he had been severely beaten up. Seemingly sensing Qin Xian's gaze, his eyes dodged a bit, but his pair of fists were being pinched and cackled by him, and inwardly, he hated Qin Xian to the extreme. Just last night, after he returned to the inn in anger, he went to ask his beauty master, Yi Misty, to take action and kill Qin Xian for himself. But who knew that he received a severe beating from Yi Misty just after he had finished speaking, and the beauty master also sternly warned him that if he didn't know better and went to mess with Qin Xian again, then he would sever the master-disciple relationship with him. When these words came out, they directly scared Lin Tian silly, because these 3 years, Beauty Master at most is a little strict, but he is still extremely good. Not only teach him to cultivate, but also all the way for him to protect the road, but also taught him a lot of reasoning as a human being, although he did not listen to how much is it. But how could he not expect? Beauty Master, for the sake of this kid in front of him, not only severely beat him, and even said something about going to mess with this kid again. Will cut off the relationship between master and disciple. This kind of words. His heart was literally breaking, so even though he knew that Qin Xian's battle prowess was extraordinary, he swore in his heart that he would keep Qin Xian inside forever, no matter what method he used. You wait. He bowed his head, collecting all expression from his face. Boom! It was at this time that the huge vortex in the center of Vermilion Bird Lake gradually stabilized after it had performed its last major eruption. It didn't take long for a circular teleportation array to appear in the center of that vortex as well. The entrance to the secret realm has appeared. Charge! When they saw that portal, many of the tens of thousands of people present had excited eyes before jumping into the vortex regardless. Ah! Who knew that just as he jumped in, he was churned to pieces on the spot by the spatial force in the teleportation array? A bunch of idiots. Don't you know that when a teleportation array is first established, there will be a residue of spatial power? No common sense at all. How dare they come to this secret realm to embarrass themselves? Seeing the miserable state of these loose cultivators, some of those heavenly prides from clans and families sneered out in disdain. As soon as these words came out, the faces of many loose cultivators sank, and they all turned their gazes towards the young man. What? Is this young master wrong? It was they themselves who had no common sense before they were strangled by the power of space. When that youth saw so many people suddenly staring at him, he couldn't help his body trembling, but his mouth was still a dead duck's mouth. He was a heavenly pride coming out of the Imperial clan, and with this level of status, these loose cultivators would dare to do anything to him. After another quarter of an hour had passed, the unstable spatial force in that teleportation array finally disappeared completely. Go! Seeing this state of affairs, without the slightest hesitation, the disciples of the four major sects and the major lineages all jumped into the teleportation array in groups. Qin Xian didn't waste any time and followed right behind as he also jumped into the teleportation formation. Buzz! Just after entering the teleportation array, he was enveloped by a golden light, and when he opened his eyes again, he had been teleported to a desolate mountain peak. The mountain peak was surrounded by semi-cooled magma that smoked black, and on top of the magma there was a fiery red spirit grass. Ha 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 ha, this young master is really lucky. He just teleported over and came across so many earth-ranked heavenly flame grasses. I am the third son of the Imperial Lu family, Lu Maniac, and whoever dares to grab these heavenly flame grasses from this young master today is an enemy of the Imperial Lu family. Because it was a random teleportation, a number of cultivators were also teleported not far from Qin Xian, and as soon as these cultivators saw the heavenly flame grass on top of that half-cooled magma, each one of them sucked in a breath of cool air. Although the heavenly flame grass was only a lower-grade spirit grass of the earth rank, it was able to evolve those who possessed a fire attribute bloodline or physique, so the price had always been very high, and a single plant outside could be sold for up to 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and now this densely packed, at least there are hundreds of plants, which can get a few randomly back. It is not worth the trip. However, just as the cultivators felt that they had gotten rich this time, a grey-robed youth in the crowd laughed out loud. This person claimed to be from the Emperor clan, and was the same youth who had previously been mocking the casual cultivator for not seeing him. He was accompanied by a few cultivators at the first level of the divine separation stage, so when his words came out, the surrounding casual cultivators dared to be angry, and could only obediently fly to other places. Ha! What a bunch of spineless wastrels. This young master just moved his lips a little and scared them into fleeing around like lost dogs, looking at the scattered cultivators who were gloomily flying to other places. Lu Maniac's face was filled with a smile of pride and disdain. Young master is mighty. The doglegs around him immediately clapped their asses in agreement. However, at the time when they thought they were winning, the hundreds of skyfire grass was blatantly picked away by a black-clothed teenager. This black-clothed youth was naturally Qin Xian, who originally had little interest in other opportunities, but since he had come across them, he would definitely take them with him. Anyway, everything here is unclaimed, so whoever gets it is the one who gets it. Good guts, even dare to rob this young master's things. Could it be that you really think you're invincible just because you killed a few Yuaning stage trash yesterday? Get him for me. Seeing Qin Xian remove all of the heavenly flame grass in front of his face, Lu Maniac's mouth was almost twisted with anger. At that moment, he gave orders to the 7 or 8 divine separation stage cultivators beside him. Go all out. This kid is weird. Those divine separation stage cultivators all rushed towards Qin Xian with all their might after hearing Lu Maniac's order. Get out! Qin Xian didn't put them in his eyes at all, and with a backhanded strike of the devil's heavenly great hand seal, a huge palm seal tens of meters wide slammed into those people. Boom! The huge palm print fell from the sky, directly and ruthlessly shaking the entire mountain peak a few times. The 8 cultivators at the first level of the divine separation stage had long since been slapped into the dirt by this palm and fainted. As for that third young master Lumaniac, at this moment, he was so frightened that his face was pale and his body was trembling. Hand over the storage ring. Qin Xian looked at him expressionlessly. You, don't go too far. I don't want that heavenly fire grass. I'm from the Emperor clan Lu family. Pop. Seeing that Qin Xian wanted to snatch his storage ring, Lu Maniac stammered and tried to bring out his background to scare Qin Xian, but before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying several meters away by Qin Xian's slap through the air. Want the storage ring or your life? Your choice. Qin Xian put the black dragon gun on his neck. The reason why he didn't kill everyone was because even though this Lu Maniac was arrogant, he didn't unleash his killing intent on him from the beginning. However, since he dared to let people make a move on him, it was reasonable for him to backhandedly beat them up and snatch the storage rings from Lu Maniac and the others. Take it. Seeing the black dragon gun on his neck, Lu Maniac's face turned blue, and with clenched teeth, he handed the storage ring to Qin Xian. After receiving his storage ring, Qin Xian collected all the storage rings of those 8 people before turning around and flying away. And seeing Qin Xian go far away, Lu Maniac exhaled heavily. Luckily, I had anticipated the possibility of this situation, so all the good stuff is stored in the Dantian space, Lu Maniac murmured to himself. Then, he casually waved his hand to bring out a yellowed animal skin map. I'm sure by now everyone must now think I'm a lousy second generation dude, and won't intentionally pay attention to my movements. Just in time, this young man can go and collect that one imperial weapon that is about to come out of the world while they don't react. After saying that, Lu Maniac directly unlocked some sort of prohibition on his body, and his cultivation actually instantly soared all the way up from the out-of-body stage, going through the divine separation stage, the harmonization stage, and reaching the transition stage all the way before stopping. Immediately afterward, he disappeared in a single movement. Chapter 48, Mysterious Space, Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower. On the other hand, after Qin Xian left from that mountain peak, he directly activated the Wheel of Causes and Effects and began to speculate on the location of the immortal flame. Buzz off! As the rules kept rotating, the tens of thousands of years of lifespan stored on it that he had gotten from beheading those giant tortoises in the heavenly broken mountain range back then was instantly consumed by more than 10,000 years, and along with the consumption of his lifespan, a line of words soon appeared before his eyes. 100,000 miles south of the secret realm, Vermilion Bird Immortal Tomb. After obtaining the exact location of the immortal flame, Qin Xian didn't hesitate to make the black dragon gun bigger. Then he sat on top of the black dragon gun and flew towards the southernmost part of the secret realm at breakneck speed. After all, his current true realm was only the 5th level of the Jindan stage, and no matter how fast he flew, it was impossible for him to be faster than the imperial weapon black dragon gun. So instead of struggling to fly by himself, it would be better to let the black dragon gun carry him, saving time, effort and comfort. Along the way, he saw that this Vermilion Bird mysterious realm was filled with seas of magma and fire, and he also saw that there were a lot of cultivators fighting with each other for the chance, or fighting with all sorts of strange flaming demonic beasts in the magma. But for all of that, Qin Xian had little interest. He only wanted to get his hands on that one immortal flame right now. The black dragon gun sped along with him, crossing a distance of 100,000 miles in less than a quarter of an hour before stopping on top of a huge volcano that was still spewing fire out. Is this the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tomb down here? Looking at the volcano that kept spewing fire, Qin Xian directly urged the heaven-slashing sword within his body to condense a layer of powerful sword chi on himself. With this layer of sword chi protecting him, the high temperature of this volcano and that boiling flame no longer posed the slightest threat to him. Immediately after that, he jumped down from the crater without hesitation. But unlike what was imagined, there wasn't any boiling lava underneath this volcano, but a huge man-made high platform, on top of which a giant bird statue was looking up at the sky with its beak open. And those flames seen outside were spat out from the mouth of this giant bird statue, a very old teleportation array. Stopping on top of the high platform, Qin Xian unleashed his eyes of void to scan around and realized that this high platform was actually a large-scale teleportation array. It must be the teleportation array that teleported to the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tomb, taking out tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones and throwing them into the mouth of the giant bird statue. Then that giant bird statue seemed to come to life as if it was alive, and a golden light suddenly erupted from its eyes, and it directly enveloped Qin Xian. Buzz! As that golden light surged, Qin Xian's figure disappeared into thin air. When the teleportation ended, he arrived on top of a huge square, in the center of which stood a 100-story tower. But to his surprise, there were already people above the square who had come here earlier at this moment. It was those top-tier heavenly prides with unrivaled talent from the 4 great sects, as well as the leaders of the major lineages. It seems that they all have the means in their hands to directly enter this immortal tomb. When he saw these people, Qin Xian was slightly surprised, but not too shocked. After all, the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm had existed for too long, and it would open every few decades, and what exactly was inside must have been pretty much explored by the four top sects and the various great emperor clans, so it was only normal that their outstanding offspring and talented disciples could possess special means of entering the immortal tomb. But while Qin Xian wasn't shocked, the others were completely shocked to see him arrive. How is that possible? This Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower only has a total of 30 slots, and all of these slots are occupied by people from our 4 major clans and several great families. How on earth did he get in? Everyone was looking at Qin Xian in disbelief. The 100-story tower in front of them was called the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, and this separate space where the Immortal Tower was located was characterized by some sort of powerful prohibition that even great emperors couldn't crack. Every time the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower was opened, there would only be 30 jade orders produced, and only those holding the jade orders could enter this space. And in the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, there were all sorts of precious resources, what with the heavenly rank, the saintly rank, and even the quasi-imperial rank here. As long as the combat power is strong enough to challenge to a certain number of layers, you will be able to get rich rewards. Therefore, every time this Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower was opened, the right to challenge it would fall into the hands of the major top powers of the southern region, which would then distribute it to their outstanding disciples. As for the other ordinary cultivators, they didn't even have the qualifications to know about this Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, let alone being able to obtain a jade order to enter this place. And now that Qin Xian, a person without a jade order, suddenly barged in, how could this not shock the crowd? Kid, I don't care what method you used to enter here, but the chances in this Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower belong to us, the heirs of the great powers. Get lost if you know what's good for you, or don't blame us for being rude. After the shock had passed, a heavenly pride immediately stepped forward to coldly heckle Qin Xian. Looking at the attire he wore, Qin Xian recognized that this was Taixuan Sword Sect's nemesis, the Luo Tian Sacred Sect's heavenly pride. Pop! That heavenly pride had just finished speaking when Qin Xian directly executed the immortal art Meteor Phantom Steps to come to his front, and then backhandedly slapped him just as hard on his face. What are you pretending in front of me? The Vermilion Bird mysterious realm has existed in the southern region for countless years, and has always been ownerless. It was originally a chance shared by all cultivators in the southern region. When did it become exclusive to the heirs of the great powers? Qin Xian opened his mouth expressionlessly towards that heavenly pride, not forgetting to give him another slap when he finished speaking, and 2 consecutive slaps directly dumbfounded that divine separation stage youth. How could he not have expected that what Qin Xian chose to do in this situation was not to compromise, but to backhand him with 2 slaps? You seek death. Celestial pride Tuobayan felt a strange shame, and immediately, without mercy, he was about to strike at Qin Xian, but he was pulled back by another celestial pride of the Luo Tian Sacred Sect. Enough, this Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower's chance is meant to be won by those who have the destiny. One more or one less has no effect on us at all. When Tuobayan heard this, he also understood that if he fought on with Qin Xian, it would only weaken him and then affect his ability to challenge the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower for the opportunity. So after biting his teeth, he still chose to wait until he came out of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower before settling the score with Qin Xian. As for the others, they all saw Qin Xian's perverted fighting strength and were unwilling to mess with him. Seeing that the people from the Luo Tian Sacred Sect had temporarily conceded defeat and the others had no intention of making a move, Qin Xian directly strutted past the crowd before entering the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower. Gentlemen, the Immortal Tower has opened, so we'll take our leave. Farewell. Seeing that Qin Xian had already walked into the Immortal Tower, the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect's disciple spoke towards the crowd, and then a group of 5 people walked into the middle of the Immortal Tower right behind him. We'll take our leave as well. The 5 celestial pride of the Yaoqi Holy Land also turned around and walked towards the Immortal Tower, and the other leaders of the major lineages followed one after another. At this point, only 5 people remained in the square, including Luo Tian Sacred Sect's Tuobayan and the others, as well as Taixuan Sword Sect's Mu Yuro and the others. The 2 sides were already feuding, so at this moment the atmosphere couldn't help but become a bit tense. Dare to make a bet? How about whichever of us ends up with a low number of challenge layers will immediately give up all the chances gained inside to the other? Luo Tian Sacred Sect's leading heavenly pride, Jian Mikong, opened his mouth with a cold smile. Humph, you're just relying on an Empyrean sword body, so you're arrogant here. If you have the ability, go and compete with the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect's people. Hearing Jian Mikong's arrogant statement, the Taixuan Sword Sect's leading heavenly pride, Gu Qianxing, snorted coldly, not falling for it in the slightest. Ha, a bunch of goons. I see that the Taixuan Sword Sect is getting worse. Seeing that the people from the Taixuan Sword Sect did not take the bait, Jian Mikong snorted coldly, and then with Tuobayan and the others, he turned around and walked towards the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower. If it weren't for the Divine Son and Divine Daughter, as well as all the holy sons and holy daughters being in seclusion for the opening of that ancient mysterious realm. Where would it be the turn of a jumped-up clown like him to be arrogant here? After Jian Meikong and the others left, a heavenly pride on the Taixuan sword sect's side coldly snorted. Let him fool around for now. After we finish challenging the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, we'll combine our efforts to seriously injure him before returning to the sect. Seeing that the crowd was a bit angry, Gu Qianqing immediately spoke out to calm them down. Let's do it. Hearing Gu Qianqing's plan, the crowd nodded and then also walked into the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower. Chapter 49, Pushing Across the Immortal Tower. Qin Xian kills madly. On the first level of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, Qin Xian was teleported to a huge battle stage just after he entered. In front of him, a silver-colored metal humanoid golem emitting an aura of the first level of the Jindan stage saw him appear and without hesitation, waved the large sword in its hand and charged towards him. Boom! He just casually punched that silver-colored puppet into a pile of pieces. Congratulations on defeating an opponent of the same realm on the first level and obtaining a strand of Xian rank flame. Do you continue to break through the level? He had just broken the puppet when a sweet voice rang in his ears. Immediately afterward, a strand of red-colored flame appeared out of nowhere and fell directly into his hand. Continue. After casually glancing at the flame in his hand, Qin Xian threw it into his storage ring. As for the fact that this immortal pagoda did not notice that he had hidden his cultivation and only thought that he was in the first level of the Jindan stage, he was not surprised at all. After all, he had the Dao extermination level karma wheel on his body. The immortal emperor couldn't see any clues when he came. Not to mention that the person broadcasting this was just the spirit of an immortal artifact, so how could he possibly be able to recognize the disguise on his body? Buzz! With a golden light enveloping him, he was quickly transported to the second level, almost exactly the same battle stage, only this time the first level Jindan stage puppets on the stage had turned into two. Without any surprise, the two puppets were slapped into pieces by him before they had time to react. Congratulations on defeating your opponent on the second level and obtaining 2 flames of the Xian rank. Will you continue to break through? That sweet announcing voice sounded once again. Continue. Qin Xian responded casually. In the next moment, he was transported to the 3rd floor by golden light, and this time, his opponents became 3, which he finished off without any effort. Then the 4th layer, the 5th layer, all the way up to the 10th layer. He was fighting opponents of the first level of the Jindan stage, but it was just the number that kept increasing, but without any surprise, it was all a slap in the face. Starting from the 11th floor, the opponent's cultivation level was raised to the 2nd level of the Jindan stage, and then the number was increased again, and he still pushed all the way across the board, with a clearance time of almost 3 seconds for each floor. Starting from the 21st floor, his opponent's cultivation level was raised again to the 3rd level of the Jindan stage, and so on, and it only took him less than half a quarter of an hour to work his way up to the 50th floor. Just when he thought that the rules of this immortal tower would continue like this, he encountered a golden puppet of the 9th level of the Jindan stage on the 51st floor. Finally a change? Seeing the golden puppet in front of him, Qin Xian murmured softly, and then stepped forward to burst it with a single punch. By the 52nd level, his opponent's cultivation had reached the 1st level of the Yuanying stage, but it was still of little use, and he was still instantly secured by his punch. However, the rewards up to this point were already somewhat generous, as the flames and heavenly materials rewarded had all reached the lower heavenly rank. At the 53rd level, his opponent's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the Yuanying stage, and Qin Xian guessed that every time he broke through a level next, his opponent's cultivation would follow suit and rise by a small realm. After smashing the opponent in front of him with a slap, he arrived at the 54th floor, and sure enough, just as he had guessed, his opponent's cultivation had risen by another small realm, reaching the 3rd level of the Yuanying stage. With his current battle power, without using any external plugins, he is unrivaled in the same realm of Jindan. Beating the Yuanying stage is like butchering a dog. He walks horizontally when the out-of-body stage comes, he is smooth when the parting of the spirit stage comes, and he is able to send away when the symphony stage comes. So for the next dozens of floors, he continued to rely on his strong to unreasonable combat power, crushing and pushing across all the way to the 88th floor. After arriving at this level, the opponent's cultivation had already come to the 1st level of the ferrying stage, and his fighting methods were unpredictable and his intelligence was extremely high, even said to be smarter than some geniuses. This layer can barely be overcome with just my bare hands, but if I don't open my 10,000 devil body, I will definitely be injured. So it's time to fight with weapons. Looking at the puppet youth in front of him that looked no different from a normal person, Qin Xian finally took out his black dragon gun, and then just frantically turned on the big one. The first stance of the Taiku demon punishing gun, the gun shatters the void. The second stance of the Taiku demon punishing gun, the gun breaks through 10,000 armies. The third stance of the Taiku demon destroying gun, 10,000 demons ambushed. Under the continuous bombardment of great moves, the transitional apparitional stage puppet youth was finally blown away by him, and this frequent use of big moves was a huge drain on his spiritual energy. But luckily his dantian was 200,000 meters long, and there was a huge amount of spiritual energy stored in that infinite chaotic seed bead. Not only that, every time he finished consuming his aura, the enlightenment tea tree in his dantian would instantly absorb the divine grade spiritual veins below to replenish him. So on the aspect of spiritual energy, he was like a perpetual motion machine, unless all those 1,000 spiritual veins in his dantian were consumed. Don't expect to see him run out of spiritual energy. In fact, if he wanted to, he could have directly utilized the rules of the primordial dojo and then possessed a battle power comparable to that of the heavenly Tao, packing away the entire vermilion bird mysterious realm in one go. Or if he had the all-swallowing cauldron and the heaven-slaying sword make a move, they could all take this vermilion bird immortal pagoda away. However, in order to sharpen his combat sense and improve his combat skills, he still chose to break through layer by layer. After all, this kind of battle without having to think about any consequences was not rare out there, and when you came across it, of course you had to have a good experience. As he defeated his opponents at this level, the rewarding flame grades and other heavenly materials were almost all at the quasi-emperor rank. Buzz, with a flash of light, he arrived at the 89th floor. However, the opponent at this level was not the second level of the transition stage, but the first level of the immortal ascension realm. 6. It's fortunate that I'm the one who's open. Otherwise, when encountering this kind of opponent who's 5 or 6 great realms higher than oneself, what kind of geniuses come will be useless. The person who built this vermilion bird immortal tower in the first place was not even trying to let others pass the higher levels, right? Seeing the cultivation aura emanating from the puppet youth in front of him, Qin Xian could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth as well. Originally, he had planned to sharpen his combat awareness and combat skills, but right now, this situation was still sharpening the hell out of him, so he could only open up. After putting the black dragon gun away, he took out a few hundred Mahayana stage attack talismans before casually flinging 2 of them out. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and that immortal ascension realm puppet youth was directly lost to him. With a flash of light, he came to the 90th floor. The opponent on this floor was of the first level of the feather realm, but it was no big. He started with 2 Mahayana stage attack talismans, and without any surprises, his opponent was directly blown up by him again. After that was the 91 layer of Mahayana, who directly took out his great emperor arm and started bombing. Then from the 92 to the 97 levels, they corresponded to the venerable realm, the sacred realm, the lesser sacred realm, the great sacred realm, and the quasi-emperor realm. Anyway, as soon as he met, he was shielding himself with the heaven-slashing sword while frantically detonating the detonating great emperor's arm. The scene was explosive and effective, and he took out all of his opponents without much effort. In fact, if this were to be placed outside, if he were to just use this move, he would definitely not be able to solve such a powerful opponent that easily. After all, if he sensed danger, the enemy would run away, unlikely to fight him hard, and more likely to hide and attack at any time. But the opponents in this vermilion bird immortal tower are different. They don't care what you have in your hand. Rushing up is to do it, the kind that won't stop until they die. That's why he was able to blow up all the opponents in front of him so easily. Buzz, with a flash of light, he arrived at the 98th floor, and the opponent at this level was the Great Emperor realm. As soon as he appeared, that Great Emperor was slashing violently towards him, not wanting to give him the slightest chance to strike. Chapter 50 Burning Sky Emperor Yen, Qin Xian's body memory? And just as Qin Xian was fighting the Great Emperor, outside the vermilion bird immortal tower, the other celestial pride had long since been defeated by the puppets inside and then teleported out. However, after teleporting out, these celestial pride didn't leave and didn't communicate, as they were all looking incredulously at the point of light that was soaring up in the immortal tower at the moment. Originally, the leading celestial pride of the 4 great sects and the great lineages were still gloating over the fact that they had gotten quite a few opportunities in the immortal tower, especially the ones from the vermilion bird immortal sect of the 4 great sects, as they were the ones who had passed the most layers in the entire room, each of them hitting more than 40 layers. When they were teleported out, they were all ready to be envied by everyone, but just because of that figure that had already hit the 98th floor at the moment, everyone ignored their achievement. After all, in front of this figure, their achievements of more than 40 layers were truly worthless. How is this possible? Every time a layer passes after the 50th floor, the puppets inside will raise a small realm. When even a number of divine sons and daughters of my clan came, they barely managed to hit the 60th floor. How could he push all the way across to the 98th floor? Right, this Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower is extremely mysterious. Hiding realms and whatnot doesn't work inside. So that means that kid can cross 6 or 7 major realms to crush his opponents? This feels outrageous no matter how you think about it. Not bad, although you can use all kinds of cards inside. But when the realm gap is too big, what cards are all jokes? But this kid is like invincible. All the way is to push horizontally. What in the world is his origin? The crowd of heavenly prides were all shocked plus dumbfounded in their heads at the moment, because Qin Xian's behavior nowadays was 100 and 1,000 times more powerful than the divine sons and daughters they usually admired immensely. They really couldn't figure out, when exactly did the southern region land produce such a terrifying to the extreme heavenly pride? It was reasonable to say that they should have more or less heard of such a heavenly pride. It was impossible to have no news at all. Unless this kid was someone trained by a great power outside of the southern region, or a certain heavenly pride that had just risen shortly after encountering a great opportunity. That's fine if it's the former, but it's the latter. Contact the clan elders first. If there's nothing big behind that brat, then not only do we want to take away everything he got in the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower today, but we also want to get the secrets he's carrying. The Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect, the Luo Tian Sacred Sect, and quite a few Imperial Clan Celestial Pride were all of this thought, and they all took out their voice transmission jade slips and started transmitting their voices. Senior Brother Gu, what should we do? On the Taixuan Sword Sect side, everyone was looking at Gu Qianqing in unison. That teenager isn't that simple. We're not getting involved. Now all get ready. I'll count to 3 and then together we'll seriously injure Sword Underworld. Gu Qianqing shook his head towards the crowd, and then he transmitted his voice in a serious tone. Good. When Mu Yuro and the others heard that they were going to make a move, they all secretly stored up their strength. Attack! Gu Qianqing gave the order to attack. Then he was the first one to carry his longsword and rushed toward Jian Heikong, who was not far away. Mu Yuro and the other 4 didn't hesitate in the slightest, and they attacked Jian Heikong with all their might. Not good. Trash of Taixuan Sword Sect. How dare you? Suddenly sensing a strong sense of crisis coming, Jian Mikong was the first to defend and shouted out in panic. But even if he reacted quickly, he couldn't stop 5 heavenly prides of a realm similar to his from sneaking in at the same time. Only a pig-killing scream rang out. Without the slightest surprise, Jian Mikong was severely injured by Gu Qianqing and the other 5. In the future, go out and fool around less in front of us, or I'll see you once and beat you once. After quickly taking away the storage ring on Jian Heikong's empty hand, Gu Qianqing and the others quickly teleported out of this space. Senior brother, how are you? Everyone had completely failed to anticipate that the Taixuan Sword Sect people would make a sudden move, and that it would be in the form of a sneak attack. Normally, weren't they the most upright and known as brainless kendo manglers? How is it that they've also learned to be bad now, and will also strike out and sneak attack others? It was only after Gu Qianqing and the others had all disappeared that Tuoba Yen and the other Luo Tian Sacred Sect Celestial Pride reacted, and then anxiously ran over to inquire. Cough, cut the crap and feed me a healing elixir first. Seeing that these few people surrounded themselves and screamed, but just no one to feed themselves healing pills to stop the bleeding and heal their wounds, Jian Heier had to spit out blood and cough up. Right. Hurry up and feed senior brother the healing elixir. Tuoba Yen reacted and immediately took out an elixir from his storage ring, but because now Jian Heikong was seriously injured and about to pass out, he couldn't even open his mouth. Trying to feed it in the usual way simply couldn't be done. Come over here and feed the elixir to senior brother Jian Meikong with your mouth. Tuoba Yen immediately looked at a Luo Tian Sacred Sect's heavenly pride next to him and said, Senior brother Tuoba, I have bad breath. As soon as that disciple heard that he was going to feed the elixir with his mouth in public, he immediately trembled and stammered as he opened his mouth. What are you afraid of? It's not like senior brother Sword Underworld doesn't mind. Or do you not even have this bit of awareness of paying for your fellow disciples? Tuoba Yen sank his face. That's right, senior brother. You're paying for senior brother Jian Heikong. He'll definitely thank you when he's healed. Senior brother, act quickly. Senior brother Jian Heikong is dying. The other 2 heavenly pride of the Luo Tian Sacred Sect also opened their mouths towards the disciple, seeing that the crowd was determined to let him feed it. That disciple gritted his teeth and could only walk over without a word to take the elixir in his mouth. Then with a reddened face mouth to mouth fed the elixir to Jian Heikong. Everyone else felt a chill when they saw this spicy scene. Meanwhile, amongst the 98th floor of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, after blowing up dozens of returning fierce demon Great Emperor corpses in a row, Qin Xian was finally able to seriously injure that Great Emperor puppet. Worthy of being a Great Emperor, this defense and vitality is far from being comparable to cultivators of other realms. Seeing that after being bombarded by himself for so long, that Great Emperor puppet was still able to get up and launch an attack at him again, Qin Xian could not help but exclaim in admiration. In the next moment, he also did not hold back and directly retreated to the side to let the immortal weapon Heaven Slashing Sword strike. Bang! although the great emperor puppet was strong, but in front of the heavenly sword, it was still as bright as a piece of paper, and the heavenly sword only casually crossed, and the great emperor puppet's head was chopped off. Congratulations on defeating your opponent on the 98th floor, obtaining the burning heavenly imperial flame, and obtaining an imperial level technique. Will you continue to break through? The great emperor puppet had just been defeated when that sweet voice resounded in Qin Xian's ears again. Continue. Qin Xian had little hesitation and directly chose to enter the next level. Buzz! With the familiar golden light enveloping him, he was soon transported to the 99th floor. However, this level did not see the appearance of multiple great emperors or immortal realm puppets that were stronger than great emperors as Qin Xian had thought. Instead, this layer was a powerful illusion, and in the illusion, dozens of mysterious black-robed people were using secret techniques to extract the chi from him. It's such a pity that this Void Avenue body and this talent can't be drawn away. It can't be helped. This is the first physique of the heavens, possessing uniqueness. Once chosen, it can never be withdrawn, much less forcibly destroyed. Now we'll siphon off all of his chi, then erase his memories, and finally shatter his soul and throw him into the void turbulence. Without a soul, he will never be able to awaken. If he can't awaken, he will never be able to awaken the Void Avenue body. If his physique can't awaken, he naturally won't be able to grow. Then he won't be able to threaten our young lord at all. Move a little faster. If we wait for those people to realize that it was us who made the move, then we will surely die. Like a bystander, Qin Xian watched the mysterious group of black-robed men in the illusionary realm conversing while siphoning off the terrifying chi of their predecessors. In the end, these people even shattered the soul of the predecessor with one palm and threw his body into the middle of the terrifying space-time turbulence. Chapter 51 Immortal Spirit God Fruit. Half-step grade Dao grade reincarnation sword intent. I think these are all things of despair experienced by my predecessor, only now they are materialized by this illusion in order to test my mind. Looking at the image that kept repeating in front of him, Qin Xian murmured to himself, this level of illusion is to truly materialize the most desperate and fearful things in a person's heart, and then show them over and over again in front of that person. If it were anyone else, no matter how strong your mind was, you would surely be angry when the scenes that had once made you despair and helpless were shown in front of you again and again. And once negative emotions arose, one would fall deeper and deeper into this illusionary realm until they were completely lost, and then they would be declared as having failed to break through the barrier and be teleported out of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower. But Qin Xian was different from ordinary people. He possessed the eye of nothingness that could break through all illusions, and from the very beginning he knew that this was an illusion. Moreover, he was a traveler, and he felt sympathy for what happened to his predecessor, and when he had enough strength, he would also avenge his predecessor, which was his promise. So he knew very well that what he had to do now was to cultivate hard and improve his strength, not to be impotent and furious about something that had happened and was already irreparable. Naturally, the words of these people would hardly affect him. Break! He just casually activated the Eye of Void, and the image in front of him began to fragment like a mirror. After the illusion shattered, the tone of the past sounded in his ears. Congratulations on passing the 99 floors of the Inquiring Mind Illusion Trial and obtaining an Immortal Spirit God Fruit. Please proceed to the final floor. With a flash of light, a purple fruit that emitted powerful soul force fluctuations appeared in his hand. Finally, a reward for a treasure that interests me. Looking at the purple fruit in his hand, a smirk crossed Qin Xian's face. This spirit god fruit is a heaven and earth treasure that can greatly enhance the power of the divine soul. Not to mention that there is no such thing in the heavenly desolate continent. Even in the immortal world this is also very rare. Because this was a 9th-ranked immortal medicine, it was dozens of times more precious than any other immortal medicine of the same rank, and he was not expecting to be rewarded with something so precious by passing this level. After dropping it into the system space, he followed the light and was teleported to the very top of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, the 100th floor. This level also didn't have any enemies. There was only a black stone tablet to test talent and a sword sharpening stone to test enlightenment, as well as a golden compass to test chi. It was thought that this was the final test of this Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower, and it was also the oddball senior who had once built this Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower selecting the inheritor. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly walked up and tested his talent first. Void Avenue Body, Divine Spiritual Roots, tested perfect, passed. After passing the talent test, he placed his hand on the golden compass that tested his chi. Boom! His hand had just been placed on it when an incomparably dazzling purple star silhouette emerged above the compass. Sons of the 9th Order Starfield, tested perfect, passed. Retracting his hand from the golden compass, Qin Xian enveloped his divine sense in the sword grinding stone that tested enlightenment. Boom boom boom! His divine sense had just touched that sword-wearing stone when an ancient image just surfaced before his eyes. In the image, a man whose face could not be seen had his back to him, a wooden sword in his hand, and his body was leaning forward in a gesture of drawing the sword. That action was simple. Anyone could do it, but Qin Xian saw a picture of perfect fusion with the rules of heaven and earth in that man, as if the man at this moment was the rules of heaven and earth, fighting on behalf of heaven, and descending from heaven. Boom! After storing up his strength, he only saw the man quickly draw his sword and slash the sky with it. There were no magnificent movements, nor any terrifying visions, just a casual chopping out of a sword, and the endless void was turned into nothingness under his sword. Countless barren stars were also completely annihilated under this sword. This sword was perfect and terrifying to the extreme. After memorizing every subtle movement of the man's in his mind, Qin Xian closed his eyes before unleashing his god-level enlightenment and began to imitate the man's sword over and over again in his mind. 1 breath, 10 breaths, a quarter of an hour passed. Qin Xian comprehended something, and it seemed like he hadn't comprehended anything. Without any hesitation, he urged the enlightenment tea tree within his dantian and once again closed his eyes for an epiphany. Half an hour, 2 hours passed in a flash, and a longsword silhouette that was being replenished little by little appeared behind him, and as that longsword silhouette was being replenished, a wild wind of swordsmanship blew up on his body as well. At this moment, if there was a Yuaning stage cultivator here, it was estimated that he would be crushed by the slightest touch of this sword intent storm. Even if the out-of-body stage and the split spirit stage came, this would be the result. Boom! Another hour of time passed, and Qin Xian was finally able to complete that longsword silhouette behind him, and it was at this moment that the sword intent on his body directly turned into a storm. It was no exaggeration to say that at this moment, he was a walking sword grave forbidden land, and anyone who got close would be strangled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the half-step Dao level reincarnation sword intent. The system has automatically included it for you. At this moment, a beep sounded in Qin Xian's ears, but it wasn't from the vermilion bird Immortal Pagoda artifact spirit, but from the system. So it's a half-step Dao level sword intent. No wonder it took me so long to comprehend it. Hearing the system's beep, Qin Xian awoke from his epiphany, then muttered to himself, taking the terrifying sword intent from his body back into his body. He turned his gaze once again to the man's silhouette in front of him with his back turned to him, and this time, he saw that the man's speed of drawing his sword seemed to have accelerated even more than when he had just watched it himself. What was even weirder was that the silhouette even slightly glanced sideways, seemingly glancing at him across endless years, endless time and space. This feeling made Qin Xian's scalp go a little numb all of a sudden. Congratulations to you for perfectly passing all the trials of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower. In front of you is your reward for clearing the level. Please go and inherit the inheritance and treasure left by the old master quickly. The Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower is about to disappear. Just as Qin Xian felt his scalp go numb, the Vermilion Bird Immortal Pagoda's sweet instrumental spirit voice suddenly rang in his ears. Immediately after that, a huge golden portal appeared in front of him. For some reason, a bad premonition surged in Qin Xian's heart at this moment. He didn't rush to walk in, but instead, he activated the karma wheel, consuming all the tens of thousands of years of life inside, and then projected his fortune. The remnants of the souls of those who failed to testify to the way, woe and fortune are balanced by good and bad fortune. Seeing the results speculated on the karma wheel, Qin Xian secretly said in his heart that it was true. He was now the son of the starfield. His fortune was monstrous, but in this starfield he was sheltered by great fortune, and in the face of unknown dangers, early warnings would appear in his mind. After secretly urging the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda and the 10,000 Things Heaven Swallowing Cauldron to protect himself, he walked into the middle of the teleportation light door without hesitation. Chapter 52 Reincarnation Heavenly Father Inheritance, Ancient Vermilion Bird Inflammation. Ha 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 ha. It's not in vain that this god has been drifting through the 10,000 realms for countless years with that old thing's legacy, and now it finally allows this god to meet someone whose battle prowess, roots, and chi are all heaven-defying, as long as we take him over, and then after taking away what the old thing left behind, then this god will definitely be able to take that step in this life. Just as Qin Xian walked into the teleportation portal, a man in the state of a soul shadow was laughing excitedly in the middle of an incomparably ancient palace. His name was Xin Tian Shenzun, and he had been the tomb guardian of an astonishingly great man, but in the end, he really didn't hold fast to his inner greed, so he did the deed of supervising and breaking his promise, and that great man seemed to have guessed that he would betray, so he deliberately set a trap for him. When he was on the verge of breaking through to Divine Emperor, something went wrong with the gongfu he stole, causing him to fail in his tribulation. and his divine soul had to hide in this vermilion bird pagoda. And after hiding in the vermilion bird pagoda, he realized that there was an additional prohibition in his mind, and as long as he didn't manifest the vermilion bird pagoda once every few decades to select a true successor for the inheritance inside, then he would be tortured to death by that prohibition. He had lost track of how many years he had been wandering through the heavens and the worlds, and he had thought that he would be in this state for the rest of his life until his soul was completely worn out. But what he didn't expect was that this time when the vermilion bird tower was opened, a stunning super genius was actually chosen. As long as this kid was taken over, then not only would he be able to regain his life and get rid of the restrictions left behind by the old guy, but he would also be able to inherit the true legacy left behind by the old guy. At that time, he would surely be able to become a world-shattering great figure like the reincarnation Heavenly Father. Buzz! As a burst of golden light streaked by, Qin Xian was teleported to the palace where the Xian heavenly deity's soul was bound. Jia, kid, your mission is accomplished. Now obediently hand over this body to this god. Just after Qin Xian arrived, Xian Tian Divine Spirit didn't say half a word of nonsense and directly rushed towards Qin Xian with a big smile. And just as Qin Xian was about to utilize the rules of the primordial dojo to directly finish off this remnant soul, Xian Tian Divine Exalt was suddenly kneeling on the ground with a twisted face. Old man, you've put other prohibitions on me, but this time I won't yield to you. When I take over this kid, the inheritance you left behind will be mine. The remnant soul of the Xian heavenly deity screamed in agony while rushing towards Qin Xian in a frenzy. Boom! But before he could even get close to Qin Xian, he was decimated by a sword intent that burst out from a bronze ancient mirror in the ancient palace. This sword intent was familiar to Qin Xian. It was the reincarnation sword intent that he had just comprehended. My father has spanned dozens of epochs across the 10,000 realms and has become the only supreme being of the 10,000 realms. And in order to pursue the legendary Great Tao realm, my father has chosen to cross the sea of 10,000 realms in search of the ancient world that has disappeared. My father doesn't believe that the road ahead is broken, but the danger of this trip is great and the end is unknown. So I set up a closed grave to leave my father's legacy behind. Perhaps by the time you, the later, hear this voice, my father will have long since fallen countless years ago, or perhaps he will have found that ancient world. But whichever the outcome, I hope that my father's legacy will not be dishonored at your hands. After the poor Xian Tian Divine Exalt's remnant soul was subdued, a sprightly yet majestic voice came out from that ancient bronze mirror. Immediately afterward, the bronze ancient mirror flew into Qin Xian's hands. This bronze ancient mirror was a spatial divine artifact. The heavenly inheritance and treasures that Xian Tian Divine Exalt had coveted for countless years were all within this ancient mirror. Congratulations on getting the old master's legacy when the vermilion bird tower is about to disappear. I hope you will also become an amazing person like the old master. My mission is accomplished. Before I disappear completely, I'll give you the fire of my destiny. When Qin Xian got his hands on that bronze ancient mirror, that sweet voice rang out once again. Immediately afterward, a black flame that glowed dimly, but emitted a terrifying aura appeared in Qin Xian's hand. Can you tell me what your name is? Looking at the hot black flame in his hand, Qin Xian couldn't help but speak. Me? I'm just an inconspicuous swift vermilion bird by the old master's side. When the old master was around, he liked to hold me in his hands and call me little sparrow. That gentle and sweet voice sounded again, and then Qin Xian was carried away from this palace by a powerful spatial force. As his vision was about to blur, Qin Xian saw a stunningly beautiful woman in a long green dress smiling and waving goodbye to him. Greetings to Senior Little Sparrow. Qin Xian fought to shout out such words. Then, he was completely carried away from this space by that spatial force, directly returning to the middle of the vermilion bird mysterious realm that was filled with seas of fire and lava everywhere. And just as Qin Xian left, the vermilion bird Immortal Tower began to become illusory. This tower was originally created from the body of the ancient vermilion bird, and now that little sparrow had given Qin Xian her own essence flame, and she had completely fallen. This tower would naturally disappear along with her. Of course, because the years were too long, Little Sparrow's life had long since come to an end, and even if she didn't give Qin Xian the flame of life this time, she likewise wouldn't be able to escape the fate of falling. Even if Qin Xian took out that tree of life, it would be useless. Her level was too high, and the immortal tree of life couldn't do half as much for her. This was probably why Xiao Fan, the immortal emperor reborn, would say that there was an immortal flame in this vermilion bird mysterious realm. It seemed that in the last life, the reincarnation Heavenly Father's inheritance had not been obtained by anyone, and as Little Sparrow's life came to an end, according to her character, she would definitely not be willing to have her master's inheritance buried like this. Therefore, it would burn the essence flame to maintain the existence of the vermilion bird pagoda until it could no longer support it. The power of the essence flame was exhausted, and the level dropped directly to the immortal flame level. Then this immortal fire was obtained by some lucky person outside, and this matter was spread out to be known by Xiao Fan in his previous life. So he was reborn in this life, and he also thought that what came out here was just an immortal fire. What's going on? The Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower is actually disappearing? It must be that kid got something extraordinary inside after passing the level, and then the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower ran out of energy, so it automatically disappeared. Damn it, that kid hasn't appeared until now. He must have been teleported to an ordinary area outside the secret boundaries. Quickly send a message to the other fellow disciples to stop competing for other opportunities and make sure to find that kid out. Seeing the rapidly disappearing Vermilion Bird Immortal Pagoda, the Luo Tian Sacred Sects Jian Heikong, the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect Su Wuya, and other celestial pride were all shocked. However, once they thought that it was Qin Xian who took away all the chances inside, which led to the disappearance of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Pagoda, endless greed and excitement surfaced in their eyes again. Now Qin Xian must have all the chances in the entire Vermilion Bird Immortal Pagoda on him. As long as they found and suppressed him, the endless great chances would be theirs. So thinking of this, all of them were taking out their sound transmission jade slips to send a message to their fellow disciples outside. Senior sister, should we participate as well? After all, the chances in that Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower are unimaginably numerous. A female disciple from the Yaohe Holy Land couldn't help but open her mouth towards the woman they were leading. The fact that he was able to pass the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower and take all the chances inside proves that not only does he have unrivaled talent and countless cards, but he also has terrifyingly great fortune added to his body. Such a person, to be his enemy is asking for death. We'd better just take the chance that belongs to us. Gu Qingyi, the leading celestial pride of the Yaohe Holy Land, spoke in a serious tone. She wasn't overwhelmed by the huge benefits, not to mention that she didn't think it was a good thing to go against Qin Xian. Chapter 53, Cultivation Surge. Imperial Artifact emerges. Vermilion Bird Secret Realm. After Qin Xian teleported away from the Vermilion Bird Pagoda, he arrived at a large desolate plain. Quickly look, isn't that kid the one who's been vigorously wanted by the Luo Tian Sacred Sect and the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect recently? It's really him, brothers together. I heard that he has a heavy treasure on him. Kill him and the treasure will be ours. Kill. He had just arrived above the plains when he was surrounded by a large group of loose cultivators. When these loose cultivators saw him, each one of them was like a hungry wolf seeing its prey. Their eyes were glowing and they rushed towards him without wanting to lose their lives. Facing the siege of so many people, Qin Xian didn't change his face and just casually unleashed the soul destruction of the Eye of Void. As the Eye of Void was unleashed, these dozens of loose cultivators only felt as if their souls were pierced through by 10,000 arrows, causing them to scream in pain. Soon, their souls were completely shattered, and they fell on the spot. It seems that because I cleared the Vermilion Bird Tower, there are quite a few people who are coveting the chance on me. Since that's the case, then you guys have a good time searching in the secret realm. I won't be accompanying you. After casually collecting the storage rings of these loose cultivators, Qin Xian muttered to himself. In the next moment, he directly activated the transfiguration technique, picking up his transfiguration into an ordinary youth, and even the black clothes on his body were all he changed into a silver robe. The black dragon gun on his back was also put away and replaced by a Xian rank longsword that he had obtained from a loose cultivator, and the Jindan stage cultivation that he had originally displayed was also adjusted to the foundation establishment stage. Nowadays, his disguise technique had been upgraded to the Great Emperor level by him using Immortal Art Essence, and it was still an epiphany perfected, so even if a Great Emperor came, he wouldn't be able to see through his disguise. After doing so, he then rode his sword and wandered blindly through the secret realm, and after wandering for a few hours, he encountered many scattered cultivators and the heavenly prides of clan families, who were frantically searching for him all over the secret realm, and he's like an outsider, there to watch others sweat in a hurry to find him, and sometimes he joins in the search, the main point being a sense of involvement. However, after playing for a few days he had little interest. Directly finding an extremely remote place he began to shut down, waiting for the exit of the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm to open in the meantime, and while he was in seclusion, those in the secret realm who were desperately searching for him were already going crazy. Damn it, after searching for so many days still haven't found half a trace of that kid. Can he still disappear out of thin air? Impossible. Before the exit of the secret realm is opened, no one can get out. He's definitely still in the secret realm. He's just secretly hiding. Increase the reward amount. Whoever can provide clues about that brat will be rewarded with a heavenly ranked weapon. And by the way, they will be able to obtain a place to become an outer disciple of the Luo Tian Sacred Sect. The Luo Tian Sacred Sect's Jian Heikong and the others were gathering to conspire. And in order to search for Qin Xian, he was not even in the mood to find the Taixuan sword sect's Gu Qianqing and the others to avenge his sneak attack. On the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect side, Su Wuya and the others were likewise offering equally generous rewards, and anyone who could provide a clue would receive a heavenly ranked weapon and a spot to enter the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect's cultivation. The remaining few Great Emperor clans were not willing to lag behind, and also offered maddening conditions. When these news were spread out, almost all the loose cultivators went crazy and all started searching everywhere day and night for Qin Xian's whereabouts. Wherever they passed, Like locusts, the scorching lava had to be turned up to look at them. After all, this was an opportunity that was enough to change their lives, a hope for them to change their destiny against all odds. And even though there were thousands of people crossing the One-Wood Bridge, they still thought that they would be the lucky one at the end of the day. No matter how the winds and clouds rose outside, it didn't affect Qin Xian's determination to close the door in the slightest. After setting up the Saint-ranked defensive isolation array, he began to frantically absorb Divine Origin liquid, Divine Spirit veins, and a quasi-emperor ranked soul-type heavenly treasure with the help of the all-things heaven-swallowing cauldron's ability to swallow and refine. As a little bit of time passed, his physique, spirit power storage, and divine soul power were all rising crazily. Time passed like a white horse, and 7 days passed in a flash. After these 7 days of seclusion, Qin Xian's Dantian range had increased to 250,000 meters. His physical strength had skyrocketed to 2.5 million pounds, and the star silhouettes within the Sea of Consciousness world had coalesced to 250. Not only that, without realizing it, his cultivation level had also skyrocketed from the original 5th level of the Jindan stage directly to the 9th level of the Jindan stage. It could be said that these 7 days of seclusion had allowed his entire combat power to rise another large section, and it was no exaggeration to say that at this time, without using any external plugins, he could go 50-50 with the transitional stage if he was talking about combat power alone. Moreover, as long as he wanted to, he could break the limit of the Jindan stage at any time, invoke a thunderbolt, and then break through to the Yuanying stage. However, this place was crowded with people and was obviously not a good place to cross the threshold, so he stopped cultivating. This time, in addition to his combat power, lifespan, and soul getting a huge boost, the biggest change was the range of his divine sense warning. At this moment, even if he closed his eyes, he could clearly see any wind and grass movement within the nearby 2,000 meters, which was a full 1,000 meters higher than before. This enhancement normally seemed to be of little use to him. After all, what enemies came were all seconded by his one move. But if he encountered an unimaginably strong enemy, this divine sense warning range of more than 2,000 meters would leave him with more than enough time to react. You can usually do without it, but you can't do without an ability like this. After ending his seclusion, Qin Xian thought that the exit of the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm would have opened in the next few days, so he thought of going outside to casually stroll around. As for his harvest this time, it was all put into his system space, and he would have to wait until he returned to the Taixuan Sword Sect's Qinglong Peak before slowly doing an inventory. However, just as he was preparing to fly with his sword, a severely injured and wretched figure was rushing towards his side at great speed. Behind this person, there was also a white-clothed youth with a demonic aura and a demonic sword in his hand. Both of these people Qin Xian recognized. The one running in front was the third young master of the Lu family of the Imperial clan, Lu Maniac, who he had beaten up when he had just entered the secret realm. But compared to his out-of-body cultivation at that time, he was now exuding the aura of a powerful man of the transition stage. And the demonic white-clothed youth in the back was Netherworld Immortal Sovereign Yi Misty's disciple, Lin Tian. However, that day he was at the Yuanying stage of cultivation, but at this moment, he was at the transition stage just like Lu Maniac. However, it was obvious that his transitional stage cultivation was not cultivated by himself, but rather it was like he had been forcibly transmitted by someone, or he had been elevated after inheriting the cultivation of a certain strong person. Damn Lin Tian, how dare you snatch my Lu family's imperial artifact Heavenly Demon Blade? When the secret realm opens, my Lu family's strongest men will surely break you into pieces when they come. Lu Maniac shouted angrily as he ran. Jia jia jia. So what if you're the Imperial Lu family? My master's father is invincible in this realm, and today, not only will I rob your Lu family's imperial artifacts, but I will also kill you here. You Lu family can't do anything to me at all when I get out. Suffer death. Lin Tian laughed crazily. Even though he saw Qin Xian in front of him, he didn't care in the slightest, and carrying the imperial artifact Heavenly Demon Blade in his hand, he just swung it towards the front. In Lin Tian's opinion, a small foundation establishment stage loose cultivator, he didn't know how many like this he had killed over the years. Killing another one today would be the same as accidentally stepping on an ant on the ground. It wouldn't even attract his attention. Boom! As this blade slashed down, mountains crumbled, magma tumbled, and a terrifying imperial weapon pressure swept around like a hurricane, seemingly wanting to tear apart all existence within a few thousand meters in front of them. Chapter 54, Slaying the Son of Qi. Lin Tian, Shen Tian Divine Exalt Resurrected? Damn it! Feeling this incomparably terrifying slash, Lu Maniac's heart sank to the valley. He couldn't even block Lin Tian's slash in his heyday, let alone the fact that he was still seriously injured now. But even if I die, I'm going to make you dogs lose a piece of flesh. Lu Maniac was fuming in his heart, wanting to use his last secret technique, using his life to activate the blood spell, and then causing Lin Tian to be seriously injured. But right at this moment, he realized that Lin Tian's terrifying strike was actually easily blocked by the unassuming little loose cultivator next to him. He only saw that small loose cultivator wearing a silver robe and holding a rusty long sword in his hand. He was calmly walking step by step towards the crazy Lin Tian. Jia. It seems to be another guy who loves to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers, but I have an emperor's weapon, so even if you have 1,000 hides and 10,000 means, I'll cut them off with a single slash. Seeing that Qin Xian had actually blocked his casual strike, instead of being shocked, the insane Lin Tian was as excited as if a hungry wolf had found new prey. In the next moment, without hesitation, he carried the heavenly demon blade and was violently swinging towards Qin Xian. Boom boom boom. Under one slash, the terrifying imperial artifact pressure seemed like a gale, directly all but shaking the surrounding air to the point of rumbling, and in the face of such a blade, Qin Xian's expression remained unchanged as he gripped the heaven-slashing sword in his hand and slashed out. Clunk! Without any intense collision sound, the moment the sword and knife just made contact, Lin Tian's proud imperial weapon heavenly demon blade was as brittle as paper, and was directly chopped into 2 pieces by the heavenly chopper sword. Then a sword chi flew out from the heaven-slashing sword, and even more so, it chopped off all of Lin Tian's right arm in a single stroke. His right arm was suddenly chopped off, and the pain that tore through his lungs directly caused Lin Tian to let out a pig-killing scream. This is impossible. My heavenly demon blade is an imperial artifact, the top weapon on the heavenly wasteland continent. How could it be cut off by your sword? While covering his broken arm and screaming miserably, Lin Tian was incredibly hysterical. It was so hard for him to snatch the Emperor armament, so hard for him to get the recognition of the Emperor armament. It was obvious that he should be killing in all directions and no one could defeat him. It was clearly supposed to be that he was so famous in the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm this time that when he went out, with the beauty master in his presence, the several great clans and the various imperial clans wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Then he became a famous heavenly pride in the southern region in one fell swoop, and then it was only right that he grew up smoothly all the way. But on what grounds was it that after only a short time of obtaining the Emperor's weapon, it was lost in the hands of a disreputable casual cultivator? What is the reason for this? Damned dog! Kill me now if you have the ability, or else I'll ask my master to kill you when we get out of the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm. When the time comes, not only will you die, but your loved ones, your friends, and everyone who has anything to do with you will all die. Unable to bear the blow in his heart, Lin Tian roared as he recklessly charged at Qin Xian once again. Put! But just as he finished his words, a sword chi slashed right through his throat. How dare you really dare to kill me? Sensing the fatal wound on his neck, Lin Tian's eyes widened, completely not expecting Qin Xian to strike at him so decisively. Obviously, he had said that he had a master behind him with a terrifying battle power. Wasn't this kid afraid of being hunted down by his own master after he went out? But what Lin Tian didn't know was that what Qin Xian hated the most was when people threatened him, and the last reborn immortal Emperor Xiao Fan who threatened him was beaten by him to the point where he almost lost his soul, and he still doesn't dare to show his face. Now that he was being threatened like this, Qin Xian naturally wouldn't leave any hidden dangers for himself and directly chopped out another sword, shattering Lin Tian's yuaning soul as well. Thank you for saving my life. I would like to make a heavenly oath that what I have just seen will never be spread out. If I break this oath, I will die from 10,000 thunderbolts, and this is a little token of my appreciation. Please accept it, fellow Daoist. On the side, Lu Maniac was stunned when he saw Qin Xian cut off the imperial artifact with a single sword and easily killed Lin Tian. Without any hesitation, he took out all the valuable things on his body and made his own heavenly oath that he would never spread the word about today's events. The so-called heavenly Dao vow is an oath that the cultivator invites the heavenly Dao of this place to witness, and once it is violated, the heavenly Dao will automatically send down a punishment. Seeing Lu Maniac, who was close to kneeling down and begging himself not to do anything, Qin Xian froze for a moment. He had no intention of killing this guy. After all, it didn't matter if Lu Maniac said it or not. He didn't care because he would disguise himself into something else if he left here, and people couldn't find him even if they wanted to. But since this guy was crying and begging to send him cultivation resources, how could he not take it? Just now, he had killed Lin Tian himself, which was equal to saving his life, so it was only right to take some payment. Keep the healing pills for yourself. Seeing that Lu Maniac was so badly injured that he was about to pass out, Qin Xian purposely kept a few bottles of healing pills for him. With that, he turned around and left after taking the storage ring and the 2 broken pieces of the Emperor artifact on Lin Tian's body. Good brother, you're still weirdly nice. Seeing that Qin Xian not only spared himself, but also kindly left him a few bottles of healing pills, Lu Maniac shouted happily. Boom! As soon as his words fell, a terrifying sword chi suddenly floated in from afar. Then with a single stroke of the sword, it chopped Lin Tian's corpse into smithereens. This was, of course, Qin Qian's complimentary act, and just now when he turned to leave, his warning of the Qi crisis that belonged to the Sons of the Star Realm reappeared, and the location pointed to was precisely the Lin Tian who had already been killed by him. Getting this early warning crisis alert, Qin Qian's first thought was that Lin Tian had used some special means to dodge his attack, and that he might come back from the dead later on. So in order to completely solve this trouble, he directly flung a reincarnation sword intent over and blasted Lin Tian's corpse into slag in one go. Coming to an unoccupied corner, he quickly changed his face and turned into an ordinary red-clothed youth, his cultivation still at the foundation establishment stage. And more than an hour after Qin Qian left this place, a blurred to the extreme soul shadow suddenly emerged from the magma. Damn brat, alertness is actually so high. This wisp of split soul left behind by this god is so well hidden that it was almost still discovered by him. This soul shadow muttered to itself, if Qin Qian were here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this soul shadow wasn't the Xian Tian Divine Exalt who had tried to take over him in the Vermilion Bird Tower. And in fact this was only a wisp of a split soul that Xian Tian Divine Exalts had secretly condensed from a long time ago, and the strength of its strength was roughly at the immortal level. Just now he also wanted to take over Qin Qian once more, but once he thought of what unimaginable means that old undead might have left behind, he thought better of it. He was left with this last remnant of his soul. If he was blown away again, then he would really have no hope at all. So he retreated to the next best thing. He wanted to possess the body of Lin Tian who had just been killed by Qin Qian. After all, even though this guy was not as good as Qin Qian, he was also quite fortunate and his talent was not bad. But he didn't think that it was because of this decision that he almost let Qin Qian discover his existence. There's no other way but to take over this even worse little cultivator. The Xian Heavenly Divine Spirit looked towards the Lu family's third young master, Lu Maniac, who was still there meditating and recovering. I've memorized your true face, and in the future, when the mountains are high and the water is long, this father will sooner or later make you spit out the old man's inheritance to me. With a cold snort in the direction Qin Qian had left, the Xian Tian Divine Exalt's soul silently entered Lu Maniac's sea of consciousness. Chapter 55 End of the Vermilion Bird Mysterious Realm. Goodbye Immortal Emperor Yi Misty. 3 days passed in a flash, and during these 3 days, Qin Qian just wandered around as he pleased. During that time, he saw countless more loose cultivators and lineage disciples searching for him like mad, but he didn't care much about any of them and continued to wander around alone. On the way, he also encountered Mu Yuro, Gu Qianxing, and other disciples of the Taixuan sword sect, but they only brushed past. After all, he was a small casual cultivator in his current disguise. As for the Luo Tian sacred sects Jian Heikong and Tuobayan and the others, they were attacked by him in a sneak attack. And not only did he beat these people severely, he also snatched all of these people's storage rings. Of course, he had also encountered quite a few small chances in these 3 days, such as what fire spirit fruits, fire spirit veins, and so on, but he only took the ones that he could look at, and as for the ones that were of a lower grade, he left the chances to others. After all, this Vermilion Bird secret realm 99% of the big chance in his body. The remaining 1% naturally want to leave others. Do people can be bandits, but how much to be a little bit of pattern? To others to stay a little alive is not. Boom! Early in the morning of the 4th day, the exit of the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm opened with a roar that spread throughout the entire secret realm. Pass the order to the clan elders to block the secret exit and check them one by one. We must not let that brat escape. Seeing the exit of the secret realm open, Su Wuya and the others from the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect took out their sound transmission jade slips to send a message to the powerhouses outside. As for the Luo Tian sacred sects Jian Heikong and the others, their storage rings were all snatched away by Qin Qian, and their bodies were still seriously injured. Not to mention that they did not have sound transmission jade slips to contact the elders outside. Ha 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 ha, finally came out. This time the harvest is quite fruitful. Finally it's not worth the trip. Yeah, even though we didn't find that brat who was wanted by the Luo Tian sacred sect, the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect, and a few other great emperor clans, this trip to the secret realm wasn't a loss. Many of the loose cultivators came out of the secret realm with smiles on their faces, their bodies and minds happy. For them, as long as they didn't lose their lives in it and got some useful cultivation resources, it was a rewarding experience. The joys of the bottom casuals are so simple. It was only when they had just come out that they were stopped in their tracks by the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect, the Luo Tian sacred sect, and the powerhouses of several great emperor clans. Everyone let go of their storage rings to allow us to conduct a search, and if they dare to resist, they will be killed on the spot. A voice that was cold to the core resounded in the ears of the crowd. Despite the dissatisfaction in their hearts towards such overbearing behavior, no one had the courage to resist, and could only obediently take out their storage rings for these powerhouses to inspect. We're disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land. You're not qualified to inspect us. You are also not qualified to inspect our Taixuan Sword Sect. Soon, it was the turn of Guqingyi from Yaoqi Sacred Ground and Mu Yuro from Taixuan Sword Sect. They were from the topmost sects in the southern region. So naturally, it was impossible for them to let the people from Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect and Luo Tian Sacred Sect inspect their storage rings. Humph, if this seat wants to inspect it today, what can you do? Seeing that a few juniors were so tough in front of them, an elder of the Luo Tian Sacred Sect immediately sneered with a sullen face. Then check one for me. At this moment, a cold heave suddenly came from the sky. Clearly a Saint Realm powerhouse from the Yahoo Sacred Land had arrived. Before that strong person even appeared, that terrifying Saint Realm pressure was like a gale, directly shocking that Luo Tian Sacred Sect's elder to take several steps back. Elder, seeing the blue-clothed woman who appeared in the air, Guqingyi and the others had smiles on their faces. You guys go away. The disciples of Taixuan Sword Sect will be inspected by me. Luo Tian Sacred Sect's elder Mei Shilu knew that he was no match for that blue-clothed woman and could only spread his anger on Mu Yuro and the others. Ha, you Dao couple being green, having a son who is not your own waist. If you dare to be reckless again today, this saint will make sure that your head falls to the ground. Just as Mei Shili wanted to search Mu Yuro and the others, a gut-wrenching sword intent tore through the void and chopped right in front of the grey-robed old man. Immediately afterward, an old man in cloth with white hair but looking energetic appeared in the middle of the void. Grand Elder, seeing this cloth-clothed old man, Mu Yuro and the others were relieved in their hearts. Humph, seeing that the visitor was Taixuan Sword Sect's Grand Elder Jin 12, Mei Shili had some fear in her heart, but on the surface, she still forced herself to grunt in a calm manner. Humph, your grandpa. Jin 12 was clearly a man of quality, and seeing that an exalted realm actually dared to act like a pussy in front of him, a saint, he instantly slapped Mei Shilu's old face. Jin 12, don't bully people too much. Mei Zlai did not expect Jin 12 to actually slap him in front of so many people. He immediately roared in humiliation. It was you who first bullied my Taixuan Sword Sect's juniors. Today is just to give you a lesson. If there is a next time, the old man will definitely make you suffer. Jin 12 snorted coldly and immediately left with Mu Yuro, Gu Qianqing and the others on the greatsword. Since the beginning, the other Luo Tian Sacred Sect's powerhouses didn't even dare to let out a single fart. And as for the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect's side, it wasn't like it was any of their business, so they naturally wouldn't get involved in this. As for the other several great emperor clans, it was fine for them to flaunt their power in front of others, but if they pissed off the Taixuan Sword Sect, then the Taixuan Sword Sect wouldn't be able to waste much force if they wanted to overthrow an emperor clan. One must know that the cultivators of the Taixuan Sword Sect are a bunch of crazy people with iron heads, and they don't even want their lives when their heads are ironed up. It was knowing this that they chose to look on coldly. After all, everyone knew that the Taixuan Sword Sect and the Luo Tian Sacred Sect were very much at odds with each other, and whoever went over to meddle blindly would most likely be judged as the power behind them having taken sides. And choosing to take sides before both sides have decided a winner is certainly extremely unwise cannon fodder. In the crowd, Qin Xian also saw Grand Elder Jian Xi's domineering behavior, for which he felt relieved in his heart. Their own clan should have such a domineering elder is, no matter what you are, dare to bully my Sword Clan juniors, directly is to give you 2 slaps. Continue checking. Mei Zlai was humiliated at the hands of Jin 12, and a few of the casual cultivators moved just a little bit slower before he slapped them to death. The crowd dared to be angry at this, and could only speed up the speed of opening the storage rings. Qin Xian mingled amongst the crowd and quickly passed the inspection as well. The people from the Luo Tian Sacred Sect and the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect didn't find anything on him. After leaving from the Vermilion Bird Lake, he once again returned to Xiantian City. Then he used a sound transmission jade slip to contact Misty Immortal Emperor Yi Misty. It didn't take long for him and Yi Misty to meet at a small tea stall. Lin Tian is dead. I killed him. Just after they met, Qin Qian spoke bluntly. Upon hearing this, Yi Misty froze for a moment, then picked up the teapot and poured herself a cup of tea. When I went back that day, I warned him seriously about messing with you, and it seems he didn't listen and deserved his fate. Gently sipping a mouthful of tea, Yi Misty sighed softly and said, as a figure who had cultivated for thousands and thousands of years, she had met many geniuses and taken in some disciples in her life, and had seen too many births and deaths, and many of her perspectives of looking at things were already different from ordinary people. Having spent more than 3 years with Lin Tian, it would be a lie to say that there wasn't some master-disciple affection, but to say that this affection was very deep, that wasn't necessarily true either. If it was any other strong person in this heavenly desolate continent who had killed Lin Tian, then this master-disciple bond could be deeper, and she would not hesitate to kill that person to avenge Lin Tian. But the person who killed Lin Tian was Qin Xian. not to mention the fact that she couldn't even beat Qin Xian in her current state, not to mention the fact that Qin Xian was also concerned about whether the injury she had on her body could be healed quickly or not. There was another important point. Ever since that last battle, she had a very good impression of Qin Xian, and felt that he was a man who made a clear distinction between grudges and enmities. Summing up the above 3 reasons, she only sighed softly at the matter of Lin Tian's death at the hands of Qin Xian, and did not have any intention of going deeper into the matter. It was he who first unreasonably tried to lay his hands on me, and after being defeated by me, he even put out harsh words to threaten me. Qin Xian took a sip of tea and explained himself. Regardless of whether Yi Misty really didn't care or didn't care, the reasons he should have said had already been said. Chapter 56, Healing Yi Misty, Refining Immortal Realm Attack Talisman. Everyone in this world has everyone's destiny. I know his character very well. Even if he doesn't fall into your hands today, he's destined to not go far in the future. I can protect him for a while, but I can't protect him for a lifetime. So his death is his own choice. I won't ask anything about it, and you don't have to be upset about it. Seeing that Qin Xian was actually willing to give himself a serious explanation, the small trace of resentment in Yi Misty's heart dissipated. In this world where martial arts were honored, strong people never needed to explain anything to other people when they acted. But Qin Xian still explained to her what had happened in this incident, which made her feel even more that Qin Xian was a person who really made a clear distinction between enmity and grudges. Alright, this matter is over. Let's talk about the injuries on your body next. I'm confident I can heal you now. Seeing that Yi Misty really didn't have any thoughts of avenging Lin Tian's death, Qin Xian calmly glanced at her and then opened the door to business. He had spent a total of more than 10 days in the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm, while the flow of time in the Great Dream Thousand Autumns Tower was 1 day outside and 1,000 years inside the tower. So now the Tree of Life seed had long since grown into a Tree of Life with 10,000 years of medicinal power. Knowing that a single leaf of the Tree of Life could live and die, he directly used the sap of the Tree of Life to treat Yi Misty. He didn't believe that he still couldn't heal the injuries on Yi Misty's body. Fellow Daoist, feel free to mention whatever conditions you have. Upon hearing Qin Xian say that he could heal the injuries on her body now, a flash of excitement crossed Yi Misty's stunningly beautiful face. However, she also knew that if she wanted Qin Xian to help her heal, she would definitely have to pay a big price. So she also directly asked Qin Xian to make conditions. 1 immortal artifact, plus refine me 10 attack talismans for a full strength strike at the Immortal Exaltation Realm. Qin Xian immediately stated his conditions. It's that simple? Hearing Qin Xian's words, Yi Misty was all a bit unresponsive for a moment. Originally, she was ready to hemorrhage money. Who knew that Qin Xian had actually just made such a simple request? A single immortal weapon, plus refining 10 attack talismans. This was really just a small matter to her. An immortal exalt. Oh, if you're really overjoyed in your heart, you can give more and I won't refuse. Seeing Yi Misty's expression of surprise, Qin Xian glanced at her and then got up and flew towards the outside of Xiantian City. I don't have much good stuff left in my storage ring because I'm injured, and I still have to use the stuff inside to open the heavenly gate to enter the immortal realm. So I'll owe the rest first, and when you come to the immortal world later, I'll double it. Hearing Qin Xian's words, Yi Misty spoke with some embarrassment. Okay, Qin Xian casually replied back. When he saw Yi Misty bring Lin Tian to stay in the lowest class guest room that day, he guessed that this woman didn't have many good things on her. That's why he just didn't ask for a lion's share of the money. 1. He couldn't get it even if he asked for it. And 2. He was retreating to sell Yi Misty a favor. As for this favor in the future this woman will not return or not he does not care. Anyway, to help Yi Misty to heal is just a matter of passing. He got an immortal weapon and 10 immortal Zune realm attack talismans is already earned. After an hour or so, the duo arrived at the depths of a large mountain range in the middle of nowhere. Sit down and concentrate. I'm going to start. Arriving on top of a mountain peak, Qin Xian simply set up a defense isolation formation before turning to Yi Misty and opening his mouth. Good. Yi Misty also cooperated and immediately found a flat place to sit on her knees, then began to collect her mind. As for Qin Xian at this moment, he had already taken out dozens of drops of the sap of the Tree of Life from the Great Dream Thousand Autumns Pagoda, and then without any hesitation, he put all of these sap into the 10,000 Things Heaven Swallowing Cauldron to refine them. Boom! As the rules in the 10,000 Things Heaven Swallowing Cauldron were unleashed, dozens of drops of juice were instantly refined into 10 drops of life essence. Applying his energy to wrap these life essences, he took a step behind Yi Misty, and then gently waved a palm. And then he struck all 10 drops of life essences into Yi Misty's body. Buzz! When the life essence entered the middle of his body, Yi Misty only felt an indescribable sense of comfort surging through his heart. In the next moment, Her originally severely injured meridians were actually recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her cracked bones were also healing at an extremely fast pace, and even the Tao injuries in her body that were troubling her were also being suppressed and eliminated by that warmth non-stop. At this rate, her injuries that would have taken hundreds or thousands of years to recover from, she was afraid that it would only take a day to be completely healed. Don't be distracted. Refine it at ease. Just as Yi Misty was inwardly shocked by Qin Xian's mysterious means, Qin Xian's voice suddenly rang in her ears. For the first time in thousands of years, someone had dared to berate her in such a tone. But for some reason, instead of feeling anything wrong, she was like a little girl who had done something wrong, obediently obeying Qin Xian's words, holding her breath and concentrating on guiding the medicinal power of the life essence to swim all over her body. Qin Xian naturally didn't know what was going through Yi Misty's mind at the moment, and after he had struck all the life essence into Yi Misty's body, he walked out of the defense formation, and then casually found a place to build a fire and roasted the demonic beast meat. A few hours passed, the sun set and night fell. Qin Xian had also long since eaten and drank his fill, and was lying alone by the campfire looking at the stars in the sky. In fact, when he first crossed over, his goal, besides immortality and invincible strength, was to get away with the world and walk around. However, later on, because he was rejected by many sects, it made him a bit battered, and there were many times when he was caught in life and death crises, making him have only one thought in his mind, and that was to become stronger. Even at this moment, he still had nothing in his mind but getting stronger, because he had unknown and mysterious enemies. Those who had once siphoned off his predecessor's chi and shattered his predecessor's soul would surely stop at nothing to finish him off if they knew that he was still alive and had embarked on the path of cultivation. Even if he now had the karma wheel to help him cover up the heavenly chances, paper could not wrap fire after all. And once those people had a whim, or had some super powerful special means, it would be impossible for him to hide it, so he could only grow without leaving any room for error before those enemies reacted, so that he could have a chance to live and pursue his future. The road is hard to travel. The road is hard to travel. There are many divergent paths. Where are they today? The long wind will break the waves, and the clouds will sail through the sea. With one hand resting on the back of his head and one hand half covering the moonlight, Qin Xian looked at the bright moon in the sky from the cracks of his fingers, and with an unknown weed in his mouth, he actually unconsciously recited a poem he once liked very much. Perhaps one day when he was invincible in strength and had resolved all his enemies, he would be free and carefree, seeing all the prosperity and beauty of the world. Fellow Taoist is elegant. At this moment, a gentle and melodious voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Chapter 57, Counting the Harvest, Crazy Promotion, Reincarnation Burial Mirror. Are you fully healed? Seeing Yi Misty appear beside him, Qin Xian casually asked. Thanks to your blessing, the injury is almost healed. Yi Misty gave Qin Xian a somewhat happy look, and then, without being polite, she picked up the remaining roasted meat next to her and ate it on her own. Right, we've known each other for so long. Let's formally introduce ourselves today. My name is Yi Misty. I'm an old ancestor of the Immortal Realm's Misty Immortal Palace. I haven't yet asked for your name? Yi Misty opened her mouth as she ate. Qin Xian knew that he could not hide his disguise from an immortal sovereign, so he casually removed the disguise from his face with a wave of his hand, quickly revealing his handsome face with an extraordinary aura. Taixuan Sword Sect Outer Disciple, Qin Xian. After removing his disguise, Qin Xian spoke with a calm expression. Upon hearing this, Yi Misty's movements of eating the roasted meat paused for a moment. Obviously she didn't expect Qin Xian to actually be a disciple of this side of the lower realm sect, or an outer sect disciple. It seems that you, Taoist friend, are also a person with a story, but there is a long, long road ahead, and everything will be fine. After a moment of silence, Yi Misty suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Apparently, she also treated Qin Xian as a strong person like her who had to hide in the lower realm due to some kind of force majeure and thus had to hide in the lower realm. In response, Qin Xian didn't do too much explaining, and after chatting with Yi Misty for a while longer, he sat aside to watch Yi Misty refine Immortal Exaltation Realm Attack Talismans. Half an hour later, 10 Immortal Dignity Realm Attack Talismans and an Immortal Weapon were handed over to him. I should get going. Thanks for the barbecue. I hope to meet again in the immortal world someday, and I'll be sure to treat you well then. Smiling and glancing at Qin Xian, Yi Misty also opened her mouth to bid farewell. There will be that day. Qin Xian waved his hand at her. Let's go. With the same wave of his hand, Yi Misty's figure slowly disappeared under the moonlight. After Yi Misty left, Qin Xian returned the 10 attack talismans and immortal artifacts in his hand in 10,000 times the number at the first opportunity. Ding! 10,000 times the number returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 Immortal Dignity Realm Attack Talismans and 10,000 4th ranked Immortal Weapons. Upon hearing the system beep, Qin Xian's figure flickered, and his entire body completely disappeared in place as well. When it reappeared, he had already arrived in the middle of the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda. There were mountains and water here, as the aura in this place had now become incomparably abundant since the last time it was put into 1,000 divine grade spirit veins. That 10,000-year-old immortal grade tree of life was even more like a true world tree, standing majestically on top of a high mountain in the distance. Sensing his arrival, the leaves of the trees rustled, and the rich life energy was like a hurricane constantly surrounding him. "Grow up on your own, I have something to do," Qin Xian said casually and found a place to sit down. Originally, he was prepared to return to the Taixuan Sword Sect's Green Dragon Peak and then come back to count everything he had gained in the Vermilion Bird mysterious realm. However, seeing that there was still some time before dawn, and that he had the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda, a treasure that could accelerate time, he was prepared to start counting his harvest now. The first was the storage rings that he had obtained from those scattered cultivators, as well as Sword Meditation, Lu Maniac, Lin Tian, and the others. Most of the storage rings of the loose cultivators are weapons of different grades, pills, techniques, etc. But there is not a single one that can reach the earth rank. As for the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones are also all lower grade spirit stones, but he didn't mind it, and with a backhand, he returned all the resources in these storage rings in 10,000 times the amount. The Jian Nikong, Lu Maniac and others are worthy of being disciples of large forces. Their storage rings are obviously much more abundant than those of the casual cultivators. Not only the middle grade, top grade spirit stones add up to a few million, even the earth-ranked spirit veins are too. As for the weapons, martial skills, techniques, and heavenly materials among them, they were all of the earth rank as well, and there were also 2 pieces of the lower heaven rank. As for Lin Tian, he was a disciple of the netherworld immortal sovereign, and there were more than 10 million lower grade spirit stones alone in his storage ring, and his techniques, martial arts and whatnot were surprisingly all quasi-emperor level. Without any hesitation, he also returned all of the resources in these storage rings in 10,000 times the amount. After dealing with the resources in his storage ring, the next thing he had to deal with was naturally his rewards for going from the 1st to the 100th floor of the Vermilion Bird Tower. The rewards in the tower were mainly divided into 2 types. One was the flame rewards, from the ordinary Xian rank flames to the emperor level burning heavenly emperor flame. He had a total of more than 90 channels. The other rewards, on the other hand, were feats, weapons, martial arts, heavenly materials, etc. Basically from the Xian rank to the Great Emperor rank. As for that most precious spirit god fruit, it was to be accepted, as it had already reached the 9th rank immortal medicine level, and was the best reward of all rewards except for the reincarnation sword intent. After counting all of the rewards for breaking through in the Vermilion Bird Tower, he also casually returned all of these rewards in 10,000 times the amount. Finally, he took out the black innate flame given to him by the swift vermilion bird and performed a blood drop to recognize its owner. This ancient vermilion bird inferno is the same as reincarnation sword intent, both at the half-step Great Tao level. So let's go all for a 10,000-fold mass return. After recognizing his master, Qin Xian pondered for a while before muttering to himself, "The sword intent and flame thing, the higher the level the more terrifying the power." It could be said that it very much aid level suppression. Now if 10,000 times the number is returned, while it's really cool that it can be used to firepower opponents in the short term, this greatly reduces the power. That's why the 10,000x mass return is the biggest gain, and a sword to destroy the enemy and a palm to burn the sky is pretty cool too. In the next moment, he didn't hesitate to return 10,000 times the mass to the swift vermilion bird inferno and the reincarnation sword intent. Ding! 10,000 times mass return was successful. Congratulations on raising your swift vermilion bird inferno and reincarnation sword intent to the Dedao level. As the system prompt fell, Qin Xian could clearly feel the breath of the reincarnation sword intent within his body and the Taiku vermilion bird inflammation in his hand, which had become more than 100 times more powerful in this instant. Only after all the resources and rewards were dealt with, did he then drop his gaze on the bronze ancient mirror that the reincarnation heavenly father had left him. Reincarnation burial mirror, a half-step Dedao level space weapon, which can hold hundreds of thousand worlds within it, and can rebound all attacks of any sane level or level below it, but it consumes a large amount of divine consciousness each time it is activated. His gaze had just landed on top of the bronze ancient mirror when the system displayed the mirror's information in front of his eyes. A good thing. Although it will consume a large amount of divine sense every time I use it, it definitely qualifies as one of my most powerful life-preserving cards at the moment. Seeing the information displayed by the system, a flash of excitement crossed Qin Xian's eyes. In the future, With this reincarnation burying heaven mirror, even when facing those unimaginably powerful opponents, he wouldn't have to worry about being instantly secured. As long as there was time to react, then he had a chance of surviving. It could be said that the appearance of this reincarnation burial heavenly mirror simply made up for the pain point he had been suffering from. After all, although he had the all-things-swallowing heavenly cauldron, the Wheel of Causes and the Great Dream Thousand Autumns Pagoda, all of them needed time to catalyze. But the attack of a strong person is often in a split second. Even if there is a powerful card cannot be the first time to activate. But with this reincarnation of the funeral mirror, as long as the fusion, that does not need him to deliberately catalyze. As soon as the damage is done, this funeral mirror will rebound on its own. All along, the most important means of preserving my life in my hands, I haven't made a 10,000-fold return. So let's boost them all together today. Putting the heaven-swallowing cauldron of all things, the Wheel of Causes and Fates, and the Great Dream Thousand Autumns Pagoda that he was currently in, all with the reincarnation burying heaven mirror within the system's shrouded area. In the next moment, he returned 10,000 times the quality of these treasures through and through. Chapter 58, Endless Star Core, Reincarnation Sword Classic. Ding, 10,000 times mass return is successful. Congratulations on your everything swallowing cauldron. Karma wheel upgraded to the eternal level. Ding, 10,000 times the mass return was successful. Congratulations on your Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda being upgraded to the Tao extinguishing level, and the reincarnation burial mirror being upgraded to the peak of the Great Tao level. Not long after he had just activated the 10,000 times return plugin, the system beep sounded in his ears, and as the system tone fell, Qin Xian was able to very clearly perceive that his 4 top-notch life-preserving base cards had become extremely different. Although the appearance of the other 3 pieces hadn't changed much except for the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda, the terrifying aura emanating from them, if fully unsealed, just a trace of it would be able to destroy the entire heavenly wasteland continent. I'm afraid, how much the power of the other 3 pieces had been increased Qin Xian wasn't quite sure, but after the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda had been upgraded, the mountains and rivers inside, which were originally just cavernous and blessed lands, all of a sudden ushered in a big change. The rules kept rising, the aura kept gushing out, and in just a dozen or so breaths of time, all the mountains and rivers here all became thousands of times larger, and the entire space became even more vast and boundless. Not only that, at this moment, within the entire Great Dream Thousand Autumns Tower, all sorts of advanced rules were filling every inch of space here. It was no exaggeration to say that the cultivation environment in here had already surpassed all the top-tier caves in the Immortal realm, and even in the Divine realm. It would be hard to find such a place to cultivate. Cultivating here would lead to a faster and easier realization of the rules of heaven and earth. After casually cultivating for a bit, Qin Xian very obviously felt that his cultivation speed had increased by more than 10,000 times compared to being outside. Of course, the cultivation mentioned here refers to unusual ordinary cultivation. Qin Xian usually uses the all-things-swallowing heavenly cauldron to melt resources and then cultivate them, so the changes in the heaven and earth aura here don't really have much effect on him. Unless he broke through to Quasi-Emperor and needed to comprehend the power of rules, the changes here would be extremely helpful to him. Of course, although he himself can't use the cultivation environment here for the time being, but the heavenly materials in his storage ring can be used. Without any hesitation, he planted all 10,000 Emperor level and more than 20,000 Quasi-Emperor level Divine Soul type heavenly treasures within the space of the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda. Other grades of various types of heavenly materials, as long as they could be planted, were also all planted into the ground by him. After doing so, he used his divine sense to scan the body of the Great Dream Thousand Autumns Tower, and the original tattered and torn tower was now all brand new, and the Great Dream Thousand Autumns Tower. In addition to these changes, there are defense, attack power and so on also become more terrible. In the future, he cannot beat the enemy, he can completely hide in the tower, and then let the Great Dream Thousand Autumns Tower hide. Not only that, the Great Dream Thousand Autumns Tower also had one of the most obvious changes this time, and that was that the tower could, just like a cultivator, autonomously draw the heaven and earth aura from the outside world. But Qin Xian didn't dare to let the Great Dream Thousand Autumns Tower go haywire. If this tower sucked, then it was estimated that when he got up tomorrow, the heavenly wasteland continent would have to turn into an end-of-the-world land where not a single aura existed. Although he was not a good person, he still couldn't do this kind of thing that cut off the way forward for all beings. After retracting his gaze from the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda, he didn't hesitate before dropping a drop of his essence blood onto the reincarnation burial mirror. Buzz, with a dazzling light crossing over, The reincarnation burial mirror quickly recognized him and then took the initiative to fly into his body to fuse with him. From this moment on, unless a powerhouse beyond the Great Tao realm arrived, there was no way to kill him in seconds. After the causal chakra was upgraded, its ability to obscure the heavens and hide its aura has also been greatly enhanced, so I would be able to avoid having to suppress the realm's advancement as I did before. With the tremendous increase in the power of the 4 life-preserving base cards, Qin Xian's entire body became more confident. He believed that with the power of today's karma chakra, those mysterious people who had once siphoned off his predecessor's chi would not be able to detect his presence at all, and even if they did, he would have a way to deal with it. So nowadays, he wasn't afraid of anything, and just went straight for a crazy upgrade and was done with it. After putting the karma wheel away, his divine sense entered the reincarnation burial mirror. It was an endless starry sky filled with dead stars without any breath of life, and in each dead star there was a glittering star core. I can't imagine that this half-cheap master of mine has left me such a rich legacy. Looking at the densely packed uncountable star cores in front of him, a smirk surfaced on Qin Xian's face. This star core could be much more precious than the divine origin liquid. The divine origin liquid was, at best, just a high-level resource containing terrifying energy, whereas this star core could also contain the power of a rule in addition to the terrifying energy. If he were to use these star cores for cultivation, and start comprehending, refining, and condensing the rules from now on, then his combat power would definitely be 1,000 times more terrifying than it is now. Suppressing the excitement within him, Qin Xian continued to check up on the legacy and inheritance that the reincarnation Heavenly Father had left behind for him. In addition to these star cores, the reincarnation Heavenly Father had also left him with 3 Heavenly Father realm prohibitions as a way to protect him. As for other cultivation resources, there weren't many of them: a few hundred divine level spirit veins, a few dozen heavenly Tao level spirit veins, a few dozen divine level weapons, and 3 heavenly Tao level weapons. The others were a half-step Tao level technique and a half-step Tao level sword technique. Of course, there was also an incomparably precious Heaven's Father cultivation explanation manual, which was recorded throughout for each realm's cultivation insights. But the reincarnation Heavenly Father said in the opening chapter, there are millions of avenues, and there are different paths. Conforming to the heavenly situation and traveling alone against the sky are all avenues, but conforming to one's own body and striving for excellence, avenues can be achieved. This passage was also equivalent to the general outline of cultivation, and almost coincided with what Qin Xian had thought before. The simple fact is that there are a lot of powerful, beyond perception things in the world, but you're not necessarily suited to practicing them. Only by ceaselessly finding a path that matches your own in the midst of your cultivation and persevering on that path can you truly merge with the way, become the way, and go farther. This was also the reason why Qin Xian was firm in his conviction of not replacing his cultivation techniques and immortal arts and only upgrading their grades, because he is on the path of excellence right now, and he is finding the path of cultivation that is truly his own. So this piece of half-step Tao level Gung Fu, he directly carried out a 10,000 times quantity return, and then threw it into the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron to refine the essence of the Gung Fu. After obtaining the essence of these feats, he then used them to enhance all the feats he was currently practicing. As for the sword technique called the Reincarnation Sword Classic, it was an important attack for executing the Reincarnation Sword intent, so he directly stayed behind to cultivate it. Without the slightest hesitation, he performed a 10,000-fold mass return of the Reincarnation Sword Codex. Ding! 10,000 times mass return was successful. Congratulations on your Reincarnation Sword Codex being raised to the Dao level. As the system beep fell, he unleashed his Divine Great Enlightenment and activated the Heavenly Tao Great Enlightenment Tea Tree within his Dantian before he began to frantically cultivate the Reincarnation Sword Cannon. Chapter 59, Heavenly Fate Level Up. Cultivation Skyrocket, Golden Great World. There were no years in cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Xian had been in seclusion in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda for 10 whole years. During these 10 years, he had consumed as much as 70% of all the cultivation resources in his possession, and his various attributes had also received a huge boost. System, open the personal attribute panel for me. Stopping his cultivation, Qin Xian murmured in his mind. Ding! Personal attribute panel opened successfully. Host, Qin Xian. Luck level, First Order Cosmic Child. Luck points, 50 million. Cultivation level, 9th level of the Divine Separation Stage. Physique, Void Avenue Body, 2nd Stage Awakened. Body of 10,000 Demons, Defense and Immortal King 50-50. Spiritual Roots, Full Attribute Half-Step Heavenly Tao Level Spiritual Roots, Upgradable. Enlightenment, Half-Step Heavenly Tao Level Enlightenment, Upgradable. Golden Elixir, Original Dojo, contains the star map of 10,000 universes, the Infinite Chaos Sea, and the Sutra of 10,000 Ancient Years, which can break the upper limit of the realm and increase the battle willpower infinitely. Techniques: half-step Dao level, Tai Hui ancestral dragon decree. Heavenly Dao level 9 turn Xian Yuan Gong. Heavenly Dao level, star refining spirit decree. Heavenly Dao level Taixuan sword scripture. Martial skills, the Dao level reincarnation sword codex. 9th rank immortal art, devil sky great hand seal. 1st rank immortal art, Taiku demon punishing gun. 1st rank immortal art, Taiku green dragon fist. 1st rank immortal art, meteor phantom shadow step. 1st rank immortal art 4 elephant sword codex. Avatar, the Dao level eye of the void. The Dao level invincible body. The Dao level swift vermilion bird inflammation. Secret art, the Dao level space annihilation art. The Dao level reincarnation sword intent. Weapons, heavenly Dao artifact Jintian sword. Quasi-heavenly Dao artifact black dragon gun. Special items, the cauldron of all things swallowing the heavens, eternal grade. The fragment of the wheel of causes and fates, eternal grade. The tower of great dreams of 1,000 autumns, extinguishing Dao grade. The reincarnation burying mirror of the heavens, great Dao grade. And the heavens Dao grade enlightenment tea tree. Resources, 500,000 God level spirit veins. 80,000 heavenly Dao level spirit veins. 800,000 drops of divine origin liquid. 1,000,000 star cores, tens of billions of top grade spirit stones, and 100,000 heavenly spirit veins. Others, 30,000 heavenly dignity realm prohibitions. 100,000 immortal dignity realm attack talismans. 1 mysterious treasure map. 30,000 divine artifacts. 50,000 Mahayana stage defense talismans and teleportation talismans. 79,000 attack talismans. 20,000 air breaking talismans. 9,000 arms of the great emperors. And 9,500 head of the fierce demon emperor's corpse. All of these changes in all of the above data were the result of Qin Xian's 10 years of seclusion. The first was the aspect of Qi, because he had recently obtained the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda, the ancient vermilion bird inflammation, as well as the heavenly sovereign's inheritance, coupled with various reasons such as the improvement of his cultivation and physique. It had caused his Qi to rise a great deal without him even realizing it. Nowadays, he was already a first-order cosmic sun, and there was no one else in this starfield he was in whose Qi could match his, and because of the rapid increase in his Qi, the entire heavenly wasteland continent was also given special care by the rules of heaven and earth in this starfield. At this moment, the sky wasteland continent's aura density had increased 100 times from before. It was much easier for cultivators to break through, and the secret realms of opportunity were endless, and even basically everyone's qualifications and root bones had been greatly improved. Obviously, this continent had already entered the golden age without realizing it because of the emergence of him, a person whose fortune was against the heavens. In the days to come, this side of the heavens and earth would play host to great scenes of group of heroes competing for supremacy and heavenly prides fighting for supremacy. But no matter how much other people fought for supremacy, Qin Xian would always be the supreme master, because it's all because of him. As for these 10 years in seclusion, why did his cultivation level cross directly from the 9th level of the Jindan stage, directly across the Yuaning stage, the out-of-body stage, and reach the 9th level of the divine separation stage? This was in addition to his diligent cultivation. A large part of the reason was due to the fact that his Qi luck had increased, causing this side of the heavenly Dao to receive special care from the rules of this astral realm, and his strength had increased tremendously. Accordingly, this side of the heavenly Dao's attitude towards him is called a good ah. All the thunder tribulation does not need to cross the thunder tribulation essence directly sent to him, and the amount given is still dozens of times the original. But even so, Qin Xian didn't blindly go about raising his cultivation realm. His requirement for himself was to break the 10,000 ancient extreme realm at every realm, and to accumulate more than 100,000 times the amount of reserves on top of breaking the extreme realm before he would be willing to break through to the next realm. This was also one of the reasons why he had consumed such horrifying resources and had been in seclusion for 10 years, but his cultivation had only risen by 3 great realms. Anyway, with the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking, a place where he could endlessly wool gather, plus the fact that he possessed the 10,000 times returned plugin, the vast majority of the resources he had were not lacking. The only thing he didn't have enough of was the soul-type heavenly treasures, and in the 10 years he was in seclusion, he had returned 10,000 times the amount of that 9th order immortal pill, the spirit god fruit, and had consumed all of it. As for those other emperor-ranked, quasi-emperor-ranked soul-type elixirs planted in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda, they were still growing like crazy. It was because there were no more soul-type heavenly treasures that he had no choice but to stop his seclusion. When I return to the sect, I will definitely have to acquire soul-type heavenly treasures in large quantities, or else my seclusion process will definitely be greatly affected. Looking at the heavenly materials that were still growing, Qin Xian murmured to himself, Nowadays, he was no longer afraid of any mysterious existences, and could break through the cultivation realm as he wished, and no one could think of stopping his growth. And this time, although his cultivation had only risen by 3 great realms, his strength had seen a sea change. The range of his dantian had now risen to 1 million meters, his strength had risen to 10 million jin, and the number of stars in his sea of consciousness had reached 1,000. It was no exaggeration to say that with his current combat power, without using any extras, he would be able to kill a person with a single punch if the Mahayana stage came, and he would be able to finish off the venerable realm within 10 punches if it came. Nowadays, only strong people above the Saint realm were barely good enough to look at in front of him. In addition to these changes above, his defense, speed, and healing all received huge boosts after this breakthrough, as well as his lifespan being raised to 20,000 years. Not only that, but his divine sense warning had also changed from the original 2,000 meters to the current 10,000 meters. Of course, these were all internal changes brought about by strength, while externally, because of the increase in strength, the temperament of his body that was like an immortal on earth became more and more obvious. Even if it does nothing, it gives the impression of being unfathomable and noble. In addition to spending a third of his time in seclusion for the past 10 years to raise his cultivation and utilize the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron to melt down the essence of everything to enhance his weapons, immortal techniques, kung fu techniques, and so on, the rest of his time was spent on epiphanies and cultivating various divine abilities, techniques, and martial arts. It was after he cultivated so diligently that he was able to cultivate all the heavens path level or higher techniques, divine abilities, and martial skills to the grand completion realm in such a short period of time. This was still under the circumstance that his enlightenment had grown tremendously and with the help of the heavenly Tao Great Enlightenment tea tree. If he had relied on his God-level enlightenment back then he might not even have been able to even raise these techniques, martial skills, and divine abilities to the minor achievement realm. After all, his techniques were now at the lowest heavenly Tao level, his divine abilities were all at the great Tao level, and his secret techniques were also at the great Tao level, with their levels far exceeding his enlightenment level. And this cultivation became more and more difficult the further one went into it. So God-level enlightenment was no longer enough in front of these divine abilities, secret arts. Fortunately, the second stage of the awakening of his void great Tao body not only allowed him to obtain another great Tao level divine ability, the invincible body, but also allowed his spiritual roots and enlightenment to follow suit and rise to the half-step heavenly Tao level. Coupled with the blessing of the heavenly Tao Great Enlightenment tea tree, he was able to cultivate all of the heavenly Tao Great and above secret arts and techniques to the grand completion realm in such a short period of time. As for why these secret arts, techniques, and weapons had improved so much, it was of course because of the dozens of divine artifacts, 3 heavenly Tao artifacts, and that one half-step great Tao level technique that the reincarnation Heavenly Father had left behind for him. After he returned these things above after 10,000 times the amount, most of them were thrown into the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron and melted into all kinds of essences, and with the essences, his weapons and feats could naturally be greatly improved. Chapter 60, Invincible Body. The great world is coming. I will push across the world. And it was worth mentioning that his second innate divine ability, Invincible Body, was truly invincible. Once this divine ability was activated, his opponents would be pulled inside his invincible domain, where no matter what level of opponents came, they would have 3 seconds of mortal time while he could still use his cultivation. These 3 seconds were mortal time for others to despair, but they were invincible time for him to kill at will. Now I'm somewhat expecting those mysterious and powerful enemies to come for me soon. Sensing the power of this invincible body, Qin Qian murmured to himself, with this divine ability, coupled with various means of preserving his life such as the wheel of causes and fruits, he could now truly be considered to have a firm foothold in this treacherous Xian fantasy world, as there were very few people who could kill him anymore. Even if someone else reversed the flow of time and traveled to the past to kill him, or cut off his lifeline, etc., it was no longer possible to kill him. For the Void Avenue body does not exist in the past, nor in the future, but only in the present world, time only, space only, and destiny only. Wanting to kill him could only be done in the current time and space, but unless those powerful people who had surpassed the Great Tao arrived, he simply couldn't die with his underhandedness, and according to the words left behind by the reincarnation Heavenly Father, those Great Tao-level powerhouses didn't seem to exist in this space and time anymore, which meant that the current him could just wave as much as he wanted. This trip, it's not a wasted one. Squeezing his fists, Qin Qian let out a light smile, and then his figure slowly disappeared into the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda. Don't look at the fact that he had been in seclusion in the tower for 10 whole years, but outside, less than half a quarter of an hour had passed. If it wasn't for the fact that there weren't enough soul-type heavenly materials, otherwise he would have had to close the door for 1,000 years in one breath. and because his realm had risen 3 great levels in a row. His ranking on the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride ranking had also come to over 89,000. This list was worthy of being a supreme list that recorded the glory and battle results of the lifetime of the heavenly pride of the ancient world, and the further back one went, the more difficult it was to advance. In the past, when he had broken through from Qi refining to Jindan stage, he had directly dried up from 100,000 to 90,000, but now that he had broken through 3 large realms in a row, his ranking had only improved by about 300, so one could imagine how difficult it would be going forward. But luckily, as long as he improved his rank, the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride ranking would give rewards of Divine Origin Liquid and Divine Grade Spirit Veins, and since he had the 10,000 times returned plugin, it could be said that the rewards of this ranking were currently the main source of his main cultivation resources. The only thing that was a bit unfortunate was that this list hadn't rewarded soul-type cultivation treasures for the time being. Sitting down next to the still exhausted bonfire, Qin Xian could clearly feel that the aura of this heaven and earth had been elevated by as much as 100 times compared to usual, and it was still continuing to increase. A golden great age, heavenly pride competing, a heyday is coming. Looking at the heaven and earth spiritual chi that continued to converge down from the void, Qin Xian did not have many surprises in his heart. As the creator of this pomp and circumstance, he had sensed it meditatively as early as when his chi was elevated to the first rank of cosmic sun. Ding! With the coming of the Shangshi, the host can fight his way to invincibility. The more famous the host is, the more chi points he will receive. At that moment, the system beep suddenly rang in his ears. Hearing the system's beep, Qin Xian suddenly remembered that he still had 50 million chi luck points that he didn't use. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately made a 10,000 times quantity return of these 50 million chi points. Ding! 10,000 times the amount returned successfully. Congratulations, you have gained 500 billion chi points. Is it used immediately to enhance chi? Yes. Qin Xian nodded without even thinking. Ding! The chi enhancement was successful. Congratulations on your promotion to second order cosmic sun. As the system beep fell, Qin Xian could clearly feel his connection with that heaven's destiny purple star becoming even closer, and at the same time, he felt that he had become even more intimate with the rules between heaven and earth. The surrounding heaven and earth aura was also like it had an autonomous consciousness, surging madly towards his dantian. Then my plan to make a name for myself in the heavens and the worlds will start with becoming an inner disciple of the Taixuan sword sect. Seeing that his chi luck level had been boosted, Qin Xian covered the bonfire with a palm strike before he stepped into the air under the moonlight and flew off in the direction of the Taixuan sword sect. Being famous and enhancing one's influence would rapidly increase one's chi points, and the fastest way to make a name for oneself was to become an inner disciple and challenge all the heavenly prides of the sect, surpassing the proteges in one fell swoop to become a holy son, or even a divine son. His current goal was very clear. This time he was going to become the Taixuan sword sect divine son when he returned. When he became a divine son, he would go and beat up all the young disciples of the other several great emperor clans and several great sects, and in this way, his goal of famously shaking up the southern domain would have been achieved. When the time came, he would surely be able to receive a large wave of chi points rewards, and would be able to continue to raise his chi level again. Of course, he had to earn the chi luck points, and he couldn't stop his plan of searching for soul-type heavenly treasures. There was also the treasure map that he had obtained from Luo Tian Sacred Sect's divine son, Yi Qianjia. Back then, he had to find some time to explore it as well. After stepping into the air and flying for a while, he switched to the sky-splitting sword to catch up. After all, the sky-splitting sword was now metamorphosed into a heavenly Dao artifact, and its flying speed was unknown how many times faster than his, and it also saves time and effort. Without affecting him, the heaven-slashing sword flew steadily in the sky, and it didn't take long before it arrived at the Taixuan sword sect's mountain gate. This time, he didn't hide his cultivation aura anymore, and the terrifying pressure belonging to the 9th level of the divine separation stage was like a hurricane that kept circling around him. Are you that outer disciple Qin Xian? How is this possible? After not seeing you for half a month, how did you break through from the Qi refining stage to the 9th level of the divine separation stage? We greet senior brother Qin Xian. Qin Xian had just arrived outside the mountain gate and startled the few foundation establishment stage disciples who were responsible for guarding the gate. Upon seeing his appearance clearly, these few disciples were shocked beyond words. After all, everyone in the entire clan knew that his Void Avenue body breakthrough required more than 10,000 times the cultivation resources of the same realm to break through. Moreover, every time one breaks through a great realm, one has to cross a lightning tribulation that is 10,000 times more powerful than that realm. Even if the heavens and earth had recently changed drastically and opportunities had appeared frequently, he wouldn't be able to break through from the Qi refining stage to the 9th level of the divine separation stage in half a month's time. Would he? But no matter how much they couldn't figure it out. These disciples could only suppress their inner shock and respectfully saluted him. All of them knew that from today onwards, Qin Xian's status in the Taixuan sword sect would definitely rise, and Qin Xian would become an existence that they could only ever look up to in their lifetime. Ding! Your cultivation has shocked the disciples of the same clan. Congratulations on your first appearance of prowess, and you have gained 500 chi points. Just as the mountain guard disciple was giving Qin Xian a salute, the system reward beep suddenly rang in his ears. No need to be polite. After casually speaking towards those few disciples, he walked into the Taixuan sword sect. However, because as today was still young, he needed to wait until after dawn to go and promote his inner disciple, so he returned to Green Dragon Peak first, and not long after he returned to Green Dragon Peak, the news about his breakthrough from Qi refining to the divine separation stage in one fell swoop was like a gale, quickly spreading throughout the Taixuan sword sect's outer sect. It didn't take long for it to be spread into the inner sect again, followed by the elders of the peaks, and finally the sect leader Lin Wushuang and a group of high-ranking people who dominated the affairs of the sect. When the day dawned, the whole clan was in an uproar because of his achievement. Chapter 61, Immortal Emperor Xiao Fan reappears. Qin Xian becomes Saint's Son candidate. ********. More than half a month at the 9th level of the divine separation stage? Really? What's the point of lying to you? My cousin is the disciple who guards the mountain gate. They saw Qin Xian return to the clan with their own eyes, and now the whole clan is discussing this matter. Awesome. The same as the outer disciples. The same day to enter the clan. ING now only refining Chi 5. Loss I still in that smugget, now think about it, are embarrassed. Previously, we had no concept when we heard that he possessed the first physique of the heavens, but now that we've seen his breakthrough speed, it's only now that it's obvious that he really is a god that no one can surpass. Countless outer disciples were shocked and envious after hearing about Qin Xian's deeds, but more than anything else, they sighed. Regardless of what the future holds, at least Qin Xian's current achievements have already broken all the cultivation records that the Taixuan sword sect has ever recorded, and that disappearing super genius Xiao Fan is simply weak when compared to him. The outer sect was already so lively, the inner sect wasn't much better, and many of the inner sect disciples who had once felt superior felt nothing but numbness and disbelief when they heard about this, especially those who had conflicts with Qin Xian, such as Chu Qingxue and a group of Divine Son Yi Wuji's followers. At this moment, when they heard that Qin Xian's cultivation had already surpassed theirs, they were already so frightened that they were at a loss for words, because all of them were clear that Qin Xian's qualifications were too heaven-defying. Once he broke through, he would be invincible at the same level, and fighting across levels was even simpler as drinking water. It was that all of their followers put together were not enough for Qin Xian to beat. Phew, it's a good thing I haven't bothered to target him for the time being. I'll just take a detour when I see him in the future. Many followers secretly celebrated. I haven't had a conflict with him head-on either, but I wanted to touch him but didn't succeed. So when I'm in seclusion for a few decades, he should forget about it, right? In an elegant courtyard, Chu Qingxue murmured a sentence in her heart before directly announcing that she was going to close her eyes and would never come out without a few decades. At the same time, in one of the inner sect's courtyards with rich spiritual qi and flowers all over the place, Immortal Emperor Xiao Fan's childhood friend Gu Qingyue, after hearing about this matter, was also the first to use a sound transmission jade slip to spread this matter out. I can't imagine that he has actually grown so fast. Soon after, a gnashing voice resounded from the side of the voice transmission jade slip. The one who spoke was naturally no one else. It was none other than the reborn Immortal Emperor Xiao Fan, who had almost been beaten to the point of having his soul destroyed by Qin Xian back then. He was not only seriously injured in that battle, but half of the karma wheel in his hand was also snatched by Qin Xian. Fortunately, he was once an immortal emperor, with quite a few cards, and knew many great opportunities from his past life, which gave him a chance to make a comeback. However, Xiao Fan did not expect that Qin Xian's growth speed would actually be so fast, which caused a series of plans that he had originally formulated to be all disrupted. Brother Xiao Fan, now that the higher echelons of the clan have decided to make Qin Xian a candidate for the Sacred Sun, do you want me to send the saints or quasi-emperors of the clan to assassinate him? Hearing Xiao Fan's annoyance, Gu Qingyu spoke with some heartache. Don't look at the fact that even though she was only an inner disciple of the Taixuan sword sect right now, her family was one of the oldest families in the central continent, and she was the eldest young lady of this ancient family. It was only because of certain reasons that she had been fostered in the southern region since she was a child. This is a real battle between men. Xinyu, you should not get involved for the time being. That kid is very weird. Dealing with him can only be done wisely. You can't start a conflict with him head-on. When he heard Gu Qingyue say that she wanted to ask a strong person to help her, Xiao Fan refused without even thinking about it. He was still thinking about the karma wheel on Qin Xian's body. The less people knew about this secret, the better, and he still wanted to rely on his own means to solve Qin Xian's problem when he didn't have to do it as a last resort. After all, he was once a generation of immortal emperors. It was his carelessness that caused him to lose so badly last time, but in the future, he would be 1,000 times more cautious, striving not to make a move, and once he did, he would make Qin Qian not have any way to live. Alright, I'll listen to Brother Xiaofan for everything. It won't be long before I return to the central continent as well, and then I'll be able to meet up with Brother Xiaofan. As soon as she heard that her favorite person was going to have a match between real men with Qin Qian, Gu Qingyue worshipped Xiaofan even more in her heart. The man she Gu Qingyue recognized. Even if he failed once, he could still regain his self-confidence and had the ability to break through all the doubts and walk out of the splendor that belonged to him. The southern region is about to be in chaos. Qingyu, you'd better return to the central continent as soon as possible. Xiaofan on the other side of the voice transmission jade simplex was silent for a while and then spoke. And hearing Xiaofan's concern, Gu Qingyue's heart was as sweet as honey. Brother Xiaofan, you can rest assured. I have a great emperor guarding me. When this ancient mysterious realm opens and I get that item, I will immediately return to the central continent. Just as Gu Qingyue and Xiaofan were in the middle of their relationship, the Taixuan Sword Sect's senior management had already brought Qin Qian to the inner sect's Taixuan Peak Hall. After confirming his cultivation and repeatedly testing that he hadn't been taken over, Patriarch Lin Wushuang announced at the first opportunity that he would establish him as a Saint Sun candidate. The next step was to simply win the battle for the Sacred Sun 3 days later, and then he would be established as the Sacred Son of the sect. Ding! Your cultivation shocked the outer and inner sects of the Taixuan Sword Sect and impressed a group of Sword Sect executives. Your prestige has spread on a small scale. Congratulations on gaining 300,000 chi points. Patriarch Lin Wushuang had just handed him the token of the candidate Saint Sun when the system reward beep sounded in his ears. These are the clan's resource rewards for you. Go back and prepare properly. Although your situation is special, the sect will not treat anyone who works hard and strives for advancement, and what the other Saint Sun candidates should have. You will also have one piece of quite a lot. Just after handing the token to Qin Qian, Lin Wushuang handed over another storage ring containing quite a few cultivation resources. In the past, they hadn't paid much attention to Qin Qian, and that was because the cultivation resources needed for Qin Qian to break through were simply too much, and he had to cross extremely terrifying thunder tribulations at every realm. Not to mention the fact that the Taixuan Sword Sect simply couldn't cultivate Qin Qian with all their might. Just that terrifying thunderbolt alone made them feel that Qin Qian had no future, and that cultivating him with all their might was nothing more than using their resources to blow money down the drain. But now that Qin Qian had defied the heavens and risen strongly, growing from a qi refining stage to the 9th level of the divine separation stage in just half a month, it had caused a shift in their attitudes towards Qin Qian. Although they still wouldn't cultivate Qin Qian to the fullest extent, they would let Qin Qian enjoy the treatment that other normal disciples could enjoy, which was considered fair and just. Thanks to the Patriarch and seniors for their love. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and will definitely create splendor for the clan. Receiving the storage ring, Qin Qian sincerely gave a bow to Lin Wushuang and the other group of executives. He knew his own situation better than anyone else, and the fact that the higher echelons of the sect were able to make up their minds so that he could have the same treatment as the other top-tier celestial pride. This boldness and fairness in dealing with the situation made him very pleased. Although this point of cultivation resources was nothing at all in front of him, what was important to know was that if it wasn't for the fact that he had a hangover, these resources to him would have been a real shot in the dark. However, the sect did not treat him differently because of this, but instead gave him a fair and just chance to compete, and this point alone caused his goodwill towards the Taixuan Sword Sect to skyrocket much higher. It had been more than 3 years since he crossed over, and he had seen too much of the world and suffered from taunts and blank stares. Although the Taixuan Sword Sect might not be perfect, but here, Elder Jiang Taixuan gave him a fair chance to cultivate, and for the first time since he crossed over, he was treated with the most basic respect. In this short period of more than half a month, he was barely considered to have a few friends such as In Miaohan, Mu Euro, and Big Yellow Ox. Now the sect is treating him in such a fair and just manner, giving him the respect and treatment he deserves. This feeling is really only when you have experienced the trough of your life. You can only understand how precious it is to throw in a plum, to return a peach. The day he achieved success in his cultivation, he would definitely not forget the Taixuan Sword Sect. Chapter 62, Re-entering the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, 1 billion soul-class heavenly treasures. After leaving the Taixuan Peak Hall, Qin Qian had planned to make a trip to the Scripture Pavilion and then look for the artifact Spirit de Huangno to exchange for more soul-type heavenly treasures. But he didn't expect that not long after he stepped out of the main hall, he would encounter Mu Yuro and Lin Chen and a group of the sovereign's personal disciples. Qin Qian, I haven't seen you in just over half a month. I didn't expect you to have broken through to the divine separation stage. Congratulations. As soon as she saw Qin Qian, the mature imperial sister Mu Yuro smiled and walked over to greet him. Got some opportunities by luck. Seeing Mu Yuro walking over, Qin Xian said in a casual tone, "Congratulations to senior brother Qin for his great increase in strength. Senior brother is worthy of being a genius with the strongest physique in all the heavens. Such a fast breakthrough speed is something we wouldn't even dare to dream of." Several other pro-disciples also smiled and walked up to congratulate him, while Qin Xian was also casually polite. As for the distant Lin Chen, at this moment, his face was flushed red, his fists clenched, and his heart was simply unwilling to the extreme. He knew that Qin Xian's talent was heaven-defying and unrivaled, but it was clear that he was the sovereign's personal disciple. It was clear that he was the heavenly pride that was being vigorously cultivated, and it was clear that the resources Qin Xian had received were 100,000 miles away from him. But why was it that just after not seeing him for more than half a month, Qin Xian had skyrocketed to become the Sect's man of the hour? And yet he hasn't even broken through the foundation establishment stage now? Compared to Qin Xian's achievements nowadays, he felt like a mediocrity, and it was ridiculous that he had provoked Qin Xian with a disdainful gaze during the disciple acceptance ceremony. Now that I think about it, he really does look like a self-righteous clown. No, although his talent is terrifying, the more he gets to the back of the line the more terrifying the resources needed to break through. And the Thunder Tribulation is even more terrifying. This time he got lucky and got a big chance, but he won't necessarily have such good luck after that. Now that the heaven and earth have changed so much, cultivation is even easier. And with the Patriarch's teachings, I'll definitely be able to come up later on and trample him under my feet. Lin Chen roared in his heart with unwillingness, but he didn't know that Qin Xian had already been a second-order cosmic sun long ago, and amongst the starfield, it would be impossible for there to be someone with better luck than Qin Xian. After chatting with Mu Yuro and the others for a while, Qin Xian left Taixuan Peak. As for the jumping clown Lin Chen, he had never once looked at him squarely since the beginning. After all, nowadays he was a cultivator at the 9th level of the divine separation stage, while Lin Chen was just a small caramels at the chi refining stage, not worthy to be placed in his eyes at all. After leaving Taixuan Peak, he directly stepped into the air, and it didn't take long for him to arrive on top of the giant square in front of the hidden scripture pavilion. Just like before, the place was still bustling with people coming and going. There were outer disciples who were ecstatic for exchanging their desired treasures. There were disciples who didn't have enough contribution points who were worried. And there were also the second generation of immortals who grew up with golden keys and didn't lack any cultivation resources who talked and laughed in the pavilion behind the Black Tower. Nothing seems to have changed here, but then everything seems to have changed again. Look, Qin Xian is here. Shu, now you should honorably refer to him as Senior Brother Qin. Are you trying to get me killed if you dare to shout out his name? So handsome, worthy of being the Sect's man of the hour. It would be great to be his Dao couple. I love you, Senior Qin. Qin Xian had just arrived at the square not long ago, and many of the disciples around him quickly recognized him. Many of them were excitedly surrounding him and chattering endlessly. After all, this was a world where martial arts were honored, and before, even though his talent was unbelievable, due to his physique, everyone felt that he was a wasted genius, not even as good as an ordinary cultivator. But now he relied on himself to change his fate against the heavens, breaking the skepticism and breaking through the divine separation stage in just half a month, which was a generation of legends in people's eyes. Faced with a legend, especially one who was so young and also extremely handsome, many people naturally idolized him and looked up to him. And in the face of such a scene, Qin Xian only calmly glanced at the crowd before walking straight towards the giant black tower in front of him. For him, the many experiences over the 3 years of traveling through the country had long since allowed him to see many things clearly. Stepping to the top of the mountain and crashing into the valley, the norm of life, he had rarely been able to make any waves in his heart. If it wasn't for the sake of obtaining chi points to rapidly raise his chi, he would probably have kept cultivating silently and then become invincible. But the fish in the bear's paw couldn't have it both ways, and since he chose to push across the heavens and the worlds head-on, he had long been prepared to be noticed by everyone. However, what was different from when he had just crossed over was that nowadays, he had long been a titan without changing his color, and the scene of being admired that he had once aspired to was not able to make any waves in his heart at the moment. I want to buy osmanthus flowers to carry wine with me, but I don't want to be like a teenager. What was once close to your heart may also seem insipid when you are at a different stage in your life, or when you look at it from another height. Honor and disgrace are not shocking, and he is calm. At this age he cannot be affected by false fame. This state of mind is afraid that no one among his peers can match. Under the big tree in front of the hidden scripture pavilion, the bald old man who was huffing and puffing watched all of Qin Xian's performances, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, thinking that once he, also experienced the great ups and downs of life, before he looked down on fame and fortune, and single-mindedly pursued the great Tao. But Qin Shan did it at this hot-blooded age, and the tenacity of this Taoist heart is really not comparable to that of ordinary people. Meanwhile, Qin Shan had already walked into the first floor of the scripture pavilion. "Big brother, you've finally given up to come see me." Having just arrived inside the scripture pavilion, the excited voice of the artifact spirit immediately rang in his ears. In the next moment, a large yellow cow that was only the size of a fist just appeared on his shoulder out of nowhere. "Bring out all the soul-type heavenly treasures for me to take a look at." After grabbing the large yellow ox into his hands and kneading it a few times, Qin Shan spoke while handing a drop of divine origin liquid to the large yellow ox. He planned to do a 10,000-fold quantity return immediately after getting these soul-type heavenly treasures, and then return the original portion back. In this way, there was no consumption of the sect's soul-type heavenly materials. While he was able to obtain a large amount of heavenly materials, it was simply too good to be true. "Alright, big brother, wait a moment." Seeing that Qin Shan had given himself a drop of the incomparably precious divine origin liquid without any miserliness, Big Yellow Ox immediately went to mobilize the resources with a smile on his face. Buzz off! Under the full mobilization of the Big Yellow Ox, in just a dozen breaths of time, all the soul-type heavenly treasures within the hidden scripture pavilion were collected by it into a storage ring. "Big brother, all the soul-type heavenly treasures are here. You can take 90% if you want. Just leave 10% for me to be able to deliver to the clan." After putting away the heavenly materials and treasures, the great yellow ox once again appeared on Qin Shan's shoulder. "I'll take a look first." Receiving the storage ring from Big Yellow Ox, Qin Shan did not hesitate to activate the 10,000 times return plugin in the dark. Ding! 10,000 times the number returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 1 billion soul-type heavenly treasures of varying grades from the yellow rank to the great emperor rank. Accompanied by the fall of the system prompt, a whole billion soul-type heavenly treasures piled up on top of each other appeared in the middle of the system space. Chapter 63, Rules of the Demon Emperor. 3,000 years of seclusion. Seeing the mountains of heavenly medicinal materials within the space, Qin Shan immediately used the storage ring in his hand to pack back the original quantity of 100,000 spirit medicines. "I'll take these 3 plants, you can put the rest back." After casually taking 3 sacred ranked heavenly treasures for show, he returned the storage ring to the big yellow cow. "A mere 3 sacred pills are simply not enough. Why don't you take a bit of the great emperor level ones, big brother?" Seeing that Qin Shan had only taken 3 strains of sacred pills, the great yellow ox immediately opened his mouth to advise. The value of the drop of divine origin liquid that Qin Shan had given it could have bought the entire hidden scripture pavilion. So seeing that Qin Shan had only taken such a small amount of it, the big yellow cow felt a little overjoyed. After all, half of this divine origin liquid it used itself, and the other half was left for the clan to distribute after it diluted it, and instead of losing money, the clan made a profit, which is why it dared to so blatantly give Qin Shan so many resources. "These are all collected by the clan's hard work. It's not appropriate for me to take too much." Qin Shan waved his hand and rejected Big Yellow Ox's good intentions. "Alright then, but big brother, if you lack other cultivation resources, just come to me. In this Taixuan sword sect, I still have the right to speak." Seeing Qin Shan's decisive refusal, Big Yellow Ox did not persuade him any further. Thereupon, after the 1 man and 1 cow chatted for a while, Qin Shan left from the scripture pavilion. After flying back to Green Dragon Peak with his sword, he arrived in the middle of the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda with a single movement of his body. Without the slightest hesitation, he casually waved his hand to draw in a large amount of life essence from the Tree of Life, and then injected all of it into the billion soul-type heavenly treasures. Buzz! Under the effect of the life essence, all those heavenly treasures that were originally close to withering were miraculously brought back to life. After the heavenly materials were saved, they were all planted by him among the spiritual fields within the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda. 1 day in the outside world, 1,000 years in the tower. Wait until these heavenly treasures have accumulated more than 10,000 years of medicinal power before using them. Looking at the mountains of spiritual herbs ahead, Qin Shan muttered to himself, just by waiting for tens of days, these spirit medicines would be able to accumulate over 10,000 years of medicinal power, and then he would be able to continue to quench his spiritual power, and then continue to rapidly break through his cultivation. However, now that there were still 3 days left before the battle for the Holy Suns, his intention for these 3 days was to remain in seclusion in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda. Anyway, with the original dojo in place, his physical strength and internal spirit power could be increased indefinitely. Even if the realm couldn't be broken through for the time being, the strength was something that could continue to rise. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the storage ring given to him by the Patriarch and the one he had obtained at the hands of the Luo Tian Sacred Sect's great emperor back then as well. The first thing was the storage ring given by the Patriarch, which contained a heavenly rank technique, a heavenly rank martial skill, 2 Earth-rank spirit veins, a heavenly rank treasure sword, and quite a few top-grade spirit stones and pills and so on. For any disciple of the Taixuan sword sect below the Saint Sun level, these cultivation resources were indeed very generous. However, to today's Qin Xian, these things were chicken ribs in his case, as he was now using all divine-grade spiritual veins, heavenly Tao-grade spiritual veins, and the weapons in his hands were at least half-step heavenly Tao-grade. They are simply of minimal use in his hands, although it's not very useful to me, but after the 10,000 times quantity is returned it's possible to find an opportunity to give it to Elder Ancestor Zhang Taixuan, as well as the Tao injuries on his body. We have to find an opportunity to help him heal. Qin Chen muttered thoughtfully. For him to be where he was today, aside from his hard work and extras, the one he was most grateful to was third old ancestor Zhang Taixuan. Without the old ancestor's mercy, he wouldn't have been able to join the Taixuan sword sect, and if he couldn't enter the Taixuan sword sect, it was hard to say whether his system would awaken or not, but the wheel of causes and consequences and the all-swallowing heavenly cauldron would definitely have nothing to do with him. These two eternal treasures were an important reliance for his rapid cultivation and growth. If he missed them, he wouldn't have the chance to learn from Immortal Emperor Xiaofan where the Vermilion Bird Mystic Realm and other opportunities were located, and once they missed these opportunities, they would also miss out on the Reincarnation Heavenly Father's inheritance, and they wouldn't go to Xian Heavenly City to get the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda, or the Reincarnation Burial Heavenly Mirror. So it was no exaggeration to say that although old man Zhang Taixuan had only given him a fair chance to cultivate, it was a life reversal of knowledge for him. He would not forget this favor. As long as Taixuan sword sect did not fail him, then he would always be a part of Taixuan sword sect. That was why these cultivation resources that were practically useless to him right now, he was thinking of giving them to Elder Zhang Taixuan. However, with his current status he would not be able to meet a figure of the old ancestor's level, and could only wait until he became a saint son, or even a divine son, and then go to pay homage to old ancestor Zhang Taixuan. After having an intention in his mind, he immediately returned all the cultivation resources in that storage ring in 10,000 times the amount. When the return was successful, he packed all of these resources into a larger storage ring, only needing to find an opportunity to personally present it to the old ancestor. Casually putting this storage ring away, Qin Xian again dropped his gaze on that 1000 Autumn Emperor's storage ring. There was also a Great Emperor's prohibition on this storage ring, so unless one's strength surpassed this Great Emperor, one would never want to get the contents of the storage ring. So if it were any other cultivator below the Great Emperor realm, even if they were lucky enough to get this storage ring, they would only be able to stare at it. However, this was not a difficult task for Qin Xian, as he casually mobilized a trace of the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda's pressure and directly shattered the Great Emperor's prohibition on the storage ring. Buzz! After the prohibition was shattered, all of the 1000 Autumn Emperor's collection was thus revealed in its entirety. There were 3 Great Emperor-level spirit veins, 1 Emperor-level technique, and quite a few other quasi-imperial-level spirit veins, pills, and heavenly materials. However, what Qin Xian did not expect was that there was a complete stone tablet carved with the rules of the Fierce Demon in this storage ring. You have to know that the Fierce Demon is the public enemy of all races in the Heavenly Wasteland continent, and anything related to the Fierce Demon is all destroyed. And the Fierce Demon is also sealed in the Devil's Abyss in various places. Of course, there were also ferocious demons that were sealed by the major powers within their clans and were used for enslavement or served other purposes. But no matter what, everything to do with the Fierce Demon technique, martial arts skills, etc., are all to be destroyed under the witness of other great powers. And now that the great emperor of the Luo Tian sacred sect was actually keeping a stone tablet engraved with the rules of the Fierce Demon in his hands, this was somewhat intriguing. Either the higher-ups of the Luo Tian sacred sect had secretly made a deal with the ferocious demons in the demonic abyss, or this 1000 Autumn Emperor had obtained this stone tablet for his own reasons. If it was the latter case, it was fine, but if it was the former case, then the sky of this southern region was afraid to change. Just use the karma wheel to calculate the fortunes and misfortunes of the Taixuan sword sect against the Luo Tian sacred sect next. Looking at the demonic aura-ridden stone monument in front of him, Qin Xian immediately activated the wheel of causes and fruits to absorb the essence of the tree of life. Buzz! As strands of life essence were absorbed as lifespans, the wheel of causes and consequences quickly measured out the results. There was a danger of overthrow, but with the help of heaven's destiny, the great catastrophe is unharmed. Seeing the approval on the karma wheel, Qin Xian's heart was already clear. This Luo Tian sacred sect senior management had 100% already made some sort of deal with the ferocious demons in the demon abyss, which had caused them to increase their strength greatly in a short period of time, and the Luo Tian sacred sect and the Taixuan sword sect were mortal enemies. Once their strength increased greatly, they would definitely be the first to strike at the Taixuan sword sect, and if they didn't intervene, then the Taixuan sword sect feared the danger of annihilation. Since you guys are seeking your own death, don't blame me for being ruthless, Qin Xian murmured to himself. From Immortal Emperor Xiaofan, he knew that in less than a month at most, the ferocious demons in the demon abyss would riot, and he thought that there must be someone from the Luotian sacred sect plotting this, but it didn't matter. He was planning to take advantage of the demon abyss riot anyway and directly use the primordial dojo rules to finish off the fierce demon. It wouldn't take much effort to obliterate the Luotian sacred sect in passing at that time. After thinking about it, apart from that fierce demon rule stone tablet, he didn't hesitate to return all the cultivation resources in the 1000 Autumn Emperor's storage ring in 10,000 times the amount. After obtaining 30,000 Emperor level spirit veins, as well as many Emperor level cultivation resources, he then gave that fierce demon stone tablet a 10,000 times quality return. Ding, 10,000 times the mass returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining a Demon Road Stone tablet containing the rules of the Demon Emperor. Chapter 64, Battle Strength Crushing Great Emperors, Newly Rising Son of Heaven's Destiny Chu Yen. As the system prompt fell, a stone tablet emitting a terrifying demonic aura appeared in Qin Xian's hands. Nowadays, his 10,000 devil body was only at the Devil King level, which was equivalent to the Immortal King level. As long as he fully comprehended this Demon Emperor rule, then his 10,000 devil body would be taken to the next level, reaching the quasi-immortal Emperor level. Thinking that, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately held his breath and then began to comprehend the stone tablet in front of him. To others, this Demon Emperor rule was indeed a very difficult thing to comprehend. After all, it was a rule equivalent to the level of a quasi-immortal emperor. The level of heaven and earth mysteries contained therein was so high that it could not be comprehended at all with an insufficient cultivation realm. However, for him who possessed the void great Tao body and half-step heavenly Tao level enlightenment, he was able to completely ignore the cultivation level limitations and directly comprehend it with ease. Rumble. It only took less than an hour for Qin Xian to completely comprehend the Demon Emperor rules, and just as the Demon Emperor rules were comprehended, the 10,000 devil's body in his body also metamorphosed to the Demon Emperor level. Now even if he didn't use any of his undercards, his defense and recovery ability when he opened his 10,000 demon's body was equivalent to a quasi-immortal emperor level powerhouse. After the 10,000 devil body was upgraded, Qin Xian took a deep breath before he began his 3,000-year lone life in seclusion. During the 3,000 years, he had relied on the special features of his own Jindan to keep using the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron to refine divine-grade spiritual veins and heavenly Tao-grade spiritual veins into the infinite chaotic sea. Of course, he didn't forget to use the 10,000 things heaven-swallowing cauldron to refine the divine origin liquid and the million star cores, and then introduce all the essence obtained from the refining into the 10,000 Urantia star diagram. Under his crazy cultivation at such any cost, the endless cultivation resources in his body were also being consumed non-stop at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his strength was also getting stronger almost every moment. Rumble. The first 1,000 years passed, and the range of his dantian expanded to 10 million meters, and his strength skyrocketed to 50 million pounds. Boom boom. As the second millennium passed, the range of his dantian expanded to 20 million meters and his strength skyrocketed to 90 million pounds. Boom boom boom. As the third millennium passed, the range of his dantian expanded to 30 million meters, and his strength skyrocketed to 150 million pounds. When the retreat ended, although Qin Xian's cultivation level was still at the 9th level of the divine separation stage, the aura emanating from him was even more terrifying than that of a 9th stage great emperor. It was no exaggeration to say that right now. Except for the aspect of divine sense that he hadn't kept up with, all of his other values surpassed the strongest battle power of the heavenly wasteland continent, the Great Emperor realm. Even if a great emperor could use the power of rules, even if a great emperor's flesh was immortal, it was simply not enough in front of him. Clenching his fists in his hands, Qin Xian's figure flashed to the distant sky, and then he was only seen violently swinging out a fist. Rumble. As a near-piercing roar rang out, the mountains and rivers within hundreds of thousands of meters below were directly reduced to rubble by his punch. Although this retreat consumed a large amount of my cultivation resources, it was all worth it. Seeing the ruins below, Qin Xian muttered to himself in satisfaction, this time in seclusion. Apart from the divine-level spirit veins in his dantian and in the Great Dream 1000 Autumn Pagoda, all of the divine-level spirit veins in his body had been consumed, and there were more than 40,000 Heaven's Path level ones left. As for the more than 800,000 drops of divine origin liquid that had likewise been consumed by him, only 500,000 of the 1 million star cores remained today. It could be said that this retreat was the one in which he had consumed the most resources ever, but at the same time, it was also the one in which he had improved the most tremendously. From this moment onwards, without using any underhanded cards, he would be an invincible existence in the heavenly wasteland continent. After casually urging the rules of the Great Dream 1000 Autumn Tower to restore the ruins below, he turned around and left from the tower. coming to the outside world. Only 3 days had passed here, and it was morning at the moment. After casually washing up and changing into a set of black and red robes, he stepped on the void and slowly walked towards the inner gate square. At the same time, the inner gate square, although the genius has just dawned not long ago, but at this moment the square's surroundings have already been crowded with a large number of the inner gate's pride. Many of them were cultivation fanatics who often practiced outside, or were in seclusion for years, and the reason why they gathered here today was to watch this clan event, the battle for the holy sons and holy daughters. This was a mandatory requirement of the sect, and it was also because they wanted to make a scene, and by the way, they could catch a glimpse of the top of their peers, and if they were lucky, they could also harvest some combat experience from the battles of the heavenly pride. There are a total of 100 people participating in this holy sons and daughters battle, but there are only 3 people who can ultimately become holy sons and daughters. So which ones do you guys think have the most hope of winning? That goes without saying? It must be the ones ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect's heavenly pride list. Each of them has a minimum cultivation of the harmonization stage, and although the others are also very good, they can only be a companion in front of these people. That's not necessarily true. You guys are often outside training, or are in seclusion all year round. You don't even know that there are 2 dark horses in the Saint Son and Saint Daughter contest this time. They are Qin Xian, who possesses the number 1 physique in the heavens, and Chu Yen, who carries the inheritance of a great emperor. That's right, these 2 have unbelievable talent, both rising from the minutest of minutiae. The former has a terrifying physique, yet he broke through from the Qi refining stage to the 9th level of the divine separation stage in half a month's time, and the latter's Dantian was shattered and he only entered the immortal sword Forbidden Land but managed to come out alive. Not only was his Dantian repaired but his strength increased greatly. They are the 2 most anticipated ones in this battle. Before the battle had even begun, the inner sect celestials all around were discussing heatedly about the favorites this time around, and the 2 with the highest CES were undoubtedly Qin Xian and Chu Yen. On top of the high platform, many of the inner sect's heavenly pride rankings heard the crowd's conversation, and their faces were also a little displeased, especially those Tianzhou in the top 10 of the Heaven's Pride ranking. They had always only taken the top 10 as their competitors, but now the people's most anticipated ones were not them, but the 2 guys who were not even on the inner sect's Heaven's Pride ranking, which made their face hang in the air. One must know that in every Holy Son and Holy Daughter competition, the winners were almost all in the top 10 heavenly prides. Like this time, there were 2 geniuses that shone even brighter than their top 10 heavenly pride in succession, and this was the first time that this situation had been seen. When you meet that Qin Xian and Chu Yen later, I hope that you guys go all out and don't disgrace our heaven's remarkable ranking top 10. A white-clothed youth with a folding fan in his hand coldly snorted. There's no need for you to say that. Dare to steal our thunder. I'll let them know what regret is. A black-clothed youth with dark skin and a huge sword on his back sneered. How about the 10 of us make a pact? Whoever can defeat Qin Xian or Chu Yan in battle, then the others will have to give that person a heavenly grade spirit vein. Some mischievous lowly in a long pink dress let out a petulant laugh and said, I agree. Just the 10 of us fighting is indeed a bit boring. It's not easy to come up with 2 fresh prey. It's time to come up with a bit of color. Alright, then we'll see who's lucky enough to meet these 2 unlucky bastards first. Chapter 65, Grandpa Ring? The battle for the Holy Sun opens. Look, Xu Yan is here. Just as a group of Heaven's Pride rankings Heaven's Pride transmitted their voices to conspire, a young man dressed in black robes and carrying a broken sword on his back drew the attention of the crowd. From a long distance away, all the disciples could feel the terrifying aura on the teenager's body that was as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. Is he the Chu Yan who was withdrawn by his fiancée, abandoned by his family, and then entered the immortal sword Forbidden Land and succeeded in changing his fate against the heavens and returning strongly? Heavens, such a man is so charming. Senior Chu, I like you. Cheer up, Senior Brother Chu. We're optimistic about you. By the time the black-clothed teenager arrived, many people were excitedly shouting out, against all odds and returning strongly. This legendary experience was indeed very admirable. Master, thank you for everything you've done for me. When I grow up, I will definitely avenge you with my own hands and remake your body. Seeing so many proud sons of heaven cheering for themselves, Xu Yan touched the broken sword on his back, then said gratefully in his heart, Brat, if you hadn't woken me up, then I might never have had the chance to wake up. The meeting between you and I was originally destiny, and since you worshipped me as your teacher, then teaching and guarding you as you grow up, that's all I should do. When Xu Yan's words fell, an old voice came from his mind. All in all, this is all thanks to Master Teacher. I will definitely not fail Master Teacher's expectations, and I will take the top spot in this battle. Squeezing his fist, Xu Yan opened his mouth with confidence. The great world is coming. The heavenly prides are competing for supremacy. Your opponent is not these heavenly prides in front of you, but that heavenly fate person who caused the changes in this side of heaven and earth. Who is your greatest enemy on the road to becoming stronger in the future? As soon as Chu Yan finished speaking, His mysterious master's voice once again sounded in his mind. He and I are both the most outstanding celestial pride of this heaven and earth. We can be divided into high and low, but we should also be able to be friends, right? Shu Yan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Of course you can be friends, but it is not recommended that you do so, because cultivation is a fight to cross the river. The ship to the other side can carry a person. That person, regardless of talent, luck, chance through and through, do not lose to you, and even the luck is stronger than you. Unless you willingly give up this opportunity to fight your way upward, you will both end up on opposite sides of the fence. Hearing his own disciple's question, the mysterious old man patiently explained. All right, Shu Yan let out a light sigh. As much as he wished to become friends with that heavenly pride who had caused the changes in this heaven and earth, he didn't want to give up his ideal of becoming the strongest heavenly pride in this heaven and earth, collecting chi luck, and asking for supremacy. Buzz! Just at this time, a sound of breaking air suddenly came from the sky. Soon, a young man with a dusty temperament, dressed in a black and red robe, as if he was an immortal on earth, stepped into the air from afar. It's Qin Xian, the ruthless man who broke the clan's all-time cultivation record. Hiss, he's the Qin Xian who has been rumored like crazy in the sect lately. Obviously I'm also at the divine separation stage, but in front of him I actually have the feeling of being as small as a mole cricket. I feel the same way. Oddly enough, go for it, senior brother Qin. Blossom the light that belongs to your first physique of the heavens and crush all opponents. Senior brother Qin, you're the best. We all think highly of you. Seeing Qin Xian's arrival, the crowd once again erupted in fierce cheers, several times stronger than when Shu Yan had just arrived. After all, whether it was Qin Xian's temperament, looks, talent, and the aura emanating from his body, he was much more dazzling than Shu Yan, and it was only natural that he could cause such a big stir. This person is not simple. If you encounter him, you must deal with him carefully. Just as Shu Yan was sizing up Qin Xian, his mysterious master suddenly spoke. I will. Shu Yan naturally also sensed Qin Xian's extraordinary nature, and immediately spoke with a firm expression. Patriarch and all the elders have arrived. This side, Qin Xian had just arrived at the elevated platform where the participating celestial pride was located not long before Patriarch Lin Wushuang and a group of Taixuan sword sect senior officers came stepping into the air from afar. See Patriarch, see all the elders. Seeing the arrival of a group of executives, all the celestial pride arched their hands and bowed. No need to be polite. After landing at the forefront of the viewing platform with a group of senior officers, Lin Wushuang waved his hand towards the group of heavenly prides before he asked the third elder, Venerable Red Flame, to go and preside over this holy son and holy daughter battle. The fact that you have come here means that you have prepared for everything. So let me talk about the rules and rewards of this scramble. The third elder stood out from the crowd of executives as he glanced at the 100 participating celestials on the stage before continuing. The battle is divided into two, one for the Tao Heart test and one for the actual battle test. The top 3 in the competition advance to become the sect's holy sons or holy daughters, and those who win the top spot will have a chance to challenge the divine sons or divine daughters in addition to the various rewards they deserve. As long as the challenge is successful, one can take a step up to heaven and directly become a divine son or daughter. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked because since the opening of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter contest, there had never been a precedent where the first place could challenge a divine son or divine daughter. However, once they thought of Qin Xian and Shu Yan who were competing this time, everyone felt that this decision was very reasonable. It was because whoever these two were, their talents and experiences were not inferior to any of the divine sons and daughters. The sect actually thinks so highly of the two of them, then we're inclined to trample them hard under our feet. The top 10 Tianjiu in the Heavens Remarks ranking were all exasperated to the point of gnashing their teeth when they heard this decision. Obviously, they had been taught by famous teachers since they were young and had inexhaustible cultivation resources. They were the ones who deserved the most attention. So why should two people who had risen from the bottom of the heap and had no background be able to make the senior members of the sect make an exception for them? Senior elder, my chance to reach heaven in one step has come. Hearing the third elder's words, Shu Yan excitedly spoke inwardly. He believed that with his means, he would definitely be able to touch base with the sect's divine sons or divine daughters. This saves me a lot of time. When he heard this decision, Qin Xian was also a bit surprised in his heart. He was going to become a holy son, originally in order to increase his influence and thus obtain a massive amount of chi points. And if he could become an even more noble divine son in one fell swoop today, the shock and influence he would bring would definitely be even more intense. In that case, the chi luck points he had obtained would definitely be even more. Without further ado, I now declare the scramble officially open. This is the Trapped Demon Tower. Inside it is sealed with a ferocious demon that is good at performing illusions. This tower is divided into 9 floors. If you can break through the first 6 floors within an hour, you will be considered to have passed the mind test. Just as the crowd was shocked, the third elder took out a small golden tower, only to see him casually wave his hand, and that small tower instantly turned into a giant tower, landing directly in the center of the square. Everyone now enters the trapped demon tower. Chapter 66, Thousand Illusion Emperor breaks the seal? One fist suppression. As the third elder's words fell, all the celestial pride participating in this holy son and holy daughter competition walked off the stage, and then one by one, they walked into the middle of the demon trap tower. Qin Xian naturally also walked into the demon trap tower, and just as he arrived at the first floor, the scene in front of him appeared when he tried to join another big sect but ended up being ridiculed and swept off his feet. Although the illusion is very realistic, an illusion is just an illusion after all. Looking at these scenes in front of him that he had once experienced, Qin Xian murmured with a calm expression, when the illusion in the Vermilion Bird Immortal Tower was 1,000 times more real than this, he was able to look at his own past as an outsider, not to mention the illusion in front of him, which he could see through at a glance without using the eye of nothingness, and couldn't even make a ripple in his heart. In the next moment, without the slightest hesitation, he directly waved his hand casually and shattered the illusion. Buzz! The illusion was shattered, and he was transported to the second level by a ray of light. This layer was facing the murderous demons slaughtering the 10,000 races, and the scene was still very real. Even the smell of blood was simulated exactly the same, but unfortunately it was still seen through by him at a glance, and after casually slapping that ferocious demon to death, he arrived at the third level, followed by the fourth, fifth, and sixth floors. Various scenarios were simulated, various options were intertwined, and with a pair of fists, he managed to shatter all the illusions without any effort. In just less than a dozen breaths, he had already dried up to the ninth and final layer, and with such a terrifying speed of breaking through the barrier, he made everyone outside look dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this really the terrifying sleeping devil tower he's breaking into? How come it feels like he's swimming in the mountains? Awesome. I, Ox 13, have never admired someone so much, but when I even think he's awesome, then he's really awesome. It's really hard to imagine how firm his Tao heart is to be able to break through to the ninth floor so quickly. I remember that the fastest one of those several divine sons and daughters to reach the ninth floor also used half an hour, right? All the inner sect celestials present were all abuzz because of Qin Xian's terrifyingly extreme breaking speed. On the viewing platform, Patriarch Lin Wushuang, the third elder, and a group of senior officials all fell into a brief silence when they saw this. This son, truly, was born for cultivation. Lin Wushuang did not mince words in his praise. Yes, if it weren't for his physique being too special, otherwise he would definitely be my Taixuan sword sect's hope for further advancement. So what if the physique is special? As long as he can win this battle, then the sect will give him justice. That's a good point. Although we can't do it by throwing all the resources at him, we can give him the treatment he deserves. After the silence, except for a very few top brass, the others were still very satisfied with Qin Xian's performance, and they all felt that Qin Xian could be cultivated normally. Ding! Your excellent performance has shocked the tens of thousands of inner disciples present. You have left a deep impression on them. Congratulations on receiving 1 million chi points. Ding! Your outstanding performance has shocked the higher echelons of the sect, making them feel from the bottom of their hearts that you were born for monasticism. Congratulations on gaining 5 million chi points. In the middle of the ninth floor of the Demon Trap Tower, Qin Xian didn't feel much surprise when he heard the system beep. At this moment, he was holding down a great Emperor Realm ferocious demon hammer. He did not expect that this ferocious demon had already broken free from the seal, and just now, this ferocious demon actually wanted to use a split soul to take over him. Damn it, who the hell are you? When did this side of heaven and earth produce a demon as terrifying as you? The ferocious demon that looked like a black bear spirit shouted out in anger. His name was the Thousand Illusion Emperor. He had originally held back for tens of thousands of years, and now that he had broken through the seal, he should have been the one to utilize his split soul to control or take over the heavenly pride in front of him, but he could never have imagined that just as he broke through the seal, a fist containing planetary power was the one that ruthlessly slammed into his face. With one punch, not only was his head knocked askew, even the seal that he had managed to break through with great difficulty had been reinforced by the person who had thrown the punch, and left forever him with no way to break through the seal again. He had thought that the Taixuan sword sect had discovered his brokenness, so they had sent a very impressive old ancestor to seal him, but who knew that the one standing in front of him was actually just a divine separation stage cultivator that he could destroy at the snap of a finger. With this, the Thousand Illusion Emperor completely broke his defenses, and he could accept the fact that he had been resealed by a strong man, because it wouldn't be long before his fellow clan members came to save him. But he couldn't accept being ruthlessly suppressed by a divine separation stage cultivator, and it was simply impossible for this seal to be broken even if his fellow clan members came, which meant that he was going to be suppressed forever in the Demon Trap Tower. In an instant, his demonic life lost hope, and all that was left inside him at the moment was unwilling rage and despair. Pop. As soon as the Thousand Illusions Emperor finished speaking, he was sent flying with a slap from Qin Xian. If it weren't for the fact that keeping you would still be of some use to the Taixuan sword sect, do you think you would still be able to stand here and talk to me? With that said, Qin Xian went up and slapped the Thousand Illusions Emperor's face a few more times. After throwing the other party into the sealed land, Qin Xian turned around and left from the middle of the demon trapping tower. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What great terror have I encountered here? After Qin Xian left, the Thousand Illusions Emperor roared with a sobbing voice. At that moment, a black-clothed young man carrying a broken sword appeared in front of his eyes as a ray of light lit up. Master, this is actually a great Emperor Realm ferocious demon. It just so happens that my Physique Awakening is still short of 10 drops of Emperor Realm's heart's blood, so please take action. This black-clothed young man was naturally Chu Yan, and as soon as he saw the Thousand Illusion Emperor, a green light instantly rose in his eyes. Asshole, do you really think that I, the Thousand Illusions Emperor, am a weakling? If I couldn't clean up that weird kid just now, can't I still clean up you? Originally, the defense-breaking Thousand Illusion Emperor did not want to take care of Chu Yan, but what made him furious was that this little mole carrying a broken sword was looking at him with eyes full of light. This was clearly hitting him, and at this moment, the Thousand Illusion Emperor was furious to the extreme. But as it turned out, he was only furious in anger for a moment, because his most impressive endless illusionary realm was cast out, and it couldn't affect Chu Yan at all. Pop. Chu Yan, who had the mysterious master's blessing, had his battle power soaring infinitely at this moment, as he directly walked into the sealed land and backhanded the Thousand Illusion Emperor. Damn it, do all of you humanoids have some kind of special fetish? Why do you hit me in the face every time? The Thousand Illusions Emperor who received a slap was directly dumbfounded as he instantly broke his defense and roared. What do you mean? Someone just came here? Hearing the Thousand Illusion Emperor's roar, Chu Yan's brows furrowed. He was running for the first place in the battle. If someone came here before him and broke the Thousand Illusion Emperor's defense, then wouldn't his current complacency in his heart be a bit of a clown? That kid is much more powerful than you. This emperor breaking the seal and recovering his peak cultivation is not a match for his punch. You, on the other hand, are nothing more than a mole cricket who cast a secret technique to forcefully raise his cultivation. You can't even compare to him. Seemingly hearing the anger in Chu Yan's heart, the Thousand Illusions Emperor directly laughed coldly and spoke out, actually deliberately complimenting Qin Xian. Boom! Just as soon as his words fell, he was smashed out by Chu Yan's fist. A prisoner, where did you get the confidence to taunt me like that? I'm not as good as him? I haven't even fought him and you're saying I'm not as good as him? Who told you to say that? Chu Yan looked like he had been stabbed to the wound in his heart, and with red eyes, he threw punch after punch at the Thousand Illusion Emperor's body. Chapter 67, Heaven's Pride Mayhem? One kick to suppress me. Qin Xian didn't know that after he left, the Thousand Illusions Emperor had been explosively pounded by Chu Yan again and had a pound of his heart's blood taken away. At this moment, he had long since stepped out of the demon trapping tower and stood on the competition stage, and the celestial pride around the square were all shouting in excitement at the sight of his figure. Amazing! In less than half a quarter of an hour you actually cleared the demon trapping tower. Senior brother Qin, you've broken the clan record again. I would like to call you the fastest man in our Taixuan sword sect. Bah, can you talk? A heavenly pride like Senior Brother Qin looks like a man like the god of war at first glance. Don't be hard on yourself if you can't compliment people. What the hell are you guys thinking? I'm talking about Senior Brother Qin cultivating quickly and doing things efficiently. Having the honor of witnessing the birth of history. In the future I'll be able to brag to others about how awesome it is to say that my senior brother is Qin Xian. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. As far as Senior Brother Qin's momentum of this fierce dragon crossing the river is concerned, it won't be long before this southern domain's younger generation is afraid that it will be hard to suppress his existence anymore. All the heavenly pride you a word and I a word of praise, but these honors in Qin Xian, but are just passing clouds. Pressure simply in his heart cannot afford to flood or ripple. Not long after Qin Xian had just come out, Chu Yan followed suit and walked out from the demon trapping tower. His arrival had naturally caused quite a stir, but with Qin Xian in front of him, even if he had also cleared the 9th floor of the demon trap tower, and likewise broken the once existing sect record, it could no longer give that most shocking impact. Chu Yan was naturally aware of this, so right now he was not in a wonderful mood even after he had cleared the level. You're not that far behind him, so as long as you defeat him in the next battle, then you're still deservedly number one. Seeing the loss of his own disciple, Chu Yan's mysterious master immediately opened his mouth to encourage him. Don't worry, senior. I just remembered some of my past and wasn't struck by Qin Xian. Hearing his own senior's words, Chu Yan's blackened face finally eased up a lot. Senior was right. As long as he defeated Qin Xian in the next practical test, then the number one position would still be his. And since he had the biggest card of all, his master, there was no way he could lose. Thinking like this, Chu Yan's mood instantly became much better. A child can be taught. seeing Chu Yan regain his self-confidence, that mysterious old man murmured in delight. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed, and the top 10 prides on the Heaven's Pride list also broke through the 6th floor one after another. When they all thought that they would be the first to break through the 6th floor of the Demon Trap Tower, they were told that Qin Xian and Chu Yan had both cleared the 9th floor of the Demon Trap Tower in less than half an hour. Hearing this news, the Tianjiao list's top 10 Tianjiaos were all furious and their faces turned red, although they were very unwilling in their hearts. But when the facts were in front of them, they also had to admit that the first test, it was them who lost. We haven't completely lost yet. The fact that they were able to pass through the Demon Trap Tower so quickly just means that their Dao is just more resolute than ours. Other than that, nothing else proves anything. The next practical test is the most important. As long as we go all out, we will definitely not lose to them. The white-clothed youth with the folding fan in his hand slowed his expression and immediately opened his mouth towards the others. That's right, our cultivation levels are all higher than theirs. There's absolutely no way we'll lose to them. When the others heard the words of the white-clothed youth, their faces immediately reappeared with smiles. Soon the stipulated time of 1 hour was up, and every one of the 100 people who participated had passed the first level within the stipulated time. Congratulations on passing the first level of the test. The rules for the next practical test have changed. In the past it took a one-on-one battle mode, but now it has been temporarily changed to a mixed battle mode. Once the battle begins, you can make indiscriminate attacks, and the last 3 standing on the field will be directly promoted to become Saint Sons or Saint Daughters, and then these 3 will duel until the first place is decided. As soon as the time for the first test came to an end, the third elder immediately put away the golden demon trapping pagoda with a wave of his hand, and immediately after that, he turned around and continued to announce the rules for the second test to the crowd. Hiss, it's actually a melee mode. This is a good decision. It saves time and really tests everyone's resilience. I think it's because the higher-ups of the sect saw that Qin Xian and Chu Yan's performance was too dazzling, so they wanted to see where their battle limits were. That's right, if they were to fight alone, I'm afraid that none of them would be their opponent, and adopting a melee mode is merely an attempt to give the other heavenly prides a little bit of face, so that they won't lose so miserably. Upon hearing the third elder's decision, the scene was instantly in an uproar. Some people felt that this was unfair. After all, most of those on the Heaven's remarkable ranking were immortal second generation, and although there were usually fights, at times like this, they would definitely join forces to take a shot at Qin Xian and Chu Yan. However, more people thought that this was reasonable, because a truly strong person would not care about what kind of environment. The battle in the cultivation world has always been ever-changing, and it is impossible to say that it is decided in advance how many enemies there are before letting you go to fight. Qin Xian and Chu Yan is the 2 most dazzling heavenly prides in this battle. The scenes they would face in the future would definitely be 100 times more difficult than the current one. If they couldn't even withstand this little test in front of them, it would only prove that they weren't capable enough to be cultivated by the sect's key cultivation. If there are no objections, then I declare the second melee mode officially open. Seeing that the crowd was almost done discussing, the third elder casually waved his hand and placed a saint-level isolation array in the center of the square. With this grand formation, no matter how the celestial pride within the formation fought, it would not cause any accidental injuries to the surrounding people watching the battle. Enter. Just after the grand formation was set up, the third elder opened the eyes of the formation, allowing the participating celestials to enter the arena and fight. Go! The white-clothed youth at the head waved his hand, and immediately led all the heavenly pride on the heavenly pride ranking into the middle of the large formation. Chu Yan glanced at Qin Xian, and the 2 of them followed suit and walked into the large formation. And as soon as they entered the large formation, just as everyone had guessed, all 98 celestial pride on the Heaven's Pride ranking had united together, surrounding Qin Xian and Chu Yan in the center from all sides. Don't blame us for bullying the few with the many. Blame it on the fact that you guys are just too dazzling. The leader of the folding fan youth, Yi Tian, spoke with a smile on his face. The end was already predetermined, and you guys joining forces won't change anything. Qin Xian didn't say anything, but Chu Yan snorted lightly in disdain. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Directly strike together and beat him down. See if his mouth will still be that hard. Behind Yi Tian, the lanky youth with a huge sword on his back snorted out coldly. Boom! The burly man had just finished speaking when he was sent flying dozens of meters away by a casual slap from Qin Xian. I very much agree with his decision. No need to talk nonsense. Let's start the fight straight away. After sending the lanky youth flying, Qin Xian looked at Yi Tian with a calm expression. Alright, since you guys are so confident, then let's learn the 2 of you's superior skills. Give it to me. Seeing the lanky youth being sent flying by Qin Xian's slap, Yi Tian's face sank as he immediately gave the crowd the order to fight. For Elephant Sword Technique, Heaven-Breaking Sword Technique, Ling Xiaoyi Jian. Hearing Yi Tian's words, the other celestial pride cast their strongest strikes with all their might. Their attacks were like flooding beasts, completely covering the place where Qin Qian and Xu Yan were in just an instant. And just when everyone thought that this would be a good fight, they only saw Qin Qian gently lift his foot before slamming it down on the ground. Boom! This foot stomped down, as if it was a million gene boulder smashing on the surface of the sea. A powerful shockwave centered on Qin Qian, directly with an unrivaled crushing momentum, shocking all of the heavenly pride within the grand formation to vomit blood and fly backwards. Even the Chu Yan beside him was the same. Although he did not spit out blood, he was also directly lifted several hundred meters away by the shockwave brought about by Qin Qian's kick, and he turned several times in the air before coming to a stop. How could the aftermath of a mere kick be so strong? After coming to a steady stop on the ground from the air, Xu Yan was shocked and dumbfounded by the terrifying pressure brought about by Qin Qian's kick. Chapter 68, Ring Old Grandpa Substitute? Reincarnation Sword Intent demonstrates might. We're not willing. Before Yi Tian and the other 98 Celestial Pride passed out, they were all yelling madly inside. A group of them, and there were quite a few harmonization stages. And now they were actually kicked by a divine separation stage? No, it couldn't even be called a kick, but rather, they were seconded by the aftermath of the kick, which made their Dao heart almost collapse. They all knew that Qin Qian was strong in battle and that fighting across levels was like drinking water, but they didn't think that Qin Qian would be powerful to this extent. Asterisk 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 is so strong. It's really a desperate sadness to be an opponent with him. Yeah, whatever heavenly pride you have, it was directly brushed by him as a wild monster. Now there's only Chu Yan left, but I guess he's not good enough in front of Qin Qian. It's hard to say. After all, Xu Yan is burdened with the great emperor's inheritance, and none of us have ever seen him truly strike. The celestial pride in the square outside saw Qin Qian spike Yi Tian and the others with a single kick. All of them were shocked beyond words. They were also considered to be very good heavenly prides, and had seen many battles of even more demonic people, but one as powerful as Qin Qian, to the point where the opponent was finished before he even started, had never been seen before. Master, he is worthy of being a super genius who carries the #1 physique in the heavens. In terms of single combat at the same realm, I'm not as good as him, so I'll leave the next battle to you. I must get this first place today. In the middle of the big formation, Xu Yan, after being shocked, had completely given up the idea of relying on himself and Qin Qian to fight hard, and he directly asked his mysterious master to fight for him. Don't worry, even though his battle power is heaven-defying, it's only a slap in the face if my master wants to suppress him. Xu Yan's mysterious man's voice resounded in his mind. In the next moment, this mysterious person directly took over Chu Yan's body. Boom! Just as Chu Yan's body was taken over, the aura on his body climbed up. Harmonization stage, transition stage, ascension realm, feather realm. It wasn't until he reached the peak of the 9th level of the feather realm that this rising breath slowly stabilized. You're very strong, but it's a pity that you've met me, so let's end this battle. After instantly raising his realm to the peak of the feather realm, Xu Yan smiled towards Qin Qian. Immediately afterward, his figure was as fast as a ghost. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Qin Qian. Thunderclap, Xu Yan lightly shouted, then violently blasted his palm towards Qin Qian. Rumble, under this palm, thunder and lightning raged and roared. Xu Yan seemed to be transformed into a son of thunder, carrying an incomparably terrifying thunder and lightning power that instantly engulfed Qin Qian. Bang! Seeing that Xu Yan had raised his cultivation realm so much in an instant, Qin Qian didn't have any surprise because through the eyes of nothingness, he had already seen that Xu Yan had asked the ring-old grandpa to fight on his behalf. In the face of this incomparably terrifying palm, Qin Qian did not flinch in the slightest and similarly swung out a palm. Devil Heaven's great hand seal. With a palm strike, a huge aura palm instantly coalesced into shape, and then with a swift momentum, a palm slapped the incoming Xu Yan into the middle of the floor in front of him. But, with such a terrifying palm, Xu Yan did not have any power to react, and was spat out blood on the spot. How could it be? I am now at the 9th level of the feather realm, for whole major realms higher than him, and in terms of martial art attainments, I have long since cultivated it to perfection. Coupled with the 9 thunder divine body, I can even defeat the Mahayana stage me. Now how could I be slapped by him? Xu Yan in his ring-old grandpa state was directly dumbfounded by Qin Qian's slap. He couldn't have imagined that he had just given his disciple a boast that suppressing Qin Qian was just a matter of a slap. But now the situation was reversed and he was being suppressed by Qin Qian with a slap. The smack in the face came so quickly that he was momentarily infuriated and angry. Truly, I have underestimated you. This next sword of mine can cut down saints. You had better bring out your full strength. After breaking the defense, Xu Yan in the substitute fighting state lightly grunted, then slowly removed the broken sword on his back. Star River Sword Intent. A sword shatters the stars. With a cold cry, Xu Yan seemed to become one with that broken sword. Then, a vision of a star being decimated surfaced behind him, while a lingering sword intent that seemed to be able to tear through the void filled his body. Want to compare sword intent? Then I'll fulfill you. Seeing Chu Yan create such a big battle, Qin Qian murmured with a calm expression. Immediately afterward, he casually summoned the heavenly Dao artifact heaven-slashing sword and then gently swung it out. Reincarnation sword intent, go for it. With one swing of the sword, the sky was instantly dimmed and everything seemed to die out. Countless people were scared out of their wits. Boom! A terrifying black and red sword intent with the intention of destroying everything into the cycle of reincarnation emerged from behind Qin Qian's back, and at this moment, Qin Qian was like the master of heaven and earth, and all living beings were as small as ants in front of him. How? This sword intent this seat can't even see through at all. Looking at the terrifying sword intent that Qin Qian had offered up, Chu Yan's master teacher only felt emboldened. He had a strong premonition that with this sword, his residual soul would immediately be sent into reincarnation, never able to stay in this world again. I concede. Without the slightest hesitation, old Grandpa Ring instantly conceded. Even if he was slapped in the face, even if his majesty in front of his disciples would be damaged in the future, he didn't care anymore, because with this sword, he really didn't have any courage to receive it. Upon hearing Chu Yan admit defeat, Qin Qian casually put away the reincarnation sword intent and the heaven-slashing sword with a wave of his hand before turning his gaze to the frozen third elder outside the arena. The second game of the scramble battle is over, and the winner of first place, Qin Qian. Seeing Qin Qian's gaze directed towards himself, the third elder instantly reacted before directly announcing the outcome of the battle. Amazing! Senior brother Qin is mighty. I'll be your fanboy from now on. Senior brother Qin is so domineering. 1 foot suppressing all the geniuses. 1 sword scaring the great emperor's heir to open his mouth and admit defeat. I love you, Senior brother Qin. I, Mei Wenhua, don't read much and am not very good at complimenting people, but at this moment, I would like to shout out that Senior brother Qin Qian is awesome. Me too. Hearing the result announced by the third elder, the square instantly erupted in thunderous cheers. Countless Heaven's Pride disciples shouted out Qin Qian's name as if this was the only way to express their admiration for him. Ding! Your astounding battle prowess has won the cheers of countless heavenly prides of your fellow disciples, causing them to hear your great name as if it were a thunderbolt. Your influence has greatly increased. Congratulations on obtaining 8,000,000 chi luck points. Ding! Your terrifying battle power has shocked the Taixuan Sword Sect senior management, causing them to redefine your importance. Congratulations on obtaining 10 million chi points. As the entire audience cheered, 2 system beeps rang out continuously in Qin Qian's head. It's rare to be so happy, and I'm willing to take out half of the cultivation resources I've gained today and give them to everyone present to share. Having harvested such a huge amount of chi points at once, Qin Qian waved his hand and immediately opened the storage ring handed over by the third elder before taking half of the resources inside and leaving them directly to be divided among the people present. These resources weren't very useful to him anyway, and by taking out half of them and giving them away at this moment, he would definitely be able to harvest even more chi luck points. Senior brother Qin is mighty. Roar! Seeing that Qin Qian had so generously taken out half of the rewarded resources for everyone to share equally, everyone present also had even more admiration for him. Just now, there were quite a few who held a wait-and-see attitude because they were not sure what Qin Qian's character was really like. But seeing that Qin Qian was now actually so generous as to take out half of his resources for everyone to share, at the moment, these people had a very favorable impression of him. It's the same as winning $1 billion lottery and you're willing to give out 500 million to share with those in attendance. So who's going to think less of you? Ding! Your actions have drawn the heartfelt admiration of 99% of the people present. Your influence has greatly increased. Congratulations on receiving 15 million chi points. Chapter 69, Becoming a Holy Son, Sensationalizing the Sect. Singling out Divine Son Yi Wuji. Congratulations to the 3 of you for winning this battle. Here are your Saint Son tokens. The cultivation resources that a Saint Son should have already been given to you. In addition, any Saint Son of the sect shall have free access to the various cultivation grounds of the sect, may pick a mountain peak to open a cave on his own in the core of the sect, and may cultivate his own followers. As the crowd cheered, Patriarch Lin Wuxuan personally awarded Qin Qian, Xu Yan, and the disheveled Yi Tian with the Sacred Son token, and informed them of the Sacred Son's treatment and some of his privileges. By the way, this is the list of the clan's divine sons and divine daughters. Qin Qian, you can choose one to challenge on your own. If you can defeat them, then you will take their place. After recounting some of the rules, Lin Wuxuan handed Qin Qian another list. Receiving the list and opening it, Qin Qian saw 5 names on it. Yi Wuji, who was in conflict with him, and in Miaohan, who was on good terms with him, were clearly among them. I'll choose to challenge Yi Wuji. Casually glancing at the list, Qin Qian immediately opened his mouth. Okay. Seeing Qin Qian make his choice, Lin Wuxuan didn't seem to be surprised. As a senior, he naturally knew some of the conflicts between Yi Wuji and Qin Xian. Someone come, take my decree and go to Heavenly Extreme Peak to inform the Heavenly Extreme Emperor of this matter, and have Divine Son Yi Wuji come and accept Holy Son Qin Xian's challenge. Lin Wuxuan casually took out a jade order from his storage ring and handed it to a senior at his side. That senior then took the jade order and flew towards the core of the sect. On the side, seeing that Qin Xian was in the limelight, and had just become the man of the hour, Yi Tian didn't dare to breathe a single breath, and could only silently lower his head. As for the son of heaven's destiny, Xu Yan, he was also somewhat devastated. Qin Xian's strength was so terrifying that becoming a divine son today was almost a foregone conclusion. Sure enough, the earlier me was still too proud. It was me who underestimated the people of this world. Xu Yan sighed in his heart. Previously, although his master had fought on his behalf, he had watched the entire battle clearly, and it was because of this that he perceived the gap between him and Qin Xian to be like a rift in the sky, and this heavenly rift, he was afraid that he would never be able to surpass it in his entire life. There's no need to be too pessimistic. Qin Xian is just a special case. After all, he's the one who carries the #1 physique in the heavens. Losing to him at this moment isn't a disgrace. Cultivation is supposed to be a competition for crossing. A momentary lead and lagging behind is normal. He is now in the limelight, but he will also attract the targeting of many people in the shadows, and the more his physique breaks through at the back the harder it will be, and the risks he will have to take will be infinitely greater. And even though you've lost, you'll be able to temporarily fade away from the sight of others and cultivate in peace. With my teaching, with me looking for chances for you, and with your divine body, you'll grow faster and faster. This is going to be a long time coming, and one day he'll be left behind by you. As Xu Yan sighed, his mysterious master teacher also analyzed with reason. After listening to his own master's analysis, Xu Yan's expression eased slightly. And where does he know? This is all his master's father afraid that he has since lost the fighting spirit and self-confidence to say so. As an existence that had once transcended immortality, he was able to perceive that the Qi in Qin Xian was thousands of times more powerful than Xu Yan. Plus that sword of Qin Xian's earlier had all caused him to perceive danger. He was incomparably certain that Qin Xian must have a great chance on him, and that his future achievements would definitely be more dazzling than the sun and the moon. This foolish disciple of his was afraid that he would never have the strength to compete with him again in his life. But it couldn't be helped. This was his chosen disciple, and he was going to rely on his disciple to help him remake his body and avenge his death in the future. So of course he had to snub it. However, although his words were flimsy, Xu Yan was also really outstanding. In this side of the world, apart from Qin Xian, no one in the younger generation should be able to suppress him. However, if these words were to be heard by the reborn immortal Emperor Xiaofan and the Xian Heavenly Divine Exalt who had taken over Lu Maniac, the two of them would definitely be unconvinced. After all, they were also Qin Xian's defeated men, and they admitted that they couldn't do it head-on for the time being, but they definitely didn't admit that they would be weaker than Ren's peers in this side of the world. And just as Xu Yan was secretly conversing with his master, the news that Qin Xian had become the sect's saint son and was going to challenge Divine Son Yi Wuji today was also spreading rapidly within the Taixuan sword sect. Those heavenly prides who had once been the same outer disciples as Qin Xian had many of their minds directly exploded when they heard this news. Cultivate a cockamamie immortal. Go home and inherit the throne. Damn, I've worked hard for so long, and so far I haven't even broken through the foundation establishment stage, while others have already become holy sons, and now they're even going to single-handedly take on the divine sons. It's really too devastating. Compared to him, I feel like I'm not even as good as an ordinary person. I really can't cultivate this immortal anymore. Why bother getting serious with someone as heaven-defying as him? We're still geniuses compared to the vast majority of people out there. We should see him as a role model. And in the future when we brag, we can also say that my senior brother is the only Qin Xian in all of history. That's right, the more powerful senior brother Qin is, then the more places we have to brag about. When the time comes, I'll damn well go straight to write a biography about senior brother Qin's rise to cultivation, and I'll definitely be able to make a lot of money. Countless outer disciples had sighs of relief and broken defenses, but more than that, they all felt incomparably honored, because Qin Xian was the one who had risen from their outer sect. I was the one who brought Qin Xian when he was initiated. If he becomes a divine son, then I can brag about this bull for the rest of my life. On the Xiantian peak of the outer sect, the hunchbacked elder Guyun who was responsible for managing Qin Xian in the first place also had excitement written all over his old face when he heard this news. The higher Qin Xian's achievement, then the greater his chances of becoming a famous teacher are, even if he may not be able to reap any benefits, but to be held in high regard. This life is worth it. As for some of those who had a grudge against Qin Xian, such as Xiaofan's childhood friend Gu Qingyu, she was a bit incredulous when she heard the news. He absolutely cannot be allowed to grow up smoothly, or else Brother Xiaofan might even suffer a great loss at his hands. Gu Qingyue's eyes scratched with a murderous intent. Without any hesitation, she took out a token and began arranging for strong individuals to find opportunities to assassinate Qin Xian. As for Chu Qingxue and the other group of Divine Son Yi Wuji's followers, they only felt incomparably shocked when they heard the news that Qin Xian had become a saint's son and was going to single-handedly challenge Yi Wuji. And after the shock, they all coincidentally chose to lengthen their seclusion time. Originally they only needed to seclude themselves for 10 or so years, but now they directly chose to seclude themselves for more than 30 years. My big brother is going to fight that what's his name God's son. You wait and watch a little bit. Don't let that heavenly great emperor secretly injure my big brother. In the hidden scripture pavilion, when Big Yellow Ox knew that Qin Xian was going to single-handedly challenge Yi Wuji, he immediately opened his mouth to the huffing and puffing bald old man outside. Originally, I thought you were just joking when you called him Big Brother, but now it seems to be true. The bald old man yawned and secretly transmitted a voice to Big Yellow Ox. Nonsense, this seat has always said one thing, since I recognized him as my big brother, it must be sincere. The great Yellow Ox rolled its eyes and said, "Alright, I'll watch from the shadows. A heavenly extreme emperor is just a heavenly extreme emperor. He can't turn over any waves." Seeing that Big Yellow Ox was so serious, the bald old man didn't say anything else, and immediately answered with a promise. Chapter 70, Strongly Destroying the Son of God, Attack of the Great Emperor. At the same time, in the core of the Taixuan sword sect, in a cave where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was extremely rich, a red-robed young man with a big golden sun floating behind him was looking at the decree in his hand with a face of fury. Fine. Originally I thought you were a mole cricket that could be stepped on at any time, but now you're actually arrogant enough to dare to challenge me. If I don't waste you today, I won't be called Yi Wuji. The red-robed youth let out an angry growl, then waved his hand and crushed the decree in his hand before his figure disappeared into the cave. This person, naturally, was the Divine Son Yi Wuji who had ordered the targeting of Qin Xian in the first place. Originally, he was still in seclusion for the upcoming opening of the Ancient Mysteries, but he didn't expect that at the critical stage of his seclusion, he actually received a decree from the Patriarch, allowing him to come out of seclusion to accept the challenge of the Holy Son Qin Xian. When he saw this decree, he was really shocked and angry. Shocked because Qin Xian had not seen him for just over half a month. His cultivation had even come to the 9th level of the divine separation stage, and he had also become the sect's holy son. And the anger was that Qin Xian had just become a divine son and challenged no one but chose him to challenge him. Wasn't that clearly not putting him in his eyes? So this time when he went out, even if he was chastised by the sect, he had to waste Qin Xian in front of everyone. Only then could he consolidate his divine son's majesty. Buzz. It didn't take a while for Yi Wuji to appear in front of the main hall of the Heavenly Extreme Peak, where two white-haired old men stood. One was his master, the Heavenly Extreme Emperor, and the other was a senior member of the sect sent over by the Patriarch to deliver a message. See Master, see Fifth Elder. Walking up to the duo with a sullen face, Yi Wuji immediately arched his hand and saluted. As much as I hate to admit it, that Qin Xian's battle prowess is indeed terrifyingly strong. So you take these 10 Great Empress Attack Talismans and 10 Great Empress Defense Talismans. This Quasi-Emperor soldier, you also take it. You don't need to worry about anything at the critical moment. If something goes wrong, there is a teacher to take the blame for you. Seeing Yi Wuji's arrival, his master, the Heavenly Extreme Emperor, favored him with a glance and immediately handed him a bunch of treasures. Great Emperor, I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for you to give these things to the Divine Son, isn't it? On the side, when the Fifth Elder saw the Heavenly Extreme Great Emperor give a bunch of great killing weapons to Yi Wuji in a brainstorm, he immediately couldn't help but frown and open his mouth. How was this to be a one-on-one fight? This was obviously to go and kill Qin Xian. There's nothing inappropriate. A yellow-mouthed child dares to touch the majesty of my Heavenly Extreme Peak, so naturally he must be prepared to fall. Also, there is no rule in this battle that disallows the use of other means. If Qin Xian also has a Great Empress Attack Talisman and a Quasi-Emperor Soldier, he can use it as he pleases and this Emperor will never stop him. The Heavenly Extreme Emperor casually glanced at the Fifth Elder before secretly giving Yi Wuji quite a few recovery-type pills. Thank you, Master, for your love. My disciple will definitely let that arrogant person know what will happen to him for violating my Heavenly Extreme Peak's majesty. Getting so many powerful undercards at once, Yi Wuji's heart was incomparably swollen, and with these undercards in his hand, he didn't know how he could lose. Go, Master is quietly waiting for your triumphant return in this Heavenly Extreme Peak. The Heavenly Extreme Great Emperor rubbed Yi Wuji's head, and then his figure disappeared. When the Fifth Elder saw that his opinion had been ignored by the Heavenly Extreme Emperor, an imperceptible flash of anger crossed his eyes, and he immediately informed Patriarch Lin Wushuang of what had happened here with a voice transmission jade slip. Still really arrogant as always. On top of the high platform in the inner gate plaza, Lin Wuxuan's face also surfaced with anger after reading the news sent back by the fifth elder. Don't look at the Taixuan sword sect as one of the top large sects in the southern region of the heavenly desolate continent, but in fact, the sect was not an ironclad one. On the contrary, because of some long-standing grudges, the Taixuan sword sect's interior was divided into three factions, one being the patriarch's lineage represented by him, and the other being the lineage headed by the one in the scripture pavilion who did not participate in any strife. As for this last lineage, it is led by the heavenly extreme emperor and others, who have been occupying a large amount of resources of the clan, but refuse to pay for the clan, not abiding by the rules of the clan, and thinking about how to fight for power and seize the position of the asshole's lineage every day. Lin Wuxuan had always wanted to rectify the internal conflicts of the sect. If the sect was truly united, then the Luotian sacred sect wouldn't even dare to act wildly in front of the Taixuan sword sect, even if they were to face the most powerful vermilion bird Immortal sect in the southern region. As long as the sect was united, then they would have a great chance of winning. It was a pity that he had empty ambitions, but not the powerful strength to fulfill them. Moreover, the interests within the sect were intricate and complicated, and a lot of things were involved. So at this moment, even though he was very upset with what the heavenly extreme emperor did, he could only verbally condemn it. After thinking about it, he directly threw the contents on the voice transmission jade slip to Qin Xian. It's possible to kill people in a challenge match, right? After reading the contents on the voice transmission jade slip, Qin Xian asked with a calm expression. The heavenly extremity emperor gave Yi Wuji the great emperor realm attack talisman, the quasi-emperor soldier, and a lot of great killing weapons, which were obviously running to decapitate him. Although he had good feelings towards the clan, but the premise was that the clan would not fail him. Now in this situation, he had to kill Yi Wuji. Lin Wuxuan had thought that Qin Xian would voluntarily give up this challenge after reading the contents on the voice transmission jade slip. After all, Yi Wuji had too many great killing weapons in his hands, but he didn't expect Qin Xian to ask if he could kill someone. Does that mean he can crush Yi Wuji? Yes. Glancing deeply at Qin Xian, Lin Wuxuan returned with a serious tone. That's fine. After receiving the desired answer, Qin Xian closed his eyes on the battle stage. Immediately go and invite the old ancestor to come out of the gate. I'm afraid today's matter is not that simple. Seeing Qin Xian acting so calmly, Lin Wuxuan thought about it and still ordered someone to go and invite the third old ancestor Zheng Taixuan to come out of the gate. After all, if what Qin Xian said was true, then once Yi Wuji died, the heavenly extreme great emperor was afraid that he would go crazy. So there had to be a great emperor to come and hold him back. Griffin Qin Xian, come out and die. A quarter of an hour later, as a violent shout resounded through the sky, Yi Wuji, who was holding a quasi-emperor soldier in his hand, came stomping through the air in a domineering manner. Hiss, it's actually the aura of the immortal Ascension realm. Yi Wuji is worthy of being a divine son. The immortal Ascension realm isn't rare. Just now when Chu Yan briefly elevated to the feather realm, wasn't he also crushed by Qin Xian? What we should be concerned about is that the sword in his hand is a quasi-imperial weapon. Originally, I was very optimistic about Qin Xian, but with this quasi-emperor's soldier, I'm afraid Qin Xian is in danger. Indeed, looking at his stance, he didn't come to accept the challenge. It's more like he came to kill Qin Xian. As soon as Yi Wuji appeared, the entire crowd of celestial pride was in an uproar. How could they not have imagined that divine son Yi Wuji would appear with a quasi-imperial weapon in his hand? One must know that the power of a quasi-emperor weapon was comparable to the quasi-emperor realm. Even if Yi Wuji couldn't utilize the full power of a quasi-emperor weapon, if he was cut with a sword, he would surely fall on the spot. The battle begins. After seeing Yi Wuji appear so arrogantly, Patriarch Lin Wuxuan casually set up a quasi-emperor level formation to envelop all the people watching the battle. He announced that the battle had begun. Griffin, I don't know where you got the courage to dare to challenge me, but today I will let you know the consequences of offending me. Hearing that the battle had begun, Yi Wuji looked towards Qin Xian with murderous intent. He didn't hesitate for half a second, intending to kill Qin Xian with a single move after letting out his vicious words, so that he could pretend to be a pussy and strengthen his majesty as a divine son. However, before he could finish his words, a terrifying and incomparable sword intent appeared out of nowhere and chopped off his right hand in one go. Even though the defense talisman of the great imperial realm had been triggered, it still couldn't block the terrifying and incomparable sword intent attack. No, master, save me. Feeling that the sword intent was coming towards his neck, Yi Wuji's just now arrogant look disappeared and was replaced by panic and despair. There was nothing he could do but shout to the sky and ask his master, the heavenly extreme emperor, to save his life. Griffin, dare to hurt my disciple, today you will die. Hearing Yi Wuji's cries for help, the heavenly extreme emperor immediately tore through the void and descended. However, he was always one step too late, as Qin Xian's reincarnation sword intent had already decapitated Yi Wuji's head. Chapter 71, Today, the Emperor falls, killing the heavenly extreme emperor. How Dare you? The moment Yi Wuji's head was chopped off, his pair of eyes glared. He couldn't figure out how he could not figure out why Qin Xian still dared to make a move to kill him when it was clear that his Grand Emperor Realm Master was about to descend. Moreover, Qin Xian's extermination of him wasn't just his physical body. Along with his soul was also chopped up by the reincarnation sword intent. Bang! With endless unwillingness and dumbfoundedness, Divine Son Yi Wuji's corpse slammed onto the ground viciously. The atmosphere in the arena also became incomparably heavy all of a sudden, and everyone was holding their breath, staring at the scene in front of them with wide eyes in disbelief. Originally, they thought it would be a thrilling battle, but it had only just begun, and Yi Wuji had been seconded by Qin Xian. Moreover, it was the kind that left no room for error and came up with a strong extermination, which made everyone have a new understanding of Qin Xian's power. At the same time, the fact that Qin Xian had beheaded someone's disciple in front of a great emperor again made everyone sweat for Qin Xian. Great emperor? That was the supreme realm that everyone present dreamed of reaching the most. Normally, if they could see a great emperor, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. However, Qin Xian had disregarded the majesty of the heavenly extreme emperor today and forcefully beheaded Divine Son Yi Wuji. So I'm afraid that this enmity couldn't be resolved in any way. Kill my disciple. Griffin, you die for me. Seeing Yi Wuji being forcefully decapitated by Qin Xian, the eyes of the heavenly extremity great emperor instantly became covered in red blood. In the next moment, without saying a word, he directly slammed his palm as full force towards the inner gate square. If this palm fell, Qin Xian would definitely not die, but all the senior members of the sect and all the disciples present would 100% fall on the spot. Heavenly Extremity Emperor, people can't come back from the dead. Are you trying to kill all of us? Seeing that terrifyingly incomparable giant palm in the sky, Lin Wuxuan lost his voice and shouted. He had originally anticipated this situation, so he had sent someone ahead to ask his old ancestor to come out, but he hadn't expected Qin Xian to strike too quickly, so fast that it didn't give anyone the slightest bit of time to react. This completely angered the heavenly extreme great emperor, and with their strength they simply couldn't block this palm. Scram! The furious heavenly extreme emperor didn't listen to half of the reasoning, and after he sent Lin Wuxuan flying with his palm, he accelerated the speed of his huge palm fall. Master, why don't your old man make a move? This dog thing, the heavenly extremity emperor, is clearly trying to wipe us out as well. In the crowd, Shu Yan couldn't help but curse angrily at once when he saw the huge palm in the sky. There's no rush. That brat's demeanor has been as calm as water since the beginning. I think this heavenly great emperor will fall into his hands. Shu Yan's master spoke with an old spirit. On the other side, Qin Xian looked at the incoming giant palm in the sky, and his heart did not ripple a bit. Today, the emperor falls. Only a soft murmur could be heard, and in the next moment, he held the heaven-slaying sword in his hand and directly executed the immortal art. For elephant sword cannon. Ho ho ho! Only to see him casually waving out 4 swords. These 4 swordshi then instantly transformed into the 4 elephant shadows of the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu that shot straight up into the sky. Boom! Deafening collision sounds rang out, and the giant palm shadow that the heavenly extreme emperor had cast out was instantly washed away. Immediately after that, the 4 elephant shadow attacked unabated, directly towards the heavenly extreme emperor in the void. Damn it! I never thought you would have such battle power, but the might of a great emperor is not something you can imagine. Great sun burning sky, shatter for me. Seeing that his all-out strike was so easily diffused by Qin Xian, the heavenly extreme emperor instantly only felt a bit of numbness in his scalp. Not daring to be the slightest bit careless, he immediately executed the great emperor realm rule, and then it was a fierce slash of his sword towards the 4 elephant shadow that flew towards him. Boom! Another terrifying collision like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The heavenly extreme emperor had thought that he could easily destroy the 4 elephant shadow with his full power sword, but he never expected that instead of destroying the 4 elephant shadow, his attack was instead swallowed on the spot by the charging 4 elephant shadow, and then the 4 elephant shadow became a little stronger. Roar! After swallowing this attack, the 4 elephant silhouettes became incomparably berserk, and they all roared angrily as they rushed towards the heavenly extreme emperor. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. Seeing this incomparably bizarre scene, the heavenly extreme great emperor's entire body became somewhat frightened. That premonition of a life and death crisis that belonged uniquely to the great emperor realm surged madly in his heart. In the next moment, he didn't even dare to put a harsh word, and immediately tore through the void to escape far away at great speed. It was too terrifying, really. A mole cricket at the god-dividing stage had actually made him a second-order great emperor sense a death crisis, and to this day, he was still a bit incredulous. It's already too late to think of escaping now. Seeing that the heavenly extremity emperor wanted to escape, Qin Xian immediately threw out the heaven-slashing sword in his hand, Shoo! As soon as the heaven-slashing sword was out of Qin Xian's control, it violently turned into a stream of light and rushed into the void, more than 100,000 miles away in the void. The Heavenly Extreme Emperor thought that he could escape Qin Xian's extermination after fleeing so far away, but before he could catch his breath, the sense of death crisis in his heart throbbed even more frantically. No good. The Heavenly Extreme Emperor's complexion changed drastically, and he tried his best to continue tearing apart the void to escape, but he suddenly realized that the entire void around him was imprisoned. No matter how much he attacked, the void around him was hard and unmoving. Don't! I'm a sword sect ancestor. I'm a great emperor who still has an important meaning to the sect. You can't kill me as a part of the sect. Knowing that there was no way to escape, the Heavenly Extreme Emperor roared towards the sky in despair, but let him bark like a dead dog. The only thing that responded to him was the sharp strike of the heavenly sword. Put! Only a sword light was seen slashing through, and a large hole was pierced through the heart of the Heavenly Extreme Emperor. If he had been pierced by an ordinary Emperor soldier, then with the terrifying recovery speed of the Great Emperor realm, the Heavenly Extremity Emperor would certainly not have fallen on the spot. But it was a pity that the Heaven Beheading Sword was a Heavenly Tao artifact, capable of destroying even the Heavenly Tao, not to mention him being a regional lower realm Great Emperor. Therefore, after this sword, the Heavenly Extreme Emperor's vitality was completely severed, and along with his soul, he was also decimated by the sword. After collecting the corpse of the Heavenly Extremity Emperor, the heaven-slaying sword shattered the void, and it didn't take a moment for it to return to Qin Xian's hands. After collecting all the cultivation resources from the Heavenly Jade Emperor, Qin Xian threw the corpse of the Heavenly Jade Emperor on top of the square in front of him like a piece of trash. Nowadays, his battle power surpassed that of a great emperor, and he still had quite a few great emperor arms on him, the corpses of the fierce demon great emperors, which he couldn't even use up when bombs were used. So this heavenly great emperor's corpse, he naturally didn't need it and directly handed it over to the sect to deal with. And everyone present watched as Qin Xian skillfully and incomparably took away the Heavenly Jade Emperor's storage ring, and then breezily threw the Heavenly Jade Emperor's corpse onto the ground. At this moment, everyone was silent. Before today, if someone had told them that a divine separation stage powerhouse could decapitate a great Emperor realm griffin, they would have laughed at the fact that this person was sick in the head. But from now on, they believed that the divine separation stage's reversal of the great emperor was a single case in the ages. Chapter 72, Becoming a Son of God. Sea of Luck Points. Seeing old ancestor Jiang Taixuan again. Ding! Your act of suppressing divine Sun Yi Wuji and decapitating the Heavenly Extreme Emperor has allowed everyone to see your terrifying strength. You have established an invincible image in their hearts. Your influence has greatly deepened. Congratulations on obtaining 50 million chi points. Just as the crowd fell into silence, Qin Xian's ears were ringing with a system beep. Indeed, the only fastest way to come to the chi luck points is to be famous in the heavens. Seeing that the system had rewarded him with such a generous amount of chi luck points after he had only killed a great emperor, Qin Xian could not help but murmur in his heart. In the past, he had run here and there and obtained many great opportunities, but the system rewarded him with not as many chi points as he added up today. From this, it could be seen that he wanted to quickly earn a large number of chi points to raise his chi, and being famous was the best choice. I declare that Qin Xian has officially replaced Yi Wuji as my Taixuan sword sect's new divine son. The coronation ceremony is scheduled for 5 days from now, at which time I will invite all the people of the great powers in the southern region to come and watch and witness. In addition, from today onwards, all properties of Tianji Peak belong to Qin Xian. Just as Qin Xian was muttering, Patriarch Lin Wushuang slowed his expression and immediately issued several orders in loud succession. After hearing his words, the crowd all arched their hands in unison and bowed to Qin Xian. Congratulations to senior brother Qin Xian on his promotion to the sect's divine son. In the future, our Taixuan sword sect's younger generation will definitely be able to sweep away all the southern region's heavenly prides under your leadership. Almost all of the heavenly prides were overwhelmed by Qin Xian's strength and vigor. Never mind the fact that a great emperor and a great emperor level heavenly pride had fallen within the sect. However, instead of blaming Qin Xian for this, on the contrary, all of them had to thank Qin Xian, because the asshole faction headed by the Heavenly Extreme Emperor had always been rampant within the sect, and disregarded the rules of the sect, striking out at whomever they wanted. Over the years, even though there had been repeated severe crackdowns by the Patriarch, many celestial pride had still been bullied by the asshole faction's people, but the asshole faction was strong and powerful, and the celestial pride could only recognize their own bad luck even if they were bullied. However, Qin Xian had now stepped forward and directly subdued one of the Cavity faction's top combatants and a top-tier heavenly pride. so it was thought that the Cavity faction would no longer dare to be as unscrupulous as they had been in the past. Therefore everyone was naturally incredibly grateful inwardly for Qin Xian's behavior today. There is no need to be polite. In the future, as long as everyone is united, I believe that the Taixuan sword sect will definitely be able to become the #1 force in the heavenly wasteland continent. Receiving the Divine Sun order from Lin Wushuang, Qin Xian waved his hand towards the crowd and then spoke with an incomparably calm expression. If one wanted to rapidly increase their influence as a way to obtain a large amount of chi points, then the best way to do so would be to make the Taixuan sword sect the #1 force in the heavenly wasteland continent. After all, one's strength was no longer strong, but one's influence was ultimately limited. But if the power where one was located became the strongest in this world, then everyone would treat this place as the holy land of immortal cultivation in their hearts. And as everyone in the world aspired to this place, the chi of this place would naturally rise rapidly. And as the brightest heavenly pride of this power, the chi that one could obtain would naturally be incomparably rich. In addition to the large amount of chi luck points, once the Taixuan sword sect became the #1 power, he only needed a single order to make the sect go around collecting soul-type heavenly treasures for him, and there would be no need for him to go around on his own. Anyway, now that the golden age is coming, all the forces will reshuffle their cards, so instead of being passive and defensive, it is better to take the initiative. He was now unrivaled in battle in this world, and it wasn't difficult for him to want the Taixuan sword sect to grow rapidly. Lord Godson is mighty. We are willing to follow Godson's steps and strive hard for the strength of the clan. Upon hearing Qin Xian's grandiose words, all the celestials present had their fighting spirit ignited, and one after another, they were all loudly shouting Qin Xian's name. Senior. I now feel that losing to Senior Qin isn't something to be ashamed of. He's more suitable to become a sect divine son than I am. In the crowd, Xu Yan couldn't help but feel a bit of fervor when he heard Qin Xian's words. Good, good, good. On the viewing platform, Lin Wushuang and the rest of the clan executives were all happy to see all the heavenly pride seeing Qin Xian as a role model, all united as one. After how many years, their Taixuan sword sect had finally once again produced a legendary figure who had the ability and means to unite the sect together. In order to wait for such a character to appear, countless powerhouses of the older generation had tolerated and endured the asshole faction, and had compromised many times with the Luo Tian sacred sect's clamor. But from now on, there's no need to hold back. It seems like me leaving him in the Taixuan sword sect in the first place was the best decision I've ever made in my life. In the void, third elder ancestor Zheng Taixuan was talking and laughing with the bald old man from the scripture pavilion. In fact, they had already arrived when Qin Xian exterminated Yi Wuji. Seeing that Qin Xian was doing things in a relaxed and decisive manner, the duo was also immensely satisfied with his performance. If the Taixuan sword sect centers on him in the future, my faction is willing to fully cooperate with him. The bald old man stroked his beard, then spoke in a serious tone. Ha 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 ha. Old me also feels that the Taixuan sword sect will usher in an unprecedented splendor in his hands. Hearing the bald old man's words, the smile on Zhang Taixuan's face also became even brighter. Back then, his talent was incomparable and he came out of nowhere, almost claiming to be the #1 heavenly pride in the southern region. But he failed to make the old man in front of him loosen his resolve to rectify the sect. But now that Qin Xian's appearance had easily gained the support of this old senior, Zhang Taixuan was naturally incomparably happy. As the clan's oldest ancestor, he hoped more than anyone else that the Taixuan sword sect would be united and create another brilliant future. And if he could build on this foundation, he would wake up from dreaming with a smile on his face. In fact, how could Zhang Taixuan know that the reason why the old man in front of him was so unconditionally supportive of Qin Xian was all because the artifact spirit of the Pavilion of Scriptures had recognized Qin Xian and had also recognized him as his elder brother. Old ancestor, senior, it's been a long time. Just as the two of them were talking, Qin Xian's figure was suddenly appearing in front of them. He had actually noticed the duo when they first arrived, but had just been busy until now when he had the chance to come up and say hello. And seeing Qin Xian arrive, neither Zhang Taixuan nor the bald old man felt any surprise. After all, this kid could even kill a great emperor, so it would naturally be very simple to discover their scent. Little fellow, you're even better than I imagined. The future beam of the Taixuan sword sect will have to be picked up by you. Zhang Taixuan smiled as he walked over and patted Qin Xian's shoulder before speaking with a face full of relief. Old ancestor, what are you talking about? As a divine son of the sect, since one enjoys this identity and the cultivation resources that come with this identity, it is inherently within one's duty to bring benefits to the sect. For elder ancestor Zhang Taixuan, Qin Xian still had incomparable respect in his heart, truly treating him as if he were his own elder. After all, without the old ancestor's acceptance in the first place, then it would have been difficult for him, Qin Xian, to achieve such dazzling results as he did now in such a short period of time. Well, with your words, old ancestor, I am relieved. This is old ancestor my token. In the future, if you want any resources, if you want to do anything, just directly take this token and go to Lin Wushuang. Seeing how Qin Shan respected himself so much, old ancestor Zhang Taixuan was also smiling from ear to ear. Old ancestor, this is not the place to talk. I have something to give you. After receiving the old ancestor order from Zhang Taixuan, Qin Shan immediately spoke. Alright then, you come with me. Hearing Qin Shan's words, old ancestor Zhang Taixuan froze for a moment, and in the next moment, he took the bald old man and Qin Shan with him and disappeared into the void. Chapter 73, Treating Dao Injuries. Old Ancestor's Style. Building a god statue for Qin Shan. After leaving the sky above the inner gate plaza, Qin Shan and the bald old man quickly arrived at the Taixuan sword sect's ancestral grounds under the leadership of old ancestor Zhang Taixuan. This was a small courtyard with misty clouds and dense aura, which looked a little bit like a paradise. Through the Eye of Void, Qin Shan saw a terrifyingly powerful Emperor-level killing array here, and at the same time, he also saw an opened Emperor-level teleportation array. The true ancestral land is in another small world, where all the other old ancestors are dormant, hiding from the passing of the years and the 5 declines of the celestial beings, while also comprehending the immortal scriptures in their dormancy. The heavenly sword and eye, as well as that heavenly extremity emperor that you obliterated, are considered to be the old ancestor-level figures that have been awakening within the sect now. Seeing that Qin Shan was surveying the teleportation array in front of him, old ancestor Zhang Taixuan didn't have anything to hide, and immediately smiled before revealing some of his hidden secrets. The so-called Heavenly Sword Emperor was none other than the bald old man next to him. Thank you, old ancestor, for informing me, but if a great emperor falls into my hands today, I'm sure that the other great emperors in the same camp as him would not be able to spare me if they knew about it. Retracting his gaze from the teleportation array, Qin Shan was unapologetically speaking out his true inner thoughts. You don't need to worry about this, now that you are carrying the future of the clan on your shoulders. Just cultivate well. All those who want to plot against you will be defined as betraying the clan, and when the time comes, you don't have to do anything. The Heavenly Sword and I will take care of it for you. After hearing Qin Shan's words, elder ancestor Zhang Taixuan immediately opened his mouth with a serious expression. Your Taixuan old ancestor is right. You only need to cultivate in peace. As for those people, they are nothing more than clowns. At this moment, the Heavenly Sword Emperor patted Qin Shan's shoulder and also revealed a rare amiable appearance. In the past, they hadn't moved the asshole sect. Not that they didn't have the strength to do so, but that the sect hadn't seen a rising lord, and they didn't have enough determination. Now that Qin Shan had been viewed by them as a rising master who could lead the Taixuan sword sect to glory, then they would naturally cultivate and guard him with all their might. Hearing the words of the two old ancestors, a smile unconsciously appeared on Qin Shan's face. Although he wouldn't leave his safety in the hands of others, the two old ancestors' resolute attitude was incomparably satisfying to him. Two old ancestors, please also sit on your knees. I have a way to heal the Dao injuries and the 5 failures of the celestials on your bodies. Looking at the two kindly old men in front of him, Qin Shan immediately smiled and spoke. The two old ancestors were both honorable people. One almost lost his life to seal the demon abyss fierce demon, and the other defied the 5 failures of the celestial beings brought about by the passing of the years and guarded the Tibetan scripture pavilion for the sect for countless years. The most important thing was that both of the two old ancestors were supporting him, and for his own people, he would definitely help if he could help in any way he could. Moreover, if he cured the injuries of the two old ancestors, or even made them go further, then his own position in the sect would become more and more secure. On the side, Zhang Taixuan and the Heavenly Sword Emperor were both stunned after hearing Qin Shan's words, but after reacting, they didn't say anything, didn't ask anything, and immediately casually beckoned for 2 futons before sitting on their knees. And seeing the two old ancestors sitting down on their knees, Qin Shan didn't have the slightest hesitation, and directly began to refine a large amount of Tree of Life essence by urging the all-things-swallowing heavenly cauldron with all his might in the dark. After obtaining enough essence of the Tree of Life, he casually waved his hand and struck this massive amount of essence into the dantian of old ancestor Zhang Taixuan and Heavenly Sword Emperor. Boom! The essence of the Tree of Life had just been struck in, and both old ancestor Zhang Taixuan and Heavenly Sword Emperor were instantly enveloped by a terrifying aura of life. Under the effect of the powerful Tree of Life essence, their previous Dao injuries and celestial 5 failures, which they could only forcefully suppress, were all healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and as their injuries healed, the aura on their bodies became more and more terrifying. First was old ancestor Zhang Taixuan. He was the number 1 person in the southern domain when he was young, and before he sealed the demonic abyss in the first place, he was already an 8 revolutions great emperor. It was only because of that battle at the demon abyss that he suffered a serious Dao injury, which caused his realm to fall, and to this day, he only has less than a first-turn great emperor's cultivation left. If Qin Shan hadn't intervened, there would have been nothing but 2 endings for him. Either the realm would continue to fall down to quasi-emperor, unable to suppress the Dao injuries any longer and then die, or one would have an epiphany of the immortal immortal scriptures in the midst of a desperate situation, thus reversing the fate of heaven. However, now because of Qin Xian's strike, he had a third ending, which was that his injuries were healed, his lifespan was restored, and he could return to his full strength back then. Boom boom boom. Along with the rapid healing of his Dao injuries, old ancestor Jiang Taixuan's realm was also recovering at an extremely fast pace, and in less than half an hour's time, he had regained his position as an 8 revolutions great emperor. The moment the realm was regained, he directly and instantly transformed from his original dying twilight state into a youthful form with black hair and a straight posture. Not to mention, old ancestor Jiang Taixuan was truly handsome and dashing after reverting back to his youthful form, coupled with the cold expression on his face. He must have once been a high-cooled male god without a doubt. As for the Heavenly Sword Emperor Chu Tianjian's side, the twilight aura on his body had disappeared after the celestial 5 failures on his body were cured by the countless tree of life essences. In its place, thick black hair grew on his balding head, and his original old age was transformed into a youthful appearance. As for his cultivation, it hadn't risen as much as old ancestor Jiang Taixuan's had dabbled, but Qin Xian was able to sense that Chu Tianjian's cultivation had already surpassed that of a great emperor, reaching the realm of a half-step human immortal. From now on, in this southern region, you just act in a high profile, and if anything goes wrong, we both bail you out. After regaining their full strength, the two old ancestors, Jiang Taixuan and Chu Tianjian, both looked domineering as they opened their mouths towards Qin Xian. With their strength today, not to say that they were absolutely invincible in the southern region. After all, there were many things in this world that were far from as simple as what was seen on the surface. But no matter what, in this southern region the two of them joined forces and no one could do anything about them. Hearing the tone of the two old ancestors taking sides, Qin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. With his current battle power, he was already invincible in this heavenly desolate continent and didn't need anyone to guard him at all. But this feeling of being guarded still put him in a pleasant mood. Without any hesitation, he secretly returned all the resources in the Heavenly Extreme Emperor's storage ring in 10,000 times the amount. Ding! 10,000 times the number returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 Great Emperor level spirit veins, 300,000 Quasi-Emperor level spirit veins, 10,000 drops of Emperor level spirit divine liquid, 10,000 Emperor weapons, and 200,000 Emperor level elixirs. After all the resources 10,000 times the number of return 10,000 drops of spirit god liquid. Qin Xian left all of them. After all, this is the current heavenly treasure that he needs the most to enhance his soul power. As for the other cultivation resources, after Qin Xian left 20% as funds for his usual outings and walks, the rest was all given by him to old man Jiang Taixuan, along with the cultivation resources in that storage ring he had prepared in the beginning. He also gave it away. Your physique is extremely resource-consuming. We must not accept these things. Seeing Qin Xian take out so many high-level resources at once, even the world-weary elder ancestor Jiang Taixuan and elder ancestor Chu Tianjian couldn't help but look shocked. However, they all attributed these to Qin Xian's strange encounters, and they didn't have any intention of inquiring about it, let alone any thoughts of taking it away. The two old ancestors don't have to be like this. Nowadays the heaven and earth have changed drastically. Countless strong people and heavenly prides have emerged. It won't be long before this world is bound to be in great chaos. If I, Taixuan Sword Sect, want to rocket up in this power reshuffle, I have to take advantage of the current situation to raise my overall strength by leaps and bounds, and in order to raise my strength, this resource consumption is essential. When the clan becomes a top-tier power in this great reshuffle, I'll need the clan to go around collecting soul-type heavenly treasures for me at that time. Seeing the two elder ancestors refusing, Qin Xian immediately spoke out his inner thoughts. Hearing this, the two old ancestors also knew that a great change in the heavens and earth would surely bring about a great upheaval. So after a long silence, and after repeatedly ascertaining that Qin Xian was truly not lacking in cultivation resources, they then guiltily accepted these resources. It is truly a blessing of several lifetimes for the clan to have you. Starting today, the Taixuan Sword Sect will create an idol for you that everyone will honor. The two old ancestors gave Qin Xian a deep look and then spoke with a serious expression. Chapter 74, Southern Domain Shock, Ninth Order Cosmic Sun, Soul Force Breakthrough. Hearing that he was going to build a divine statue for himself, Qin Xian did not refuse. After all, it would allow him to accelerate the process of obtaining more chi luck points. After chatting with the two old ancestors for a while longer, he casually handed them 2 pieces of Heavenly Dao Great Enlightenment tea leaves before turning around and leaving from the ancestral ground. With the great change in heaven and earth, realm breakthroughs are even easier. We must not fail him. The two old ancestors looked at the enlightenment tea leaves in their hands that were so advanced that they could not be comprehended, and then looked at Qin Xian's departing back, and a look of determination appeared on both their faces. At this moment, if Qin Xian knew what was going on in their minds, he he would definitely be unable to resist saying in his heart, "My clan's old ancestor has the appearance of an immortal." While the Taixuan sword sect was preparing for Qin Xian's divine son coronation ceremony, the entire southern domain was already in an uproar. Nima, this news is a lie, right? Half a month's time to go from the Qi refining stage to the divine separation stage, and to kill the transition stage divine son Yi Wuji in a single move. Who would believe this? Get lost, you uneducated griffin. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it either. He is a supreme heavenly pride with the first physique of the heavens. In terms of qualifications, in terms of combat power, who in this heavenly desolate continent compares to him? Isn't it normal for such a heavenly pride to crush over the levels? Even if that's the case, there are rumors that he destroyed a great emperor with a single sword. So this should be nonsense, right? This is indeed a bit blown out of proportion, but there is no doubt about his strength. I'm only afraid that there aren't many people in the younger generation of the southern domain who are his rivals anymore. What a pity. He wanted to join our clan in the beginning, but the clan elders had eyes but no pearls, and turned away such a peerless heavenly pride for nothing. At first, our clan rejected him as well, and now that I think about it, even if we give him a chance, what can we do? The elder who was responsible for accepting the disciple in the first place was a bit too narrow-minded. After countless scattered cultivators, clans, and lineages heard about Qin Xian's exploits, they didn't believe that Qin Xian had the strength to exterminate great emperors with a single sword. Even though they didn't believe that Qin Xian had the strength to exterminate great emperors with a single sword, but the Taixuan sword sect's previous divine son, Yi Wuji, died in his hands, as well as the half-month period in which he possessed a cultivation of the 9th level of the divine separation stage, as well as the Taixuan sword sect's establishment of him as a divine son. These were all verifiable facts, and with these 3 points alone, it made him an instant favorite of the younger generation in the southern domain. In terms of fame, in terms of discussion, he was not in the least bit weaker than those top-tier heavenly prides who had been famous for a long time. Those clans that had once rejected him were also the ones that had people complaining that the apprentice-accepting elders had eyes that didn't recognize him Tai, and that they had turned away such a supreme talent. Some people are shocked, some people are envious, and naturally, some people are jealous and angry, just like the Luo Tian sacred sect. For example, on learning that Qin Xian had finally washed away the dust and blossomed into light, becoming a supreme celestial pride in one fell swoop, Patriarch Mu Changqing and a group of senior officials were all gloomy. The great world was coming and their Luo Tian sacred sect had just lost Yi Qianzheng, a divine sun level figure, and the strong rise of Qin Xian of the Taixuan sword sect was not a good thing for them. Send out Saint Realm dead soldiers. Once Qin Xian leaves the Taixuan sword sect, make sure to completely obliterate him, no matter what method is used. Makoto Evergreen and a group of senior officers made this decision after deliberation, and besides the Luo Tian sacred sect, there were also people on the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect side who wanted to get rid of Qin Xian because their sect had an immortal artifact that could predict the world's situation. The result predicted by this recent immortal weapon is that the fierce demon will break the seal, and the world will be in chaos, with all the forces being affected, except for the Taixuan sword sect, which has rocketed to the top. Seeing this prediction, the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect's senior management held a meeting overnight and decided to start suppressing the Taixuan sword sect from all aspects. After all, their Vermilion Bird Immortal sect was an immortal Taoist, and had been sitting in the position of the boss of the southern region for hundreds of thousands of years, and now that the world's situation had changed, the Taixuan sword sect was going to rise strongly. As the bosses of the overlords, they naturally could not allow such a thing to happen. But they would send people to assassinate any of the Taixuan sword sect's top celestial pride, and with Qin Xian's reputation at this point in time, he naturally became the top target on their assassination list. The 3 quasi-emperors act together and do it cleanly. Vermilion Bird Immortal sect Patriarch Huang Jingtian spoke in a cold voice. Aside from the Luo Tian sacred sect and the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect, all the other great emperor clans in the southern domain had also made moves. As for the Xian Heavenly Divine Exalt who had seized the 3rd young master of the Imperial Lu clan, Lu Maniac, after hearing about this matter, he appeared to be particularly calm. No one else believed that Qin Xian could decimate a great emperor, but he was incomparably sure. After all, that Qin Xian kid had gotten the inheritance of the reincarnation Heavenly Father, and the bottom card in his hand even made his scalp feel numb. Killing a great emperor was simply easy. Now that he can subdue great emperors, I won't have a chance to compete with him in this realm, but fortunately, I have the cultivation experience of a divine exalt, and my breakthrough speed is far 1,000 times faster than others. I must ascend to the immortal realm ahead of him, and there, I'll have a chance to reclaim the inheritance from him. Squeezing his fists, the captured Lu Maniac no longer hesitated, and immediately closed the door to continue breaking through his cultivation. Ding! Your amazing battle results have spread throughout the southern region, making you the man of the hour for the younger generation in the southern region in one fell swoop, and furthermore, making countless major powers see you as a thorn in their side. Your influence has greatly increased. Congratulations on receiving 90 million chi points. Taixuan Sword Sect. Qin Xian had just returned to his green dragon peak when the system beep sounded in his ears. Hearing the system beep, he hurriedly opened the system panel to check the chi luck points he currently possessed. 170 million points. It's not worth my hard work. Seeing his chi luck points, Qin Xian couldn't help but have a touch of delight cross his face. In the next moment, he directly unleashed the plugin and casually returned all of these chi luck points in 10,000 times the amount. Ding! 10,000 times the number of returns returned successfully. Congratulations, you have gained 17,000 billion fortune points. Do you choose to enhance your fortune? Yes. Qin Xian chose to use it to enhance his personal chi without even thinking about it. Ding! 170 billion chi points have been consumed. Congratulations on your chi being raised to the 9th order of cosmic suns. When all the points were consumed, his chi directly skyrocketed from a 2nd order son of the universe to a 9th order son of the universe. The moment his chi was elevated, he could clearly feel his connection with the heaven and earth great Tao becoming even closer. The rules of heaven and earth. The aura didn't need him to actively guide them. All of these auras, rules would actively enter his body and then go to quench and enhance his physique. This was equivalent to not having to deliberately cultivate in the future. He could become stronger while lying down. Not only that, he discovered that his spiritual roots and enlightenment had directly advanced from the half-step heavenly Tao level to the heavenly Tao level along with the surge in his chi. It's actually possible? Qin Xian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the surge in chi would cause his qualifications to rise as well. After his spiritual root and enlightenment were raised to the heavenly Tao level, his understanding of the various feats, immortal arts, and divine abilities would be even more profound and rapid. At the same time, he became even more determined inwardly to quickly obtain chi points through the path of being famous in all the heavens and all the worlds, and then come to raise his chi by leaps and bounds. Returning to his cabin, Qin Xian arrived in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda with a thought. Without any hesitation, he threw 10,000 drops of Emperor-level Spirit Divine Liquid directly into the 10,000 Things Heaven-swallowing cauldron to refine it, and after obtaining 10,000 Tao of Spirit Divine Liquid Essence, he immediately activated the star-refining divine decree within his body. This gong method had now reached the heavenly Tao level, and whether it was the speed of refining and absorbing, or the speed of quenching the spirit, it was 1,000 times, 10,000 times faster than the previous demigod level. Therefore, he had only just run his gongfu, and the 10,000 Tao Spirit Divine Liquid Essence was like 10,000 rivers returning to the sea, surging madly into his sea of consciousness. Buzz off! Along with the large amount of Spirit God Liquid Essence being absorbed, the number of star shadows within his sea of consciousness was also frantically increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1,020, 1,030, 1,040. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda. 10,000 drops of Emperor-level spiritual divine liquid had been consumed by Qin Xian, while the number of star void shadows within his sea of consciousness had reached 1,200. It's time to make a breakthrough in your cultivation. With his soul power getting a not-so-small boost, Qin Xian had no intention of suppressing his cultivation. Immediately, when he gazed at his mind and quieted his qi, he began to operate the 9 revolution Xian Yuan Gong in his body to break through his cultivation level. Chapter 75. Breaking through the harmonization stage. Bountiful reward. Going to the endless sea. Rumble. When the 9 revolutions Xian Yuan Gong within his body began to operate crazily, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from Qin Xian's body. In the next moment, his cultivation didn't have any bottlenecks, and he directly broke through from the 9th level of the divine separation stage to the harmonization stage. Because the level of qi was so high, he didn't need to cross the tribulation at all nowadays, and when he stepped out of the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda, the heavenly Tao of this side would send the thunder tribulation origin to him. However, at this moment, Qin Xian had no intention of going out, as he had just broken through the harmonization stage, and the aura on his body continued to rise. Haptic Stage 2, Haplocalyptic Stage 4, 6th in the harmonization stage. After only a quarter of an hour, his cultivation level had broken through from the 1st level of the harmonization stage to the 7th level of the harmonization stage, and as his cultivation rose, his lifespan followed suit by a few thousand years, and with the 20,000 years he had before, he now had a lifespan of almost 30,000 years. In addition to the increase in his lifespan, his battle power, defense, speed, and recovery ability had all been boosted by a considerable amount. However, the biggest change this time was that his divine sense warning range had skyrocketed from over 10,000 meters to over 20,000 meters. It is worth mentioning that the range of divine sense warning mentioned here is not the distance that divine sense can probe. Divine sense warning range refers to the fact that there is no need for him to deliberately open it without any mental exertion. And once the enemy enters this range, any breeze can be instantly detected by him so that he can have time to react. And the distance that divine sense could probe referred to the range that could be enveloped by actively opening divine sense. This fan was roughly equivalent to as much as 10 times the warning range, which meant that nowadays he could probably see everything within a radius of more than 200,000 meters as long as he actively probed. However, this probing needs to require mental energy, and once it's turned off, it's gone. Cultivation enhancement is still a bit slow, but luckily if we wait for another 7 or 8 days, the spirit medicines in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda will all be able to reach 10,000 years of medicinal power. I'll be able to make one crazy breakthrough by then. Stopping his cultivation breakthrough, Qin Xian squeezed his fists and sensed his own strength before muttering to himself in his mind. Right now, there were still 5 days before the godchild coronation ceremony, and he didn't intend to stay in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda to continue his seclusion. After all, his current battle power was already unrivaled in the heavenly wasteland continent, and whether or not he raised it for the time being no longer had much impact. All he needed to do now was wait for the soul-type heavenly treasures in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda to reach 10,000 years of medicinal power, and then he would continue to raise his cultivation. After delaying for so long, it's time to make a trip to the Endless Sea. Taking out an ancient beast skin treasure map and looking at it, Qin Xian got up and left the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda. This treasure map was still the one he had gotten from that guy when he had decapitated Luo Tian Sacred Sect's divine son, Yi Qianjia, in the Sky Break Mountain range. Originally, he had planned to make the trip when he broke through the Jindan stage or Yuaning stage, but because he had been pestered with important matters, he had postponed it until now. He had just returned to his cabin from the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda when the Heavenly Tao delivered hundreds of Thunder Tribulation origins to him as expected. Not only that, but the broadcasting sound of the elevated rankings of the 10,000 Ancient Celestial Pride ranking was also ringing in his ears. Humongous Bandit Qin Taixuan, congratulations on breaking the Ancient Extreme Realm in the Divine Separation stage. Your ranking has risen 100 places, hereby rewarding you with 20 Divine Grade Spirit Veins and 20 drops of Divine Source Liquid. As that old voice rang out, 20 Divine Grade Spirit Veins and 20 drops of Divine Origin Liquid instantly appeared in Qin Xian's storage ring. Without any hesitation, he immediately made a 10,000 times quantity return of all the resources he had just obtained. Ding! 10,000 times the number returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 200,000 Divine Grade Spirit Veins, 200,000 drops of Divine Source Liquid, and 1,000,000 Thunderbolt Origins. As the system beep fell, piles of high-level cultivation resources just appeared in the middle of the system space. After a brief glance, Qin Xian used a voice transmission jade slip to inform Patriarch Lin Wuxuan that he was going out. Now that the Great World is approaching, many forces are restless. Why don't I go and ask the old ancestor to follow you? Hearing Qin Xian's voice transmission, Lin Wuxuan froze for a moment and then spoke in a serious tone. Although Qin Xian had exterminated the Heavenly Extreme Emperor in front of him, he felt that it should have been because Qin Xian had utilized some sort of terrifying undercard, which was so precious that it could be saved. Therefore, he planned to go and ask the old ancestor to protect Qin Xian's safety. No need. I have no fear of anyone when the Great World is at war. Patriarch, just spread the news of my departure from the clan and leave the rest to me. Qin Xian returned in a casual tone. The moment the decision was made to be famous in the heavens and the worlds, he anticipated that he would be targeted and assassinated. But even if the world was in turmoil, even if the world was full of enemies, he would still be the one who laughed in the end, because in this world, this star field, this universe, there was simply no existence that could kill him. On the contrary, the more enemies he had, the more excited he became, because not only were these people sending him cultivation resources, they were also helping him grow his reincarnation sword intent. It was important to know that his reincarnation sword intent was that the more existences that were reincarnated, the more powerful the sword intent would be. To put it simply, the more enemies he killed, the stronger that sword intent would be, and theoretically there was no upper limit to this sword intent. This was also one of the reasons why he chose to become famous in the heavens and the worlds in the first place. After all, only by becoming famous would he attract enemies. Well, I know that your strength is unfathomable, but remember to never underestimate the people of the world. The lion wrestles with the rabbit also uses all its strength. What can be solved with one sword? Never out of the second sword. After killing, remember to destroy the soul, destroy the body, destroy the trace, and never give the enemy the slightest opportunity to reverse the defeat. And when encountering those who can't be defeated, you can't be headstrong. Just run outside to show the enemy to be weak. The strength in front of people to show 3 points. Leave 7 points. Do not gullibly trust others. All things to their own left a few more back roads. Seeing Qin Xian's resolute and confident attitude, Lin Wuxuan pondered for a moment and agreed to his request to leave the clan. However, before leaving the clan, he still gave Qin Xian a secret book that recorded the method of entering the world of the clan's predecessors, and repeatedly emphasized that Qin Xian should study the experience of dealing with things recorded on it when he had nothing else to do. Qin Xian smiled and responded, then immediately stepped into the air and directly left the Green Dragon Peak. In terms of being an old sixth, he, a traveler plus an old bookworm, had much more experience than the Taixuan sword sect seniors. Weak is tactical penetration, strong is fire coverage. For all the people in the sky and the earth, he is invincible, so there is no need to hide anything anymore. Just show your head directly in seconds will be enough. With Patriarch Lin Wuxuan's deliberate spreading of the news, it hadn't been long since Qin Xian had left the clan, and the news of his departure from the clan had been made known to countless major powers. Take action immediately. Gu Qingyue, the eldest miss of the Gu family, Luo Tian Sacred Sect Patriarch Mu Chongqing, and Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect Patriarch Huang Jingtian ordered one after another, determined to shatter Qin Xian into pieces. Chapter 76, Killing 5 Sacred Realms in Seconds. Endless Sea Dragon Zun emerges. After leaving the Taixuan sword sect, Qin Xian stepped into the air all the way to the south, and after flying continuously for more than 2 hours, he stopped at a sea, followed all the way. All come out. Stopping above the surface of the sea, he opened his mouth expressionlessly towards the void above. Knowing that we are on our trail, and you still dare to come to this deserted place. Should I praise you for your courage, or should I say that you are stupid and ignorant? As Qin Xian's words fell, 3 masked women whose bodies exuded the aura of the sacred realm slowly walked out from the void. The tall woman at the head of the group even sneered and taunted. Where are you guys? Still not coming out? Qin Xian didn't care about the woman's taunts. Instead, he once again shouted coldly towards the void. The moment these words came out, those 3 women of the sacred realm entry immediately looked startled. But without waiting for them to open their mouths, 2 black-clothed men with a terrifying killing aura slowly emerged from the void behind them. Kill! Seeing that their traces had been discovered, the 2 men in black didn't say a word and directly drew out the daggers in their hands, and then attacked Qin Xian violently with one on the left and one on the right. They were clearly the dead soldiers sent by the Luo Tian sacred sect, and each of them had the cultivation of the great sacred realm. Boom! The moment they struck, they were ruthless to the extreme. The daggers in their hands seemed to be the sides of the god of death, and in just the blink of an eye, they arrived on both sides of Qin Xian. Got it! Seeing the 2 great saints striking out at Qin Xian together, the scene of Qin Xian being dismantled was already floating in the minds of those 3 masked women. Just at this moment, a sound of a sword suddenly resounded in their ears, and they didn't see anything before the heads of those 2 great sage realm powerhouses flew high into the air. Not good. This kid has the means to subdue us. Hurry! Seeing that the 2 great sage realms were so easily killed by a swordlight, the masked woman in the lead's heart was instantly flooded with shocking waves. Too late to be shocked, the 3 of them immediately broke into the air towards the distance with all their might. If you want to run, it's already too late. As he watched the silhouettes of the 3 people disappear in an instant, Qin Xian casually threw out the heaven-slashing sword in his hand. Pffffffffff. The heaven-slashing sword directly transformed into a streak of light and came to the top of the 3 people's heads in the twinkling of an eye, and then without any surprise, it decapitated the 3 people's heads. The heaven-slashing sword was now a heavenly Tao artifact, and under one sword, both the physical body and the soul would be completely declared dead. Therefore the 3 of them didn't even have time to scream and beg for mercy before they fell so ridiculously. After killing the enemies, Qin Xian casually collected the storage rings of a few people, and then he even directly utilized the Swire Vermilion Bird Inflammation to burn the corpses of these people into ashes. After doing so, he casually swept a glance at a few people's storage rings, but inside, there were nothing but the Holy Realm cultivation resources that should be there, such as Holy Level Spirit Veins, Holy Level Pills, Holy Level Elixirs, and so on. Something that would indicate a token or information about where these people came from was anything but. Things are quite clean, but I don't believe that you will give up on continuing to assassinate me after realizing that I have not fallen. Qin Xian muttered in his mind while returning all of these Saint Realm resources in 10,000 times the amount. Ding, 10,000 times the number returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 600,000 Saint Grade Spiritual Veins. 100,000 drops of Saint Grade Spiritual Divine Liquid. 1,000,000 Saint Grade Heavenly Materials. 50,000 Saint Weapons. And 2,500,000 bottles of Saint Pills. As the system beep fell, a large amount of Saint-level cultivation resources were immediately added to his system space, putting away the Saint-grade spiritual divine liquid that he could use, and planting some soul-type heavenly treasures in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda. The rest were all thrown into a new storage ring by him. Only after doing so did he make the heaven-slashing sword larger before letting it carry him through the void on the surface of the sea at breakneck speeds. This sea was worthy of being called the Endless Sea, and the heaven-slashing sword had carried him for several hours in a row. But he still couldn't see any end to it. It wasn't until the sun was setting and the colorful haze filled the sky that an island emitting a blood-red aura appeared hundreds of thousands of miles ahead of him. From a distance, he could smell the scent of blood in the air. I thought that what was recorded on the beast skin map would be an ancient relic, but I didn't expect it to be a place of great evil. Looking at the island filled with blood aura ahead, Xinxian also could not help but mutter in his heart. He was able to see clearly through the raging blood aura that there was indeed an island in front of him because he possessed the eyes of void. If someone else came, even if the other party was in the Great Emperor realm, they would definitely only be able to see the terrifyingly thick fog of blood chi in front from afar, and as for the rest, it would be impossible to probe into it at all. The reason for this was that the terrifying aura emanating from this blood chi had far surpassed the Great Emperor realm, so not to mention the Great Emperors. Even if a human immortal realm powerhouse came, they would only dare to take a look from afar, because once they got close, they would either have their minds affected by this blood mist, and would be completely reduced to killing machines, either he would be directly devoured by this blood mist and die on the spot, and a third situation would definitely not occur. There is also the fact that these blood mists can isolate the probing of divine sense, unless they see it with their own eyes. Otherwise the strongest person in this heavenly desolate continent will not want to know the existence of this place, and this place was already unknown how far away from the nearest land. After all, the speed at which the heaven-slashing sword had just flown was beyond the Great Emperor realm, and he had used the heaven-slashing sword to fly at extreme speeds through the void for several more hours, knowing that the Great Emperor realm could be 1,000 miles away with a single thought. Flying continuously for several hours with a speed beyond this level, that distance had reached a terrifying level. Coupled with the fact that there were all sorts of terrifyingly extreme sea beasts gathering in this endless sea, unusual cultivators couldn't even enter the deep inner perimeter of the endless sea, let alone discovering the great ferocious land in the depths of this endless sea. As for the Great Emperor realm or the human immortal realm, the vast majority of people would not intrude into the depths of the endless sea for no reason, and those with iron heads, even if they discovered this place of great evil, there was a high probability that they would keep the secret in their hearts, or inform a few top-level powerhouses as secrets. So this led to the fact that on the recorded history of the major forbidden places in the southern domain, there was no record of this one great evil place. To all the cultivators in the heavenly wasteland continent, this island covered in terrifying blood chi was 100% a place of great evil. However, for Xinxian, this was a treasure land full of great opportunities, because his Void Avenue body was capable of absorbing all the energy in the world for cultivation. These terrifying blood chi in front of him were precisely the high-level resources used for cultivation. All things heaven-swallowing cauldron. Swallow for me. Without the slightest hesitation, Xinxian summoned the all-swallowing heavenly cauldron as soon as he stood on the sky-splitting sword. In the next moment, the size of the cauldron of all things swallowing the heavens grew extremely large at great speed, and in the blink of an eye, it became a shade that covered the sky, and then in one go, it swallowed the terrifying island in front of it as well as those blood-red mists. Boom boom boom. After this great evil land was swallowed up, an immense and incomparable vortex appeared where the island was originally located. The whirlpool was like a bottomless black hole, constantly engulfing the seawater in a 100-mile radius. Ha 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 ha. Countless years have passed, and this immortal sovereign has finally been freed from the seal. Kid, on account of you helping this immortal exalt break the seal, hand over the giant tripod in your hand, kneel down and submit to this seat, and this seat will grant you supreme opportunities. After that whirlpool swallowed a large amount of seawater, an openly loud laugh suddenly came out from within. Immediately after, a 5-clawed golden dragon that was several thousand meters long and radiated golden light all over its body was what appeared in front of Xinxian. Chapter 77, Subduing the Dragon Father of Tongtian. Acquiring a true dragon as a mount. Kneel down and give me a mount, and I can grant you supreme opportunities as well. Looking at the arrogant 5-clawed golden dragon in front of him, Xinxian spoke expressionlessly. Well, it seems that the way this father speaks is too polite, so much so that it makes you think that this father has no temper. Upon hearing Xinxian's equally open-mouthed tone, Tong Tian Dragonfather's excited smile instantly stiffened on his face. He didn't know how this weak human cultivator in front of him dared to say such words in front of him, an immortal exalt. However, he was extremely annoyed right now, so without the slightest hesitation, he directly exuded an incomparably terrifying true dragon pressure and swept towards Qin Shen. You, get on your knees, only to see him open his huge dragon mouth. The brilliant dragon might press down on Qin Shen's body like a raging wind and rain. But what made the Taixuan dragon father dumbfounded was that before his mountainous pressure could even get close to Qin Shen's body, it was dissipated by an unseen and unknown force on Qin Shen's body. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the Taixuan dragon father was a bit dumbfounded. Even if the dragon might just now, he just wanted to scare Qin Shen. After all, although he Taixuan dragon Zun was overbearing, also extremely conceited, and even more so, somewhat greedy for money. He had not reached the level of heartlessness to exterminate his benefactor, but he really didn't expect Qin Shen, a tiny harmonization stage cultivator, to actually be able to ignore his true dragon pressure, which was outrageous any way you look at it. Your turn is over, now it's my turn. Ignoring Taixuan Dragonfather's incredulous expression, Qin Shen pulled out several hundred Immortal Dignity Realm Attack Talismans just without hesitation and threw out 10 at a time. These Immortal Dignity Realm Attack Talismans were the ones he had asked Ethereal Immortal Dignity to refine before getting them through the system's 10,000 times quantity return. Ever since it was refined, there had been no opportunity to put it to use, but now it could be used. Boom boom boom. The Immortal Exaltation Realm Attack Talisman had just been thrown out, and a deafening explosion instantly rang out. An attack talisman of the Immortal Exalted Realm, and hundreds of them at a time? What exactly is your origin? In the void in front of him, when the Taixuan Dragonfather, who had dodged the explosion of 10 Immortal Exaltation Realm Attack Talismans in a sorry state, saw that there were still several hundred attack talismans of the same level in Qin Shen's hands, he instantly felt a little heart-stopping. Being sealed by the enemy in this place has been over an unknown number of years, although his current realm is still the Immortal Dignity realm, but the strength of the body has long been 10 not 1. Just now, if it wasn't for the incomparably powerful physical body of the true Dragon Clan, he would have never been able to carry the damage of those 10 Immortal Exaltation Realm Attack Talismans. However, if the hundreds of Immortal Exaltation Realm Attack Talismans in Qin Shen's hand all greeted him, then he would definitely be suffocated and blown up today. However, upon hearing his words, Qin Shen simply ignored them and instantly threw out a dozen or so attack talismans. Watching the dozen or so attack talismans about to explode, the Taixuan Dragonfather didn't hesitate in the slightest, gritting his teeth and preparing to tear through the void to escape. Just in the next moment, he realized that the void around him was enchanted by special rules, and no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't shake the void by half. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can we talk properly? Knowing that he couldn't escape, the Taixuan Dragonfather roared with an iron-faced face while having to coil up his dragon body as a way to reduce the damage from the explosion. Rumble! The terrifying sound of explosions resounded once again, and the dragon body of the Taixuan Dragon Sovereign finally couldn't carry the damage caused by a dozen or so attack talismans exploding at the same time, and drops of golden blood began to bubble outwards from amongst his dragon scales. And after this round of bombardment, the aura on the Taixuan Dragonfather's body had obviously withered quite a bit. Kid, I admit that I just spoke a bit louder, but from the beginning to the end, I had no intention of harming you. How about you make a condition? My father fulfills it, and then you let my father go? Seeing that Qin Shen was going to continue throwing attack talismans at him, the corners of the Taixuan Dragon Sovereign's mouth twitched, and immediately transformed into a young man dressed in silver robes with a pair of dragon horns on his head. He then opened his mouth to Qin Shen. I said, kneel down and be my mount, and I'll grant you a supreme chance. Qin Shen expressionlessly repeated his conditions. In fact, if the Taixuan Dragonfather had been polite to him as soon as he came out, then at most he would have asked for some dragon divine abilities, or some high-level resources or something. However, this stupid dragon wants him to kneel down and follow. Then sorry, today, either the stupid dragon kneels down and recognizes its master, obediently becoming his mount, or he will personally kill it. Do you know that I am one of the royal sons of the true dragon clan of the Immortal Realm? And my true dragon clan is not only the overlord in the Immortal Realm, but even in the divine realm. It also has a notable status. If you dare to enslave me as a mount, you are stepping on the face of the entire true dragon clan, and if this is known by the people of my clan, then you will face an endless pursuit. Seeing Qin Shen's non-negotiable face, the Taixuan Dragonfather immediately moved his origins with a black face, trying to have to dispel Qin Shen's idea of accepting him as a mount by doing so. If your true dragon clan was so powerful, you wouldn't have been sealed in a side of the lower realm for so many years. Qin Shen didn't care about the Taixuan Dragonfather's identity at all. He only cared about the ending, and when he finished, he was going to continue throwing attack talismans. Kid, it's not impossible to want me to be your mount, but you have to come up with a talent or background that convinces me. right? If it's just by virtue of these immortal exaltation realm attack talismans, then my father would rather fish to death than submit to you. Seeing that Qin Xian was determined to ask him to make a choice, the Tongtian Dragonfather spoke with a face full of gloom. If he could live, he definitely didn't want to die. But if Qin Xian didn't have a talent that made him despair, or a background that was so powerful that he couldn't reach it, then he would rather die than give in. This was the last of his dignity as a royal son of the true dragon clan. I am the #1 physique in the heavens, and I even have supreme fortune to add to my body. As for my background, I'm not sure about the specifics. For the time being, I'm just a divine son of a clan in the lower realm. Seeing the stubbornness on the Tongtian Dragonfather's face, Qin Xian returned in a casual tone. Immediately afterward, he instantly released the aura of the Void Avenue body. Boom! Just as the great Tao of Void body was displayed, a terrifying to the extreme power of nothingness flew directly out of his body. And then all of a sudden, it shook the Tongtian Dragonfather to the point where his divine soul trembled. I, simmering Tongtian, would like to recognize you as my master. Feeling the supreme aura emanating from Qin Xian's body, the Tongtian Dragon Sovereign put away the unwillingness on his face and immediately knelt down on one knee to show his submission. Remember this day well, for it is the beginning of the rewriting of your destiny. Looking at the Tongtian Dragonfather who was kneeling on one knee, Qin Xian spoke with a serious expression. In the next moment, he directly activated the reincarnation sword cannon within his body, and in one fell swoop, he left a sword intent in Bo Tongtian's soul. From now on, as long as Bo Tongtian dared to have the slightest intention of betrayal, this sword intent would instantly tear apart his soul and dragon body. Bo Tongtian pays his respects to master. After being imprinted with Qin Xian's sword intent, Bo Tongtian immediately stood up and came to Qin Xian's side before respectfully bowing. Just address me as Gongzi from now on. Casually speaking towards simmering Tongtian, Qin Xian backhanded hundreds of Tree of Life essences into simmering Tongtian's body. Buzz! The essence of the Tree of Life had just entered his body, and the various injuries on the Tongtian Dragonfather's body were rapidly recovering at an incomparably terrifying speed. Chapter 78, Spiritual Power Upgraded Again. Crazy Daughter of Luck. Many thanks, Your Excellency. Feeling the various injuries on his body rapidly improving, Bo Tongtian immediately looked shocked and grateful. A son with a heavenly talent, a mysterious origin, and a willingness to treat his subordinates well, which made the trace of resentment and unwillingness that existed in his heart begin to gradually dissipate at this moment. Qin Xian didn't say anything, and after striking those hundreds of Tree of Life essences into simmering Tongtian's body, he checked the result of the refinement of the all-things-swallowing heavenly cauldron. First of all, that island was an immortal mountain, equivalent to a 9th-ranked immortal artifact, which had been refined into a mortal artifact essence at this moment. Secondly, those blood mists, which were made from the essence blood of ancient ferocious beasts at the same level as the true dragon, with the purpose of suppressing simmering Tongtian, were also refined into a more pure blood essence. The last thing was that there was also an extremely powerful 9th-rank immortal formation on this island, a formation that Qin Xian did not allow the all-things-swallowing heavenly cauldron to refine. Without any hesitation, he directly returned these essences and this 9th-order immortal formation 10,000 times over. Ding! 10,000 times the amount returned successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 points of immortal weapon essence and 30 million drops of ancient fierce beast essence blood. Ding! 10,000 times the mass returned successfully. Congratulations, you've obtained a god-tier killing formation. 2 consecutive system beeps sounded in Qin Xian's ears, and in the next moment, all the returned resources appeared in the system space. Not bad. Looking at the large amount of high-level resources returned, Qin Xian muttered in his heart. Although these resources were not as good as those given to him by the 10,000 Ancient Heavens Pride List and the Heavenly Tao, they had at least reached the level of an immortal. Especially that one divine-grade killing array. When he returned he would arrange it in the Taixuan Sword Sect. After all, the great world was coming. The Taixuan Sword Sect was about to rocket up, and it would definitely be besieged by many great powers at that time. And once he ascended, or just happened to be out of the clan, then this big formation is the strongest guarantee to guard Taixuan Sword Sect. With this grand formation in place, the Taixuan Sword Sect was invincible in this realm, and even if the immortal emperors of the immortal realm came, they wouldn't be able to overthrow the Taixuan Sword Sect. As for those immortal weapon essences, they actually didn't have much effect on him anymore. After all, within his system space, there were still several hundred divine weapons returned even now, and his Black Dragon Lance and Heaven Slashing Sword had already been upgraded to the Heavenly Tao level. A mere immortal weapon essence would only be a drop in the bucket even if it was used, but these immortal weapon essences would be very suitable if they were used to upgrade the weapons of Elder Ancestor Zheng Taixuan and the others. When the time comes, the Taixuan Sword Sect's ancestor and the Supreme Elder will have an immortal weapon in their hands. So who in this heavenly desolate continent can stop them? when the Taixuan sword sect became the #1 power in the heavenly desolate continent, the sect would not only be able to help him quickly collect all kinds of soul-type heavenly treasures, but would also greatly increase his influence in this world, thus gaining a large number of chi points. So he didn't give these things for nothing. Firstly, it was to repay old ancestor Jiang Taixuan for knowing him in the first place, and secondly, he was satisfied with the Taixuan sword sect, and this was his investment in the sect. The rest of those swift ancient fierce beast essence blood could be used to quench his physique, but he had the thunder origin liquid, the divine origin liquid, and the star cores, each of which was far too superior to the swift ancient fierce beast essence blood when taken out. Therefore, he intended to leave part of these ancient ferocious beasts essence blood to the sect to rapidly enhance the sect's strength and heritage, and the other part would be left for the Tongtian Dragon Zun to cultivate. This trip, it's not a waste of time. After retracting his gaze from within the system space, Qin Xian's mood was somewhat pleasant. Going out on a trip, not only did he pick up so many high-level resources for nothing, but he also got an immortal exalted realm true dragon as a mount. It really was considered a big profit. My lord, the injuries on my body have all healed. It's just that because I haven't absorbed the power of the immortal spirit for too long, it might take a long time for my strength to recover. After more than an hour, Bo Tongtian refined all of those 100 life essences, and he immediately stood up and spoke respectfully to Qin Xian. It doesn't have to take that long. This is a divine grade spirit vein, so let go and suck it in. Seeing simmering Tongtian's somewhat regretful expression, Qin Xian casually tossed a divine grade spirit vein to him. God level spirit veins? Gongzi, you still say you don't have a background? Seeing the divine grade spirit vein in front of him that was emitting terrifying divine power, Bo Tongtian's entire body was in a state of stagnation. Nice guy, really nice guy. The district's harmonization stage cultivation, the immortal exalted realm attack talisman on his body was like no money at all. He was also able to block off the void. Even he, an immortal exalted realm, couldn't open it. He had just casually healed all the injuries on his body, and now he was calmly sending him a divine grade spirit vein. With this family background, you're telling me I have no background? Just a divine son of a lower realm clan? At this moment, simmering Tongtian felt admiration for Qin Xian, worthy of being his own son, with a powerful background and countless resources. Yet he was willing to run to the side of the lower realm to sharpen himself. This boldness and courage is far beyond him. Cut the crap and hurry up to recover your strength. Next I want you to go and sweep the 8 wastelands for the Taixuan sword sect in my name. To make the Taixuan sword sect the #1 force in the heavenly wasteland continent at the fastest speed possible. Ignoring simmering Tongtian's shock, Qin Xian immediately opened his mouth with a serious expression. Originally, he had planned to personally strike out and sweep away all the major powers, but now that he had the Tongtian Dragon Father, this task just happened to be given to the other party to accomplish. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, my subordinate will definitely not fail your cultivation. Hearing Qin Xian's words, the Tongtian Dragon Sovereign returned with a serious expression. In the next moment, he began to absorb the power of the divine spirit among the divine grade spiritual veins with all his might. While the Tongtian Dragon Father was frantically absorbing the divine grade spiritual veins, Qin Xian himself wasn't idle. With a flash of his body he arrived in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda. He then threw all 100,000 drops of the saint grade spiritual divine liquid that he had returned earlier into the 10,000 things heaven swallowing cauldron. After refining all of these 100,000 drops of saint grade spiritual divine liquid into essence, he didn't hesitate to run the star refining divine decree and began to frantically quench his spiritual energy. With the addition of a large amount of spirit divine liquid, the number of star silhouettes in his sea of consciousness quickly skyrocketed along with it. 1210, 1220, 1230, and just as Qin Xian was frantically raising his spiritual power, the Luo Tian sacred sect, as well as Gu Qingyue's side all received news of their men's fall. Gu Qingyue's side didn't have much of a reaction. After all, she also knew that the heavenly extreme emperor had fallen into Qin Xian's hands, but for that, she thought that it was just Qin Xian's bottom card. This kind of undercard must be extremely rare. Used once, less often. That was why even though she knew that Qin Xian might still have an undercard, she still chose to send a Saint Realm powerhouse forward to assassinate him, with the aim of consuming Qin Xian's undercard. Their deaths are all worth it. As long as we consume all the cards on Qin Xian, then it will be as easy as pie for brother Xiaofan to kill him. Gu Qingyue's face was written with madness. For the sake of her brother Xiaofan, even if she sent her family's strongest members to their deaths, she would not hesitate to do so. And compared to Gu Qingyue's calmness, the Luo Tian sacred sect's side was just incredulous. This was because they were incomparably sure that Qin Xian had left the clan alone, with no strong men following him around, something that they had repeatedly confirmed. But now, the two great Saint Realm dead who were adept at assassination had fallen, and even if Qin Xian had all sorts of attack talismans on his body, he definitely didn't have a chance to counterattack when facing the two great saints to do so. Damn it, this time, dispatching dead soldiers of the Quasi-Emperor realm. I don't believe he can still run away from the Quasi-Emperor. Luo Tian Sacred Sect Patriarch Mu Changqing thundered. Chapter 79, Battle Power Surge. The Land of the Upper Realm. Qin Shen did not know that the Luo Tian Sacred Sect had sent out another Quasi-Emperor realm dead soldier in order to kill him. At this moment, he had already absorbed all of those 100,000 drops of sacred-grade spiritual divine liquid, and after absorbing them, the star shadows within his sea of consciousness world had also reached 1,270. It's true that the further one goes in cultivation, the more resources one needs, but luckily I have the time acceleration of the Great Dream 1000 Autumn Pagoda and the 10,000 times resource return plugin. Otherwise, with this consumption like a bottomless pit, I'm afraid I'll have difficulty achieving anything in my entire life. Seeing that he had consumed an entire 100,000 drops of saint-grade spiritual divine liquid while the star void in his sea of consciousness had only grown by 70, Qin Shen couldn't help but mutter. Of course, this was because he had the original dojo that ignored realm limits and could be infinitely raised, and also chose the consequence of having to reach more than 100,000 times the level of a heavenly pride of the same level in every realm before he would break through. Otherwise, if he were to break through according to the resources required for a normal void great Tao body, then I'm afraid that he would have already broken through to the Great Emperor or even human immortal realm at this moment. But all this perseverance was worth it, just by the fact that he could over the human immortal realm and his district's harmonization stage could prove it. For this cultivation, more than half an hour had passed in the Great Dream 1000 Autumn Pagoda, but in the outside world, at most 2 or 3 breaths of time had passed. Therefore, Qin Shen was still prepared to continue his seclusion, and after thinking about it, he casually took out 1,000,000 Thunderbolt Origins, immediately followed by the Divine Origin Liquid and Divine Grade Spirit Veins. After leaving 10,000 of each for emergencies, he threw the rest into the All Things Heaven-swallowing cauldron along with the Thunder Tribulation Origin. Buzz, along with the activation of the Devouring Rule, all the cultivation resources were completely refined into various essences in a matter of moments. Without any hesitation, he immediately concentrated and began to activate the 9 revolution Xian Yuan Gong within his body to absorb the essence of the divine grade spiritual veins. Boom boom boom. Under the guidance of the Gong method, these massive amounts of aura essence surged into his dantian like a flood that broke the dike. After entering his dantian, these aura essences were then completely absorbed by the infinite chaotic sea in the original dojo. And after the infinite chaotic sea had absorbed these aura essences, it began to frantically open up the scope of his dantian. 31 million meters, 32 million meters, 33 million meters. This opening process was destined to be long, and Qin Shen took it upon himself to allow the infinite chaotic sea to complete it on its own in conjunction with the Gong method. He, on the other hand, was urging the half-step Great Tao level technique within his body, the Tai Ruin's ancestral dragon determination, to absorb the 1,000,000 Thunderbolt Origins and the 190,000 drops of Divine Origin Liquid. Rumble. With the operation of the Gong method, his Void Avenue body was instantly activated, and immediately afterward, a terrifying and incomparable suction force arose from his body. Under this terrifyingly extreme suction force, countless Thunderbolt Origin Essence and Divine Origin Liquid Essence had transformed into countless points of light, then flew directly into his body. After these essences with terrifying energies entered his body, they began to frantically go about quenching his flesh, from ordinary meridians to odd meridians, and from odd meridians to the limbs and bones. Every meridian, every inch of bone, and every cell in his body was getting stronger at an extremely high speed under the tempering of these terrifying energies, and along with his fleshly body being tempered over and over again, his fleshly strength was insanely skyrocketing. 151 million pounds, 153 million pounds, 155 million pounds. There were no years in cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Shen had been in seclusion in the Great Dream 1000 Autumn Pagoda for 1,000 years. During these 1,000 years, not only had he completely absorbed those 190,000 God-level spirit veins, he had even taken out 20,000 heavenly Tao-level spirit veins to follow and refine and absorb them. After absorbing these high-level spirit veins, the range of his dantian also came from the original 30 million meters to the current 40 million meters. As for his physical body, he had naturally absorbed the 1,000,000 Thunderbolt Origins and the 190,000 drops of Divine Origin Liquid completely, and in addition to these, he had also taken out 20,000 star cores to follow and refine them. After absorbing away such a huge amount of body refining resources, his Void Avenue body had received a huge boost. and without using any of his undercards, he was now able to ignore the attacks of great emperors with his physical body defense alone. In addition to the huge increase in defense, his strength had also increased from the original 150 million pounds to 190 million pounds, a whole 40 million pounds of power boost, another qualitative leap in his battle power. It was no exaggeration to say that today, he was a walking natural disaster on the heavenly wasteland continent, and even if it was a top-tier power such as the Luo Tian sacred sect, he would be able to completely overthrow it with just one punch. If he were to fully utilize a great killing weapon such as the spatial annihilation technique, I'm afraid that the countless territories of the southern domain would all be reduced to nothingness in an instant. Of course, this was just a comparison. He wasn't a great devil, so naturally he couldn't create a natural disaster for no reason, casually taking out 20,000 heavenly Tao level spirit veins. Half of them were placed in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda to continue to enhance the spiritual power of the heavens and earth in this world, and the other half were placed into his Dantian to accelerate the enhancement of the heavenly Tao level enlightenment T. After doing this, there were only a few thousand heavenly Tao grade spirit veins left in his possession. 480,000 star cores left, and 10,000 each of divine grade spirit veins and divine source liquid. After stretching his waist fiercely, he left from the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda with a single movement of his body. When it appeared in the endless sea space again, only one night had passed outside. Glancing at the distant Tongtian Dragon Zune, this guy was still frantically refining that divine grade spirit vein to recover his strength. After thinking about it, he catalyzed the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda and gave the guy a little time acceleration. Buzz off! With this time acceleration, the Tongtian Dragonfather's speed of refining the divine grade spirit veins had obviously increased by hundreds or thousands of times. Without bothering about the Tongtian Dragon Zune anymore, Qin Xian casually took out some ferocious beast meat from within the system space before roasting it with the swift vermilion bird inflammation. After casually sprinkling some seasoning on it, he ate it on his own. Soon 3 days passed by in a flash. During these 3 days, Qin Xian didn't cultivate. Instead, he let the heaven-slashing sword take him around this endless sea. With the help of the Karma Wheel's plug-in of being able to search for opportunities by consuming his lifespan, he threw in all of the quite a few life essences from the Tree of Life. Without any effort, he found several ancient relics in this endless sea, and all of the things he got inside were immortal artifact level. Based on what he had seen and heard over the past few days, he felt that this endless sea was not like a product of the heavenly desolate continent, but more like a corner of the world that had fallen from the upper realm. It seems that this heavenly desolate continent is far from as simple as it appears. Looking at the various immortal level resources that filled his storage ring, Qin Xian could not help but mutter in his heart. Although he didn't know why this endless sea would fall to the heavenly wasteland continent, he could be sure that a falling place such as this wouldn't be the only one, and no one could guarantee that there weren't any strong people from the upper realms in this fallen land. If there really were strong people, then these strong people were afraid that they had already finished plotting the entire heavenly wasteland continent behind their backs, and as he was about to push across this world in the name of the Taixuan sword sect, he would inevitably face off against these people. But the good thing was that his battle power nowadays had been greatly improved again, and with the various undercurrents in his body, as well as his mount, the Tongtian Dragon Zune, the strongest people from the upper realms could not threaten him at all even if they came. Ha 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 ha, Gongzi, I've finally recovered all my strength. At this moment, the excited loud laughter of the Tongtian Dragonfather suddenly rang out from afar. Chapter 80, Destroying a Paragon Emperor, Killing the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect. Hearing the wild laughter of the Tongtian Dragonfather, Qin Xian casually swept a glance and realized that the aura emanating from this fellow's body was indeed the peak of the immortal exaltation realm without a doubt. Return to Taixuan sword sect, Qin Xian said in a calm tone. Okay, Gongzi. Bo Tongtian gratefully glanced at Qin Xian and didn't ask about the matter of time acceleration, and immediately, with a movement of his body, he directly manifested his own body. Aang! As a high-pitched dragon's roar resounded through the sky, simmering Tongtian instantly transformed into a several thousand-meter-long five-clawed golden dragon that stopped in front of Qin Xian. Without any hesitation, Qin Xian arrived on top of the dragon head by stepping into the air. Anan! Simmering Tongtian let out a joyful cry, and then he brought Qin Xian to vanish into the middle of the void. The first time he rode a dragon, Qin Xian's mood was a little different. This kind of scene, he had fantasized about it countless times when he first crossed over. Unfortunately, at that time, even living became a luxury, and to see a single dragon hair would be considered a great opportunity, not to mention such a thing as flying in the sky on a dragon. Now that his youthful dream had finally come true, Not only had he seen the legendary true dragon, but he had also made it his mount. But he no longer had any great fluctuations in his state of mind. After looking at the scenery along the way for a while, he secretly returned all the immortal level resources he had obtained these days in 10,000 times the amount. Immortal grade spirit veins accounted for the vast majority of these resources. As for immortal grade spirit fruits, immortal pills, immortal artifacts, and immortal arts, there were also some. But what made him care the most was the fact that there were dozens of drops of immortal grade spiritual divine liquid in it, which would be hundreds of thousands of drops after this 10,000-fold return. When all of this spirit god liquid was refined and used to enhance his spiritual power, then his cultivation would see another huge breakthrough. My lord, there are 2 quasi-emperor realm griffins ahead of us showing killing intent. Should we kill them? At this moment, the voice of the Taixuan Dragonfather suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian swept around with his eyes of nothingness, and soon he did discover 2 quasi-emperor realm powerhouses hidden in the middle of the void more than 100,000 miles ahead, seemingly preparing to make a move against him in secret. Go! Casually condensing the reincarnation sword intent on top of the heaven-slaying sword, he directly threw the heaven-slaying sword out. That kid seems to have discovered us? Hundreds of thousands of miles away in the void, 2 paragon emperors from the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect were secretly transmitting their voices. You're too high on him. I admit that he does have unrivaled talent, but nowadays he's just a harmonization stage. You and I are quasi-emperors. How could he possibly discover us? Taking a step back, even if he discovers us, what can we do? Now that he doesn't have any strong guards around him, killing him is as simple as stepping on an ant. Hearing his companion's voice transmission, one of the paragon emperors spoke with extreme confidence. However, as soon as his words fell, a sharp sword appeared directly out of thin air, then swished and chopped his head off. How is this possible? Sensing that the vitality of his fleshly body and soul were fading away at a rapid pace, that quasi-emperor powerhouse was completely unaware of what was happening before he directly died on the spot. Stop! We are the elders of the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect. We just happened to be passing through here. Why did you come up to exterminate us? Another quasi-emperor realm powerhouse was shocked when he saw his companion get seconded just like that, and he immediately began to play innocent. However, Qin Xian would not believe such a childish lie of his, and immediately with a casual wave of his hand, the heaven-slashing sword flew out wrapped in the reincarnation sword intent, and then decapitated this quasi-emperor powerhouse with a single stroke of his sword. With their corpses, we'll first make a trip to the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect. After retrieving the heaven-slaying sword as well as the storage rings of those 2 quasi-emperor realm powerhouses, Qin Xian opened his mouth to the Taixuan Dragonfather. Going to fight? I'd also like to ask the gentleman to give me a chance to fight. Grabbing the corpses of those 2 quasi-emperor powerhouses with his dragon claws, simmering Taixuan opened his mouth expectantly towards Qin Xian as he sped through the void. Yes, wait for all the strongest people to be half dead first. Qin Xian returned with a calm expression. Hearing that his own son had allowed himself to make a move, the Taixuan Dragonzan was incomparably excited within, and immediately tore through the void and descended directly over the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect. Griffins of the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect, how dare you send someone to assassinate my son? All of you get out and die. After descending, the Taixuan Dragon Sovereign roared indifferently, and immediately afterward, he directly came with a divine dragon swing. Rumble! Even though he had already restrained his force very much, the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect's mountain protection formation shattered on the spot under his strike. Countless disciples, elders, and the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect's top management were even shaken by the aftershocks of this strike, spitting out blood and trembling in their souls. Dare I ask, Senior, is there some kind of misunderstanding in this? My Vermilion Bird Immortal sect has always been strict and disciplined, and has acted honorably. How could I have done that disgraceful assassination? After the mountain protection formation was shattered, the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect master, Huang Jingtian, brought a group of senior officials to the middle of the void, and then tremblingly opened his mouth. At this moment, all of them were dumbfounded, completely unaware of when they had provoked such a terrifying dragon powerhouse. Still talking tough when you're dying. You dare to say they're not from your Vermilion Bird Immortal sect? Seeing the innocent faces of Huang Jingtian and the others, the Taixuan Dragonfather let out a cold cry, and in the next moment, he directly threw the corpses of those 2 quasi-emperor realm powerhouses in front of the crowd. How is this possible? The eunuch Senior is talking about is Qin Xian? After seeing the appearance of these 2, Huang Shocked Sky spoke with a shocked expression. Dare to call my son by his name? You seek death. As soon as Huang Jingtian finished his words, he was shocked by a look from the Taixuan Dragonfather and spat out blood from his mouth. Today, I'll give you 2 choices for the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect. Either hand over 90% of your cultivation resources and immediately plant a slave seal to become a vassal of the Taixuan sword sect. Either that or there will be no more Vermilion Bird Immortal sect in the world from now on. At that moment, a calm voice suddenly rang out from above the Taixuan Dragonfather's head. The crowd sniffed and looked, and immediately saw a young man dressed in black and red robes, with sword brows and starry eyes, and a dusty temperament was looking at them with a calm expression. As for Huang Jingtian and the others, they had previously prepared to suppress the Taixuan sword sect from all aspects, and they had long inquired about the various information about the Taixuan sword sect. Thus when they saw the young man on the dragon's head, the first thing they recognized was that this was the Taixuan sword sect's new divine son, Qin Qian. No wonder someone on the Taixuan sword sect's side would say that you personally destroyed the heavenly extremity emperor. It seems that this is all true. The matter of sending people to assassinate you was the work of this patriarch alone. All the others were coerced by me and did the wrong thing. I am willing to die to thank for my sins, but the others are innocent. I also asked the Divine Son to spare them once on the basis that they are of the same human race as you, and even more so, of the southern region's righteous path, and that keeping them will continue to fend off the imminent outbreak of the fierce demon rebellion. After waking up from the shock, Huang Sky's face was surprisingly calm. He knew that if no one came out to take the blame for today's incident, then the entire Vermilion Bird Immortal sect might be completely annihilated. And as the patriarch, he was willing to die as a token of appreciation. Plus now that the fierce demon rebellion was about to break out and the human race was in a time of need, he believed that Qin Qian would look at the big picture and would not take things too far. You still have 10 breaths of time to consider. If you don't make a decision after 10 breaths, then the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect will be destroyed. Chapter 81, Conquering the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect. Willing to fight for Lord Godson in the 4 directions. Does the Divine Son really want to be so heartless? Hearing Qin Qian's tone that did not need to be questioned, Huang Jingtian's originally calm face instantly turned gloomy. Divine Son, do you think this is okay? I, the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect, would like to take out 40% of my reserves as an atonement for my sins and seal the mountain for 1,000 years, guaranteeing that I won't fight against the Taixuan sword sect from now on. At this moment, 4 figures suddenly flew out of the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect's ancestral land. The aura emanating from these 4 people completely surpassed that of a great emperor. They were all clearly half-step human immortal realm powerhouses, and the old man at the head swept a glance at Huang Jingtian next to him, and immediately arched his hand and opened his mouth. How dare you? My lord, giving you time to think is already a great mercy. If you dare to bargain again, die. At the sound of that old man's words, the cold voice of the Taixuan Dragonfather resounded. In the next moment, a hint of immortal exaltation realm pressure violently emanated from his body. A heaviness as if it was a mountain struck, and the sound of spitting out blood one after another resounded from everywhere throughout the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect. Under this terrifying pressure, even the half-step human immortal realm was crushed to the point of smashing heavily on top of the ground. How could it be this strong? The half-step human immortal Huang Wuji, who was in the lead, looked horrified. Originally, he thought that with 4 half-step human immortal realms on their side, today's matter could definitely be resolved if they made concessions then. However, he could never have imagined that a dragon under Qin Qian's feet was actually terrifying to such an extent that just a hint of pressure nearly killed all of them in seconds. This was simply not an existence that they could fight against. Senior, my Vermilion Bird Immortal sect is a branch of the Immortal sect of the Upper Realm. If the Divine Son and Senior can leave here today, we're willing to make the biggest concession possible by taking out 60% of our resources and allowing you to severely punish the culprit. Huang Jingtian, gritting his teeth. Huang Wuji could only move his backer as a deterrent while making concessions on his conditions. Old ancestor, you. When Huang Jingtian heard this result, his originally gloomy face instantly became bloodless. Just now, when he said that he was willing to die in thanks, it was a helpless reprieve, originally thinking that as long as a few old ancestors arrived, there would be nothing wrong with him. But now, in order to quell Qin Qian's anger, the old ancestor was actually going to give him up, which made him feel incredulous and incomparably angry, to know that he is also considered a direct descendant of the old ancestor. These thousands of years for the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect to work hard, no merit but also hard work, but now actually be treated as a piece of garbage to be thrown away? Shut up, all of this was caused by you. If you didn't send people to target the Divine Son, why would the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect be in great trouble today? Huang Wuji spoke coldly, and when the others heard this, they all looked at him angrily. The old ancestor was right. If it wasn't for the patriarch making a wrong decision, then how could their Vermilion Bird Immortal sect have messed with this terrifying bogeyman? Qin Qian? You, ha 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 ha, a bunch of spineless wallflowers. Who is this seat doing this for, are you not clear? It wasn't because the Destiny Immortal artifact said that the Taixuan sword sect was about to rocket to the top and become the brightest existence in the heavenly wasteland continent, and I decided to target the Taixuan sword sect in order for the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect's position not to be shaken. Now that the crisis is upon us, you all turn around and blame me? Then why didn't you guys stand up against it when you usually got the cultivation resources? Seeing that he had been pushed by the wall and become a target, Huang Jingtian also completely exploded at this moment, all thinking of taking me out to die for my sins. Since none of them want me to live, then no one will live today. The fishy red-eyed emperor shocking sky roared a sentence, and then he would casually throw out a great emperor realm killing formation. Boom boom boom. The array disc had just been thrown out, and the killing array instantly covered the entire Vermilion Bird Immortal sect. In the next moment, all of the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect's disciples and elders all couldn't help but wail in pain. Wonderful. This dog-eat-dog drama is just wonderful, but the time this divine son has given you has come to an end, and since none of you are willing to live, I'll give you a ride. Casually shattering Emperor Shocker's great emperor-level killing formation with a single sword strike, Qin Xian directly urged the heaven-slaughtering sword, turning it into an astonishingly huge sword that was several thousand meters long. Godson has a good word. We are willing to hand over 90% of our resources, and are willing to be planted with a slave seal and serve the Taixuan sword sect for the rest of our lives. Looking at the terrifying giant sword in the sky, Huang Wuji and the other 4 Vermilion Bird Immortal sect ancestors didn't have the slightest hesitation, and immediately knelt down on the ground to directly declare their submission. As for the other Vermilion Bird Immortal sect executives, elders, and countless Heaven's Pride disciples, seeing that their own ancestors had taken the initiative to submit, even if there was some unwillingness in their hearts, they were all forced to kneel down. The one who recognizes the time is a wise man. Although being a vassal of the Taixuan sword sect will be humiliating when it is rumored, but how humiliating it is also better than losing one's life right now. Of course, the huge Vermilion Bird Immortal sect also had heavenly prides and elders who were ironclad and did not fear life and death. They all tried their best to attack and kill towards Qin Xian, but in the next moment, they were killed by the sword intent emanating from the heavenly sword into a bloody mist. Huang Jingtian was naturally among them. He knew that as the culprit, no matter what the reason was for targeting Qin Xian would definitely not let him go. So other than taking action, he had no other way out. But unfortunately, even though he was a peak quasi-emperor, he was still treated like an ant and killed in seconds under the mighty heaven-slashing sword. Seeing this scene, all those who chose to submit couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in their hearts. If they hadn't just suppressed their hot blood from going to their heads, then their end would definitely be the same as these people. Seeing that these people were willing to submit, Qin Xian casually waved his hand, and a reincarnation sword chi instantly split into more than 100,000, and then all of these sword chi autonomously flew into the sea of consciousness of all the people of the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect. From then on, as long as these people dared to harbor rebellious intentions towards him and the Taixuan sword sect, then this sword intent would cause them to die in a matter of moments. I'll give you guys a chance to prove yourselves. Take these 4 immortal weapons and then go and destroy the Luotian sacred sect in my name. If you do a good job, I will reward you with immortal level techniques, immortal veins, immortal weapons, and other advanced techniques, so that you can become the sharpest swords in the Taixuan sword sect. If you can't do it right, then there's no point in keeping you. After planting the reincarnation sword chi in everyone's sea of consciousness, Qin Xian directly took out 4 of the tens of thousands of immortal weapons at random and threw them to Huang Wuji and the others. And of course the emperor weapons, quasi-emperor weapons, and sacred weapons, he threw out tens of thousands of them just as if they didn't need any money. His meaning was simple. He wanted apparatchiks who could do the job, not lapdogs who only knew how to follow the crowd. All the people of the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect heard Qin Xian's words and then saw the piles of emperor armaments, quasi-emperor armaments, and even 4 immortal artifacts in front of them. They all couldn't help but stare in shock. Oh my god, this is an emperor and quasi-imperial weapon? Normally it was only the senior members of sects in the Great Emperor realm who were lucky enough to have one, but now they had tens of thousands of them laid out in front of them. There were also those saint soldiers. Almost every powerful heavenly pride could share one. As for immortal weapons, the vast majority of them had only seen them amongst the canonical books, but right now Qin Xian had actually given their clan 4 of them, and as long as the Luotian sacred sect is destroyed, there will also be rewards in the form of immortal scriptures and immortal veins. This happiness came too suddenly, originally thinking that by submitting under Qin Xian's hand, he would surely lead a miserable life in the future. But now, it seemed that submitting to Qin Xian was nothing short of a heavenly opportunity, an amazing chance for their Vermilion Bird Immortal sect to take off. We thank you, Lord Godson, and from now on, we are willing to fight for Godson in all directions until our livers and brains are on the ground. At this moment, all of them knelt down in unison. But this was not because they were in the way of Qin Xian's formidable strength. Rather, it was from the bottom of their hearts that they truly wanted to work under Qin Xian's hand. Chapter 82, Sensationalizing the Southern Region. 200 million Qi luck points rewarded. Go, this divine son is waiting for your good news in the Taixuan sword sect. In addition, from now on, you will receive 30% of the resources gained from the conquest. After casually commanding, Qin Xian left on his true dragon. As for the cultivation resources, there was no need for him to explain anything. Huang Wuji and the others would organize themselves before going to the Taixuan sword sect to hand them over to him. Greetings, Lord Godson. Looking at the direction Qin Xian left, Huang Wuji and the others bowed and saluted. It wasn't until Qin Xian left completely that they straightened up with complex expressions. If I had known that he would be so demonic, when he came to the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect to pay homage to his master back then, I should have taken him under my tutelage and cultivated him vigorously. It's all because of that waste of a man, Huang Jingtian, when he said something about Lord Godchild not having any luck added to his body, coupled with the fact that cultivation is too consuming of cultivation resources, and that it's impossible to achieve anything in this life. This is what has caused our Vermilion Bird Immortal sect to lose the chance to become a true hegemon of the Heavenly Wasteland continent. The time is also destiny. Although I can't become the strongest hegemon of the Heavenly Wasteland continent, it's also extremely good to be second. That's right, Lord Godson has been so generous to us. As long as we work well for him, it's not impossible for us to become immortals and ascend in the future. After Qin Xian left, countless higher-ups and elders were all somewhat regretting that they didn't take Qin Xian into the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect at first. Otherwise, their Vermilion Bird Immortal sect would definitely be able to become the absolute hegemon of this heaven and earth in one fell swoop by virtue of Qin Xian. But there are no pills of regret in this world. A miss is a miss. But fortunately, they were now able to work for Qin Xian, and in the near future being able to become the second most powerful force in this heaven and earth would be a shocking event that would be enough to go down in history. One must know that although their Vermilion Bird Immortal sect was the number one hegemon in the southern domain, they couldn't even rank in the top 10 when placed in the entire Heavenly Wasteland continent. After all, the cultivation resources in these two places, the eastern domain and the central continent, were inherently hundreds of times richer than other places, and under these circumstances, the powerful forces born in these two places were naturally numerous. In addition to these two places, the North Sea and the western region are also hiding crouching tigers. If it was in the past, they could only sit in the southern region, and did not dare to touch the cultivation resources of other places. After all, those forces all have the great power of the immortal realm as a backer, and messing with them is tantamount to seeking their own death. But now with such a mysterious and powerful backstage as Qin Xian, their ambitions were completely ignited. Old Fourth, announce to the world that my Vermilion Bird Immortal sect has submitted to Lord Godson, and organize 90% of the resources and send them to Lord Godson as fast as possible. Everyone else, come with me to exterminate the Luo Tian sacred sect. After distributing all 4 immortal weapons and all the emperor weapons, quasi-emperor weapons, and sacred weapons, Huang Wuji immediately issued a command. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen or so sky-shading royal immortal flying boats appeared in the middle of the sky. Immediately afterward, under his leadership, more than 70% of the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect's powerhouses all set out and headed straight for the Luo Tian sacred sect. As for the other 30% of top-tier powerhouses, they quickly went to organize the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect's cultivation resources under the command of the 4th Elder Ancestor, Huang Wusheng. It didn't take long for the news about the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect submitting to the Taixuan Sword sect's new divine son, Qin Xian, to spread rapidly in the southern domain. When this news came out, the entire southern domain instantly exploded. Asterisk. You need to make a draft even if you're blowing your mind about being powerful, okay? I admit that Qin Xian is indeed powerful, but how could the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect, the number one hegemon of the southern domain, suddenly submit to him? Shocked, right? I was also like you when I damn just heard this news, but this news was released by the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect's 4th old ancestor, Huang Wusheng, personally, so this is basically certain to be true. Heavens, is Qin Xian really as simple as a divine son of the Taixuan Sword sect? I always have the feeling that he's a heavenly pride from the upper realms who came to our heavenly wasteland continent to train. Otherwise, how could the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect have submitted to him? That's a good point. Qin Xian must have superpowers backing him up in the upper realm as well. Or else the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect is also a Taoist lineage of immortals and wouldn't have been subjugated so easily at all. I told you, how could he, a person who carries the number one physique of the heavens, appear in a lower realm like ours? The feeling is that he is a super genius from the upper realm. I really regret it. I should have struck a good relationship with him in the first place. Heavens, back then I even participated in several Sect's apprentice acceptance ceremonies with this dude. He's now become a Southern Domain superstar, and I, damn it, was rejected by a small sect yesterday? It's really too miserable. Countless forces in the Southern Domain and countless casual cultivators were all shocked when they heard the news that the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect had submitted. Almost everyone agreed that Qin Xian was the genius of some superpower in the upper realm who had specially come to the lower realm just to practice. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't explain why the Southern region's #1 overlord would suddenly submit to him, and those clans that had once refused him to join them, their intestines were repenting at this moment. Such a heavenly pride of the upper realm was supposed to be an opportunity for their clan to take off, but it was buried by their short-sightedness. Everyone knew that from now on, the Taixuan sword sect would be the #1 hegemon of the southern region, and it was the kind of hegemon that no one could shake. His divine son's coronation ceremony is still 2 days away. Prepare a generous gift and this old ancestor will personally go there. I was also a close friend of the sword sect's old ancestor when I was young. Go and invite the divine maiden to come out. This old ancestor is going to take her on a trip to the Taixuan sword sect to liaise with her. Ha 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 ha. Our Yaoqi Holy Land has always worked together with the Taixuan sword sect, and since their sect has produced such a heavenly pride, we should go and congratulate them. Knowing that the Taixuan sword sect was about to become an existence that would dominate the southern region, countless emperor clans, old ancestors of great powers, and family heads had sent people to prepare thick gifts and personally brought the most attractive women in their powers to the Taixuan sword sect. As for those forces that had always been in the same camp as the Taixuan sword sect, they were laughing all the way to the bank at the moment, because the stronger the Taixuan sword sect was, then the more chance these allies of theirs would have to grow. Taixuan sword sect, Taixuan Peak Sovereign Hall. At this moment, Patriarch Lin Wushuang, Third Elder Red Flame Venerable, Great Elder Jin 12, and a host of other senior members of the clan had heard about the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect submission, and that the heads of the other great powers had visited with heavy gifts. They looked just as stunned as those outside. However, after the shock had passed, although everyone was elated inside, the looks on their faces were also incomparably complicated. There was a heavenly pride that could suppress the world amongst the clan. This should have been a great event for the entire clan to celebrate, but the key to this heavenly pride was only nearly a month or so since he joined the sect. He had now grown to such an extent and made such a great contribution to the sect, which made Lin Wushuang and the others feel incredibly indebted to Qin Xian. Pass the order down. Qin Xian is not only my Taixuan sword sect's divine son, but also the sect's young patriarch. His status surpasses that of all divine sons and daughters, and all people will see him as if they were seeing me, the patriarch. In addition, he can mobilize anyone in the clan other than the old ancestor, and all the resources of the clan can be mobilized at his discretion, and no one shall have any objections. In the end, after a moment of discussion, the group of executives gave Qin Xian all the benefits they could, all the status and honors they could. Ding! Your deed of subduing the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect has stirred up the entire southern region, causing countless people to be shocked by you. Your influence has greatly increased. Congratulations on obtaining 200 million Qi luck points. Over here, Qin Xian had just arrived at the Taixuan sword sect's mountain gate on his true dragon when the system's beep sounded in his ears. Chapter 83, Shocking Change. Taixuan sword sect becomes Immortal sect's blessed land. Look, it's senior brother Qin returning. Welcome back senior brother Qin to the clan. When the disciples of the Taixuan sword sect guarding the mountain gate saw Qin Xian appear in the air riding a true dragon, they immediately shouted in excitement. And with a burst of cheers from them, Qin Xian gained quite a few more Qi points in succession. After nodding calmly towards the crowd, he rode the true dragon to the sword sect's ancestral land. The little one is really young. We old guys are already old. In a small courtyard in the ancestral land, old ancestors Jiang Taixuan and Chu Tianjian, who were sitting together drinking tea, saw Qin Xian's arrival, and they both couldn't help but let out a light sigh and poured Qin Xian a cup of tea. Originally, he thought that he could cover this kid after recovering his peak cultivation, but he went out and directly made the #1 hegemonic power in the southern domain completely submit. At this moment, even if they themselves were the pride of heaven, they had to sigh a sentence that the waves of the Yangtze River pushed forward the waves of the past. What are you two old ancestors talking about? In the future when I ascend to the immortal realm, the Taixuan sword sect will still have to rely on the two of you to pick up the slack. Qin Xian smiled and accepted the teacup, then spoke in a casual tone. All in all, having you as our Taixuan sword sect's greatest blessing. Jiang Taixuan laughed. No, I have extremely powerful enemies, and I don't know when they will come to my door. Right now all I can do is to do my best to raise the strength of the Taixuan sword sect. Before I ascend, I will completely hide this heaven and earth, and no one who comes will be able to find it. Drinking the tea in his cup, Qin Xian said in a serious tone, whether it was those pawns left behind by the great Tao to spy on the heavens and the worlds, or the mysterious person who had once siphoned off his qi, these were all powerful enemies that he could not avoid. He didn't have much of a problem facing these on his own. After all, he had an invincible body, as well as 30,000 celestial exaltation realm prohibitions, and all sorts of powerful undercards. But I'm afraid that these people will be so desperate that if they can't kill him, they will threaten the lives of the people in his clan. Therefore, all he wanted to do now was to quickly break through to the human immortal realm, and then completely hide the heavenly wasteland continent with the help of the Karma Wheel's ability to cover up heavenly chances. It's a shame. We may not be able to give you much help, but we are willing to live and die with you. After hearing Qin Xian's words, there was nothing too big of a surprise in the hearts of the two old ancestors. After all, with Qin Xian's qualifications, appearing in a party of the lower realms would have been an extremely unreasonable existence. But no matter what Qin Xian's origin was and what enemies he faced, they didn't care. Even if the sky was falling, they were willing to face it with Qin Xian. Seeing the sincere looks of the two old ancestors, Qin Xian's mood was greatly improved. Money is easy to come by, but sincerity is hard to find. In such a strange world, there are a few people who are genuinely good to him. He is already very contented. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately handed the 2 storage rings to the 2 old ancestors. It was filled with tens of thousands of immortal weapons, hundreds of thousands of immortal dawn, millions of immortal-grade spirit veins, millions of drops of immortal-grade ferocious beast essence blood, and quite a few immortal laws, as well as hundreds of thousands of Empyrean weapons, and even more quasi-Empyrean weapons and sacred weapons. Various cultivation resources at the Emperor level, quasi-Emperor level, and Saint level were also piling up. Seeing the terrifying resources contained in the storage ring, the 2 old ancestors were already shocked beyond words, but once they thought of Qin Xian's mysterious origin, they didn't ask anything, and could only secretly swear in their hearts to cultivate hard and strive to have the opportunity to cover for this kid in the future as well. After obtaining such a massive amount of immortal-grade spirit veins, Jiang Taixuan and Shu Tianjian immediately executed their great magical powers, and then struck a single immortal-grade spirit vein into the ground, completely changing the heaven and earth aura of the Taixuan sword sect. Boom boom boom. With the countless immortal veins being driven into the ground, the heaven and earth aura within the Taixuan sword sect's boundaries was like a spiritual fountain gushing forth, and at this moment, the entire sect was actually raining aura. Under the nourishment of these rains of spiritual qi, the cultivation environment of the entire sect was changed extremely quickly. The density of spiritual qi was increased by thousands of times compared to before. The spiritual medicines in the medicinal fields were growing wildly, and the demonic beasts within the sect were also evolving rapidly. As for all the disciples within the sect, their cultivation levels were all frantically rising at this moment. These are the cultivation resources given to the clan by Divine Son Qin Xian, so don't forget such favors after you've accomplished your cultivation. In addition, from today onwards, all outer disciples may cultivate saint-level techniques. Inner disciples may cultivate quasi-emperor-level techniques. Saint sons, as well as those at the elder level and above, may cultivate great emperor-level techniques, and patriarchs and all the higher echelons of the clan may cultivate immortal-level techniques. As the great world contends, my Taixuan sword sect will surely become the strongest in the world under the leadership of the Divine Sun. After setting up the immortal veins, the 2 old ancestors successively transmitted their voices to the entire clan, explaining the origin of these resources and telling everyone not to forget Qin Xian's kindness. Lord Godson is mighty. We will definitely work hard to cultivate and will never fail the Godson's expectations. Everyone shouted loudly in sincerity. And while the 2 old ancestors were arranging the immortal-grade spirit veins, Qin Xian wasn't idle either, as he directly took out that divine-grade killing formation, and then without any hesitation, he arranged it on the Taixuan sword sect. This killing formation was operating on its own with the help of the great momentum of heaven and earth, and did not need a divine-level spirit vein to maintain it. As long as this heaven and earth were not destroyed, then this formation would be able to keep running. Not only that, he also used the rules of the causal wheel to directly envelop the entire Taixuan sword sect. From this moment onwards, not to mention the powerhouses of this world, even if an immortal realm powerhouse came, they wouldn't be able to spy on the Taixuan sword sect in the slightest, much less be able to calculate the location of the Taixuan sword sect. After doing so, he used immortal weapon essence and immortal technique essence to raise the weapons, techniques, and martial skills of the 2 old ancestors to the immortal grade 9 level. In this way, the 2 old ancestors wouldn't even need to remodify their techniques, and their strength would be able to receive a huge wave of increase. Boom boom boom. The feats, the immortal techniques had just finished being upgraded, and old ancestor Jiang Taixuan had directly upgraded from a great emperor to the half-step human immortal realm, while old ancestor Chu Tianjian had directly broken through from a half-step human immortal to the true human immortal realm. Old ancestor. Nowadays everyone in the clan will be changing their cultivation techniques, so you guys will see to the distribution of these enlightenment teas. In addition, I will create a cultivation tower with time acceleration for the clan. After casually handing a storage ring containing quite a bit of enlightenment tea to old ancestor Jiang Taixuan, Qin Xian turned around and left. After going to the hidden scripture cabinet and giving the big yellow ox a few dozen drops of divine origin liquid, and sending a divine artifact to this guy, Qin Xian took some weapon refining and alchemy techniques, returning to the Green Dragon Peak. After he let the Tongtian Dragon Zun casually find a place to cultivate, he directly returned all of those alchemy and refining techniques for 10,000 times quality return. Ding, 10,000 times the quality return successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the Emperor Grade Alchemy, Emperor Grade Weaponry. As the system beep sounded, the 2 Emperor level techniques appeared in his hands. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked into the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda and began to use Immortal Arts Essence to enhance these 2 techniques. With the addition of a large amount of Immortal Technique Essence, the 2 techniques were all raised to the Immortal level. After raising it to the Immortal level, he didn't hesitate to unleash his Heaven's Path level enlightenment and then began to enroll in the Immortal level Alchemy Art and Immortal level Weaponry Art. Chapter 84, 10,000 Ancient Years, Supreme Celestial Emperor. Conclusion. A dozen years passed in a flash in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda, and after comprehending the Immortal Grade Weapon refining technique to perfection, Qin Xian used the 10,000 things swallowing heavenly cauldron to melt a few divine weapons. After that, he directly executed his refining technique to create a small black tower, naming it the Spacetime Divine Tower. It was sealed by him with a few strands of the Great Dream Thousand Autumn's Tower's rules in it, so the time acceleration was also extremely terrifying, able to reach 1 day in the outside world and 10 years in the tower. With this giant cultivation tower, everyone in the Taixuan Sword Sect was in the middle of a retreat. On the day of the God's Son coronation ceremony, everyone came out in unison, and the scene was extremely lively. The southern domain, various big clans, various big forces have arrived. Compared to the past, this day all people in front of the Taixuan Sword Sect are all sensible one to please. Many people were even trying to give Qin Xian the beauties from their forces, but they were all directly rejected by Qin Xian. On the day of the coronation, another shocking news came from the southern domain, and that was that the Luo Tian Sacred Sect, which was also one of the 4 great hegemons of the southern domain, had been exterminated by the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect. The moment this news came out, everyone became birds of prey. Everyone was afraid that something would upset Qin Xian, and then Qin Xian would let the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect exterminate them. Taking advantage of this banquet, Qin Xian directly opened the door to the idea of unifying the heavenly wasteland continent. He also made it very clear that this was not a discussion, but a notification that if he submitted now, then everything would be the same as before, and he would only need to submit 20% of his resources to the Taixuan Sword Sect every year. Forces that had once been friends with the Taixuan Sword Sect, they only needed to explicitly admit to submitting to the Taixuan Sword Sect, and did not need to hand over any cultivation resources. Of course, if he was unwilling, he wouldn't force himself. When the time came, he would see the real thing underhand, and no one would be able to stop his pace of unification. Hearing this, countless representatives of the forces changed color. Even if they knew that Qin Xian had a mysterious origin and had the support of the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect, but to be so lowly and have to make offerings every single year, it was unacceptable to anyone else. Boom! Just as everyone wanted to unite and refuse, the Tongtian Dragonfather suddenly appeared in the void, and an incomparably terrifying pressure was directly unleashed, on the spot pressuring everyone to the point where they couldn't raise their heads. How is this possible? Sensing the power of the Tongtian Dragonfather, everyone was dumbfounded. Who's in favor? Who's against? Qin Xian spoke with a calm expression. I, Yaoqi Holy Land, am willing to submit. My imperial clan's Jiang family is willing to submit. I, the Heavenly Wind Chamber of Commerce, am willing to submit. Knowing that there was no room for maneuver in all this, most of them expressed their intention to submit in unison. Of course, we can't exclude some of the headstrong ones. Most of them are the pawns of the central continent, the great powers of the eastern domain that have been placed in the southern domain, so it's not possible for them to return to obedience so easily. Qin Xian didn't give them a hard time on this day either. The day after the coronation ceremony, Qin Xian gave Tongtian Dragonzan the order to sweep the 6 heavens. Please don't worry, Your Excellency, I will definitely fulfill my mission. After the Tongtian Dragonfather respectfully bowed, he directly descended on the Vermilion Bird Immortal Sect. Then he brought along Huang Wuji, Huang Wusheng, and other powerhouses from the Vermilion Bird Immortal sect, and then began an unstoppable sweeping path. Under his leadership as an immortal exalt, there was no power that could last more than a single move in his hands. On the first day, the southern region was completely swept away. The next day, the mighty East Kingdom was swept away. On the third day, the most powerful middle continent in the Sky Wasteland continent was also swept away. Another few days passed, the North Sea and the Western region were swept away. At this point, all the major powers in the entire Heavenly Wasteland continent had declared their intention to submit to the Taixuan Sword Sect, and those with head irons that did not submit were suppressed through and through. After the Taixuan Sword Sect became the #1 hegemon of the Heavenly Wasteland continent, Qin Xian was well aware of the fact that it was more difficult to keep a business than to start one, and thus invested a large amount of resources in having everyone in the Taixuan Sword Sect begin to go into seclusion. After 1 year, there were a large number of immortal veins, immortal pills, and immortal laws, plus 1 day in the outside world, and 10 years of accelerated time in the Spacetime Divine Tower. The strength of everyone in the Taixuan Sword Sect had been increased hundreds or thousands of times. There were even a number of elder ancestors whose cultivation surpassed the peak of the human immortal, the Great Emperor realm, and quasi-emperor powerhouses that could be counted in the hundreds and thousands. By now, the Taixuan Sword Sect had become the veritable #1 force in the Heavenly Wasteland continent. Of course, during this year or so, the plagues of the various demonic abyss erupted continuously, but they were all easily suppressed by Qin Xian with the Tongtian Dragonfather. And through this year of cultivation, Qin Xian's cultivation had long surpassed the human immortal realm, and if he hadn't wanted to wait for everyone in the Taixuan Sword Sect to grow up, he would have long ascended to the immortal realm. It was worth mentioning that ever since the Taixuan Sword Sect had become the #1 hegemon of the Heavenly Wasteland continent, he had been able to harvest a large amount of chi points every day. Nowadays, his chi had long since reached the level of a 9th order son of the Heavenly Tao, and he was only a little bit short of achieving the son of the Great Tao. It's time to soar. Seeing that the Taixuan Sword Sect already had enough strength to reign supreme in this heaven and earth, Qin Xian also spoke to Elder Ancestor Jiang Taixuan, Elder Ancestor Chu Tianjian, as well as in Miaohan, Mu Yuro, and the others about his intention to ascend. When several people heard this, unwillingness was written on their faces, but they all knew that Qin Xian was a divine dragon that roamed the 9 heavens, and that only the even more powerful immortal realm would be their stage. After having a simple meal with the crowd and leaving quite a bit of enlightenment tea for them, and then giving each of them a divine artifact, and then passing on the spatial annihilation technique to Miaohan as agreed upon at the beginning, Qin Xian prepared to fly up the next day. Of course, the Tongtian dragon dignity was left behind by him. After all, with his growth rate, there wasn't much use for him to keep the Tongtian dragon dignity around. The next day, above the Taixuan Sword Sect's inner gate plaza, it was a sea of people, countless disciples, and elders were all gathered here. We respectfully send the Divine Son to ascend to the immortal realm. Everyone shouted loudly in unison, "Cultivate well, and I hope that when I return one day, all of you will still be alive." After leaving a large amount of resources for the sect, Qin Xian took the heaven-slashing sword and directly triggered the Ascension Thunder Tribulation. Immediately afterward, he directly utilized the rules of the distant dojo, all of a sudden possessing a strength comparable to the Heavenly Tao. After having a terrifying strength, he used his divine thoughts to find Xiao Fan and Gu Qingyue, as well as the Xian Tian divine exalt who wanted to take over him in the first place. These people he did not show any mercy at all, and he directly killed them. After resolving these scourges, he then activated the Wheel of Causes and Fruits to cover up the entire Heavenly Wasteland continent. Only after doing so did he follow the Thunderbolt and soar directly to the Immortal Realm. After coming to the Immortal Realm, he took out a large amount of immortal veins to purchase soul-type heavenly treasures, and then after another month or so of seclusion, he spent more than 10,000 years in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Tower. After being in seclusion for such a long time, his cultivation level had also directly jumped from the human immortal realm, directly over the heavenly immortal realm, true immortal realm, Xianxian immortal realm, Tai Xianxian immortal, golden immortal realm, Dala golden immortal, immortal monarch realm, immortal Zun realm, immortal king, quasi-immortal emperor realm, and had directly reached the demigod realm. After arriving at the demigod realm, he used his divine sense to find immortal venerable Yi Misty in the immortal realm. Yi Misty was also shocked after seeing his great strength. After a bit of catching up and being friends, he left Yi Misty with some divine level techniques, a divine weapon, and some powerful means of self-preservation. He didn't cause much of a storm in the immortal realm, and after bidding farewell to Yi Misty, he directly ascended to the divine realm. It had to be said that the divine realm was what could be considered the top cultivation place of the heavens and the worlds, where immortals walked everywhere and demigods were as numerous as dogs. Without much delay, he used the divine grade spirit veins rewarded on the 10,000 ancient celestial pride ranking to purchase a large number of soul-type heavenly treasures in the divine realm, and then went into seclusion for more than 3 months. More than 3 months in the outside world, but more than 30,000 years had passed in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Tower, and his cultivation level also directly crossed over from being a demigod at the beginning to a lower god, a middle god, an upper god, a god general, a god king, a god emperor, a god father, a god emperor, a heavenly god, a lesser heavenly god, a great heavenly god, an ancient god, a supreme god, an earthly supreme god, a heavenly supreme god, and an originator, all in one leap to becoming a supreme giant. After becoming a supreme giant, he began to go around suppressing the ferocious demon rebellion, and his great name soon resounded throughout the entire divine realm. While his prowess spread far and wide, he was rewarded with a large number of chi points, and through these chi points, his chi directly came to the 9th rank of the sons of the Great Tao. Not to mention in the divine realm, even in the wider world, his fortune was unique and unrivaled. After his chi was raised, he could find whatever resources he wanted, and it was under these circumstances that he once again secluded himself in the Great Dream Thousand Autumn Pagoda for 100,000 years. Then his cultivation went from Supreme Giant, breaking through the Sovereign Realm, Heavenly Tao Realm, Era Lord, Light and Lightning Lord, Hongmeng Lord, and finally directly becoming a Great Tao Lord in one fell swoop. It was worth mentioning that the path ahead was cut off, and the fact that he was able to go against the grain and directly achieve the Great Tao in this situation was entirely due to the fact that he possessed the system and had the Void Great Tao body, as well as a variety of external plugins. After becoming the Great Tao Lord, he had the final battle with the Great Tao, and there was little doubt that the Great Tao was defeated by him in the end, and he became the absolute controller of the heavens and the worlds. After becoming a controller, he fully activated the Wheel of Karma and finally found out those who had plotted to extract his chi in the first place. Somewhat surprised that these people actually counted as being personally ordered by his loved ones? After learning about this matter, Qin Xian had nothing to lose. Anyway, he had been alone all the way, except for the Taixuan sword sect. What family, what relatives he did not recognize. After casually guiding the heavenly desolate continent to the Hongmeng realm, he began to explore the realm above the Great Tao, as well as slowly going to explore the origin of the system, and the original Tao field within him. 10,000 years after becoming a Great Tao Lord, he broke through to the Supreme Celestial Emperor, invincible in the world, and also found his chief master, the Lord of Reincarnation. But even so, he couldn't probe the system or the original dojo. No need to probe. We are the past you, and the future you. Now we are invincible in the past, in the present, and in the future. Let's drink tea together sometime. Invincibility is really too lonely. Inside the Heavenly Emperor's palace at the height of the 10,000 realms, two figures that looked exactly like him slowly emerged. End of book.